Chapter 76 The Trina Gang in Building 26. Zhang Yi told Zhou Qier what had just happened. It was those workers from 26 next door who did it. There is a newly developed community nearby. So many workers are renting houses nearby. Zhou Qier is a little curious. Our community is considered mid to high-end. Are they willing to spend so much money? Zhang Yi said, how expensive do you think it would be to live in a room with 10 people? Zhou Qier said oh and nodded. Then she showed a solemn expression. In other words, they are actually more dangerous than Chen Zhenghao. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Chen Zhenghao is just a social gangster. In the past peaceful times, ordinary people did not dare to cause trouble. So they were afraid of him. But now everyone is in danger. If he didn't have a gun in his hand, he would have been killed long ago. But these workers are different. They do physical work every day. Their physical strength is much stronger than ordinary people. And their fighting power is also more powerful. Moreover, they are all acquaintances. And there are many people. So it is convenient no matter what they want to do. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and sighed. Fortunately, he killed the fat guy who played with explosives yesterday. Otherwise, he would not be able to sleep well at night in the future. Zhou Qier asked what should we do after that? Do you want to take revenge on them? Zhang Yi's eyebrows were raised. Of course he wanted revenge. But there was no way I could go there. It would be unwise to go to someone else's territory. Look at them. Didn't I kill most of them? Zhou Qier said speechlessly. But you have a gun in your hand. Not even with a gun. Zhang Yi said it righteously. Even if he killed them all, if I was hit with a shovel, I would feel that I had suffered a big loss. Zhou Qier rolled his eyes. You are really too stubborn. So stable. But if you don't go out to find them, how can you take revenge? They don't look like people who are afraid of death. They feel like desperados. After all, who in the right mind would play blasting in a unit building? If you are not careful, you may get yourself buried. Zhang Yi touched his chin and already had an idea in his mind. It seems that if you want to live a stable life in the future, you must find some people to be cannon fodder. Zhang Yi thought for a while, took his phone over, and opened the 25 owner group. At this time, due to the explosion just now, the neighbors were all woken up by fright. And there was an explosion in the group. What was that noise just now? Earthquake? Or was there an artillery attack? The sound came from upstairs. Could it be a meteorite falling? It is very possible that if meteorites did not fall from the sky, how could there be such an abnormal temperature? Maybe humans will become extinct like the dinosaurs. It's a mess inside. And there are people who say anything. Zhang Yi said that the group of workers who just broke into our unit building on the 26th wanted to kill people and steal supplies. I discovered them in time and drove them away. Zhang Meng, who lived on the 16th floor, had been killed. As for the sound, they used explosives. The neighbors suddenly became nervous after hearing what Zhang Yi said. What? We just dealt with Chen Zhenghao. Why are those mud-legged guys next door here again? They are very ruthless. I heard that there are often fights between groups of people at the construction site over there. How did the 26-year-old get here? Zhang Yi said that they dug a tunnel in the snow from below and fought their way up from the first floor. Immediately, someone nervously said to collapse the tunnel and lock the door. Zhang Yi said it was useless. That kind of door would break as soon as you hit it. Even if you block it, they can still climb in through the 4th floor window. Neighbors were terrified. This night, if Zhang Yi hadn't driven those people away, they might have broken into his home and killed him. This is how to do all. How can we defeat those coolies? Half of the people in our building are dead. And most of the ones left are old, weak, women and children. That's not true. Most of the people who could contribute before died near Zhang Yi's house. At this time, someone said that fortunately we have Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you are so powerful. You drove away so many of them by yourself. With you here, our safety is guaranteed. Zhang Yi, you are our hero. After being reminded by the first few people, others suddenly realized. Now Zhang Yi is the strongest fighting force in their building. And he also has a gun in his hand. Letting him deal with the workers in the next building is the best choice. Zhang Yi thought this scene was quite funny. Before, they scolded themselves in the group every day, saying that they were selfish and shameless. Most families had someone die in Zhang Yi's hands. And they hated Zhang Yi deeply. As a result, he now turned to Zhang Yi and called him a hero. Are you really taking Zhang Yi for a fool? Zhang Yi curled his lips and said, I have spent a lot of weapons against them. And now it is difficult to protect myself. May everyone wish you good luck. What a joke. Why should I protect you? What does it have to do with me whether you die or not? After Zhang Yi said this, He stopped talking. The people in the group became excited and begged Zhang-Yi to protect them. Zhang-Yi, you can't just watch us die. If we all die, only you two will be left alive. Aren't you lonely? We are all dead. And you will become the target of public criticism sooner or later. I don't know how many people are staring at you. Seeing these words, Zhang-Yi's eyes turned cold. That sentence is right. I don't know how many people are staring at him now. After all, the video Zhang-Yi posted to the group must have been forwarded by his neighbors. When outsiders see it, they are jealous at best. But people from the surrounding apartment buildings had the opportunity to come to 25 and steal everything from him. But he still said nothing. On the contrary, it was Uncle Yu who sent Zhang-Yi a private message, asking with concern whether Zhang-Yi needed help. I know those bastards from 26. I even drank with them before. Damn it. They came here to take advantage of you. I won't let them go. Zhang-Yi, if you have any ideas, tell me, and I will help you deal with them. Zhang-Yi smiled. Uncle Yu, there are quite a few of them. Right? Uncle Yu said yes. There were originally more than 30 of them. But a dozen people have died recently. And there are probably about 20 people left. I know their boss Huang Tianfang. And we were chatting with him a while ago. But this group of dogs lived a bad life and killed many people in 26. Bah! I won't join these bastards. Uncle Yu and those workers all came from the countryside. But workers are mixed in society. But Uncle Yu has been in the army for many years. The thoughts are not on the same level at all. Chapter 77 Zhang-Yi. If you don't come out, I will kill your neighbor. According to Uncle Yu's introduction, Zhang-Yi had a little understanding of those people. That group of workers worked under the name of an engineering company called Tianhe Group. Instead of being informal workers, the work was taken over by the contractor. And they followed the contractor. But they boast that they are employees of Tianhe Group, which gives them more face. So now their group calls itself the Tianhe Gang. And its leader is the skinny short man Huang Tianfang. Zhang-Yi, do you have any plans for them? If you need my help, just say hello. Uncle Yu said. Zhang-Yi smiled faintly. It would be impossible for him to attack the so-called Tianhe Gang. His biggest reliance is this steel fortress. Once you leave the room, it is very dangerous to face that little person number 20. Even if he has a gun in his hand. Uncle Yu, it's better to be on the safe side. I have no plans for revenge just yet. It's mainly just me. Even if you are included, I'm not sure of victory. Unless, with a flash of light in his eyes, he can mobilize all the neighbors in the building. Uncle Yu understood what Zhang-Yi meant. Do you mean that all of us, like Huang Tianfang and his gang, unite to deal with the outside world? Well, that's what it means. Uncle Yu said okay. Then I will put forward this statement in the group. See how many of them are willing. Zhang-Yi smiled and said, Uncle Yu, there is no need for this. If you try to get them to join the group, they will think you have evil intentions. And they will even criticize you. Uncle Yu asked what to do. Zhang-Yi laughed and said, Are we not in a hurry? We have enough supplies at home. So just wait. If the people from the Tianhe Gang can come here for the first time, there will definitely be a second time in the future. If nothing else, they will definitely come back for revenge after I killed so many people. When the time comes, the neighbors in this building will naturally come to us to ask for help. Uncle Yu couldn't help but sigh. Zhang-Yi, you are so clever. The two hit it off and reached an agreement, deciding to ignore the Tianhe Gang for the time being. Among the owners, the neighbors also wanted Zhang-Yi and Uncle Yu to take the lead in dealing with the Tianhe Gang. They are very skilled at moral kidnapping. While praising Zhang-Yi and Uncle Yu, he said they are good people, but Zhang-Yi thinks this is a curse. You are the good person. And your whole family is a good person. At the same time, he made various excuses, saying that he had no food and no strength to fight. Or they refused to come forward on the excuse that they are an old woman. Zhang-Yi knew these shameless neighbors too well, so he just ignored them. Anyway, after the knife hits them, they will naturally know the pain. In the next 2 days, Zhang-Yi began to obtain information from the outside world. Of course, he wouldn't ask it himself, because there were too many people who were concerned about his family's supplies. And the news given to him was likely to be false. He asked Joe Kier and Uncle Yu to help inquire. One of them is a doctor, and the other is a janitor. And they have quite a lot of connections. Zhang-Yi wants to know who in the 30 buildings in their Yuelu community currently poses a threat to him. This information is not difficult to obtain. You will know who has killed more people, and who is the most powerful now. Joe Kier actively took out a pen and paper, and helped Zhang-Yi make a statistical table. Zhang-Yi took it over and took a look. It gave a rough description of the opponent's number of forces and weapons. After reading it, he felt a lot more at ease. After all, Uelu community is positioned as a mid to high-end community, and there are not so many vicious people in it. According to the information obtained by Joe Kier and Uncle Yu, the two main forces that are more troublesome are the two. One is the Trina gang from 26 next door. They are formed with a small engineering team under the Trina group as the core, and have strong combat effectiveness. The main weapons are shovels and steel bars, and there are no guns in his hands. The bomb used against Zhang Yi last time was homemade by a worker in their company who knew how to blast, and its power was limited. The worker had been burned to death by Zhang Yi, so he could no longer continue to make soil bombs. However, no one knows if they still have any inventory. Be careful. Look for opportunities to send a few cannon fodder over to consume their reserves, Zhang Yi said to himself. Besides the Trina gang, there was another force that caught his attention. On the 21st floor, there is a group of young people who call themselves the Mad Wolf Gang. The name sounds extremely average, but his fighting ability is not weak. According to the information Joe Kier obtained, there were students among these people, as well as some idle street kids. They are generally around 20 years old, and there are more than a dozen people in the team. The two leaders were Wang Chong and Xiao Lu. Zhang Yi knew both of these people. The two of them are well-known street gangsters in Uelu community. After graduating from a third-rate university, they stayed at home and grew old. They were not second-generation rich, but they were still middle class. Because he refused to go out to work, he stayed at home. As time went by, I became associated with some people in society. In the past, they could not even compare to one of Qin Zhenghao's toes. But there was no ruthless person like Zhang Yi in their building, so they were allowed to grow bigger. For Zhang Yi, only these two forces can pose a certain threat to him. In other unit buildings, some even have only a dozen residents left. Many people could not bear the horror of the apocalypse, and their mentality collapsed, and they chose to commit suicide. Or they would kill each other due to extreme shortage of supplies, and die cleanly. Zhang Yi felt confident. He told Joe Kier to continue collecting intelligence, and he must find out everything and minimize the danger. Especially whether they have guns is critical. Joe Kier nodded meekly, then picked up the phone and continued to inquire about the news. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu reached a consensus and did not go out at all. Those people from the Tianhe gang hated Zhang Yi deeply because of the losses they suffered last time. 8 of their brothers who had been there for many years died, and the remaining ones were also burned by the fire and were seriously injured. 2 people died of their injuries after returning that night. People from the Trina gang have never suffered this kind of loss. They vowed to kill Zhang Yi to avenge their brothers. However, here comes the twist. The person they hate the most is Zhang Yi, and the person they fear the most is also Zhang Yi. After seeing Zhang Yi's methods, and feeling that Zhang Yi's family was easy to defend but difficult to attack, they did not dare to attack Zhang Yi for the time being. Then what should we do? Then we have no choice but to take action on the neighbors in Zhang Yi's unit building. Huang Tianfang's idea was Zhang Yi. If I can't kill you, why can't I kill your neighbor? When you see your neighbors die tragically, won't you feel guilty? How do you deal with their accusations? If I kill your neighbor, it will be the greatest revenge on you. Huang Tian had quite the spirit of AQ. He knew that persimmons had to be picked softly. So in the following days, he came back with a group of people and raided several homes. After killing someone, he would write in the corridor with blood, Zhang Yi, if you don't come out, I will kill all your neighbors. Chapter 78 Neighbors Ask for Protection. Huang Tianfang thought he was smart and killed more than 25 people to force Zhang Yi out. If this were the protagonist of the Madonna movie, she would definitely not be able to bear it anymore and must stand up and negotiate with Huang Tianfang. But it's a pity that instead of feeling guilty, Zhang Yi was happy. His purpose was to let Huang Tianfang kill more neighbors and cause panic. These neighbors had to beg him to take action. Sure enough, after just 2 days, the neighbors couldn't take it anymore. They saw the bloody words left by Huang Tianfang when he left, and agreed that the current problem could be solved only by Zhang Yi going out to face Huang Tianfang. As a result, Zhang Yi was bombarded by various people in the group, and there was an endless stream of private messages and voice calls. Zhang Yi opened the group chat and took a look at the neighbors' reactions. Zhang Yi, you have to solve the trouble you caused. You brought those people from the Trina gang and you killed them. What does that have to do with us? Yes. One person does the work and one person is responsible. You can't let us bear this price for you. Right? They said that if you don't come out, they won't stop killing you. Zhang Yi, if you have some conscience, Just solve this matter yourself. Do you really have the heart to watch everyone die because of you? Zhang Yi smiled immediately when he saw the messages from these people. He wasn't too angry because he knew very well the urinary nature of his neighbors. He casually sent a few messages to the group. It's not like I asked them to come. Why? They came to kill me. But I killed them in return. And in the end, they became my fault? You yourself are incapable of resisting them. And it's none of my business. You also said that those people are too dangerous. In this case, I won't go out anymore. My house is still safe. After speaking, Zhang Yi also sent a smiling emoji. This made the neighbors in the building very angry. Zhang Yi, you are safe. What do you want us to do? Didn't you harm us all? Why should we face the people you recruited for you? Do you have any conscience like this? Faced with the accusations from his neighbors, Zhang Yi burst out laughing. Zhang Yi is very aware of their shamelessness. He sneered and said mockingly, "What do I care about you? Does it have anything to do with me whether you die or not? Don't talk to me about your conscience. When they attacked my house, which one of you didn't have a share? That means I'm being generous and didn't come to the door with a gun and kill you all one by one. You are screaming. Are you worthy of talking to me about your conscience?" he said in a sinister tone. "Do you really think I dare not kill you?" Zhang Yi's last words blocked the words in many people's throats. Only then did they remember that Zhang Yi was not someone to be trifled with. How did Chen Jinghao die? It was frozen alive into ice cubes and then smashed to pieces. This is what Zhang Yi did. Zhang Yi stopped talking and sent a message to Uncle Yu. "Uncle Yu, it's your turn to show off," Uncle Yu said. "Don't worry. I'll take care of it." Among the owners, those owners were overwhelmed by Zhang Yi's scolding. The moral kidnapping failed and the negotiation broke down. Which means that next, they still have to face the Trina gang who will rush in and kill people who knows when. Most of the 25-year-old men were killed or injured. And now only Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu were enough to show off their remaining combat power. This is how to do all. I thought that if Chen Jinghao died, we would be able to survive. It turned out that those people from the Trina gang were even more cruel. Chen Jinghao killed people to establish prestige and food rations. Huang Tianfang and others killed people for revenge. They killed people when they saw them and didn't think too much about it. Could it be that we really just have to wait to die? Damn it. Why did this world become what it is now? Is a barbaric society the norm in the future? The snowstorm will not be over for a short time. And we will all be buried in this snowstorm. Many people fell into deep despair and thought they had no more days to live. And at this moment, Uncle Yu, who was usually taciturn, suddenly appeared. Don't panic. Everyone. There are only about 20 people in the Trina gang. If we unite as one, we can fight against them. The appearance of Uncle Yu made many people's eyes light up. After all, this veteran doorman always seems to be simple and reliable. Uncle Yu, fortunately you are here. You haven't spoken recently. I thought you were dead too. Great. With Uncle Yu here, everyone's safety is guaranteed. Uncle Yu, tell me what to do. Everyone will definitely support you. When Uncle Yu saw what the neighbor said, his eyelids couldn't help but tremble. Support me? Does that mean you still want me to come on? And you guys can watch the excitement from behind? He was simply speechless. Uncle Yu said, "Hey, it's useless to rely on me alone. Our family's supplies have also been exhausted. We haven't eaten for several days, and now we are so hungry that we have no energy. You guys are probably in the same situation as me. In this state, why should we compete with the Trina gang?" Some of the neighbors were silent. For some neighbors, the quality of their food is actually pretty good these days. And all they eat is barbecue. Once you're mentally numb, the stuff actually tastes pretty good. Uncle Yu, what should we do? In fact, everyone is short of food. And there is nothing we can do to help you. Just now I said that I fully support it. But now I can't even bear to show my stuttering. If you have any suggestions, please mention them. Everyone listens to you. Here again the nice words start to be said. Uncle Yu said that our building now has to compete with other buildings. So we can only rely on Zhang Yi. There are many weapons in Zhang Yi's house. And he has enough food every day to have strength. Letting him lead us is the most appropriate choice. Everyone stared with big eyes and small eyes. Quite speechless. They just made Zhang Yi angry. And now they want Zhang Yi to lead them. Is this a joke? However, Zhang Yi just said that we should fend for ourselves. He wouldn't leave the house. And we couldn't call him out. However, it would be best if he could lead us. They feel that although Zhang Yi is hateful, he is indeed very powerful. Half the people in the unit building died in his hands. What about the vicious thug Chen Jinghao? Wasn't it smashed into pieces by Zhang Yi? Uncle Yu said. So be it. Zhang Yi and I can still talk a few words. I'll go talk to him and see if I can persuade him to come out. Everyone quickly said, Uncle Yu. It all depends on you. Chapter 79 Conquering Neighbors as Cannon Fodder. Zhang Yi saw all the conversations in the group. Uncle Yu turned around and sent a private message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. What should we do now? Zhang Yi said that the heat is almost done. When the time comes, you can help me and make these people listen to me honestly. Use both kindness and power to make them obedient, so that our building will be safe in the future. Zhang Yi doesn't know whether they are safe or not, but Zhang Yi will definitely become safer anyway. Moreover, many of these neighbors will be sent to the front line as cannon fodder by Zhang Yi. Basically all of them have family members who were killed by Zhang Yi, and they will definitely take revenge if there is a chance in the future. So it's best to kill them now. After Uncle Yu and Zhang Yi finished their discussion, they returned to the group of owners. Uncle Yu pretended to give Zhang Yi. Everyone needs you very much now. If you were the only household in this building, you would be lonely. Right? So now please show your kindness and help everyone. Everyone will definitely thank you from the bottom of their hearts. The neighbors also spoke quickly. Yes. Yes. As long as you can save us, everyone will be grateful to you. From now on, you will have the final say in our building. Zhang Yi. The lives of our whole family are in your hands. Nice words came pouring in at no price. Zhang Yi sneered. I came here to talk to you just for Uncle Yu's sake. But I don't bother to care about you at all. I live a good life myself. So why should I care about you? You still have to go out and work extremely hard, risking your life. I feel it's not worth it. The more Zhang Yi said this, the less sure those neighbors felt. Zhang Yi. Stop. Big deal. We will do whatever you ask us to do from now on. Okay? Effortlessly living. Even if they fall into a desperate situation, they will not want to die as long as they have a glimmer of hope of living. Zhang Yi asked with a sneer. Yeah. You will do whatever I ask you to do? Do you all agree? The neighbors hesitated for a while. Someone said that as long as you don't let us die. Any other conditions are fine. Zhang Yi asked back. I asked you to get your weapons and fight the Tiana gang. Do you want to go? The group suddenly became quiet. No one said anything. They were all waiting for others to take the lead. Zhang Yi laughed loudly and said, You just want me to fight for my life. Right. Okay. Then I don't care about you either. When Huang Tianfang and his men come to kill you, just stick out your neck and let them chop it. Goodbye. Uncle Yu is anxious. Zhang Yi. Please stop. We guys will definitely listen to you. Anyway, you are going to die. If you give it a try, you still have a chance to live. I will do it with you. With that said, he started to mobilize the big guys again. What are you still hesitating about? If we all work together to survive, do we have to wait for someone to name them and kill them one by one? Uncle Yu's encouragement really worked, thinking that there is still a way to survive if they give it a try. Everyone spoke up and agreed to follow Zhang Yi's orders. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu sang together and gained control of the entire building. He said calmly, Okay. From now on everything must be done according to my wishes. The situation is serious, and the enemy may attack at any time. Any passive and slack behavior is regarded as a betrayal of the entire building owner. When the time comes, don't blame me for killing that person directly. Zhang Yi scanned the list of group members. Don't let me discover those people who hide quietly and refuse to come out to fight. If you find one, kill it immediately. If you want to get up and pick fruits, there is no way. Zhang Yi said this because he did a rough calculation and found that there were only about 20 people talking in the group. Obviously, some people didn't say anything because they planned to act like an ostrich and let Zhang Yi lead others to fight for their lives. When Zhang Yi said this, the neighbors who agreed to join Zhang Yi in facing the enemy were not happy either. Fang Lin. Come out. I know you're not dead. I saw you digging in the snow yesterday. Lian Yilu. Where are you? Stop hiding it. And don't pretend you haven't seen the group message. We will come find you then. The neighbors looked at the ostriches with red eyes. People are selfish. They are determined to risk their lives. And of course, they don't want to watch other people pretend to be grandchildren and hide behind their backs. As a last resort, those people also showed up. Ah, I just fell asleep and saw the message. Hey, what's going on? Are you going to fight back? That's great. I'm not afraid of death. I just didn't see it. A group of people said guiltily. Zhang Yi doesn't care about that. In short, since everyone has chosen me to be the building leader, they must obey my orders. Anyone who dares to stay behind is betraying all the owners and deserves to die. The owners didn't dare to speak. They knew Zhang Yi would really kill them. The more than 50 dead souls are bloody evidence. After waving the stick, Zhang Yi thought for a moment and prepared to give them a carrot. Don't worry. I, Zhang Yi, am a kind person and can't bear to see you starve. As long as you obey, I will go out and help you find supplies. Zhang Yi had planned this matter a while ago. Since there are engineering teams that can use blasting technology, it is difficult to guarantee that more powerful enemies will not appear in the future. He lives on the 24th floor. Although the entire house is made of metal, if the downstairs collapses, it will also have a great impact on his house. That's why he wanted to raise a group of cannon fodder to live down there, to serve as sentinels for him, and to help him die when necessary. Raising them will definitely not be possible without supplies. Zhang Yi was reluctant to give them the supplies in his space, so he needed to go out and look for them. Moreover, his weapons and ammunition are consumed relatively quickly. He had used up 20 rounds of ammunition in the battle a few days ago, and he needed to consider going out to find more weapons and equipment. As for how to get around, the question is simple. The snow outside was more than 10 meters thick, and the vehicles were turned into rubbish. However, there is a vehicle specifically designed for driving on snow, the snowmobile. There are 5 snowmobiles in Zhang Yi's space. 2 are snowmobiles with cockpits, and there are 3 small snowmobiles. In this era of heavy snow and city closures, other people have to spend a lot of effort to leave their homes. But he can travel freely throughout the city. The owner group was in a state of shock. Zhang Yi, can you go out to find supplies? It was snowing so heavily, and it was impossible to drive. Do you want to walk out in the snow? Then he shouldn't freeze to death? Zhang Yi said that no matter how bad the environment outside is, for everyone, I have to go out and give it a try. Don't worry. I have been working in warehousing for many years. I know where there are warehouses, large shopping malls, and supermarkets in Tianhai City. Finding supplies is not difficult for me. Chapter 80 Snowmobile. It was as if the neighbors had found a savior. Even some people whose hearts were filled with despair, and who were already wrapped in quilts at home waiting to die. Their eyes burst out with light at this time. Zhang Yi, can you really go out to find supplies and come back? If that's the case, we can survive. Although the city is closed due to heavy snowfall, the amount of materials our society has produced in the past few decades is actually enough for us to survive. Zhang Yi, I really do. So touching. We did that to you back then, and you still do it now. Some choked up. It turned out that almost everyone in their family died at the hands of Zhang Yi. But now their hatred for Zhang Yi seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden, and there was only gratitude left in their hearts. Zhang Yi said deeply, since I became the building manager, I have to be responsible for everyone. Moreover, the supplies at my home are running out. Going out to look for supplies is the only way for us to survive. Zhang Yi said this, and everyone felt more at ease. In the apocalypse, if you say you do good people and good deeds, others will always think you are hypocritical in retrospect. But if you also have interests and needs, everyone will think that is normal. After all, it has been almost a month since the end of the world. Many people in the neighbor's home starved to death. Therefore, they believe that no matter how much supplies Zhang Yi hoards at home, they will one day run out. What's more, now that there are 2 people in their family, supplies are being consumed faster. The neighbors were very grateful to Zhang Yi and praised him like a god in their words. So much so that Zhou Qir said with a smile that if you establish a sect at this time, you can become the founder. Religion develops fastest during times of disaster, because people always need a spiritual sustenance. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, saying there was no need to be so complicated with a group of cannon fodder. As long as I use a piece of moldy steamed bun, I can make them treat me more kindly than their own father. Zhou Qir asked curiously, do you really want to go out? There was a hint of worry and guilt in her eyes. Zhang Yi understood that she really thought that Zhang Yi was running out of supplies, and felt that she was dragging Zhang Yi down. Zhang Yi pinched her pink little face, squinted his eyes and smiled and said, don't worry. The supplies at home are enough to feed you. I'm just looking for a suitable opportunity to go out and take a look at what's going on outside. Normally, Zhang Yi would not dare to go out for fear of being attacked by crazy neighbors. But now, he has become everyone's hope for survival. So naturally they will not attack him. Zhou Qir nodded. Then I'll go with you. She knew that Zhang Yi did not completely trust her, so she took the initiative to go with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked at her with deep eyes, and shook his head slowly but firmly. Now that we have this kind of relationship, do you think I will still doubt you? Women should stay at home and wait for your man to come back. Johnny slowly stood up. Joe Kier's eyes were filled with emotion. But this feeling did not last long. Because Johnny quickly put the remaining food and coal in the home into the space. I trust you 100%. Johnny said with a smile. Joe Kier. She looked speechless. She was touched by Johnny just now. But she didn't expect that he would immediately return to his original expression. Johnny ignored Joe Kier's sad expression and went back to the room to change clothes. This was the first time he chose to leave the unit building after the end of the world. The city is closed due to heavy snow. And no living creatures can be seen outside. So the risk factor is not that high. However, out of caution, Johnny still put on a calfskin jacket. Even if you stab this thing with a knife, you won't be able to pierce it without enough strength. After thinking carefully, he found 2 pans in a different space and placed one on the front and back of his body. In this way, even if you encounter an opponent with a gun, an ordinary pistol will not be able to damage his vitals. Finally, he put on his winter clothes. At this time, the body already looks very bloated, but full of security. Johnny took out a crowbar more than 1 meter long and tried it in his hand. In real fights, this thick crowbar is actually more useful than a machete. The wound caused by the knife will not make the person lose his fighting ability immediately. But after such a blow to the body, he will fall down immediately. Johnny took the crowbar, filled the pistol magazine, and put it in his pocket. After being fully armed, he left the house. The temperature outside is very cold. And even if you are wearing the same professional-grade sportswear worn by the national mountaineering team, you can still feel a chill. However, this kind of coldness will not affect Johnny. After going out for some exercise, his body will warm up. He held the crowbar in both hands and walked slowly down the stairs. Before leaving, he would observe the surrounding situation. Be careful, and nothing will happen. There were no problems along the way. After all, there are still very few people who overestimate their capabilities. Johnny came to the 4th floor. Due to the actions of the Trina gang and others, most of the residents here have moved to high-rise buildings. And there is no one living below the 10th floor. Johnny pushed the door open and entered. The inside was in a mess. The windows had been smashed. And even the weak anti-theft window had a big hole opened. The wind invaded the building through this large hole. Whistling, Johnny climbed out carefully along the hole. When his feet landed on the ground, the ice and snow reached directly to his knees. However, due to the increasing amount of snow, the bottom was already somewhat compacted, and it did not sink his whole body. But walking on this kind of snow is also difficult. Johnny raised his head and looked around. The huge Uelu community was completely silent, with nothing but the sound of wind in the air. He didn't see the prying eyes of others either. Johnny took out the snowmobile from the alien space. Before arriving, it was already filled with gas. Driving this kind of car is not complicated. Johnny knew how to operate it after thinking about it for a while and reading the instructions. He got into the car, turned the key, and then the engine roared. Johnny drove the snowmobile all the way outside the community. When leaving the community, Johnny seemed to feel that some people were looking at him through the window. This is not surprising. After all, there are no traces of humans outside now. And the sound of the motorcycle is very harsh. It looks like someone will be greedy for me because of this snowmobile in the future. A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. He wasn't afraid of exposing the snowmobile's presence. There are too many people who want to take advantage of him. Not to mention that now, it is not surprising to kill someone just for a piece of biscuit. In Zhang Yi's own words, he has too many debts. The heavy snow has submerged many small houses, and nothing can be seen on the streets. But after living here for more than 20 years, Johnny can roughly figure out the direction through those high-rise landmark buildings. So for him, there is no problem of getting lost. Chapter 81 Police Station's Weaponry. The dead Tianhai City. The vast white snowflakes drowned everything. Looking from a high altitude, only the shadows of some high-rise buildings could be seen, and the rest was all pure white snow. Johnny was riding a snowmobile, galloping quickly on the snow. I have been self-isolating at home for almost a month, and this is the first time I have gone racing. The wind whizzes by my ears, and it's such a great feeling. Johnny couldn't help but howl a few times. The movement of this motorcycle is particularly eye-catching. Johnny drove along and saw figures flashing behind the glass of some high-rise buildings. Even if it is the end of the world, some creatures with tenacious vitality like humans will always survive strongly. Like locusts, this extremely cold pattern is like pesticide spraying. But after this disaster, the surviving humans will slowly adapt. Johnny touched the gun in his pocket and suddenly felt safe in his heart. Everyone alive in this city may become a potential threat. In the last days, never believe in human nature. Zhang Yi's first stop was not the supermarket around him. He rode his bike and went straight to the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Because there must be weapons stored there. Zhang Yi kept that sentence in mind: all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Therefore, the more weapons, especially thermal weapons, the better. After driving for more than half an hour, Zhang Yi arrived at the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. At this time, most of the area was submerged. Originally a 6-story building, the lower 3 floors were completely invisible. Fortunately, the Public Security Bureau is an independent building, and its single-story height is higher than that of a residential building. Otherwise, if Zhang Yi comes more than 10 days later, nothing will be left here. Zhang Yi parked his motorcycle in front of the 4th-floor window. He got out of the car, took out the key, then picked up a crowbar and smashed it. Wow! The tempered glass was shattered all over the floor. Zhang Yi took out a gun from his pocket and entered the building. It was pitch dark inside. But this was not a problem for Zhang Yi. He took out a miner's lamp directly from another space. This is used by workers who mine underground. It is small in size but very bright. After turning on the light, it is like a small sun, illuminating the surrounding area exceptionally brightly. Zhang Yi didn't understand the internal structure of the Public Security Bureau, so he had to search house by house. When he arrived at the 2nd floor covered with ice and snow, when he forcefully pried open a locked room, the scene inside made him slightly moved. In the corner of the room, 7 or 8 police officers huddled together. Their bodies were wrapped in thin blankets, and their bodies had become whiter than snow. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, feeling somewhat sad. They were all police officers working the night shift. When the snowstorm came, they didn't even have clothes to keep out the cold. Judging from their appearance before death, they must have been frozen to death. Zhang Yi wanted to bury them, but after thinking about it for a while, I felt that being buried in the ice and snow outside in this place where they had dedicated their efforts for many years might also be a kind of satisfaction. He bowed his head and paid a silent tribute to those who had protected the city. He then moved around the bodies and continued his search. There are a lot of clutter in the police station, so searching is a waste of time. When Zhang Yi got tired, he took out a piece of pure cocoa butter chocolate from the space. After eating it, he replenished his strength and continued to move. It took almost 2 hours before Zhang Yi found the gun warehouse, but it was locked outside. Zhang Yiqiu couldn't pry it open for a long time, so he had to slap his forehead and go back to find the key. Fortunately, he knew that this thing must be in the duty room, and it was not difficult to find. After Zhang Yi got the key, he opened the door smoothly. Opening the gun magazine opened Zhang Yi's horizons. There are many firearms inside, including pistols and rifles, dozens in total. Zhang Yi even found a big sniper. But this was the first time he had seen these things, and he couldn't even name them or use them. Zhang Yi didn't care about so many things, so he put them all away so that he could study them slowly when he went back. Especially the sniper rifle. This thing is simply a top-notch thing. It won't be too fun to use wretcheding people in the future. Even if the marksmanship is not that accurate, at least it can still scare people. Zhang Yi feels that he is quite talented in shooting and can be regarded as a semi-professional player. Especially his skill in using pistols is very good. After rebirth, perhaps because his mind became firmer and his marksmanship became more decisive. When they were fighting the Trina gang before, the bullets almost never missed. I am a shooting genius. Zhang Yi smiled proudly, which seemed to be a kind of self-mockery. Later, he found more than 1,000 rounds of ammunition in the gun magazine. There is also an old gun that was confiscated. It has been there for I don't know how many years. It's hard to say whether it can be fired. Zhang Yi didn't mind it either, and kept them all. This time, Zhang Yi made a lot of money. In addition to guns and ammunition, Zhang Yi also found more than a dozen pieces of body armor, and a complete set of explosion-proof equipment. For example, riot helmets, riot shields and batons. These things will be enough for me to form a team with good combat effectiveness in the future. Zhang Yi couldn't be happier. He took all these things. Just by finding these, his life today was not in vain. Inside the police station, Zhang Yi had a great harvest. This also allowed him to confirm one thing: there are still a lot of supplies outside. After all, it snowed heavily in the middle of the night on December 12th. When people woke up the next day, the snow in front of their doors was more than 1 meter thick, and the temperature reached dozens of degrees below zero. Therefore, at that time, most people did not realize that the end of the world was coming, nor did they start frantically buying supplies. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late to go out. Zhang Yi found what he wanted and left the police station. A thick layer of snow has fallen on the motorcycle outside. Only then did Zhang Yi realize that he had been out for most of the day. It's time to get them some pig food. Zhang Yi thought of those bastard neighbors and said lightly. He walked around and found a supermarket that had not been completely buried. Then he got in through a broken window from above. When I got inside, I found that most of the items in the supermarket were empty, and the shelves were as clean as if they had just been bought. There were some frozen rotten vegetable leaves on the ground. Zhang Yi touched his chin and said that this place is relatively close to residential areas and is a convenience supermarket. So it's no surprise that everything was robbed. But no one goes to those big shopping malls in urban areas and suburbs. Many new large shopping malls are generally not located too close to residential areas because the cost of acquiring land is too high. Zhang Yi himself works in warehousing, so of course he knows which large shopping mall in Tianhai City is far away from the crowd. So he got on the snowmobile and drove towards the economic development zone. A Wanda Mall was just built there 2 years ago. The nearest residential building is 3 kilometers away, so the probability of it being sold out is relatively low. Chapter 82 Food for the Neighbors. Zhang Yi came to the Wanda Mall in the economic development zone. After arriving, we could only see one roof. He followed the same example, broke the glass above, and climbed in with a climbing rope. After entering the mall, there are still traces of the once prosperous scene inside. In a circular shopping mall, exquisite products are displayed in each store. Expensive clothing, shoes, and various daily necessities are not worth a penny at this time, and can be taken away casually. Zhang Yi selected some useful merchandise stores, and directly stuffed everything in the store into his own space. The supermarket is on the basement floor. After gathering the supplies casually, he walked to the negative level. As he expected, since this place was far away from human habitation, the goods inside were still full. But the quality is really hard to describe. Part of the mall collapsed due to the blizzard, and cold air entered it, so the shelves inside were covered with frost. The cold air ruined the food here. Some puffed food and biscuits even had ice layers on them, especially the vegetable area. Although it is not rotten and smelly, it is also seriously dehydrated, and I am afraid that it will lose any taste in your mouth. The meat area is relatively good. It's all frozen into ice lumps. It's authentic zombie meat. As for fish tanks, they will burst after freezing, so don't expect to eat fish. In short, in normal times, the food here would have been thrown away as garbage. Either send it to a food factory through connections and process it into prepared dishes. Zhang Yi shrugged, and I wouldn't eat these things if they were given to me for free. He didn't even bother to take them into his own alien space. He doesn't lack supplies anyway, so why would he want these low-quality goods? However, these are not important, even if the quality of these foods is poor. To those neighbors who haven't eaten normal food for a long time, they are still the best delicacies in the world. Zhang Yi took out 2 large luggage bags from the space, and then randomly threw some rotten vegetable leaves and zombie meat into them. They also stuffed them with some bread and biscuits that had swollen due to moisture. 2 large bags were quickly filled. Zhang Yi didn't plan to touch the other things, so he just left them here. Maybe he could save other people's lives in the future, but he didn't need to be taken away anyway. After doing all this, Zhang Yi glanced at the Rolex on his wrist. This is a famous watch that has been treated with cold protection and can still operate at extremely low temperatures. Maybe the time is not exact, but at least I can get a rough idea. The time displayed by Rolex was 3:30 p.m. It will take almost an hour to get back to Yuelu community from here. Zhang Yi didn't waste any time. Anyway, he will still have the opportunity to come out again in the future, and no one can compete with him. He will leave other places to explore slowly in the future. Zhang Yi left the supermarket with the supplies he had collected and started riding back on his snowmobile. By the time he returned to Yuelu community, the sky was already dark. Boom! The sound of the engine is particularly obvious in the quiet community. As soon as he came back, faces appeared in the windows of every building, staring at him. 26. In a room on the 15th floor, Huang Tianfang, the leader of the Tianhe gang, squinted his eyes and stared at the brand new snowmobile. Half of his face was burned by fire, making him look even more ferocious. That night, although several of them escaped by chance, but half of his face was also licked by the tongue of fire, turning him into what he is now. There is actually something like this that can run in the snow. If we can use such a good thing, we can go out to find food in the future. Where is the need to eat those sour meats? A dark and fat man next to him glanced at him and said, "Second uncle, I know this. In our area, This thing is called a sledge. This is an electric sledge. Huang Tianfeng's eyes were fixed on Zhang Yi's snowmobile. And he said in a deep voice that no matter what it was, we had to find a way to get it for him. Huang Tianfeng is not the only one who thinks so. Everyone who stared at Zhang Yi thought so. After more than half a month of isolation, many of them have gone crazy. And it is only a matter of time before the rest of them go crazy and die. They need to get out of here and find food and space to survive. The heavy snow in the sky originally hindered them. But Zhang Yi's snowmobile rekindled their hope. Zhang Yi could feel the greed and naked murderous intent contained in so many eyes. But when he touched the pistol on his waist and thought about the large number of weapons and equipment he found today, he felt very relieved. After getting off the motorcycle, Zhang Yi raised his head and found that his 25-year-old neighbors were also looking at him excitedly. These neighbors stared intently at the 2 luggage bags Zhang Yi brought back. Zhang Yi curled his lips and pretended to drive the snowmobile to the underground garage at the back. Bypassing everyone's perspective, he put the snowmobile into space. Then he walked back with 2 duffel bags. There were a lot of things, so his footprints were also very deep. This made the 25-year-old neighbors so excited that they even leaned on the windows and started to scream. Huang Tianfeng and others next door also had their eyes shining brightly. Second uncle, could that be food? Fatty He asked excitedly, pointing at Zhang Yi. Huang Tianfeng cursed and said nonsense. If you don't look for food when you go out at this time, is it possible to find a woman? Hearing this, a group of Trina gang workers around him swallowed their saliva and gathered around. Got something to eat? Did he find something to eat outside? Great. There is still food outside. We are saved. What else can you say? Go hack him. Grab everything, including his car. A group of people shouted with red eyes. Huang Tianfeng pondered for a moment and said coldly, don't worry. This kid should be Zhang Yi who killed Chen Zhenghao. This guy is very vicious. He killed so many of our brothers last time. So we have to be careful. And I heard he had a gun. Even if we want to do it, we have to do it quietly. Huang Tianfeng was very cautious. Although the 2 buildings are next to each other, they are still tens of meters apart. Across the thick ice and snow, running over it is like a living target. So although they were covetous of the supplies Zhang Yi brought back, they didn't act rashly. But if there are calm people, there will naturally be impulsive people. The next few workers were not satisfied with Huang Tianfeng's arrangement. Several people discussed it and decided that if they didn't take action now, they would have no chance when Zhang Yi returned to the house. So a few people sneaked downstairs carrying knives and wrenches. Zhang Yi carried the supplies through the window and entered the corridor. Then took out his mobile phone and told Uncle Yu that he was back and asked him to come and pick him up. In fact, he didn't need to say it. Uncle Yu also heard the movement of the snowmobile. Uncle Yu had already hurried over to pick up Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. You found so much. Looking at the 2 large luggage bags Zhang Yi was carrying, Uncle Yu's eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. It was snowing heavily outside. And if someone else had gone out, they might not even be able to find the way. Professional matters really need to be done by professionals. Chapter 83 Attackers. Zhang Yi said lightly that it was indeed difficult to find supplies outside. As soon as I went out, I visited all the supermarkets and shopping malls nearby that I still remember. As a result, the surrounding shopping malls had been robbed long ago. And there was nothing left. But I didn't give up. I knew everyone was waiting for me. In order to keep everyone fed. Even if I searched all over Tianhai City, I would still find something to eat and bring it back to everyone. As a last resort, I had to wander around the city and finally found this thing in a shopping mall. Zhang Yi handed the 2 bags to Uncle Yu, went back to open the door for Zhou Qier, and walked down with Zhou Qier. Then he sent a message to the group, calling neighbors to come get food. Soon, those neighbors arrived in droves. The stairs were full of people standing on each floor. These skinny and hungry neighbors stared at the luggage bag in front of Zhang Yi with expectant and greedy eyes. Some people are ready to make a move and even plan to rob them. But when they saw clearly the dark iron bump on Zhang Yi's right hand, they became afraid again. Zhang Yi squinted his eyes and said with a smile, I have spent a lot of effort to get these supplies for you. He motioned to Zhou Qier to open the duffel bag. Zhou Qier obeyed the order, opened the zipper, and dumped the contents of the duffel bag on the ground. Wow! A lot of food appeared in front of everyone. There are vegetables, meat, bread and biscuits. Although the quality seems to be a bit worrying. Most of them were things that dogs would not eat in the past. But now, when these long-hungry neighbors saw them, their eyes glowed green with excitement. Uncle Yu raised his fist and shouted, Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi! The neighbors immediately understood and shouted along, raising their fists and shouting at the top of their lungs. Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi, you are our great hero. Big brother. From now on you are my real brother. Please accept my little brother's respect. Now even if Zhang Yi lets them crawl over like dogs, they will be obedient. The temptation of food is just too great. Among the crowd, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning struggled to squeeze out. The two of them looked very embarrassed at this time, with their hair greasy and messy, like two female lunatics. Seeing Zhang Yi bringing back so much food, Fang Yuqing excitedly waved and shouted to Zhang Yi, "Brother, I am Qing'er." She looked at the heroic Zhang Yi and felt happy in her heart. Now she still feels that Zhang Yi loves her very much. And even if Zhou Qi is around, he will still have lingering feelings for her. So with so much food, I will definitely give her some more. Lin Caning followed her and begged Yuqing, "We are good best friends. Then help me ask Zhang Yi for some food to eat." Fang Yuqing glanced at Lin Caning with disgust and pushed her away. "Get out of here, you bitch." The slapstick here made Zhang Yi frown. Someone immediately yelled at them, "Don't make trouble and listen to brother Zhang Yi." The people around them stared at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, and the two of them suddenly became more honest. Fang Yuqing whispered, "Why are you so mean? Do you know what my relationship is with brother Zhang Yi?" Zhang Yi saw that everyone was honest, and then said that it took a lot of effort to find these supplies this time. The original intention is to share it with everyone. His tone suddenly turned cold. "But this is a critical moment, and I will never support idle people. After eating these things, you have to take up arms against the enemy. If anyone dares to eat and refuse to work, I guarantee that he will vomit out as much as he eats." Looking at the gun in Zhang Yi's hand and the food on the ground, everyone nodded and surrendered to Zhang Yi's carrot and stick methods. "Okay, let's divide the food." After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he was ready to roll his name. At this moment, two arms appeared outside the window on the 4th floor. Several workers from the Tianhe gang broke in. When they saw so much food on the ground, their excited eyes were so bright. "Brother Zhao, there's a lot of food. Let's give it away," a worker said excitedly. "What else is there to say? Grab it." The 4 workers took out their weapons and slashed at Zhang Yi. This group of people is really ruthless. Even if there are dozens of people in front of them, they don't care, because they also see that everyone else is just a sheep, and there are very few people who can really fight. Zhang Yi's pupil shrank, and he instinctively pulled out his gun and pointed it at them. But suddenly, he changed his mind. He didn't fire, but retreated back, shouting that these foods are for you. Don't let them take them away. Whoever kills one person will be rewarded with food for 5 people. As soon as these words came out, the originally fearful neighbors, who just wanted to run away, stopped. Yes, these foods were brought to them by Zhang Yi. What would they eat if they were robbed? Food is life. Without food, wouldn't we still be dead? What's more, Zhang Yi said that if one person is satisfied, he will provide food for 5 people. The neighbors looked around. There were dozens of them. They were afraid of birds. At first, a few young men gritted their teeth, took out weapons from their bodies, and rushed forward. Now everyone keeps their weapons with them when they go out, which is very convenient. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, retreated to the rear with his pistol pointed in front to prevent some people from taking advantage of the chaos to grab food. The 4 members of the Tianhe gang were caught off guard. They originally thought that these weaklings would be scared and run away, but for some reason, they suddenly rushed forward as if they had been beaten to death. In the blink of an eye, everyone fell into a chaotic fight. There is not much space on the 4th floor. Dozens of people are crowded together, and shovels, steel pipes and kitchen knives make ping-pong-pong sounds. Everyone was desperate for food. Coupled with the extremely cold temperature conditions, everyone would not feel much pain even if they were injured. Soon someone was injured, but before they fell, they were still waving the weapons in their hands desperately. Uncle Yu was the main force in the battle. He waved an iron rod in his hand, roaring and smashing it down. Although the 4 members of the Trina gang are not afraid of death, they cannot hold up so many people. Soon they were all knocked to the ground. The air was filled with the roar of people. This is an emotional outlet. After all, they have been living in fear of death for this period of time, and they are attacked by people from the Trina gang every day. So now, they felt much happier after they had neatly dealt with the 4 members of the Tianhe gang. Their fear of the Trina gang has also been reduced a lot. After the battle, 6 people lay on the ground. In addition to the 4 people from the Tianhe gang, there were also 2 neighbors in the building. Zhou Qiu frowned slightly when he saw this scene. As a professional surgeon, she knew that the two men might still be saved, but it requires professional surgical conditions, as well as a lot of drugs and blood transfusions. Judging from today's living environment, that is simply impossible. She sighed helplessly. Is this a lost world? Chapter 84I. Zhang Yi. Don't raise waste. Zhang Yi looked at the neighbors in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Only after they kill someone can these neighbors become qualified vanguard cannon fodder. It will be much easier to help him deal with attacks from other units in the future. And all he needs to pay is a little junk food and various empty promises. Bang bang bang. Zhang Yi smiled and clapped his hands. Well done. Did you see it? As long as we are united, what do these people have to fear? Zhang Yi looked forward and waved to the two most hardworking young people. Come here. Both of you. The two young men looked happy and came to Zhang Yi without wiping the blood on their faces. Zhang Yi stretched out his hand, grabbed a large handful of food from the ground, and stuffed it into someone's arms. If one handful is not enough, get another one. Bloated bread, moldy biscuits, dehydrated vegetable leaves, and a large piece of whitish zombie meat. These are all really good things. When other neighbors saw the scene, they all swallowed their saliva with envy, wishing those things were theirs. Zhang Yi stuffed a lot of things into both of them, and then patted them on the shoulders. Work hard, and as long as you keep this momentum in the future, I won't treat you badly. The two young men were so excited that their bodies were shaking. These things are enough for them to eat for several days. They all shed tears. It's been too long since I've had normal food. Brother Zhang Yi, we will definitely follow you and work hard in the future. We all listen to you. You are my brother. The two young men, namely Chengmin and Jiang Lei, shouted at the top of their lungs. At this time, when they looked at Zhang Yi's eyes, they were all filled with gratitude. When other neighbors saw hope, they secretly regretted it. Why didn't they put in more effort just now? This scene was exactly what Zhang Yi wanted to see. After rewarding the two young men who contributed the most, Zhang Yi said to the others that it was time to distribute the food. Come one by one. Zhang Yi saw everyone's performance just now. He will give more to those who perform hard, and less to those who perform poorly. However, most people get just a piece of bread or 2 bags of biscuits no bigger than a child's hand. Zhang Yi has raised dogs, so he understands the truth. If your dog is fed too much every day, it will become lazy and less obedient. Therefore, the best way is to keep it hungry, but always in a hungry state. Only in this way can the dog be kept obedient. The same goes for people. The neighbors were a little disappointed when they saw the little food in their hands, but they didn't dare to say anything, because Zhang Yi first showed them 2 typical examples. If you say you don't have enough food, it's only because you don't work hard. Look at Li Chengmin and Jiang Lei. Why do they only have so much food? Look less for problems from others and more for the reasons from yourself. Su Hao. Zhang Yi pointed at Su Hao, the second-generation rich man. Su Hao came over quickly and stretched out his hands to find my food. Zhang Yi looked at him with some disgust, then kicked the ground with his feet twice, and casually took a piece of fruit candy and put it in his hand. This is your food. Neighbors around him jeered. Even those who did not receive much food felt much more balanced at this time. Look, although I receive less food, there are others who have less food than me. Haha. Su Hao is such an unlucky guy. Su Hao's eyes widened, and a strong sense of humiliation enveloped his heart. He yelled angrily, Are you kidding me? Why do I only have 1 candy? Zhang Yi sneered and said, Do you still have the nerve to scream? Just now when others were taking action, you were hanging around behind from the beginning to the end. You didn't even touch those people. I gave you this candy out of kindness. Su Hao is very cunning. When he went up, he shouted loudly and held a stick in his hand, shouting, Kill them! Kill them! But the voice was loud. But the bottom of his feet was very honest and retreated to the back, refusing to come forward to fight. When he fished in front of Zhang Yi, he really made others look like fools. Su Hao stared and argued. Can you blame me? There were only 4 of them, and everyone was so crowded that I had no chance at all. Zhang Yi said, That is not my problem. I don't care about the process. All I want is the result. Su Hao was furious and shouted unwillingly that it was unfair. This is so unfair. You are clearly targeting me. Zhang Yi smiled contemptuously. Fair? Did you make a mistake? Who do you think you are? Worthy of negotiating fairness with me? Do you really think I'm trying to reason with you? I am ordering you to obey my demands. Understand? Trash? Zhang Yi glanced at Li Chengmin and Jiang Lei next to him. How should we deal with such people who disobey orders and are unorganized and undisciplined? Li Chongbing and Jian Lei have now become Zhang Yi's loyal lackeys. Zhang Yi gave an order, and the two carefully placed the food in their hands on the ground. Then walked over, grabbed Su Hao, and beat him severely. Su Hao wanted to argue a few words at first, but as a punch hit him hard in the stomach, his whole body convulsed. Those who still think about being reasonable in the apocalypse are absolutely idiots. There was no need to talk nonsense except to teach him a lesson with fists. Su Hao was beaten for a long time, and when he was dying, Zhang Yi asked Li Chongmin and Jian Lei to stop. Although Su Hao is a waste, he can still be used as cannon fodder if he picks up a weapon. Zhang Yi pointed at Su Hao and said to everyone that this is the consequence of disobeying the poster's order. Don't say I'm overbearing. I'm a very fair person. If anyone here thinks that I am overbearing, you can put down the food in your hands now and leave with dignity. I will never cause any trouble to him. The neighbors looked at each other, but no one stood up. Just kidding. Food is their life. How can they give it up? Zhang Yi nodded. Good. Then we have reached a consensus. He walked up to Su Hao. At this time, although Su Hao was beaten to the point of convulsions, he curled up into a shrimp, but he still held his hand tightly. A piece of fruit candy might be enough to save his life. Zhang Yi's eyes were cold, and he stepped hard on his hand. He was wearing snow boots with very rough and hard soles. Stepping on Su Hao's hand caused a layer of skin to fall off the back of his hand, causing blood to flow freely. Ah! Su Hao screamed in pain and couldn't help but let go of his hand. Zhang Yi kicked the candy away and said to Su Hao in his desperate eyes that I hope you can behave better next time. Zhang Yi. Don't raise waste. After this powerful move, everyone became more honest. They waited obediently for Zhang Yi to distribute food to them, and no one dared to raise any objections. Soon, Zhang Yi finished distributing the food, except for a few people who didn't get it. Chapter 85 Humiliating White Lotus. Okay. The supplies have been distributed. Zhang Yi asked Zhou Qi to put the remaining supplies into his pocket. But at this time, an anxious shout suddenly came from the crowd. Brother Zhang Yi. I haven't yet. The person who made the sound was Fan Yuqing. She always thought that Zhang Yi would take special care of her and give her the most food. But after waiting eagerly for a long time, there was still no arrival. Lin Caning, who was next to Fan Yuqing, also said anxiously, Brother Zhang Yi, how could you have forgotten me too? Zhang Yi looked at the two of them jokingly. I haven't forgotten you. The two of them looked happy, thinking that Zhang Yi was taking special care of them and deliberately left it last. But Zhang Yi's words below made them hit rock bottom. Neither of you had it in the first place. Fan Yuqing and Lin Caning were stunned and stared, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Why did Lin Caning blurt out? Everyone else has it. Why don't I? Fan Yuqing couldn't accept this matter. She rushed to Zhang Yi from the crowd and asked Zhang Yi with tears in her eyes. Brother Zhang Yi, are you kidding Qinger? Right? It's not true. You wouldn't treat me like this. You? Didn't you say you like Qinger? Zhang Yi crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows. I said I like you. However, you won't take it seriously. Right? I'm like this with many girls. We all just come out to have fun, and we know each other well. Now I've lost my sense of novelty towards you. Please don't bother me in the future. I already have a girlfriend. Zhang Yi said, and deliberately pulled Zhou Qi into his arms. Zhou Qi and Fan Yuqing stood together. It was really a sharp contrast. One is a top student who graduated from a prestigious university, and is an attending doctor in a tertiary hospital. He is impeccable in terms of body appearance and temperament. One is an employee of a small company, chatting with various men every day, and constantly attracting women in nightclubs and discotheques. Everyone knows which one they should choose. What's more, Fan Yuqing was disheveled and in a very embarrassed state at this time. But Zhou Qi has exquisite makeup and smart clothes. Comparing the two, they look like a fairy and a beggar. Fan Yuqing couldn't bear such a blow. Her most proud appearance and charm were severely trampled and rubbed under her feet by Zhang Yi. She cried and pointed at Zhang Yi and said, No. This is not true. Obviously you asked me to stay at your house a while ago. Why are you like this now? Zhang Yi curled his lips. What did you say? I'm just kidding you. Look how funny you look now. He then looked at Wang Min and Lin Caning. Hey, does she tell you that I like her every day? And you said I would let her in? Wang Min and Lin Caning nodded quickly. Yes. This woman doesn't shake billion at all. She just knows how to daydream. This bastard doesn't know her own worth. She even killed my cousin. She deserves to die. Zhang Yi executed Fan Yuqing in public and stripped her panties clean. Everyone looked at her with contempt. Fan Yuqing's face turned pale. She covered her head and said no. Stop talking. Please stop talking. Zhang Yi ignored her and continued. A woman like you thinks you are a fairy and thinks about catching the second generation of rich people every day. But I don't know that you are famous among the rich second generation circles in Tianhai City. Who doesn't know you're a rag that you can sleep with for a little money? Zhang Yi looked at Su Hao. Su Hao. Tell me. What is her nickname? Su Hao curled up on the ground, gritted his teeth and said universal socket. Buzz? Russian roulette. The scene suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I never imagined that there are such talents in our unit building. Fortunately, I had a crush on her before. Damn. It looks like it can be done for a few $100s. If I had known, why would I have gone to all that trouble? What a shameless bitch. Fan Yuqing was completely surrounded by the sound waves of ridicule and abuse. Even if she tried to cover her ears, she could not stop the sound. Ah! She screamed like crazy and ran out. Zhang Yi took out a small bag of biscuits and threw it in front of Su Hao. Be sensible. This is your reward. The same goes for dog training. Give some rewards when you are obedient. Su Hao's eyes were filled with ecstasy. He didn't expect that the food would be found again. So much so that even though he had just been beaten violently, the hatred he felt for Zhang Yi in his heart had faded a lot. On the contrary, I think Zhang Yi is a fair person from the bottom of my heart. It was his fault just now, and he shouldn't have resisted Zhang Yi. Thank you, brother Zhang Yi. I will definitely be obedient in the future. At this time, Lin Caning also stood up. Zhang Yi. Fan Yuqing has offended me before. But I have no problem with you. Right? I was talking to you just now. Do you want to give me more food? Zhang Yi glanced at her. Saying no. Lin Caning immediately became angry and screamed. Why? The person you are chasing is her. Not me. Zhang Yi looked at her and said seriously. I just annoy you and don't want to give it to you. No. Lin Caning was choked by these words. You? Zhang Yido said that I got the things back. And it is my right to give them to whomever I want. If you have any opinions, just let me know. This is not fair. Lin Caning cried bitterly. What's fair is the writing. Zhang Yi was too lazy to pay attention to her. And others looked at Lin Caning with a gloating expression. Li Chengyan and Jiang Lei very wisely drove Lin Caning away so that she would not stay here and be an eyesore. After allocating the supplies, Zhang Yi said, Next, let's talk about how to defend ourselves. Next to Uncle Yu. Xia Li Mei frowned and asked in his ear why there is no one from our family. You killed 2. So you should give us 11. Uncle Yu said that Zhang Yi would never forget us. So don't say anything yet. Xia Li Mei glanced at him dissatisfied. Then looked at Zhang Yi, lowered her head, and muttered something in a low voice. Zhang Yi said that in our building, excluding the children who cannot walk, there are still 47 people. Me, Zhou Care, Uncle Yu and Xia Li Mei were excluded. There are 43 others left, divided into 6 groups of 7 or 8 people each. They are on duty 24 hours a day to prevent people from other buildings from attacking. Once you notice someone coming, knock on the stair railing or other metal object to notify everyone. After people on other floors wake up, they use the same method to notify the people at the top. Zhang Yi put his hands in his pockets and said seriously that the rewards I just mentioned are always valid. Kill an enemy and be rewarded with food for 5 people. If there is no merit, just being on duty will provide 1 person with food every day. But someone else has to pick it first. And the portion is not guaranteed. With that said, Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, it's up to you to arrange this matter. Uncle Yu nodded. Okay. No problem. Chapter 86 Big Sniper. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, the neighbors all lowered their heads and pondered the pros and cons. Someone asked Zhang Yi. It's understandable that you and Zhou Care don't have to be on duty. But why doesn't Uncle Yu have to be on duty? He is obviously the best at fighting. Zhang Yi stared at him and said word by word that precisely because Uncle Yu was an important combat force, he had to recharge his batteries and wait for the crucial battle before taking action. Understand? This statement is far-fetched. But no one dares to refute Zhang Yi's words. In fact, Zhang Yi's real purpose is to ensure Uncle Yu's safety. The rest of the people are on the front line, responsible for resisting the enemy attack from other buildings. It's like cannon fodder. Or to put it nicely, a consumable. Uncle Yu has good skills, is kind and upright, and is the best subordinate in Zhang Yi's heart. Of course, he must be kept alive so that he can serve Zhang Yi in the future. After the arrangements were made, Zhang Yi asked the neighbors to go back to their homes. leaving only the people on duty to stay near the 4th floor. If you want to attack their unit building, the 4th floor is the place you must pass, whether it's digging a tunnel below or climbing in from the 4th floor window. So if you stay here, you can detect any invading enemies in time. After everyone else went upstairs, Zhang Yisai took Zhou Qier back. He won't leave his back to those he doesn't trust. At this time, there was no one else around. Xia Limei saw that Zhang Yi had not talked about the food for their family, so she couldn't help but ask Zhang Yi, "Have you forgotten the food for our family?" Zhang Yi raised his head and glanced at Xia Limei in front of him, with a cold smile in his eyes. Uncle Yu quickly pulled her arm. "What did you say?" Xia Limei said that brother Yu obviously contributed the most, but he didn't give anything. "This is too." Zhang Yi said that the supplies I brought back were more than these. The bad things are given to others, but the good things are kept. Uncle Yu, you can pick it up at my house later. When Xia Limei heard this, she immediately put on a smile. "I knew you wouldn't let his work go in vain." Uncle Yu rolled his eyes at her. "I told you a long time ago that brother Zhang Yi is a trustworthy person." Zhang Yi smiled and said nothing. After returning home, Zhang Yi took out a box of instant noodles from another space, placed it at the door, and then notified Uncle Yu to come and get it in 10 minutes. After entering the room, Zhang Yi quickly took off his cold-proof clothes. Bang! The pan inside the leather jacket fell to the ground. Zhou Qier picked up the pan with a smile. "There might not even be a ghost outside. You must be too careful." Zhang Yi smiled slightly, saying that he would not need this thing in the future. He found something better. Police body armor is both snug and safe. After returning to his warm house, the feeling of happiness in Zhang Yi's heart became even deeper. When you go out, you will feel cold even if you are wearing cold-proof clothes when facing a low temperature of more than 70 degrees below zero. Especially when driving a motorcycle, the feeling is even more obvious. Zhang Yi took out some food from the different space and put it on the table. Zhou Qier was also hungry all day. Zhang Yi took away all the food before leaving. He didn't get to eat, and neither did Zhou Qier. The two of them sat at the dinner table and ate happily. Zhou Qier curiously asked how it was outside now. Zhang Yi said what else could be done. Heavy snow closed the city, and low-rise buildings were completely covered. If this situation continues, even if the heavy snow stops and the temperature returns to normal, it will take more than half a month for the snow to melt. Zhou Qier nodded. But it was going to be winter soon, and the temperature would only be lower. "This is not a problem for us." Zhang Yi said that what needs to be dealt with now is people. People in the last days are more terrifying existences than devils. After the two of them finished eating, Zhou Qier snuggled next to Zhang Yi and hugged his shoulders. Zhang Yi glanced at her. "Why?" Zhou Qier's face turned slightly red, trying to keep warm. As he spoke, he used his own fat layer to squeeze Zhang Yi's body. Ever since she was enlightened by Zhang Yi, she seemed to have awakened and pestered Zhang Yi every day. Fortunately, Zhang Yi is young, strong and energetic, so any ordinary person might not be able to withstand it. Zhang Yi smiled and slapped her plump buttocks. "I don't have time to talk to you now. You go take a shower first and then go back to your room and lie down." Zhou Qier gave Zhang Yi a wink, and then went to take a bath obediently. What makes Zhang Yi let go of beauty? Of course, it's a common hobby for men. Zhang Yi took out all the firearms collected today from the different space. He still has some knowledge about firearms. After all, he had joined the shooting association in Tianhai City before, and often went to the shooting range. Police firearms are naturally much more powerful than the ones he bought on the black market. So Zhang Yi eliminated the gun he used before and replaced it with 2 police pistols, loaded with bullets. The holster and arm belt are also ready-made, and can be hung directly on the waist. Then, Zhang Yi began to study those rifles, and the big sniper he got. The shooting range in Tianhai City also has rifles for target shooting, but there are no sniper rifles. However, the modern internet is developed, and there are complete introductions to various firearms on the internet. Zhang Yi took out his mobile phone to search online, and quickly found an introduction to them. Unexpectedly, those web servers are still running. Sure enough, big companies still have tricks, Zhang Yi said with emotion. Although in the apocalypse, many internet companies have gone bankrupt, and a large number of software has stopped operating. However, the servers of a small number of large enterprises are still operating. Of course, this is also in cooperation with the official operation. At least so far, mankind has not given up on reconstruction after the end of the world, and still retains part of the fire of civilization. Zhang Yi ignored his size, and learned the instructions for using these firearms online. Since Zhang Yi has experience in using firearms, He learned quickly. It doesn't matter whether he can shoot accurately or not. But at least, he knows how to shoot and reload. At worst, it can be used to bluff people. And that's enough. The mere presence of firearms is the greatest deterrent. Zhang Yi thought for a while. Filled the magazines of these firearms. Opened the safety. And placed them in a different space. In this way, when encountering an emergency, he can take out his gun and shoot at any time. But for that big sniper, he couldn't put it down. Guns are a man's romance. And it can be said that it is natural for men to love guns. Zhang Yi raised his gun and used the scope to look at the building opposite. In the unit building about 50 meters away from here, the window of the opposite house is clearly visible at this time. And the lock on the window can even be seen clearly. Find a chance to try this gun. This is Yin Ren's magical weapon. A smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. Head-on collisions were not something he enjoyed doing. Hiding in a corner, being a sinister person, and being shot without anyone knowing where he is the best part. Chapter 87: The Revenge of the Trina Gang. Zhang Yi had fun holding a sniper rifle and observed the situation of the entire community through the scope. Since it was night, other people's houses did not have electricity, so it was pitch black inside the unit building. However, with the reflection of the snow, it was still completely white outside, and some scenery could be vaguely seen. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed. When he looked towards the garage not far away, two small black dots appeared in his sight and were moving. Garage. Man. It looked like they were heading for my snowmobile. A sarcastic sneer appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. When he came back during the day, he pretended to put the snowmobile in the garage. Sure enough, someone sneaked over at night. It's a pity that they are destined to be in vain. After a while, Uncle Yu came over. He saw a whole box of unopened instant noodles at the door, and his eyes became wet with excitement. I didn't expect it to be from Baixiang. Zhang Yi, you are so interesting. This box of instant noodles is enough for the three of them to eat for a week. Thinking that Zhang Yi's own family didn't have much supplies, yet he still gave him so many instant noodles. Uncle Yu could only feel moved. Zhang Yi's family doesn't have many instant noodles of this kind, and there are only more than 20,000 boxes in the warehouse. And until now, he has never eaten a packet. After all, there are all kinds of delicious meals cooked by famous hotel chefs at home. Who would eat those? Uncle Yu picked up the instant noodles, knocked on the door and said, Zhang Yi. I took the instant noodles. Thank you. Zhang Yi put down the sniper rifle in his hand, came to the door and said, Uncle Yu, why are you so polite to me? It doesn't matter whether others live or die. Uncle Yu must be protected, and he must have enough to eat. Only in this way can Uncle Yu be his gold medal thug and human shield in the future. It's not that Zhang Yi is cruel. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not let Uncle Yu die for him. Well, not as a last resort. Uncle Yu scratched his head and chuckled. You must not take the words Xie Limei said to you during the day into your heart. She is a bit talkative. Zhang Yi lowered his eyes and smiled faintly. Hey, can I still argue with a woman? Zhang Yi, am not the kind of narrow-minded person. But Uncle Yu, do you really want to raise children for others? Zhang Yi's tone was a little tentative. He didn't like Xie Limei, but he didn't want to estrange the relationship with Uncle Yu. Therefore, sowing discord has to be done little by little. Uncle Yu smiled. Hey, what else can you say in these days? It's good that I can find such a woman. Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, that's what you said. In fact, Sister Xie is a good woman. Not bad in appearance, and can also give birth to children. I don't mean anything else. I just think that Uncle Yu underestimates yourself too much. In this day and age, men like you who are strong and good at fighting are very much in demand. Just kidding. It's not too much to ask you to find a female star now. Uncle Yu is very happy to be praised. Am I as good as you said? Zhang Yi said. It's not like you haven't seen what's happening now. Those pretty boys who can sing and dance rap are useless, and they can't even support themselves. Or men like us can give women a sense of security. Speaking of this, Zhang Yi changed the topic. But then again, Sister Xie is really pretty good. You work hard and let her give you a baby in the future. After all, men still have to have children of their own. Raising someone else's baby is more or less a waste. Uncle Yu felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. What Zhang Yi said evoked some thoughts in his mind. He really likes Xie Limei. She has a plump figure and good skills, which can satisfy him. An old bachelor. But the baby was less than a year old, and it was really a drag at this age. In order to take care of her, Uncle Yu was often woken up in the middle of the night and could not guarantee any rest. It doesn't matter if it's your own child. The key is someone else's. People are selfish. Uncle Yu had long been dissatisfied in his heart. But he just endured it, and didn't think deeply about it. In addition, Xia Li Mei brainwashed him all day long, saying, "Just treat this child as your own daughter, and she will respect you when she grows up." As time went by, Uncle Yu really helped others raise their children honestly. It was Zhang Yi's words that reminded him, and made him start to think differently. I don't dare to think about having children or anything like that right now. Let's talk about it later when we feel settled down. Uncle Yu suppressed the strangeness in his heart, and said with a smile, Yes, that's true. I just said it casually. Uncle Yu, don't take it seriously. I respect you and Sister Xia very much, and sincerely hope you will be happy. Uncle Yu nodded. Then I will go back first. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. After Uncle Yu left, Zhang Yi filled the magazine of the sniper rifle with ammunition and took it back to the different space. These rifles and sniper rifles will become his secret weapons. After a while, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Zhou Qier walked out wrapped in a bath towel. Under the pink bath towel, her skin was as white as milk. The two long legs that have been properly exercised have elegant lines and exude an alluring luster under the light. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, pinched his eyebrows, and said lazily that I'm a little tired today. Come over and massage it for me. Zhou Qier nodded, walked to Zhang Yi's side, and gently massaged his body. That night, the Trina gang, which had lost 4 members, launched another attack on 25. The continuous success in the past few days made them not pay attention to anyone except Zhang Yi in Unit 25. But this time, they were unexpectedly blocked. The leader is Huang Tianfang's nephew Huang Wei, and sneak attacks at night are his specialty. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, he led 8 people into 25 in the dark. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the stairs, bricks were thrown down from the top. Dang, dang, dang. The men on duty discovered the enemy and immediately fought back with what they had in hand. They held kitchen knives, sticks and other weapons to block the Tianhe gang from a high position, and then smashed down stones, bricks, and random heavy objects at hand to delay time. While resisting, they knocked on the stairs and windows to make noise and attract neighbors. Soon, neighbors throughout the building were awakened. Huang Wei and others were eager for revenge and lacked supplies, so they chose to launch a forceful attack. But their number is too small after all. Even if they are powerful, they cannot defeat so many people. What's more, because of Zhang Yi's reward, one of their lives is equivalent to food for 5 people. The neighbors were all vying for the head. The battle lasted only a few minutes. Everyone was deadly, and 3 bodies were left on the scene. Huang Wei and others saw that the situation was not right, and quickly shouted to retreat first. Let's go! Let's go! As soon as they ran away, the 25 or so neighbors behind them were so happy that they followed after them, howling and screaming, before a slow-running worker had time to climb out of the window. A kitchen knife struck him on his butt, and half of the knife tip sank in. He screamed and struggled to crawl out with his butt tilted. After they went out, the neighbors didn't dare to chase them. After all, it was late at night, and they didn't know what was going on outside. But at this time, Zhang Yi was also woken up. He came to the balcony and looked at the fleeing Trina gang members below. And suddenly an idea came to his mind. At this distance, can they be killed with a sniper rifle? Chapter 88, Accurate Shooting. Always hitting the mark. When a man meets a beautiful woman, his first thought is to have an in-depth communication with her. When you get a good weapon, you will want to try its power. This is a habit engraved in my bones. Even if I picked up a good piece of bamboo on the roadside when I was a child, I would use it as a sword. What's more, what Zhang Yi got was a sniper rifle, which is something that ordinary people in China would never even dare to think about, let alone use it to hit people. Try this thing to see if it works. Zhang Yi took out a sniper rifle from another space, stood on the balcony on the 24th floor, and started aiming downwards. This 8-fold mirror is really powerful. From the height of the 24th floor, a few people who were only the size of ants can now be seen clearly. Zhang Yi held his breath to prevent the hot breath from blurring the scope. The 7 people who escaped waded back through the snow at a very slow speed, so it was not difficult to aim. Zhang Yi suppressed his inner excitement, pointed at a person's back, and pulled the trigger. He didn't know why, but the moment the bullet came out of the chamber, he had a strange feeling this bullet would definitely hit. Boom! A gunshot sounded particularly clear in the silent night. I don't know how many people were awakened from their restless sleep by this sound. Zhang Yi looked through the scope and saw the man lying on the ground. his blood staining the snow red. Damn it. Why is my shooting so accurate? Am I a genius? Zhang Yi was surprised and happy. He originally just wanted to try the gun to see if it worked. But he didn't have much hope. But I didn't expect that it would enter the soul at once. What was that strange feeling you just had? Zhang Yi was a little surprised. But he didn't have time to think about it. Several people nearby heard the gunfire, and saw that an accomplice was dead. They were frightened and sped up. Zhang Yi quickly changed his ammunition, and then aimed at the next person. When he focused his attention on someone, that magical feeling came again. Boom! Gunshots rang out. And another person fell to the ground. Zhang Yi understood this time that his ability to shoot the enemy from the height of the 24th floor was not a coincidence, but a talent. Ahem. To be precise, it should be some kind of special ability. Zhang Yi murmured to himself. It seems that the ability I awakened is not just as simple as another space. But the potential was not discovered by me before. But what is certain is that his superpower must be related to space. This made him a natural marksman. In the past, he used crossbows and pistols to fight at close range. He didn't notice this ability, but he just felt that the shooting feel was very good. At this time, I changed to a sniper rifle, and that feeling became particularly obvious. Zhang Yi was very excited. In the apocalypse, having one more ability means you can save your life. He reloaded and raised his gun again, this time aiming at a person's head. Boom! As soon as the gunshot passed by, he saw a dozen balls of blood mist exploding from the man's head. Confirmed. This is indeed a powerful ability to shoot accurately. Zhang Yi was ecstatic, and he aimed at several other people. Click! 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 After a shot, he quickly pulled the bolt and replaced the bullet. The sound of gunfire echoed in the community. One shot per person. Those few people didn't have time to escape back, and they all died on the way. 7 corpses fell in the white snow, and the blood was dyed in large areas of bright red, which looked particularly dazzling. There was an unstoppable smile on Zhang Yi's lips. From now on, he could hide and be a top-notch villain, specializing in infuriating others to death. At this time, the neighbors downstairs heard the gunshots and watched Wang Wei and others fall down one by one as if they were being named, with horrified looks in their eyes. This gunshot came from upstairs. Upstairs? It must be Zhang Yi who did it. At such a long distance, it must not be a pistol, but the power of a sniper rifle. Oh my god. It's so far away, and it kills you with one shot. Zhang Yi is actually a sharpshooter. Everyone was dumbfounded and felt a sense of fear at the same time. With Zhang Yi's ability, wouldn't it be as easy to kill them as crushing an ant to death? They automatically thought, okay, and thought that Zhang Yi was probably a military king hidden in the city. Otherwise, how could he have such good marksmanship? It seems that it is better to listen to Zhang Yi's words in the future. Yes, we can survive until now just because Zhang Yi didn't get angry. The ability of human beings to supplement their brains is very terrifying. At this time, their awe of Zhang Yi exceeded the sky. And not just them. The sound of gunshots in the middle of the night woke up the entire community. Zhang Yi's sniper rifle does not have a silencer. But people with a little knowledge in this area can also hear that it is definitely not a sound that a pistol can make. At a time when a single pistol can rule a building. Imagine how terrifying it would be if someone owned a more lethal rifle, or even a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi put away his sniper rifle and rubbed his shoulders with his hands. The continuous shooting made his shoulders a little sore. Fortunately, I am in good physical condition. Otherwise my shoulder would have been sore for several days. This night, many people should not be able to sleep again. Uncle Yu sent a message to Zhang Yi, asking if he fired the gun. Uncle Yu had been in the army, so he immediately judged that it was a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi didn't hide it, and told him that he got it from the police station today. Uncle Yu curiously asked if you had been in the army before? What is the unit number? Zhang Yi's marksmanship is so sharp. According to Uncle Yu, he is definitely the best gunner in the army. Zhang Yi smiled. I just have talent. Ha ha. Uncle Yu thought Zhang Yi didn't want to talk, so he didn't continue to ask. As long as it was you who fired the gun. If it was someone else, we would be in danger. Zhang Yi chatted with him casually, then went back to the room, lying on his warm and soft bed, and fell asleep. He slept until around 9 o'clock the next day, then got up to wash up and let Zhou Qier out of the room. Get something to eat. I want to eat freshly made food. Make 2 bowls of fried noodles. Zhang Yi said to Zhou Qier. Zhou Qier smiled. What I made was not as good as what was made in the noodle shop. Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly and practiced more. Since we have a long time anyway. after eating the food in the restaurant for a long time. Occasionally I want to eat some home-cooked food for a change. Joe Kier obediently went to the kitchen, and came out not long after with 2 bowls of oil-splashed noodles. Zhang Yi took a bite, and it tasted pretty good. By the way, Zhang Yi installed surveillance cameras throughout the house, including the kitchen. He also provided the ingredients. As for Joe Kier, on the first day she entered, her whole body was inspected by Zhang Yi. Until now, Zhang Yi has to check her body every day, from the inside to the outside, not sparing any corner. Therefore, all possibilities of Joe Kier drugging were eliminated. Otherwise, he would not eat the food brought to him. After sitting on the table, Joe Kier asked curiously, "I heard gunshots yesterday. Was it you who fired the gun from the balcony?" Chapter 89 Warehouse Area. Zhang Yi glanced at her and said yes with a smile. He took a bite of noodles. Joe Kier's cooking skills were only average. Fortunately, noodles were a food that was not difficult to make. "I found it on my way out. It's a sniper." Zhang Yi's tone was very calm. Joe Kier's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. "Spy? Can you use it?" "Not only does it work, but I use it very well." Zhang Yi pointed out the window. "Last night I killed 7 people with 7 bullets." Zhang Yi was quite proud of this. Men all like to show off their prey to women. Joe Kier looked at Zhang Yi with a little more admiration. By being with such a man, her safety is more guaranteed. "Zhang Yi, you are so awesome." She held her chin in her hands, and looked at Zhang Yi with admiration. "Why? Aren't you curious how I know how to use a sniper rifle?" Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Joe Kier shook his head. "What does that have to do with me? Even if you were a murderer or a pervert in the past. Now I'm following you." She thought for a while, and then said it would be better than dying outside. "Right?" Zhang Yi nodded. "You are really smart. Unlike some stupid women who always like to ask questions." 26. Trina is here to help. Huang Tianfang did not discover the bodies of Huang Wei and others until the morning. Last night, he felt something was wrong after hearing the gunshots. However, out of caution, he did not dare to take anyone out to check. But he basically knew in his heart that Huang Wei and others would not be able to come back. In the morning, they saw 10 corpses piled up outside. For a moment, Huang Tian's pupils narrowed, and he felt strong anger in his heart. But the fear in his heart was 10 times greater than the anger. Now, there are only 9 members of the Tianhe gang left, and their combat effectiveness has dropped sharply. Even if the owners, who are still alive, are forced to join, it will not be able to fill the gap in the combat effectiveness of those workers. If a battle with other buildings suddenly breaks out at this time, they will be at a huge disadvantage. They have guns, and they are not ordinary guns. I guess they are rifles or sniper rifles. The bullets were fired so densely last night, which meant they had a lot of ammunition. This opponent is really difficult to deal with. Huang Tianfang's expression was very solemn. The others under his command also looked fearful. "Boss, what should we do? Dawei and the others are all dead, and more than half of our people are missing. Still want to do it?" Huang Tianfang looked at 25 next door fiercely, gritted his teeth and said, "What the HL? They have guns in their hands. What are you going to do with them?" His men were anxious. "But if we hadn't snatched his sledges and supplies, the owners of our building wouldn't have enough to eat for several days." After Huang Tianfang was silent for a moment, he said in a deep voice that he would go over at night and steal the bodies of Dawei and others. Everyone looked at each other. A look of struggle flashed across their faces. They have been brothers for many years, living and dying together. But now, everyone felt uncomfortable. But no one spoke. They know that nothing else is important compared to surviving. After Zhang Yi and Joe Kier finished eating, he stood up and asked me to go out. After hearing this, Joe Kier quickly stuffed a bag of potato chips into his pocket. Zhang Yi didn't say much. But this time, he didn't put away the 2 boxes of ingredients in the kitchen. After living together for a long time, he has full trust in Joe Kier's IQ. Unless there is a better tree for her to cling to, she will not do anything stupid like betraying Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi came downstairs. When the people on duty saw him, they immediately stood up straight. "Brother Zhang, are you going out?" Zhang Yi glanced at them, and he could see the awe from their hearts in their eyes. Zhang Yi's strength has been recognized by everyone. Zhang Yi nodded. "Do your best." He climbed out of the 4th floor window, and after thinking for a while, he pretended to take a detour to the garage behind. Soon after, he got on his motorcycle and left the community. Figures appeared in the windows of many houses, watching Zhang Yi go away. Their eyes were very complicated. Some were excited, Some were India's. And some were ferocious. 21. At this time, the building was managed by an organization called the Serious Gang, whose members were all young men in their 20s. Wang Chong, the leader of the Tianlang gang, stood in front of the window, a bloody machete in his hand already stained with rust. He watched Zhang Yi leave the community with his own eyes, and couldn't help but frown. Where is his motorcycle hidden? Last night, he was the one who sent people over to steal Zhang Yi's car. Next to him, his second in command, Xiao Lu, said that our community is quite big, and he is very secretive and difficult to find. Wang Chong snorted coldly, crossed his arms, and said no matter what, this car must be controlled by our Serious Gang. With snowmobiles, we can go out and look for supplies. When the time comes, it won't be a problem to expand the team and form a big gang. Xiao Lu also nodded seriously. Yes, heroes emerge in troubled times. This era is an opportunity for us brothers. He looked at the direction Zhang Yi was leaving, his eyes bloodshot. Now, let's find a way to get a few packs of cigarettes. I haven't smoked for half a month. And people are going crazy. In other units, the speaker also initiated discussions with Zhang Yi. The appearance of Zhang Yi is a crisis for them. The crisis is that Zhang Yi has a gun. And it is a large gun. But this is also an opportunity. Because Zhang Yi has a snowmobile and can go out to get supplies. Some people want to fight. And some want to cooperate. But one thing is for sure. They will all come into contact with Zhang Yi soon. And it is inevitable. Zhang Yi left this time and first went to a nearby supermarket to have a look. Unfortunately, several nearby supermarkets were not built high enough. And some small supermarkets only had one floor. So they were buried by heavy snow. It seems that unless the snow melts in the entire city, the only places where you can get food are a few independent large supermarkets. As well as storehouse. Zhang Yi suddenly thought of the place where he worked before. To the southwest of the economic development zone, there was once a large wasteland, which was later developed to provide factories and warehouses for various companies. Because land is cheap, most of the city's warehouses are there. Zhang Yi emptied Walmart's warehouse. But there were still goods from other companies there. Medical, food, cars, toys. Everything you need. Go over and take a look. Maybe there's something you can use. Zhang Yi made up his mind. Turned the car around and drove toward the warehouse area. The warehouse is only about 10 kilometers away from here. And Zhang Yi arrived at the place in less than 20 minutes. It is very open here. And the factories are built relatively high. There is no excessive snow accumulation like in the city. So when Zhang Yi came over, he could still see the tops of some factories. Chapter 90 Gas Station. Zhang Yi knows this area too well. In the entire Tianhai city, hundreds of group warehouses are concentrated here. Some large and some small. Yet he could collect all the supplies. Let alone himself. It would not be a problem to feed thousands of people. However, whether those supplies are still there now is the biggest problem. Zhang Yi took out his pistol and crowbar and went to our T-Mart's warehouse not far away to check. He took a crowbar and smashed the window right from the top. As a result, I looked inside and found that the huge factory building was now empty. Was someone transporting him away? Zhang Yi had already prepared in his heart. So he was not too surprised. He continued to other warehouses with the same result. Warehouses of medical equipment, daily necessities, food, and even snacks and pet food were all emptied. Same as I thought. When a disaster occurs, official experts will report the disaster immediately. The people above must move the supplies. This is why Zhang Yi had to vacate the Walmart warehouse 1 week in advance. He knew that once disaster struck, those powerful men would only prioritize themselves and not consider the lives of ordinary people. Zhang Yi did not give up the search. There are hundreds of warehouses here. And maybe there are things in them that have not been taken away. And they happen to be useful to him. Sure enough, the hard work paid off. After working for a long time, Zhang Yi found a warehouse where cars were stored. The area inside is millions of square meters. Very spacious. On the steel frame, the cars were arranged neatly like sardine cans. There are many luxurious cars in it, which can be sold for millions before the end of the world. But now, they are completely useless. And I really can't think of any use. After Zhang Yi saw so many vehicles, he felt very useless. He pinched his teeth and struggled for a long time. And finally gritted his teeth. There were still so many places in the space. So he threw them in first. What if it comes in handy later? Men all love cars. Seeing so many expensive and luxurious cars inside, Zhang Yi wanted to collect them and play with them. Although he couldn't drive them at this time, he could still enjoy the pleasure. Think of it as an advanced model. So he picked a dozen of his favorite cars and put them in his own alien space. Next, Johnny was busy in this warehouse area for the whole day. Most of the warehouses have been evacuated, and those left behind are inconvenient to move away. For example, large-scale machinery and equipment, or batches of decoration materials. Nothing to eat or use was found. Johnny gritted his teeth, endured the struggle, and picked up many things like picking up rags, heavy trucks, excavators, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, bulldozers. What if it comes in handy later? Johnny advised himself this way. Then he felt that his idea was really funny. It was freezing and snowy. This kind of car couldn't move even 1 centimeter when driven out. It was useless. Fortunately, the space is large enough to fit all these cars in, and it will still be spacious. After working on it for a long time, Johnny felt that it was almost done. There is no value in continuing to explore this place. And now he has nothing else he urgently needs. He took out a piece of chocolate from another dimension and quickly ate it into his stomach. When I eat, the cold wind blows into my mouth, which makes the taste a little unpleasant. No way. Don't even think about drinking hot water now. Once you unscrew the lid, it will cool down in less than half a minute. Johnny took a mouthful of snow from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Then mixed it with some water and drank it. Then soon, he thought of another place he needed to go. Because I have built many cars, I think of gasoline and diesel. The gasoline and diesel stored in different spaces are enough for daily use. But judging from the current situation, he will be widely used in snowmobiles as daily transportation. In this case, the amount stored may not be sufficient. Out of caution, Johnny decided to go to the gas station to see if he could get some fuel. Johnny got on the snowmobile, thought for a while, and drove towards the largest gas station in Tianhai City. Soon after, he arrived at the place in his memory. But after arriving here, the scene in front of him made him exhale a long breath of white smoke. The huge gas station was completely covered by falling snow. Johnny could only judge its location through the surrounding tall buildings. Although I was mentally prepared, I was still a little disappointed. There are no high-rise buildings at gas stations. So wouldn't it mean that we can't find a place to refuel? Damn it! Johnny frowned, feeling helpless at the situation in front of him. According to the current thickness of ice and snow, it is almost impossible to dig manually. And who knows how many years the snowstorm will last? Is it possible that we need to save fuel in the future? According to the inventory in his different dimension and the fuel consumption of the snowmobile, it may be exhausted in 20 years. This is not good news. Manpower is really weak. It would be great if we could use large machinery and equipment to dig. Johnny smiled self-deprecatingly. Just as he was about to turn the key and leave, he suddenly thought of something. Excavation equipment? Can an excavator be used? He just picked up some work vehicles from the warehouse, including several excavators. Originally, I just picked it up and kept it, waiting for the opportunity to use it in the future. I didn't expect to use it so quickly. Digging a hole in the snow with an excavator is an absolute breeze. But to be honest, this is quite rare. After all, such deep ice and snow were rarely seen on planets in the past. No one drives an excavator to work in the Arctic. They use icebreakers. However, after Johnny thought about it carefully, he believed that this idea was definitely feasible. The ice and snow have been accumulating for less than a month now, and there is no ice layer that is too hard. It can be dug with an excavator. The ice and snow underground can be more than 10 meters deep at most, so he can break in through any entrance, such as a door or window. So, it doesn't take much time. Feasible. Johnny did what he said, and took out a large excavator directly from the alien space. Boom! The nearly 20-ton excavator hit the ground hard and sank in for more than a meter. Seeing this scene, Johnny chuckled and said, "That's good. It saves me digging." After all, the snow on the ground is still relatively thin and cannot bear this kind of weight. However, the snow below should be thicker. Johnny drove an excavator for the first time, but it was not a big problem. When he worked in a warehouse before, he drove both cranes, forklifts and large trucks. This thing is no problem. You can figure out how to drive it after just a little thought. Although I can't say how good the technology is, at least it can be operated. Chapter 91 found a new way out. The operation method of the excavator is relatively simple, mainly consisting of 2 push handles and a control lever to control the bucket. Johnny found the fuel tank, took out a barrel of diesel from another space, and poured it into it. Then he climbed into the control room and turned the key. Boom! Fortunately, low temperature does not have a great impact on the new machinery. And this excavator can still be used normally. Zhang Yi controlled the excavator, and began to throw the snow in front to both sides. His speed was a little slow at first, but gradually it got faster. Half an hour later, a 3-meter deep pit had been dug, and even the crawler tracks could move slowly. Fortunately, there are no wheels underneath the excavator. Zhang Yi even thinks that this thing can be used as a transport vehicle if encountering special circumstances. The speed is a bit slow, but the excavator's tracks have no problem driving on the snow. This thing can crush even muddy tidal flats. It's really powerful. With his unskilled skills, Zhang Yi worked hard for almost 2 hours and finally dug a solid building. He felt happy and quickly moved the snowflakes upward along the building. Only then did I slowly see the huge roof platform of the gas station. It's easy to find the gas station building. The next step is to follow this thing and clear the snow. Due to his unfamiliarity with technology, Zhang Yi worked for 4 or 5 hours before he dug out the convenience store window of the gas station. Fortunately, it was dug by an excavator and not by him. Otherwise, it would have been absolutely exhausting. Zhang Yi got off the excavator and took it back into the alien space. Then break the glass on the window and jump inside. When he arrived at the convenience store, he was also shocked. The snow had broken through the door, and most of the space inside was filled with snow. Fortunately, we can still see the door at the back. Zhang Yi walked through the snow. He needed to find a place to store oil first. The oil storage warehouses of gas stations are usually underground, which also avoids the risk of being buried by snow. It didn't take long for Zhang Yi to find the entrance to the oil storage room. Although the front of the gas station is quite large, the space behind it is actually very small, so it is not difficult to find an entrance. Zhang Yi used a crowbar to open the iron door and turned on the miner's lamp. The sight in front of him made him take a breath. For huge oil storage tanks were placed in the oil storage room, with a capacity of almost 200 cubic meters of oil. At first glance, it is quite spectacular. Zhang Yi thought for a while, silently retreated to the door, and briefly removed the static electricity from his body before daring to walk in. At this time, the gas station had stopped operating. It was pitch black inside. Zhang Yi turned on the miner's lamp and blocked the oil pipeline above. The mouth of the pipe is wrapped in many layers with plastic sheeting, plastic wrap, and other materials to prevent leakage. Then he put these 4 huge jars into his own alien space. Normally, with these 3 cans of gasoline and 1 can of diesel, he would not need to worry about refueling when driving in the future. Wait a minute. Zhang Yi had a flash of inspiration and suddenly realized something very important. If I can use an excavator to dig out snow, doesn't that mean I can also dig out other places buried by snow? In this way, the whole world will become a huge treasure house in the future. Even my own treasure trove. Zhang Yi's mind was wide open at this time. And after realizing this matter, he was ecstatic. Under the heavy snow, there are still many good treasures buried. Good stuff. All good stuff. Zhang Yi felt confident that he would no longer have to worry about the shortage of any items in the future. The whole world can be used by him. Zhang Yi climbed onto the snow surface along the road pressed by the excavator's tracks, and then got on the snowmobile. It's getting late, and today's search ends here. He went to the supermarket in Wanda Mall again and bought 2 bags of junk food to take back. As soon as the motorcycle appeared outside the community, many people were lying on the windows staring at him. Zhang Yi drove the car behind the unit building, pretended to put the car in the garage, and then returned to 25 carrying 2 bags of food. Without his instructions, all the neighbors had already appeared here. But Fan Yuqing didn't come this time. She seemed to have figured out that Zhang Yi couldn't give her any more food. But Lin Caning didn't give up and still planned to come over and give it a try. Zhang Yi didn't even look at her. Everyone worked hard to deal with those intruders yesterday. Today's food is your reward. Distribute food according to the rules we mentioned before. He distributes food according to contribution. There is only so much food anyway. Some people take more and some take less. In short, if you don't have much work to do, don't expect to eat more than a few bites. Because of the sniper rifle incident, everyone was even more afraid of Zhang Yi and did not dare to say anything. Besides, they also knew that Zhang Yi killed the most enemies. Li Chengmin and Jian Lei were not on duty last night, so they only received food for 1 person. When Zhang Yi said 1 person, he meant that he was not full. There was some disappointment on their faces. Li Chengmin said to Zhang Yi, "Brother Zhang, we are just waiting for them to come over. We don't know how long it will take. You killed more than a dozen of them, and I'm afraid they won't dare to come over. If this continues, how will we get rewards?" Young guys are easily impatient. Zhang Yi touched his nose and said with a faint smile that opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. I only said that if you kill an enemy, you will be rewarded with food for 5 people. But I didn't say you can only wait for them to attack. Li Chongbin and Jian Lei's eyes lit up. You mean? We can take the initiative. Then can we use the people we kill in other buildings to exchange for rewards? The two of them were very excited. They have an urgent need for food and a desire to perform in a group. I hope to prove my strength. Then become Zhang Yi's confidant and follow Zhang Yi around. Zhang Yi thought for a while. So far, no one else has taken action against 25 except for 20 SIXS Trina gang. But no one can guarantee what will happen in the future. Especially after Zhang Yi exposed his snowmobile. There must be more people in this community interested in him. Jian Lei and Li Qingbin's suggestions moved Zhang Yi. These people were originally recruited by Zhang Yi to be cannon fodder. If they want to commit suicide, then let them do it. After all, these junk foods are not valuable to Zhang Yi. A smile of approval immediately appeared on his face. And he nodded. Of course. Now everyone outside is an enemy. Killing them will ensure the safety of our collective. Now, no matter which building they belong to, you can kill people outside our building and use them in exchange for rewards. That being said, due to the low temperature and heavy snow outside, they could only pick a few nearby buildings to start with. The first person to bear the brunt was naturally 26 from the Tianhe gang next door. Li Chongbin and Jian Lei cheered excitedly. The other people had different expressions and didn't know what they were thinking. But obviously some people are cognitive. After all, who doesn't wish they had more food? Chapter 92, If you don't save my grandson, you will die. After distributing the food, Lin Caning made another fuss, but was beaten badly by Jian Lei and Li Chongbin, 2 of Zhang Yi's gangsters. Then Zhang Yi asked them to go back separately. Zhou Qier walked beside him, held his arm, and whispered that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the community today. Zhang Yi silently pulled out his arm and asked lightly, "What's going on?" Zhou Qier was startled for a moment, and then realized that Zhang Yi didn't want his hands to be tied. It's okay when he's at home. But outside, Zhang Yi really doesn't relax at all. She said, "I always feel like there are many pairs of eyes spying on us. This feeling is very strong." It's not surprising that Zhang Yi smiled faintly. The presence of a snowmobile is bound to inspire envy in others. After all, this is the South, and this kind of transportation is extremely rare. With it, you can go out to find supplies, which means you can survive. Who wouldn't want to live? Zhou Qier is a little worried. Do you think people from other units will also attack? I'm afraid it will be very dangerous then. Zhang Yi heard this and looked around. When he realized that no one was there, he lowered his voice and said, "Aren't there a lot of cannon fodder? Moreover, no matter how powerful they are, it would be extremely difficult to break into our home," Zhou Qier said with a smile. "But if people are forced to be anxious, no one knows what they will do." Zhang Yi nodded. "What you said makes sense." When the two of them were talking, Zhang Yi habitually looked around. After all, it's best if their conversation isn't heard by anyone else. However, just as he was watching, he suddenly saw a black crack appearing in his peripheral vision. At this time, he and Zhou Qier passed by the 13th floor, and a gap was exposed in the iron door of the stairwell. A blood-red eye stared at him through the gap. "Who is it?" Zhang Yi's muscles suddenly tensed up. Even though he was very courageous, this sudden thing still made him a little nervous. The stairwell door bangs was pushed away. A disheveled woman rushed out screaming, holding a bloody kitchen knife, and slashed at his head. "Ah!" Zhou Qier screamed in fright. Zhang Yi quickly pushed Zhou Qier to the side, and due to the reaction force, his own body also fell to one side. The sword missed in the air and did not hit anyone. But the woman went crazy and continued to attack Zhang Yi with the knife. Who knew that Zhang Yi rolled down the stairs and rolled directly down the stairs? Anyway, I wore thick clothes and had a bulletproof vest underneath, so I wasn't afraid of hurting myself. After rolling several flights of stairs, Zhang Yi's body stabilized. At this time, he saw clearly who the woman was. She turned out to be Aunt Lin, who had disappeared for a long time. Aunt Lin refused to give up. She raised her kitchen knife and chased after her with bloodshot eyes. "Zhang Yi, I want you to pay for my grandson's life." Damn old thing. Zhang Yi had already stabilized his mentality, took out a thick and long crowbar from another space with his right hand, and smashed it directly on the head. The width of the stairs was very narrow, and there was no room for Aunt Lin to hide. There was no chance of her small kitchen knife touching Zhang Yi. Facing the crowbar, she instinctively dodged. The crowbar did not hit her head, but hit her shoulder. Click! Johnny heard the sound of bones breaking, and he couldn't help but smash his old arms and legs. Aunt Lynn was knocked down on the stairs all of a sudden, and she lost all the strength to resist. Even so, she still held the bloody kitchen knife tightly in her hand and stared at Johnny fiercely. Kill you! Avenge my grandson! Johnny looked down at her coldly, then raised the crowbar and hit her hand hard. Not to mention, the human body is really fragile in cold weather. This time, 3 of her fingers were smashed away, and the kitchen knife fell to the ground with a clang. Ah! The stairs echoed with her pig-killing screams. The patrol team heard the noise and hurried over to check. Seeing it was Zhang-Yi and Aunt Lin, I couldn't help but ask Brother Zhang. What's going on? Zhang-Yi said coldly, this old woman wants to kill me. When several people heard this, they immediately cursed that this old woman deserved to die. Brother Zhang is the hope of our entire building now. She even wants to kill you. So just kill her. She has gone crazy. And sooner or later, living will be a problem. Aunt Lin has indeed gone crazy a long time ago. She used to talk crazy in the group all day long. Zhang-Yi said, you go back. I will handle the things here. Several people did not dare to disobey Zhang-Yi's wishes and left here obediently. Zhou Qi stood on the stairs, covering her mouth with her hands, looking at Zhang-Yi with worry. Zhang-Yi, are you not injured? Zhang-Yi pointed at Aunt Lin's head and said coldly that she can't hurt me. Aunt Lin raised her head stubbornly and looked at Zhang-Yi with resentful eyes. Zhang-Yi, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. It was you who killed my grandson. If you die, you will go to the 18th level of H.L. Zhang-Yi was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he asked calmly that it was not me who killed your grandson. So why did you come to me for revenge? Aunt Lin's timing was very clever. Apparently she had planned it. Knowing that Zhang-Yi would come back at this time, she hid behind the door and waited for the opportunity to make a sneak attack. Zhang-Yi was also talking to Zhou Qi and was slightly distracted before giving her a chance. Otherwise, with Zhang-Yi's caution, it would be impossible not to notice the problem with the door crack. At this time, Zhang-Yi wanted to ask this crazy woman, why did she do it to him? Aunt Lin glared at Zhang-Yi fiercely, gnashing her teeth and spitting like a crazy bitch. My grandson was killed by you. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. I can't wait to drink your blood, eat your flesh, and kill you one bite at a time. Zhang-Yi's expression remained calm. However, I don't remember killing your grandson. Strictly speaking, I am still your benefactor, because it was Chen Zhenghao's people who kicked your grandson to death, and I helped you kill Chen Zhenghao. You should thank me. Aunt Lin was stunned for a moment. Then she became even more angry because she found out that what Zhang-Yi said made sense. But how could a woman, especially an unreasonable woman, admit that she had done something wrong? Stop pretending to be a good person here. My grandson was not dead at the time, but he died of pain because there was no medical treatment. It was you who let him die because you refused to lend me the medicine. You are the culprit. Aunt Lin spat and cursed. Her eyeballs became even redder due to congestion, resembling a ferocious evil ghost. Chapter 93. The wrong person is you. Zhang-Yi now understood the cause and effect. Oh, so that's it. That's how you understand it. He nodded. However, is there any misunderstanding about this matter? He looked down at Aunt Lin and met her hateful eyes. Then Zhang-Yi lowered his tone and said quietly, in fact, I am the most hard-spoken and soft-hearted person. How could I bear to watch a child die of pain? So later, I went to your house to deliver medicine. Aunt Lin's eyes widened. You are talking nonsense. No. I really wasn't talking nonsense. I have been to your house. Think about it carefully. Oh, by the way, you were so focused at the time that you might have forgotten. There was a hint of regret in Zhang-Yi's eyes. In fact, Xiuhu was still alive at that time, and I could clearly see that his chest was still moving. But why did you just give it to him? Well, he had a chance to survive. But you deprived him of the possibility of survival. You are such a good grandma. Zhang-Yi's eyes became dark, and his tone became extremely cold. Aunt Lin's mental state was not normal. When I heard what Zhang-Yi said, my mind became even more confused. There was a flash of panic in her eyes. Could it be that Xiuhu is really not dead? Later, she accidentally killed Xiuhu? No, it's impossible. Xiuhu was already dead at that time, and he was killed by you. Zhang-Yi laughed, pointed at Zhou Qi and said, if you don't believe it, you can ask Dr. Zhou. Is Lin Xiuhu still saved? Aunt Lin turned her head blankly and looked at Zhou Qi on the steps. Zhou Qier couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart when she saw Zhang Yi's solemn smile. No wonder Zhang Yi didn't kill Aunt Lin directly, but instead talked with her for so long. It turns out that not only did he want Aunt Lin to die, he also wanted to kill someone and make her die in extreme pain. Zhou Qier looked down at Aunt Lin and nodded slowly. Yes, Lin Xiuhu actually had a chance to save his life. It was Zhang Yi who I contacted at that time, and he agreed to deliver the medicine. But before he passed, you mistakenly thought that Lin Xiuhu was dead. If you could wait a little longer, maybe he wouldn't die. Zhou Qier didn't say the last few words, because she felt that doing so would be lethal enough. Aunt Lin covered her face in despair and wailed in pain. No. It's impossible. No. I didn't know he was still alive. I thought he was dead. Her spirit had long since collapsed. The memory in her mind was confused, and sometimes she didn't even know what she was doing. He has lived until now because of his hatred for Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier's words made her confused about reality. Could it be that the person who talks about the children and grandchildren is not Zhang Yi, but herself? Zhang Yi suddenly shouted loudly. Ha ha ha. So that's it. This is the good grandma of the Lin family. She said she loved her grandson, but she ended up killing her grandson, who was still alive. You love him so much. Your son and daughter-in-law entrusted their grandson to you. Are you worthy of them? Aunt Lin's eyes were distracted. She covered her head and howled in pain. No. It's not like that. It's not like that. That's it. That's it. It's not like that. It's not like that. That's it. That's it. It was you who did it. Aunt Lin was wailing in pain and despair. Zhang Yi was smiling next to her and giving her a touch-up. Zhou Qier felt creepy. Don't mess with people like Zhang Yi. It was so terrible how he tortured people. Ah! Aunt Lin suddenly yelled and slammed her head against the wall. She had completely collapsed and lost all hope of living. Death is the best relief for her. But at a critical moment, Zhang Yi became a good guy for once. He is so kind. How can he bear to watch his neighbor die in front of him? Zhang Yi shouted no. Then he kicked Aunt Lin away. Boom! Aunt Lin stood aside, then rolled down the stairs directly to the lower floor. Zhang Yi said earnestly, Aunt Lin, you have to look forward as a person. Don't let your mind wander. After all, his smile is even stronger. You have to sacrifice your grandson to survive. If you die, how will you face your whole family down there? Aunt Lin was vomiting blood at this time and could not speak, but her eyes were full of prayers for Zhang Yi. Stop talking. Please, stop talking. At this time, neighbors on several floors nearby heard the noise and rushed over to watch the excitement. Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin and said loudly, Everyone, come and see. Aunt Lin can't think of committing suicide. It's strange. How did she live so long? Hey, do you still have food in storage at home? When the neighbors heard this, they had extremely disgusted expressions in their eyes. Even if some people do anything to survive. However, no one can do such a thing to his closest relatives. That is their last moral bottom line. Aunt Lin was stared at by these eyes, and her mental breakdown became even more severe. She spit out blood in large mouthfuls, and her eyes were full of struggle and pain. She wouldn't live long. She would freeze to death in half an hour at most. Zhou Qier walked to Zhang Yi and said to him, Zhang Yi's blows were all so severe that her internal organs were ruptured. Freeze to death? Zhang Yi frowned. How could you be so cruel? I can't bear to let her freeze to death in such a cold weather now. The neighbors looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. Could it be that Zhang Yi wants to let Aunt Lin go? Only Zhou Qier, who knew Zhang Yi, glanced at him helplessly. What do you want to do? Zhang Yi sighed. Hey, life is not easy for the elderly. Let her stay warm before she dies. He put his hand into his clothes and pretended to take something out. But in fact, he took out a bottle of alcohol from another dimension. Unscrew the bottle cap. Clatter. Sprinkled on Aunt Lin's body. Seeing this scene, the neighbors understood what Zhang Yi wanted to do. While I was speechless, I felt that this was very reasonable. After all, this person was Zhang Yi. How often have you seen him show mercy to others? After pouring a bottle of alcohol, Zhang Yi quickly backed away, lit a cigarette with a lighter, took 2 puffs, and threw it away. Suddenly, the flames burst into flames in an instant. Soon, extremely shrill screams rang out from the stairwell. Zhang Yi turned around and walked back without even taking a second look. The other neighbors were so frightened that they hurriedly made way for Zhang Yi, their eyes full of fear. Chapter 94-9 #Chenlingyu. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier returned to the room, they took off their cold-proof clothes, sat on the sofa, and cursed this damn crazy woman. He laid down on the sofa. Zhou Qier walked into the bathroom and brought out a basin of hot water after a while. She knelt down in front of Zhang Yi with a smile, helped him take off the cotton socks from his feet, and then washed his feet with her own hands. She asked softly as she had been frightened just now. Zhang Yi leaned on the sofa and said leisurely that it was actually not bad. Since the apocalypse, I haven't been too surprised by anything. In chaotic times, ridiculous things can happen. He was wearing a police bulletproof vest. Unless the old woman was an agile killer and could cut his neck accurately, she would not be able to hurt him. But Zhang Yi is not a piece of wood, so he will naturally hide. Did anything happen in the community while I was away? Especially in other unit buildings. Is there any movement? Zhou Qier nodded slowly when he heard this. I was planning to tell you just now. Zhang Yi sat up slightly, with curiosity and caution in his eyes. Oh, what happened? Zhou Qier helped Zhang Yi massage the soles of her feet and said lightly, 9 over there. The person in charge now is my former patient named Chen Lingyu. She contacted me today and hopes that I can help you get through her friend application. Then say I have something I want to talk to you about. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. 9. Chen Lingyu? It was a name that was unfamiliar to him. And although they are all in the same community, Yuelu community is very large. Almost 500 meters from north to south. 25 and 9 where he is located are from the beginning of the village to the end of the village. And there is no chance of contact at all on weekdays. What does she want to talk to me about? Zhang Yi asked. Zhou Qier shook her head. She just said that she wanted to talk to the building manager at 25 about cooperation. But the specific details must be negotiated by you. Zhang Yi sneered. Cooperate? Bullshit cooperation. Now I lack nothing. But they can only watch helplessly waiting to die in the building. Why do you want to cooperate with me? Zhou Qier raised her head with a light smile on her lips. Then I tell her. You don't want to chat with her? Zhang Yi waved his hand. But there was no need to be so anxious. Tell me what she is like. And the specific situation in their building. Zhou Qier told Zhang Yi the information he learned. Chen Lingyu is the owner of a beauty and cosmetics company in Tianhai City, with a valuation of 200 million. It is said to be a beauty and cosmetics company, but it is actually a micro-business enterprise. Chen Lingyu is 38 years old, has average appearance, strong personality, and is a capable, strong woman. Her acquaintance with Zhou Qier was the result of her previous visit to the First People's Hospital for medical treatment. The relationship with Zhou Qier is average. At most, they are just acquaintances. As for the 9 where she is, they are now controlled by her and her men. According to the information Zhou Qier learned, 9 is currently being managed very well, and only 10 people have died until now. After Zhang Yi heard this, he pinched his fingers, nodded and said that at this time, a woman can actually manage a building. This Chen Lingyu does have a lot of tricks up her sleeve. Zhou Qier also sighed lightly. Yes, after all, he is engaged in micro-business MLM, so he is certainly good at brainwashing others. Zhang Yi chuckled and said that this is a cruel person. If you are really ruthless, you can even disown your relatives, and even trick your parents and relatives. Don't be careless with this kind of woman. Zhou Qier nodded. I don't have a very good impression of her either, and I haven't contacted her for a long time. She suddenly came to me today and asked me to help her deliver the news. Zhang Yi said this is not surprising. Now word has gotten out that I own a snowmobile and can go out collecting supplies. Who in the entire community is not jealous of me? Who wouldn't want my snowmobile? Zhou Qier nodded. If that's the case, do you still want to talk to her? Zhang Yi put his hand under his chin and thought for a few minutes. Let's talk about it. I also want to know what other unit buildings are planning now. At the very least, we can't make those people panic all of a sudden. Otherwise, people in the other 29 buildings will fall out with me, which is not a good thing. If Zhang Yi just hides in the house and doesn't go out, there is no need to be afraid of him. But now, Zhang Yi knows that the outside world is a huge treasure, and he will need to go out to collect various survival materials in the future. Then we can't fall out with everyone in the other 29 buildings for the time being. So, Zhang Yi opened WeChat on her mobile phone while enjoying Zhou Qier's delicate massage. The friend requests above were all 99+. But he had been too lazy to look at them. After all, the people who came to him were basically asking for supplies. So he didn't bother to pay attention to them. Opening the friend application list, the first thing Zhang Yi saw was Chen Lingyu, president of a Furong group. Women's suits and white shirts. Hands folded across the chest to look deep. An exaggerated smile on the face. A standard micro-business avatar. When Zhang Yi was about to pass his friend, His eyes suddenly noticed a slightly familiar profile picture below. The WeChat avatars used by business people are basically personal photos. So Zhang Yi immediately recognized who that person was. Li Jian, financial director of Walmart South China region. The reason why I know him is because I saw him on stage during the company's annual meeting before. Zhang Yi also knew that he lived in the same community. But their work had no intersection. So they had no contact. Zhang Yi took a look at the time for applying as a friend. It was 10:30 this morning. It was shortly after I left the community. Apparently, he came to me for the same reason. Zhang Yi knew something in his heart. He thought for a moment, and simply approved the friend applications of both people at the same time. Take a look at what each of these two people talked about with him to judge how to deal with the other 29 people. As soon as his friend application was approved, he responded to the message almost instantly. Hello Mr. Zhang Yi. I am Qinling Yu from 9. I am currently in charge of managing 9. Want to chat with you? Hello Mr. Zhang. I am Li Jian who is 18 years old. Thank you for applying as my friend. On behalf of the residents of 18, I would like to talk to you about cooperation. Zhang Yi first opened Qinling Yu's chat box. Want to talk about something? Qinling Yu immediately replied that it was not convenient to chat like this. Can I make a voice call? No. It's not convenient for me. So let's just talk. Zhang Yi said coldly. He is particularly familiar with women who work in microbusiness. His mouth is like a machine gun. If he is given a chance, he can talk endlessly for 3 days and 3 nights. If you have anything to do, just say it simply and directly. I don't have much patience and don't like to talk nonsense. Chapter 95 Talking about Cooperation and Attitude. Zhang Yi first gave Qinling Yu a slap in the face, letting Qinling Yu know that he was not someone to be trifled with. 9. Qinling Yu stood pacing back and forth in the room. It's not because I'm nervous, but because it's too cold, and I can still warm up by taking a few more steps. She wore many layers of clothes, but she seemed to try her best to look well-dressed. She even wore a coat with a fox fur scarf on top. After receiving the cold news from Zhang Yi, she took a deep breath and said to herself that he is indeed a powerful person. Don't be careless. Facing Zhang Yi, Qinling Yu was actually very nervous and even afraid. After all, Zhang Yi's deeds have spread. One person killed half of the neighbors in the entire building, and there are many weapons in his hand. And there are even scary things like sniper rifles. Various rumors made people in other buildings who heard Zhang Yi's stories deeply fear him. Qinling Yu calmed down her emotions and typed out the words she had drafted countless times in her mind. Mr. Zhang Yi has been a famous name that I have admired for a long time. We have heard your story for a long time and have always wanted to meet you. Now that you know you have a snowmobile, you can go out and look for supplies. So we 9 hope to cooperate with you. Zhang Yi glanced at it and smiled contemptuously. Cooperate? So what can you offer me? Cooperation requires equal exchange of terms. You should understand. Qinling Yu immediately said that we 9 were relatively harmonious and there were not too many deaths. So there is plenty of manpower. Now that you have a snowmobile in hand, you can leave the community and go out to explore. When Qinling Yu said this, she became excited. We can provide 76 people to you. These are the best labor force. There was heavy snow and ice outside, and order seemed to have been lost. In other words, everything in this world buried in ice, and snow belongs to whoever gets it. You have transportation and weapons. And I have family members who obey orders and do the work. As long as we join forces, we will definitely achieve great results in the future. Zhang Yi took out his ears. It sounds bluffing, but it's all false and empty. Let me ask you. There are so many people now who don't even know how to survive tomorrow. Why are you still developing? Qinling Yu swallowed. Of course. This requires you to help us collect food and protect our lives first. Then no matter what project you want to do, our people are the best workforce. Zhang Yi shook his head and lost interest. It's okay for a pyramid scheme leader to deceive stupid business owners in desperate situations. But isn't it just asking for trouble if he deceives himself? He was too lazy to type and sent a message by voice. I have absolutely no interest in what you said. Goodbye. Qinling Yu became a little anxious after hearing Zhang Yi's words. She gritted her teeth and quickly sent a message. You have now become the envy of the entire community. All you need to do is provide us with food. At least we can remain neutral towards you. You don't want us to be your enemies either. Do you? After seeing this sentence, Zhang Yi's face became slightly serious. This is what he wants to hear. Why are you talking about so much useless stuff? These damn micro businesses. Oh, so many people in the apartment building want to take action against me? Haha. Why don't I believe it? Now I am living a good life. How can anyone attack me? Zhang Yi asked tentatively. Yu knew that Zhang Yi was testing. But in order to express her sincerity, she had to reveal some information. Zhang Yi, you are a smart man, and you should understand why holding a jade is a crime. There are thousands of people living in the entire community, and everyone can only wait to starve to death in their houses. Only you can go out on a snowmobile to find food. If it were you, would you be envious and jealous? The reason why everyone didn't take action was just weighing the pros and cons. But it's just a matter of time before I take action against you. I don't ask for much. As long as you can guarantee our basic food needs, the people in our building will never take action against you. Hearing these words, Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. In a sense, this is a threat. Oh, you mean, if I don't agree, you 9 will attack us 25. Right? Zhang Yi's voice was very cold and full of murderous intent. Yu couldn't help but tremble. But soon she said forcefully, I believe you won't choose to do this. Becoming our enemy won't do you any good even if you win. The reason why she is so calm is also because the distance between 25 and 9 is relatively far. If Zhang Yi wanted to lead people to attack, he would be cutting off his retreat. Moreover, there is a possibility of being attacked by people from other units. We just need some food and nothing else. And with my ability and your force, we will have no problem ruling the entire community in the future. Yu said excitedly. The smile on Zhang Yi's lips was a little contemptuous. This was the first time I saw someone begging for food so confidently. Yu took a breath of anger. This is collaboration. Zhang Yi replied calmly and asked me to think about it and give you a reply later. After saying that, he didn't want to continue chatting with Yu. So he closed the chat box. Zhang Yi put the phone on his lap and began to think about how the situation would develop. Zhang Yi didn't care about Yu. It's just a 9. If you want to fight with him, no matter how many people there are, it won't be a problem. They have no idea how many guns and bullets Zhang Yi has in his hand. If they really came to fight, Zhang Yi, armed with an assault rifle and his ability to shoot accurately, would be able to wipe them all out. However, the problem is that there must be more than one Yu who has such thoughts in this community. In the other 29 unit buildings, everyone covets his snowmobile. There were even some impatient people who were about to run out of supplies, and did not hesitate to come over and fight for their lives with him. If they were to unite and attack 25 at the same time, Zhang Yi would have to kill them until his hands were sore before he could finish them off. Zhang Yi raised his head and glanced at his safe house. The SH.L made of aerospace alloy could withstand the bombardment of artillery SH.LS. Even if the entire community invades, they will never be able to break through. Unless those people can demolish the 25th floor, there is basically no threat to Zhang Yi. How likely is this? Zhang Yi frowned and thought about this issue. If people from the 29 unit buildings really took action together, there is a real chance that this thing would happen. Current electricity does not allow the use of high-power electrical appliances. They won't be able to use equipment such as impact hammers and electric drills. Want to bring down a building entirely by manual labor. In the current ultra-low temperature and extreme lack of food to provide energy, it is absolutely impossible to do it. After all, with their current level of physical strength, they might not be able to stand the cold even if they walked outside for a while. How can I still have the strength to smash the wall? Chapter 96. Do you want to kill them all? After some thinking, Zhang Yi got a satisfactory answer. That is, as long as he sticks to 25 and does not go out, using the firepower in his hands and the strength of the safe house. Even the people in the other 29 buildings cannot do anything to him. To put it bluntly, in today's situation where food is extremely scarce and the temperature is extremely cold, it is a huge torment for a person to go out and take even 2 steps in the biting cold wind. 20 people can't do the same hard work as one person in the past. My personal safety is not in question, no matter what happens. If I ride a motorcycle and fight my way out of the encirclement, using the weapons in my hand to engage in guerrilla warfare with them, I can slowly wear them to death. It's just that it's too troublesome to do this. How long do I have to kill the people in the 29th building? But if I don't kill them, they will definitely come and attack me. Zhang Yi thought carefully in his heart. Should he spend some time and energy to kill everyone who is a threat to him in the community? Or should he find other ways? In a short period of time, Zhang Yi had not made up his mind. He glanced at his phone and decided to have a chat with Li Jian. He had to see if all posters thought this way. Zhang Yi opened the chat box with Li Jian. He ignored Li Jian, but Li Jian very proactively introduced their situation to Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, I come here with sincerity and hope to cooperate with you to build a harmonious home and a doomsday utopia. We 18 have only had 5 elderly deaths so far, and they died from complications caused by the extremely cold temperatures. Everyone distributes materials through reasonable planning and gets along harmoniously. I think this is the best way to survive in the apocalypse. Preserving the fire for human civilization. It is also beneficial to the reconstruction work after the snow disaster. Right now, we lack effective food sources. Because we hope to cooperate with you. As a price, we can provide manpower and material resources to try our best to meet your requirements. And we can coordinate the relationship with other unit buildings for you to avoid conflicts. Zhang Yi felt much more comfortable after seeing Li Jian's introduction. As expected of the financial director of a large group, his emotional intelligence is much higher than that of Chen Lingyu, a micro-businessman. The organization is clear. The interests are stated concisely. And the tone of speaking is neither condescending nor overbearing. But what Zhang Yi cares about most is the harmonious home he mentioned. It has been more than 20 days since the end of the world, and not one of them has died in the conflict. Zhang Yi looked at Zhou Ke, who was pinching his feet carefully. Ke, do you know anything about the situation of 18? Zhou Ke thought for a while, and said that she had heard of it. It is said that the building manager of their building is a very charismatic person. After the apocalypse came, he united all the residents and adopted a unified distribution of materials, allowing most people to survive until now. Zhang Yi sighed and said that he is worthy of being a financial director. Management accountants not only need to know how to manage, but also need to know how to maximize profits. In fact, Li Jian's approach is the most reasonable. In other buildings, such as Zhang Yi's 25, conflicts and internal friction have resulted in a large amount of material waste. Theoretically, if a person does not exercise, he or she will consume very little energy in a day and only eat one meal. Li Jian is a talent. Zhang Yi sighed with emotion, but then said that it is still impossible to survive for a long time in the apocalypse. Li Jian's ability lies in establishing order. Through his influence in 18, he united everyone early. However, what should we do once we face an attack from the outside world? If a group of people who are used to living comfortably encounter villains, like the Tianhe gang or Chen Jinghao, they may only be massacred. This is the same reason as the ancient Central Plains civilization was defeated by nomadic civilization many times. Without the protection of force, all stability and harmony are false. Zhang Yi asked, what would you do if I disagreed? Li Jian thought for a long time before replying to Zhang Yi. We uphold the spirit of friendly cooperation and extend an invitation to you for cooperation. I'm sorry if you refuse, but this does not mean that your ideas will not change in the future. I am still looking forward to the next opportunity for cooperation. Zhang Yi smiled. This official way of replying seemed very comfortable. Why? Don't you choose to attack us 25? Or when other unit buildings attack, don't you choose to join in? Li Jian's reply was also very candid. Our force is only used to protect ourselves, and we will not take the initiative to attack others. It's not that we don't have the strength, but that there is useless internal friction. And the final result can only be a lose-lose situation for both sides. Zhang Yi almost wanted to applaud him. Look at this person. He is obviously a coward. But he wants to say something so upright. Then again, 18's harmonious home spent half a month in the end of the world in a peaceful way, and indeed did not have the courage to fight with others. Li Jian is a sensible person. He also knew that if Zhang Yi really got into a fight with someone else, they wouldn't get much benefit even if they got over it. It is better to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. If Zhang Yi loses and the snowmobile falls into the hands of others, he can still find others to cooperate. Wait for my reply. After Zhang Yi sent this message, he went to the friend application list to find other people. Previously, there were too many people who wanted to add him as friends to ask for supplies, so he simply ignored all the friend requests. But now it seems that people in every building in the entire community want to talk to him and ask him to help collect supplies. Sure enough, Zhang Yi later added several more building managers. What they express is almost the same as Chen Lingyu and Li Jian. They all hope to cooperate with Zhang Yi, and then ask Zhang Yi to help them collect supplies so that they can survive. However, the conditions they can give are extremely limited. Only women in the workforce are committed to not adding insult to injury when conflicts arise. The difference is just a good attitude or a bad attitude. Nothing more. Zhang Yi was lying on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling, and murmured in a low voice that there were only two choices now. Fight or peace. If I want to fight, I have to kill all those who threaten me. It's not impossible to do this, but it's too time and ammunition consuming. After killing a large number of residents in 30 buildings in the entire community, The ammunition I stored will be exhausted. The ammunition reserve obtained from the police station itself is not too large. Just over 1,000 rounds. This is still a consideration under ideal circumstances. I can kill them all if they come to attack. But if they hide in the building and can't come out, I don't dare to risk going in. What's more, although I don't have any psychological shadow about killing people, but he's not some perverted butcher either. Most people in the community don't have much hatred against me. If I killed them all, it would be a little unbearable. Hey, maybe I'll even get into mental problems by then. Johnny rubbed his temples. He felt that killing the entire community was not a good option. That would be too troublesome. Chapter 97: The attitude of each building in the community. Listening to Zhang Yi's muttering, Joe Kier felt frightened. At this time, no one in the entire community knew that they were all jumping around crazily on the edge of the entrance to H.L. Death or life is just a matter of Zhang Yi's thoughts. Fortunately, I chose to follow him. Joe Kier felt extremely happy. Suddenly, Zhang Yi looked at Joe Kier in front of him, patted the sofa next to him, and came over. Joe Kier came over and sat next to him. The temperature in the room is very high, so when they are at home, the two of them usually wear home clothes, which is very casual. Joe Kier didn't bring any clothes herself. Zhang Yi chose them all for her. So the dressing style is naturally whatever Zhang Yi likes. This outfit on Joe Kier is very cute and suits her beautiful figure. When sitting next to Zhang Yi, he is as gentle as a Siamese cat. Zhang Yi picked up a glass of water from the table, took a sip, and then asked Joe Kier, Kier, tell me, from your perspective, should I fight with them or make peace with them? Joe Kier originally thought that Zhang Yi wanted to say something personal to her. Unexpectedly, he actually asked for his opinion. Of course, this is considered trust in her, which is a good thing. She felt a little regretful, but she was also happy that Zhang Yi was willing to ask her opinion. Joe Kier rolled his eyes and said some words of war to Zhang Yi, at the same time facing the attacks from the residents of the other 29 buildings. Can you withstand it? Well, no problem, Zhang Yi said with confidence. In fact, he felt a little bit guilty because he was only 99.99% sure. But there was still 0.01% he was not sure about. After all, he couldn't guarantee that no one in the other 29 buildings had hidden explosives that could blow up a building. But this probability is about the same as the probability that an H bullet will hit his house. There is nothing I can do if I encounter you. Zhang Yi stopped thinking about it. Joe Kier's eyes were filled with surprise. She thought Zhang Yi would say it couldn't be done, but she didn't expect Zhang Yi to give a definite answer. After all, Zhang Yi had never told her how many weapons and supplies he had on hand. But Joe Kier then thought about it. Zhang Yi is a person with superpowers, and anything is possible for him. She took a deep breath and continued to ask, if there is a peace negotiation, would you have to provide the living materials for everyone in the entire community? Zhang Yi burst out laughing. According to what they mean, this is indeed the case. Joe Kier immediately said that of course not. In the entire community, even if the number of survivors in each building is calculated as 50, there are still 1,500 people. If we have to take care of the food and drink of so many people, we don't know how much supplies will be enough. Putting it all on you alone is simply too much. Zhang Yi waved his hand. That's not how the account is calculated. When they put forward conditions, they naturally set them at a high price, and then waited for me to negotiate the price. And don't really think of these people as any good people. Anyone who can control a building must have his own small group. When they have supplies, they are also the ones who give priority to them. A deep light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. As for the others, they are just storing food. Do they need to waste food on food reserves? Joe Kier felt that what Zhang Yi said made sense and nodded. Even so, it is a huge trouble for you to provide the supplies for 30 buildings by yourself. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. Well, that's exactly it. So I have to get out of this trouble. Or kill them all. This is a tortuous and troublesome process. And maybe a little bit dangerous. After all, then, I have to leave the house and go out to play with them. He rubbed his head. Tell me, is there any way I can kill them all without the trouble? Can we get rid of these troubles again? Joe Kier lowered his head and thought seriously. Zhang Yi put his arms around her slender waist while thinking inwardly. After a long time, Joe Kier said helplessly that there was no solution to this problem. You are their only hope. And if you don't help them, they will definitely come and kill you. There is a theoretical view, but it is unrealistic. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, what statement? Joe Kier smiled and said that although escaping is shameful, it is useful. Wouldn't it be enough for you to leave this community and live somewhere else to get rid of them? Zhang Yi looked at Zhou Qian with wide eyes. At first, he thought Zhou Qian's statement was very funny, even inexplicable. The safe house he finally built allowed him to leave the community? But suddenly, another idea emerged in my mind. Can I put the safe house into my own space and take it with me? Zhang Yi has also tried to collect large items. But the items collected must meet one condition to exist independently. His safe house is integrated into the building's frame, to be taken away unless dismantled. But how to dismantle it? What to use to dismantle it? If it could be demolished, I believe his bastard neighbors would have demolished it long ago. Although this idea was bold and extremely difficult to realize, Zhang Yi found it refreshing. Maybe I can give it a try if I have the conditions in the future. But at the moment, this is clearly not a valid option. Zhou Qian looked at Zhang Yi's serious thinking expression, and couldn't help but laugh and said, I was just talking casually. You wouldn't take it seriously, would you? Zhang Yi looked at her, smiled and pinched her little nose. So tell me, what should I do? Zhou Qian pouted her little mouth. I don't know either. Zhang Yi's eyes are deep. So don't be in a hurry, and let's talk later. Anyway, time is on our side. And the advantage is mine. The only thing that can cause Zhang Yi a little trouble now is the union of the other 29 buildings. But now in the apocalypse, there are intrigues between people. Within a community, 30 buildings have given birth to various civilized groups. Zhang Yi and the Tianhe gang's Mad Wolf gang use force and killing to gain rule. Chen Lingyu is a person who controls a building through brainwashing and hypnosis. Li Jian created a harmonious home without fighting through scientific management. In so many organizations, the thinking is not on the same level at all. Moreover, they have to be wary of each other and may become enemies at any time. It is not easy for them to unite. Zhang Yi planned to continue to observe and see their movements before deciding what to do. Anyway, the initiative is in his hands. In terms of force, with a lot of hot weapons and the blessing of precise shooting ability, he is not afraid of group battles. Chapter 98 Establishing Prestige. Zhang Yi made up his mind and waited to see what would happen. But he also knew that those people must have lost their patience and wanted to take action against him. Therefore, in recent times, special attention must be paid to security issues. He had a police helmet on his head and body armor for protection. Zhang Yi looked at his legs and frowned. There is a bulletproof vest, but no bulletproof pants. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yi had an idea. He took out a body armor from another space and handed it to Zhou Qian. Is this for me? Zhou Qian asked happily. Help me separate its threads. I want to use it, Zhang Yi said. Zhou Qian curled her lips, feeling a little disappointed. But she still took the body armor obediently and cut the threads on both sides with scissors. The threads of body armor are also very tough. After all, they are made of special materials designed to withstand huge impacts. Zhou Qian spent a lot of effort to take apart the body armor. Now, the body armor becomes two pieces of fabric at the front and back. Zhang Yi took it over, made a gesture on his leg, and nodded with satisfaction. Wrap it around your legs and put on cold weather clothing. Aren't these bulletproof pants? There are also large arteries in the legs, so don't be careless. After preparing the equipment, Zhang Yi thought for a while and felt that he could not make the neighbors in the building too comfortable. You must give them some sense of crisis, and then trick them into actively going out to find someone to fight with. After all, Zhang Yi organized them to be cannon fodder, not to raise uncles. Other buildings gave him signals, and he had to do something in response. So Zhang Yi sent a message to the owner group and told everyone about the current situation. All 25 brothers, sisters, and family members. Now we have a major crisis. Someone is coming to take our food. Some apartment buildings nearby were jealous that I could go out to help them find food. So they threatened me verbally. They claimed that if I didn't share the food with them, they would attack our unit building. As soon as these words were said, the owner group suddenly exploded. The neighbors had just seen hope of survival, and now they pointed Zhang Yi out every day and brought back some food to keep them alive. Now other buildings are jealous and want to come and snatch it. But of course they won't agree. Hack. What are these bastards thinking? If you have the ability, go out and look for it yourself. We fight with them and protect our food to the death. But we won't even give them a grain of rice. Yes, we have Zhang Yi here anyway. If there really was a fight, we would still be afraid of them. However, concerns have also been raised. However, there are only 30 or 40 people in our building now. If other buildings come to attack us, can it really be defended? This is indeed somewhat difficult. Then can we discuss it with them and ask them not to mess with us. Uh-huh. Do you think it's possible? Now everyone is fighting for food. Who will reason with you? Ah? So what should we do? That's it. It's death without food. The neighbors were very noisy. They are filled with righteous indignation. But most people are also afraid. If we really go against other units in the entire community, wouldn't we have to beat up more than 1,000 people? What's the difference between that and seeking death? Johnny sent a message at the right time. Everyone knows the current situation outside. Heavy snow has submerged various low-rise buildings, including most supermarkets. Therefore, finding supplies is also a very difficult task and depends on luck. There are thousands of people outside. If you really want to give food to them, then you all will have nothing to eat. Johnny, don't want to offend them. Anyway, I still have enough supplies to last a few days. So I leave the decision to you on what to do. Should you keep the food for yourself, or give it to them in exchange for stability? You have the final say. The multiple choice questions given by Zhang Yi were like pointing a gun at a person's head and asking him whether he wanted to die or live. In fact, there is no choice at all. When the neighbors heard Zhang Yi's words, they also knew that they had no way out. Without food, they would surely still be dead. If you give it a try, you might still have a chance to survive. I understand. Then just do it with them. These foods belong to us. Why should we give them to them? They can just go and die on their own. That is, if you don't have the ability to get food yourself. You just want to steal it from others. Immoral or not. The most disgusting thing in my life. Wan Chong is this kind of person. Bah! Johnny saw that his mood was almost gone. So he said, okay, we can't let them look down on us. We must let them know how powerful we are. Tonight, Li Chengmin and Jiang Lei, you lead people into 26. There are only a few veterans left in the Tianhe gang. Kill them! Firstly, it is to avenge our dead family members. And secondly, it is a reminder to other units. Li Chengmin okay. Brother Zhang. Jiang Lei is. Brother Zhang. Zhang Yi as for me. I have been busy outside all day and am a little tired. I won't take you there. Definitely next time. Li Chengmin. Brother Zhang. I understand you. You have worked hard today. Brother Zhang of Jiang Lei has the greatest credit. We can't let Brother Zhang do everything. Don't you think so? Neighbors. Yes. Yes. Good Brother Zhang Yi. Go ahead. After CPU finished with the neighbor, Zhang Yi threw away the phone comfortably, and then picked up Zhou Qier. Ah! Zhou Qier smiled and let out a scream. An hour later, Zhang Yi was lying on the sofa with a cigarette in his mouth. Zhou Qier was lying on his chest with a tired look on his face, but a satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth. Ding dong. The WeChat message rang. Zhang Yi picked up the phone and found that it was from Jiang Lei. Brother Zhang. Those veterans from the Tianhe gang are a bit difficult to deal with. Zhang Yi raised his lips. Nonsense. Of course it's hard work. If it was easy, I would have rushed in with a gun and shot them all. The people in the Tianhe gang are all working on construction sites. They have many tools in their hands. Strong strength and strong endurance. Moreover, they have been working with buildings for a long time and know how to make use of the terrain. If Jiang Lei and others went to attack, they would definitely suffer heavy losses if the Trina gang was prepared. But they were all cannon fodder anyway. So Zhang Yi didn't feel bad if they died. And he even wanted to laugh a little. After all, most of these bastard neighbors have had their share of the soup. Zhang Yi pretended to be worried and asked how our casualties were. Jiang Lei said that 8 of us died, but only 3 of them were killed. Zhang Yi was very satisfied with the result. There were only a few members of the Tianhe gang left, and they were all ruthless men who could fight. With 3 killed in battle, Huang Tianfang was almost alone. Chapter 99 Ambush. Zhang Yi asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Jiang Lei didn't expect that Zhang Yi would specifically ask about his situation. So he quickly said that he just wiped it, and it was fine. Zhang Yi immediately said in a sad and angry tone that these thieves from the Tianhe gang almost injured one of my generals. Jiang Lei, you don't have to be on duty tomorrow, so take a rest first. Later, he told the group that everyone performed very well tonight and would be rewarded tomorrow based on merit. Anyone who participated in the attack on the Trina gang would be rewarded with food for at least 2 people. Jiang Lei was injured heroically and is worth learning from, so let him rest for a day tomorrow. Also rewarded with a super large portion of braised pork rice. The neighbors were excited when they heard Zhang Yi's encouraging words. Although 8 neighbors died, is it still a big deal if 1 person dies? They have long been numb. The most important thing is, they have double guaranteed food tomorrow. The most enviable thing is Jian Lei, who can actually eat braised pork rice at such a time. Even if they have the ingredients now, they don't have that many seasonings to cook, let alone light a fire. I eat whatever I want every day, and I have almost forgotten what braised pork rice tastes like. Zhang Yi is mighty. Ho ho. Sure enough, you still have to hang out with Zhang Yi. There will be meat to eat. Damn it. I didn't win this time. The braised pork rice next time must be mine. Many people secretly made up their minds to fight harder. The next morning, Zhang Yi put on the equipment that covered his whole body and left the house with confidence. He planned to check out some famous large shopping malls and hotels nearby to find out if there was anything useful. Climbing out of the 4th floor window, the snow in front of me is sunken into a large area and is all mottled with blood. Only then did Zhang Yi think that there had been a lot of fighting on their side recently. Zhang Yi just sighed a little, then gathered his energy, took out the snowmobile secretly, and then drove out of the community. After the sound of the motorcycle rang, that familiar feeling appeared again, the feeling of being watched. Although Zhang Yi couldn't see clearly the people behind the windows, he knew that many people were looking at him. Zhang Yi raised his head and glanced coldly at one tall building after another. These people may become his enemies in the near future and die in his hands. Zhang Yi's gaze moved from far to near, then slowly returned. But just as he passed a building, he suddenly felt something was wrong. 21. On the wall, the red number 21 is very eye-catching. It was under its reminder that Zhang Yi felt a strong sense of disobedience. 21. Mad Wolf Gang. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, his eyes immediately became sharp. How can I say something is wrong? 21, where the Mad Wolf Gang is located, is not far from their building. But until now, even though they knew that Zhang Yi had a lot of supplies and a snowmobile in his hands, they still didn't take action against Zhang Yi. In the past, Zhang Yi thought that they were cautious and afraid of him. But now that I think about it, it's still too weird. No matter how careful they are still a group of passionate young people in their 20s. It's impossible to remain indifferent to something as alluring as a snowmobile. The weirdest thing is that the owners of other nearby buildings have approached Zhang Yi to talk about cooperation. Only the members of the Mad Wolf Gang have never contacted Zhang Yi. This is abnormal. Extremely abnormal. From Zhang Yi's understanding, there is only one explanation for this behavior, and that is that dogs that can't bark are the most ruthless. And they plan to attack quietly. Zhang Yi touched the pistol in his pocket, and thought of those big guns loaded with bullets and loaded in another dimension, and felt much more at ease. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and quickly sent a message to Uncle Yu and Joe Kier, asking them to lock the door at home, and be careful of sneak attacks from residents of other unit buildings. Then he stuffed his phone into his arms to prevent it from freezing. Zhang Yi started the snowmobile and drove forward. When the car arrived at the edge of the community, a sudden change occurred. On the ground in front of me, snowflakes suddenly burst out. Then a door panel stood upright, blocking the front of Zhang Yi's car. Zhang Yi's car didn't have time to stop and quickly turned around. Boom! The motorcycle hit the door panel sideways, and 2 people were thrown out in the snow. It turned out that 2 men were hiding in the snow and tied the door panels with ropes to use them as a trap to keep the horses away. Unfortunately, this kind of door panel was too thin. Instead of tripping Zhang Yi, he was thrown out. Facts have proved that things in TV series cannot be learned randomly. Zhang Yi immediately realized that he had been ambushed. Before he had time to think, 7 or 8 people had climbed out of the snow. Without saying a word, they took out their weapons and rushed towards Zhang Yi with a roar. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and the cold air calmed him down. Then he quickly took out the gun from his pocket, and when he turned on the safety, 8 people had already rushed to him. Zhang Yi raised his gun and shot. Boom! 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 If ordinary people were approached like this, they would probably be in trouble even if they had a gun in their hand. But Zhang Yi has the ability to shoot accurately, and has extremely strong control over space. So the bullet in his hand will not miss. With 3 bullets, the 3 people in front of him were killed, and all the shots were headshots. Before he could take a breath, several people on the other side also came to a position only 1 meter away from him with machetes. The machete was raised high and struck at Zhang Yi. At the critical moment, Zhang Yi turned the gun. Before he dropped the knife, Zhang Yi's gun was aimed at his head and almost stuffed into his mouth. The man's body stiffened for a moment, and he was about to say something. Boom! With 1 shot, there was a hole in his head. Such a scene frightened several other charging people nearby and froze them in place. They had never seen someone so ruthless with a gun. He shot one at a time and killed 4 of them in an instant. Could it be that he is half human and half ghost? Yan Xuanying, the best spearman? Zhang Yi didn't give them a chance to be stunned. He raised his gun and shot, killing 2 more people with 2 more shots. Only then did the remaining 4 lose their courage and hurriedly turned around and ran back. Zhang Yi aimed his gun at their backs. Seeing them running forward desperately in the snow, he suddenly changed his mind. He put the gun in his mouth, then started his motorcycle and followed. A few people couldn't run fast in the snow. It was more like crawling than running. At this time, the sound of motorcycles rang in their ears, and several people were so scared that they wet their pants. Zhang Yi caught up with the last person, and the motorcycle hit him directly. Half of his body was on the snow. Zhang Yi's motorcycle knocked his upper body to the ground, and then began to crush him mercilessly. How does it feel to run over a vehicle weighing more than 400 kilograms, including a person and a vehicle? The man screamed like a pig. His spine was directly broken, and the motorcycle ran over his back and then his head. When the people in front heard the screams, their faces turned even paler, and they gritted their teeth and ran forward as hard as they could, as if there were evil spirits chasing them behind them. Chapter 100. Kill as fast as you can. After Zhang Yi's motorcycle passed the man, he looked back. Although there was snow underneath his body, the weight of more than 400 kilograms pressed on him, causing him to vomit blood. Zhang Yi shot him with a backhand, ending his pain, then continued to chase forward slowly. He wanted to know where these people came from. If you want to harm him, you have to pay the price. The direction in which several people were fleeing looked very much like 21, the territory of the Mad Wolf Gang. At this time, on the 7th floor of 21, Wang Chong, the gang leader of the Mad Wolf Gang, and Xiao Lu, the deputy gang leader, looked at the scene in front of them, and their hearts were bleeding. For today's robbery, they had been preparing for many days. They had found out Zhang Yi's route and time, and sent 10 men to ambush him. I originally thought this was a foolproof strategy, but against all calculations, I never expected that Zhang Yi's marksmanship was so good. They didn't even expect that Zhang Yi still had so many bullets in his hand. Not only did they not succeed in killing Zhang Yi, but they also took away his snowmobile. Instead, he lost his troops and generals. And even more so, Zhang Yi came to kill him. Now, the trouble is big. Wang Chong said that everyone should gather at the door quickly, arrange traps, and be careful of the gun in his hand. Xiao Lu nodded. Don't worry. Our corridor is fully decorated. If he dares to come in, it doesn't matter if I kill him right here. The result is the same anyway. The 2 people spoke very harshly, but they all stepped back, not daring to appear in front of the window. They knew that Zhang Yi had a gun and a sniper rifle. Coming forward is tantamount to seeking death. 21. The members of the Mad Wolf Gang were hiding in the corridor, as if facing a formidable enemy, praying in their hearts that Zhang Yi would not come in. Outside, Zhang Yi was still chasing down the remaining cubs of the Mad Wolf Gang. Along the way, I randomly killed someone with 1 shot. The last person ran to 21. But before he reached the entrance, the roar of Zhang Yi's motorcycle rang in his ears. Zhang Yi glanced at the dark room in front of him, and he knew that the members of the Mad Wolf Gang must be ambushing him at this moment. Zhang Yi did not use a gun, but took out the Damascus steel hunting knife he bought before. This thing is used to chop wild animals. It is extremely sharp, but Zhang Yi has never used it to chop anyone. Poof! The hunting knife passed across the man's neck, and it felt surprisingly smooth. The sound of blood splashing was like the sound of wind, and a head flew high and then fell to the ground. 21. When everyone in the Mad Wolf Gang hiding in the dark saw the scene, they all felt chills on their backs. The 10 brothers they sent out were all killed by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi stopped the snowmobile, got out of the car, picked up the head on the ground, and threw it into the room on the 4th floor. The head rolled several times on the ground before stopping, staring blankly at the people inside. There was silence inside, and the members of the Mad Wolf Gang felt their hands and feet getting cold due to nervousness. They knew that once Zhang Yi came in with a gun, it would be a fierce battle. Many people will die from them. Zhang Yi stood outside 21 and did not go in. He didn't know exactly what was inside, but there must be traps and ambushes. A gentleman will not put himself in danger unless he builds a dangerous wall. But just letting the people from the Mad Wolf Gang go, he felt that he was too lenient towards these people. At this time, the sound of gunshots alerted everyone in the community, including 25 people. At this time, Uncle Yu and Li Bin were on duty, and they came over with weapons to support Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, what's going on? How did you get into a fight with them? Uncle Yu asked angrily. Zhang Yi glanced at them and said lightly that they ambushed me outside and then I killed them all. From outside the community to 21, there were 10 corpses lying on the road, dripping with blood, which was very dazzling. Uncle Yu shouted angrily, "These damn things are so insidious." He told the people behind him that if something happened to Zhang Yi, our food would be cut off and everyone would have no way to survive. A group of people were shocked when they heard this and realized the seriousness of this matter. Zhang Yi waved to them and went back first to call for help. "Call everyone over here." A group of people immediately returned to 25 and called all the owners over. Zhang Yi's expression was very stern. His mood at this time was very bad. Quite bad. He is not afraid of being attacked by surprise, because in the last days, such a thing is unavoidable. And he was fully prepared, with equipment all over his body and an assault rifle in this space. There's really nothing a dozen or 20 people can do to him. But he was angry because he knew that someone on the 25th floor must have tipped off someone from the Mad Wolf gang. The reason is also easy to explain. For safety reasons, Zhang Yi doesn't go out at a fixed time every day, just because he doesn't want others to deal with him through this. Ambush in advance? It's even more impossible. At this temperature, you have to bury yourself in the snow. No matter how thick your clothes are, it won't last more than half an hour. But today, those people just happened to ambush him in the snow. There are no such coincidences in this world. Which means someone from the inside must have known that he was out, and then told the people of the Mad Wolf gang. Zhang Yi was not angry at being betrayed, because he knew that these neighbors were not good birds. As long as the benefits were sufficient, there was no need to consider betrayal. He simply wanted to kill the person who leaked the information. But almost everyone in the whole building could do something like this, and he didn't know who did it. In this case, then treat everyone equally. The Mad Wolf gang of 21 is on tight defense. If they attack by force, there will be countless casualties. Zhang Yi simply let them bite each other, since he didn't feel sorry for anyone who died anyway. Zhang Yi's cold eyes swept over everyone. Everyone's expressions were full of fear when they saw Zhang Yi like this. But they also knew that the feeling of being ambushed would not be pleasant. After a while, Zhang Yi said calmly that someone from 21 took action against me. If I die, you won't be able to survive. So if they want to kill me, they want to kill you. For such people, we must kill them all. Uncle Yu, come with me this time. The remaining people were led by Li Chengmin and officially launched an attack on 21. Kill one person, and I will reward 10 people with food. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited when they heard Zhang Yi's reward. Many people were still upset because they didn't have the chance to make meritorious deeds last night. However, some people have raised objections. It's not good to be in the past, right? They must be preventing us from taking revenge. Even if you want to go there, it's better to wait until night. Zhang Yi took a look and saw that it was a Mediterranean uncle named Guidahai. He pointed at Uncle Yu and said, "Uncle Yu is our main force. If we attack by force, it would be best for him to stay." When everyone heard Guidahai's words, they felt that it made sense and couldn't help but murmured in low voices. Yes, even if it was for revenge, it would be better to go there at night for a sneak attack. Is Zhang Yi furious now? Be calm. Uncle Yu has strong fighting ability and should be the main force. Chapter 101. If you don't obey, you will die. Zhang Yi sneered when he heard such a voice. His voice made everyone present quickly shut up. Has the food I've given you every day lately fattened up your courage? Zhang Yi's eyes swept across the crowd and landed on Guidahai. The fat Mediterranean man was so frightened that he quickly took 2 steps back. When I first became the building manager, I said that everyone must listen to me. He showed a solemn smile. Haha. It's only been a few days, and you guys have forgotten about it? After saying this, Zhang Yi suddenly took out his pistol, pointed it at Guidahai's head, and pulled the trigger. Boom! Guidahai's head exploded with blood, and many female neighbors screamed in fright. No one thought that Zhang Yi would shoot if he said to shoot, and kill if he said to kill. Anyone who disobeys will die, Zhang Yi said to everyone coldly. Until this moment, everyone suddenly remembered that Zhang Yi was not a gentle neighbor who brought them food. He was the devil who killed most of the owners of the entire building. The scene was completely silent, and no one dared to express their anger. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows with a nonchalant expression. Go over now and kill those people from the Mad Wolf gang. Who is in favor, and who is against? After a few seconds of silence, Li Chengmin raised his hand and said, I agree. Listen to Brother Zhang. Only then did the others raise their hands one after another and listen. Listen to Zhang Yi. After seeing this, Zhang Yi's face showed a gentle smile again. This is right. We are all family. And families help each other. Look, I'm not tricking you. I'll kill 10 of them myself. Let dozens of you handle the rest. Am I good enough to you? Come on. Uncle Yu and I will go out to help you find food. We will have an extra meal tonight, and everyone will have a good meal. Zhang Yi's carrot and stick strategy is very effective. Although the neighbors were initially frightened by Guo Dehai's death, it was Guo Dehai who died. So what does it have to do with them? Zhang Yi promised to bring them food again, and their dissatisfaction suddenly became much less. Zhang Yi held a gun in his hand and watched them from behind. So, whether this group of people were willing or unwilling, they could only rush into Building 21 with their weapons. After a while, there were chaotic sounds and noisy shouts of killing inside. Zhang Yi glanced at his watch. The golden Rolex was still so plain and boring. Let them keep fighting. I have to go. Otherwise, I won't even know what time it is when I come back. He looked at Uncle Yu. Let's go. You can help me this time. Going out today was still a regular search, and there was nothing particularly needed. So it doesn't matter if I bring Uncle Yu with me. Uncle Yu chuckled, glanced at 21 not far away, nodded and said okay. Let's go! Zhang Yi frowned slightly and held his ribs as if in pain. I can't drive the car. I just bumped into it when I was fighting with him, and now my ribs are a little sore. Uncle Yu looked at the snowmobile and volunteered. Let me drive it! Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. So Uncle Yu was responsible for driving, while Zhang Yi sat behind him. The injury was fake, but he didn't trust others to hand over his back. The god of war Yin Shuanging once said, watch your back. The two people left the community together. Uncle Yu didn't have a helmet or goggles. The cold wind made him squint his eyes, and let the cold wind and snow slap randomly on his face. But he didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead he felt very happy. He hasn't left the community for a long time, and he was extremely depressed during the more than half a month he was locked in the community. Haha. It's really cool to come out. By the way, Zhang Yi, where are we going? Zhang Yi casually said that the city is so big. You can go anywhere. Let's go to the World Trade Center first. World Trade Center is a famous commercial district in Tianhai City. Uncle Yu nodded, and then drove towards the World Trade Center relying on his memory of the surroundings. After more than half an hour, the two people arrived here. At this time, many high-rise buildings in the World Trade Center were like bamboo shoots growing out of the snow, with half of them popping up and half of them still underneath. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu got out of the car, and the two of them went to the building to collect random things. It was the first time Uncle Yu came out. Everywhere he looked in the commercial street felt fresh, especially among those shopping malls. Many have luxury brand counters, luxury cars in the showroom of gold, silver, jewelry and designer clothes. The big-name products that he once didn't dare to think about are now ownerless things that can be taken at will. Uncle Yu was so excited that he ran in and started to find a bag and put things in it. Zhang Yi took a look and realized that he was mainly looking for clothes, especially clothes for infants and young children. He couldn't help but feel speechless. Should he say that Uncle Yu was kind? Or should he say that he was a dog licker? Zhang Yi was bored and walked over to him and said, Uncle Yu, I have looked around here, and there is no food. It seems we are in the wrong place. When Uncle Yu heard this, he smiled and said, yes, indeed. However, there is not much food shortage at home. On the contrary, the children are growing fast and have no clothes to wear. Zhang Yi smiled helplessly and sat on the chair next to him. Your relationship with Sister Xia seems to be quite good now. Uncle Yu said with an honest smile that no matter how good the relationship is, they all live together. When a woman warms the bed, there is hope in life. Right? When Zhang Yi heard this, a playful light flashed in his eyes. If you like this, I will introduce you to some women with big breasts and big butts later. How about letting them serve you well? Uncle Yu's back was turned to Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi clearly felt his body shaking. This is not good. You know, me. I'm not that kind of person either. Zhang Yi raised his chin and showed him. I know what you mean. Look. He knew that Uncle Yu used to go to Yuhu Street several times a month to find the female technician at Shuangfeng Barber's shop to help him solve some problems. It's true that Uncle Yu is an upright man, but that doesn't mean he doesn't like women. If that were the case, he would not be captured so easily by Xiaolime. Don't worry. We are all buddies. I will take care of this kind of thing from now on. Zhang Yi put his arm around his shoulders and said with a wicked smile. Oh, look at you. You said that again? I'm a serious person. Uncle Yu licked his lips and said this. But there was an uncontrollable smile on his face. Ah. Yes. Yes. Zhang Yi had a judgment in his heart. Uncle Yu has feelings for Xia Limei. But not much. So in the future, if that Xia Limei is more troublesome, he can deal with her. But in order not to affect the relationship between him and Uncle Yu, he had to find a considerate woman who was good at heating and cooling. Chapter 102 Weapon Information. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu were wandering around outside, collecting supplies casually. While the two were chatting, they mentioned things about the current situation of the community. Uncle Yu asked Zhang Yi now that someone is planning to attack you. They are jealous of the snowmobile in your hand. I'm afraid things will get more troublesome next. Do you have any plans? It was rare for Zhang Yi to chat with Uncle Yu. Hearing this question, Zhang Yi smiled bitterly and said, You asked me? I was going to ask you too. He let out a long sigh. Now everyone is staring at my snowmobile, knowing that it is the only means of transportation that can be used to travel nowadays. Everyone wants to snatch it from me. What else can I do? I can only protect it as much as possible. And of course, I have to protect myself. Uncle Yu nodded solemnly. You are right. In this situation, it is already very difficult for you to take care of people like us. It is simply impossible to take care of thousands of people in an entire community. Zhang Yi said. You are right. So now I can only take one step at a time and slowly think of a solution. Uncle Yu pondered for a long time and said that Huang Tianfang actually contacted me this morning. Zhang Yi's clear eyes became sharp in an instant. What does he want from you? Uncle Yu had the back of his head facing Zhang Yi, so he didn't notice the change in his expression. He said that Huang Tianfang was frightened by you, so he wanted to ask for peace. In addition, he also revealed something to me. That is, there are already people in other unit buildings organizing alliances to put pressure on you together. Someone invited him. He doesn't have to join those people, but he needs you to provide food and cold-proof supplies. Zhang Yi said, Oh. He heard this request until his ears grew calluses. It was not unexpected. Now everyone really wants to mess with me. It's really scary. Zhang Yi's tone was timid, but there was no trace of fear in his eyes. If ammunition were not considered, as long as he was given enough time, he could even wipe out the entire community. Of course, this timeline may be longer, just to be on the safe side. But if Huang Tian lets this bitch go, I must kill him. One is his Trina gang, and there is a group of people from the Mad Wolf gang. I won't let anyone go. Zhang Yi's voice was very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But the words revealed a strong murderous intention. They were the ones who launched the attack on Zhang Yi first. So Zhang Yi must let them die, in order to live well in the last days. He does not allow anyone who threatens his safety to exist. Uncle Yu said that they indeed deserved to die. They had killed too many innocent people indiscriminately, and they even took the initiative to attack you. However, if you fight them, are the weapons in your hands enough now? Since Zhang Yi emptied the police station's weapons arsenal, he has obtained a large number of weapons and ammunition. But Uncle Yu didn't know the exact amount. All he knew was that when Zhang Yi came back that day, he was quite clean and didn't see much. Therefore, he thought that Zhang Yi had almost used up all his bullets after these few days of fighting. A glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes, and then he sighed helplessly. It is indeed difficult in this regard. I don't have many bullets in my hand. However, as long as it's not a large-scale battle, it should be manageable. Uncle Yu scratched his head. Zhang Yi, if we have enough weapons and equipment, do you think we can successfully protect our home and your snowmobile? This sudden sentence made Zhang Yi's eyes brighten instantly. Uncle Yu, do you know where there are weapons? Zhang Yi still has a lot of weapons and ammunition in his hand, but the sniper rifle has relatively few bullets. After all, the police station doesn't store a lot of this stuff. Even the police sniper rifle was only found. Of course, the more weapons and ammunition the better. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. Uncle Yu chuckled, with a bit of pride in his expression. Have you forgotten what I used to do? I used to be a soldier in the army for 5 years. Zhang Yi hurriedly asked if he was a soldier in Tianhai City. In that case, Uncle Yu can take him to the military camp in Tianhai City to collect weapons. Uncle Yu said that I was early at that time and was not serving in Tianhai City. But there are also old acquaintances of mine in the army in Tianhai City. I know where that place is. As long as you go to the military camp and find the ammunition in reserve, you won't need to worry about bullets in the future. He looked at Zhang Yi with admiration. If a sharpshooter like you has no ammunition, wouldn't it be a waste of talent? The army has always respected the strong. And a gun king is the master in the hearts of all soldiers. Uncle Yu had seen Zhang Yi's terrifying marksmanship, so he naturally admired him. Zhang Yi was overjoyed and did not expect that there would be an unexpected gain this time. So what are you waiting for? Let's go there quickly. There are too many thermal weapons in the army. If tanks and armored vehicles can be obtained by then, he will directly drive over and kill those who disobey him. By then, who would dare to go against Zhang Yi? Uncle Yu, you are such a treasure. Zhang Yi's eyes glowed. Uncle Yu scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed to see Zhang Yi so excited. Don't worry yet. I haven't finished speaking yet. That place is relatively remote, northwest of the city. We have to travel more than 100 kilometers from here. Moreover, although I know there is a military camp there, don't have too much hope. After all, it's been snowing for so long, so it's not easy to find the right direction. Even if it is past, everything may have been buried in the snow. The military camps are all located on the edge of the city, while the military camps in Tianhai City are all located in the countryside. It was surrounded by farmland and wasteland, and it was difficult to find the location after being buried under heavy snow. Zhang Yi calmed down and said seriously, "Can you spend more time to confirm the location? Uncle Yu said that I am very familiar with the area. There are no high-rise buildings, but there are still 6-story front houses. If you look carefully, you should be able to confirm your location. I'm just afraid that the military camp will be buried in the snow, and it will be useless to go there. After all, we have no way to dig it out." A mysterious smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. Digging? He is familiar with this. It doesn't matter. At least find a place first. If you find a way later, wouldn't it be possible to use it? His face became serious, and he reached out and patted Uncle Yu on the shoulder. Now we may face many enemies. We must have more weapons to protect ourselves and our families. Uncle Yu nodded vigorously. You're right. Let's go look for it. The two people got on their motorcycles, braved the cold wind and heavy snow, and began to drive toward the northwest of Tianhai City. Chapter 103: Finding the Military Camp. With strong winds and heavy snow, the snowmobile cannot go too fast. Otherwise, there is a risk of overturning. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu kept their speed at 40 or 50 yards per hour, and it took more than 2 hours before they arrived in the wilderness of the northwest. After leaving the city's buildings, the landmarks are basically lost. Ice and snow with a thickness of more than 10 meters covered almost everything on the ground. There was a vast expanse of white in front of him. Uncle Yu stopped the car temporarily on the side of the road and confirmed the direction after observing many times. He pointed to a raised white mountain in the distance and said that luckily there is still something to see. The distance is not far. Still about 5 kilometers away. Zhang Yi nodded, his heart full of expectations. The two arrived at the foot of the mountain soon. On the ground, scattered raised buildings can still be seen vaguely. Uncle Yu said it was nearby. As for the specific location of the military camp, I'll have to double-check. Well, let's look carefully, Zhang Yi said. The two men parked their motorcycles on the side of the road, then got off the motorcycle to look for the direction of the military camp. There are few high-rise buildings in the military camp, and the dormitories are usually 2 or 3 floors. This is to facilitate emergency gatherings. In addition, the military camp is relatively large, which increases the difficulty of searching. If it weren't for Uncle Yu, a veteran who knows the way, Zhang Yi would have had to search for 10 days and a half if he came by himself. The two of them searched for a while. Suddenly, Uncle Yu saw a building not far away, and his eyes lit up. Found it, he said in surprise. Have you found the location of the military camp? Zhang Yi also quickly looked over. Uncle Yu shook his head, pointed at the golden sign on the building, and found the bathing center. Zhang Yi's expression suddenly became speechless, and he looked sideways at Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu chuckled and said, Don't worry. As long as I find this place, I can determine the location of the military camp, he explained to Zhang Yi. It turns out that this bathing center was opened by his comrades in arms. Uncle Yu would come here once or twice every year, firstly to reminisce about old times, and secondly to spend money. There is Jiankuan Bathing Center inside. Kun? Wonderful. Zhang Yi looked at the golden signboard and couldn't help but applaud. The owner of this bathing center is indeed a talent. But he asked out of curiosity that the bathing center was opened outside the military camp. Can this be a business? Uncle Yu smiled and said, You don't understand this, right? It's a good idea to open a business here. Life in the army is very boring, and most soldiers don't have girlfriends. Young people are full of energy and need to vent their energy, and they have no place to spend money in the army. After receiving monthly supplies, they have to find somewhere to spend money. Right? In addition, they have good physical fitness, strong firepower, and will not cause trouble. Therefore, it is especially popular in bathing centers. What Uncle Yu said was clear and logical. When he talked about his past experiences in the army, his eyes were clearly shining with light. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Then the leaders in the army just don't care?" Uncle Yu said that of course this kind of thing is not allowed by discipline. But the leaders also understood that the soldiers had needs. So they turned a blind eye. He pointed to the plaque with Qianquan inside and said that in short, "As long as you see this, you will know the general location of the military camp." Uncle Yu turned to look north, stood in the wind and watched carefully for a long time, and suddenly pointed in a distant direction. "Over there. Did you see that watchtower?" Zhang Yi squinted his eyes and looked carefully, only to see a small black dot in the wind and snow. Saw. The location of Uncle Yu Dao military camp is right there. Zhang Yi glanced at Uncle Yu. But the area of the military camp is not small. He just confirmed the location of the military camp. How do we find their arsenal? Uncle Yu said that in the early years, I came to visit my old comrades and also went into the yard. I still remember the general location of the arsenal. Zhang Yi quickly said, "Let's go and have a look." As long as he knows the approximate location, he can use an excavator to dig out the place next time he comes over. The two people got on their snowmobiles and sped away in that direction. Soon, Uncle Yu pointed out the direction to Zhang Yi. Almost there. Alas, it's a pity that we arrived too late. Now it's all buried in snow. Uncle Yu looked a little guilty. Sorry, Zhang Yi. It may have cost you a trip. When he came here, he had some illusions in his heart. What if this place was not completely buried? But when I got to the place and took a look, I realized that this idea was too naive. Zhang Yi stared at the snow in front of him carefully for a while, remembering the obvious signs nearby. For example, the guard tower and the officer's office building have not yet been completely covered. After remembering this, Zhang Yi smiled at Uncle Yu and said it doesn't matter. You have good intentions too. Maybe one day the snow will melt, and we can come over. Right? Uncle Yu smiled sheepishly and nodded. Zhang Yi patted his shoulder. Let's go. It's time for us to go back. After running for a long time, it was getting late. It will take another 2 or 3 hours on the way back, so we can't delay it any longer. Uncle Yu sighed and hurried over to drive. Within the community. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Li Chungbin and a large group of neighbors hurriedly retreated from the territory of the 21 Mad Wolf Gang. They suffered heavy losses in this attack, and more than a dozen people were killed. Sure enough, the disadvantage of playing away from home is too great. Although there were many of them, the other side was well prepared and had many traps inside, so it was not an advantage at all. However, they also killed 5 or 6 people on the opposite side, which was considered a good result, because the weather was too cold. Everyone was out of breath at the end of the fight. They felt it was unwise to continue the attack upstairs, so they chose to retreat. On the way back, Li Chungbin clasped his fingers, wondering how much reward Zhang Yi would give him when he came back, feeling a little happy in his heart. But there are also people who are in a very low mood, with displeasure written all over their faces. I really don't know the significance of this attack. More than a dozen people died in vain. Wasn't it the same as the last time we fought Trina Gang? We killed more people than we killed. If we continue fighting like this, all our people will be dead. Is it just to vent his anger on Zhang Yi? Just now, I was almost. My head was chopped off. Zhang Yi asked us to attack, but he ran away with Uncle Yu. It was clear that they were the best at fighting, but they hid behind and refused to fight. Such sounds came from several middle-aged uncles among the neighbors. They contribute the least, but they complain the most. In addition, the Mad Wolf Gang who attacked this time was a ruthless character, causing some people to be injured and even almost died. So they couldn't help but complain about Zhang Yi. Li Chungbin, who was walking in front, frowned when he heard this and cursed. What are you talking about? Be honest with your mouth and don't talk nonsense that you shouldn't. If Zhang Yi hadn't brought us food, countless people in our building would have starved to death. Can you still scream here? Chapter 104 Pushing the Envelope. Li Chungbin's words did not silence those who complained. Anyway, it was a fat man wearing glasses who sneered. Li Chungbin, you are about the same age as Zhang Yi. Do you think Zhang Yi is your father? Didn't you see that he used us all as cannon fodder? The lethality of the word, cannon fodder, is undoubtedly huge. Other neighbors also changed their faces after hearing this. After all, in the past few days, due to successive attacks on the Trina gang and the Mad Wolf gang. More than a dozen of them have died. Others felt chills running down their spines when they thought that this might be their end. Li Chungbin pointed at him and yelled, "Don't talk nonsense! At the very least, we can eat now." And this is all given by Zhang Yi. The fat man's name was Luan Chong, and he sneered contemptuously. It is true that he gave us food to eat. I also admit that I was quite moved at first. At this point, he shouted through gritted teeth. But what happened next? He insists on forcing us to fight with others. This is pushing us into a pit of fire. It's obvious that we just need to stay in our own unit building. Why should we hit others? We ensure our own safety, and let Zhang Yi find food for us every day. This is the best result. It was him who wanted to cause trouble and offend people in other buildings. We really made the others anxious. What if they come to attack us in the future? At this point, Luan Chong dropped another bombshell. And according to my observation, he never eats the food he brings to us. So he must have secretly kept the good stuff for himself. But let us eat junk food. There are so many supermarkets and shopping malls outside. He talks about how difficult it is to collect food by himself every day. Do you really believe it? He just takes the big guy as a fool and deceives him. These words touched the hearts of many people. At first, they all thought they just needed to quietly hold on to 25. Then Zhang Yi would go out and bring them a lot of food to keep them full. But who would have thought that Zhang Yi would let them go out to fight with others? How cruel this is. They don't want to die. So why let them die? In the crowd, a woman also lowered her head and said that Zhang Yi was doing something wrong. There's no need to let us die in vain. Right? Emotions are contagious. Not to mention that they are on the same side now. One after another, other people began to express their dissatisfaction. We work hard every day. And all he needs to do is go out and find something and come back. He just has a snowmobile. So his contribution is not as great as ours. That's right. If he gives me his car, I can go out to find food. What's so difficult? I think Luan Chong is right. In his heart, he intends to use us as cannon fodder and risk our lives by listening to his words. Li Qingbin's hand holding the shovel was a little loose. And he suddenly shouted angrily, "That's enough. Don't say such things again. Or Zhang Yi will find out and kill you all." Everyone was shocked and closed their mouths. At this time, Luan Chong walked up to Li Chungbin with a sinister look, lowered his voice and said, "We have all said these things. Are you going to tell the truth and let Zhang Yi kill all of us?" Everyone looked at Li Chungbin. If Li Chungbin dared to say a word that dissatisfied them, they would kill Li Chungbin now. Li Chungbin felt a chill down his spine and swallowed with difficulty. "I didn't mean that. Everyone is a neighbor. And if you die, can I still live? Don't worry. I won't tell the truth." Luan Chong then smiled and said, "That's right. We all just complained casually, with no other intention." Others also laughed and said, "Why are you so serious? I used to scold my leaders and bosses a lot when I was at work. Didn't I have to keep up with the class?" Everyone had a smile on their face. But something strange appeared in his eyes. After all, too many people have died in the past few days, and everyone will have some thoughts in their hearts. Not long after, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu came back, bringing 2 bags of junk food with him. After learning about the battle situation, he pretended to comfort everyone, and rewarded Jiang Lei and Li Chungbin with 2 portions of braised pork rice in public. Other neighbors also received food for more than 2 people. However, Zhang Yi felt that everyone's mood was not quite right this time. Although they didn't say anything, there was a bit of rejection of him in their eyes. Zhang Yi sneered in his heart, knowing that these people were beginning to doubt him. But so what? He knew these neighbors very well. They had a thief's heart but not a thief's courage. He had been frightened by Qin Jinghao with a pistol and let them be slaughtered. Now they are no longer willing to be cannon fodder for Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi can make them kneel down and lick him immediately with a gun and a piece of moldy bread. They are a bunch of despicable things. There is no need to treat them as human beings. Uncle Yu smiled and gave the clothes he collected to Xia Limei. Xia Limei's eyes lit up, and she happily took the clothes in her hands. The clothes Uncle Yu found for Xia Limei were all famous brands. And he even asked Zhang Yi to help give instructions, because he didn't understand them himself. Xia Limei had never worn such expensive clothes. Seeing that she and her children had new clothes, she couldn't help but hugged Uncle Yu's arm and said affectionately, "Brother Yu, you are so kind." When the neighbors saw those new cotton-padded clothes, they couldn't help but feel jealous. Luan Qiangqiang bravely asked Zhang Yi, "Next time you go out, can you bring back some clothes for all of us? Preferably a down jacket." Or, He looked at Zhang Yi's professional-grade cold-proof clothing, swallowed greedily, pointed at him and said, "It looks like the one you have on. You should be able to find it, right?" The quality of the clothes can be determined by whether they shake when they are outside. Every time they see Zhang Yi's calm and relaxed look, they know that Zhang Yi's clothes are top-quality goods to keep out the cold. Everyone's eyes showed desire, and they all looked at Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, since uncle you can find it, please help us bring some back next time." Zhang Yi frowned slightly and sneered in his heart. There are really some people who are pushing their limits enough. You can have enough to eat. But do you know how many people are envious and jealous, but can't even get enough of it? I still want to get dressed now. He smiled and nodded. If there is a chance in the future, he will help you all look for it. But my car is too small and can't carry much. Otherwise, why don't I bring you food first and go look for clothes? Everyone objected after hearing this. That won't work. We still have the clothes we are wearing. And although it's not that warm, we won't freeze to death. But there was nothing to eat, and the taste was too unpleasant. Zhang Yi nodded slowly. So let's go find something to eat first. When I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely help you find some clothes to keep out the cold, so that you will never feel cold again. Zhang Yi smiled brightly. Chapter 105. It's better to use fire to attack. Zhang Yi finished distributing today's food. Since more than a dozen people died in the past 2 days, a lot of food was saved. Many of his familiar figures disappeared before his eyes. For example, Fan Yuqing and Lin Caning, who had not been seen for several days, were probably dead from cold and hunger. When Zhang Yi returned home, Zhou Qian walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron and said with a gentle smile, "You are back, master!" Looking at the gentle and virtuous Zhou Qian, Zhang Yi felt a little better. Over time, Zhou Qian has become accustomed to the role of Zhang Yi's servant. She is a smart woman and knows that being a vine climbing a big tree in the last days is the happiest thing. Therefore, she will satisfy Zhang Yi's various requirements. Even if Zhang Yi didn't take the initiative to mention things, she would work hard to complete them. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yi asked as he took off his cold-proof clothes. Zhou Qian squatted down, helped Zhang Yi get his slippers, and put his snow boots on the shoe rack aside. "Beef brisket stewed with potatoes. Don't you like this very much?" "I'm trying to do it. I just don't know if it tastes good or not." Zhang Yi also wanted to eat something hot at this time to warm his stomach. He sat on the sofa, and Zhou Qian brought him foot-washing water. Stepping into the warm hot water with both feet, the feeling of comfort and relaxation instantly made Zhang Yi's body less tense. "I ran in the wind and snow all day today. Even with all the cold protection equipment, I still feel a little cold." Only then will he feel how comfortable it is to have a warm home. His mood is generally very good today. With the specific location of the military camp, I can go there alone next time and dig out the weapons depot below. There must be many times more weapons and ammunition in the military camp than in the police station. Moreover, there may also be some powerful military weapons. For example, grenade RPG, or even a tank or an armored vehicle. Zhang Yi shook his head. Those things were not equipped by ordinary troops. And with their tonnage, it is not easy to take them out from the snow and sink them directly into the snowdrift. However, you can definitely get a lot of weapons and ammunition. With these weapons, no one here can pose a threat to me. When you are happy, you will naturally think of some unhappy things. For example, someone from the Mad Wolf gang secretly attacked him. Fortunately, he was completely covered in equipment, and he still had a gun and plenty of bullets in his hand. Otherwise, how could he beat 10 people in a snowdrift in close combat? I must destroy the Mad Wolf gang. But they were also very stubborn, and they couldn't even retreat after knowing the firepower in my hands. I don't dare to attack easily. How should I deal with them? Zhang Yi fell into thinking. When attacking a tall building, it would definitely be foolish to attack it by force. There was a lot of room for them to retreat. But behind the attacking side was snow, making it difficult to move. And there was no bunker. In addition, the corridor is relatively narrow and the environment is complex, making it very difficult to do the following. If they were like me and carried out a fire attack with a Molotov cocktail, they would be suffocated to death, if not burned to death. When he thought of this, Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Fire attack? Yes, you can attack with fire. He recalled the news he would often see in the past. A fire broke out in a certain residential building, and thick smoke billowed out, making it impossible for people on the upper floors to escape, and they eventually choked to death. The more Zhang Yi thought about it, the more he realized there was a reason for this. People can't get in, but cigarettes can. Moreover, The smoke was floating upwards, so it was useless for them to escape to the upper floors. The temperature outside is too low, so they usually seal the doors and windows, which will make them choke to death faster. If they plan to open the window and escape, I will kill each one if they jump down. Johnny clapped his hands happily, saying that this method is very good and is an excellent way to deal with enemies hiding in buildings. But the problem comes again. If you want to set a fire, it must be a big fire. All the wood that could be used to burn fires in each building had been dismantled except for the doors. Johnny also thought of a way. There are a lot of trees outside. I will cut down more these days. It just so happens that these trees are moist and cannot be completely oxidized when burned, resulting in thicker smoke. Just pour some gasoline on it, and it's great. Johnny couldn't help but feel happy after he figured out how to deal with those people who were hiding in the house and wouldn't come out. Glacier brought the prepared dinner. Johnny took a bite and praised with a smile that his craftsmanship has improved. Glacier was filled with joy when she heard Johnny's compliment. Real? If you like to eat it, I can cook it for you every day. Johnny smiled and nodded. When the two of them were eating, Glacier sat opposite Johnny. In Johnny's mind, he was still thinking about how to solve the problems of the troublesome neighbors in the community recently. He had a preliminary plan in mind not to have a large-scale conflict with them for the time being. Even if he wanted to fight, he would have to wait until he had collected the wood for setting fire and dug out a large number of weapons from the military camp. Only in this way can he be 100% sure that he will kill all those who are harmful to him in one fell swoop. While eating, Glacier suddenly said to Zhang-Yi that a lot of people in our unit seem to have died in the past 2 days. Zhang-Yi's thoughts were interrupted by Glacier. He glanced at the woman in front of him and said calmly, Right. Then what? Glacier continued. I think they seem to have some resentment towards you. You'd better be careful. Glacier's eyes showed concern for Zhang-Yi. Women are very sensitive. She was keenly aware of the changes in her neighbors today. Zhang-Yi smiled softly. He stretched out his hand and rubbed her soft face. Don't worry. If you still need to remind me about this kind of thing, I don't know how many times I have died. Glacier said seriously that the proportion of their deaths in the past few days was too high, and someone might change their mind. I'm worried that they will collude with people from other units, and it will be detrimental to you. Johnny nodded, but his expression was disapproving. It doesn't matter. If they want to betray, just betray. Anyway, I never believed any of them from beginning to end. It can even be said that I will kill them all sooner or later. It is nothing new for these bastard neighbors to rebel against Zhang-Yi. Glacier covered her mouth in surprise, and then said frustratedly that I am still worrying about you here. It seems that my worries are in vain. You are much crueler than them. Although there was some regret on her lips, her heart felt at ease. With such a reliable man by her side, her safety can be guaranteed. Glacier suddenly thought of a question. Zhang-Yi said he didn't trust anyone. Then, what about her? The two lived together for a period of time, and Glacier gave him all her most precious things, and developed a strong dependence on him in her heart. Women are emotional animals. Even if they are extremely smart, they cannot extricate themselves from it. Therefore, she hopes that she is different from others. Zhang-Yi, do you trust me? Glacier looked at Zhang-Yi with a hint of expectation in his eyes, which could even be said to be a plea. In such a time when human relationships were indifferent, and no one could be trusted, she also longed for some warmth. Zhang-Yi looked at her and said without hesitation, Kur, you are the only person I trust in this world. Glacier's eyes seemed to have stars twinkling, and her face quickly turned rosy. You? Are you lying again to make me happy? Zhang-Yi shook his head. Of course not. You are unique. No one can do it but you. His eyes were firm, as if what he said was true. Glacier's eyes were slightly moist. She believed what Zhang-Yi said in her heart, and couldn't help but be moved. Zhang-Yi smiled softly, and gave her a piece of beef brisket. Come, have something to eat. Seeing Glacier's happy face, Zhang-Yi sighed in his heart, and said that women are so easy to deal with. Just don't feel guilty when telling lies. Zhang-Yi does like Glacier, but the only person he loves is himself. But he had to make Glacier believe that he loved Glacier. In this world, the best way for a CPU to be alone is of course to use emotions. It's just like when you go to work in a company. Aren't the leaders of the company also talking about feelings with you? Do you still call your employees family? It's just that when people fire you, they are ruthless. Only if Glacier thinks so, and is completely devoted to Zhang-Yi can Zhang-Yi's rear be stable. After eating, Zhang-Yi planned to take a bath. Glacier stood up with a red face and asked, Do you want me to rub your back? Zhang-Yi looked at her. And Joe Kier's eyes seemed to have more affection than before. No matter how Zhang Yi nodded, it was really not convenient for him to wipe his back alone. Chapter 106 Tianjin Camp. At this time, the 25-year-old neighbors were huddled at home eating dinner, holding the food given by Zhang Yi. They haven't had a bath in almost a month, and their bodies are itchy and uncomfortable. Some even have ringworm. But there was no way. They couldn't get that much hot water. Even if they could use a hot water kettle to boil water, they had to keep it for drinking. How could they dare to take a bath? If you get sick after taking a bath, you will just have to wait to die. Jian Lei and Li Chongbin are roommates. They were good brothers in college and worked in the same company after graduation. Their relationship is as strong as ever. That night, the two of them were in a good mood because Zhang Yi gave them each a box of braised pork rice. These 2 boxes of braised pork rice were obtained from the supermarket shelves, and they were already frozen hard. But it was not a problem for them. They stuffed the braised pork rice under their down jackets and heated it for dozens of minutes before the rice was chewable. In the pitch-black room, the 2 people were wrapped in thick blankets and quilts, with only their heads exposed. Jian Lei took out a piece of braised pork with a spoon, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it for a long time, and finally tasted the taste of the braised pork. He had a happy expression on his face. Being able to eat this at this time was equivalent to eating a top-notch meal. Fortunately, we hung out with Zhang Yi in the first place. Now you can even eat braised pork, Jian Lei said happily. But beside him, Li Chongbin remained silent, gnawing at the rice in his hand. That's right. It's not eating. It's gnawing. After all, the rice and meat were frozen together. So he ignored the trouble of using a spoon and just put his face on it and ate it. When Jian Lei saw that Li Chongbin was silent, he thought he didn't hear. So he poked him with his elbow. Hey, do you think what I said is right? We will follow Zhang Yi from now on. Haven't you seen Zhou Ke? That guy is still glamorous now. And his clothes are all famous brands. Canada Goose. The scariest thing is that she seems to be able to take a shower. Jian Lei's eyes were full of envy. The way he cleans himself now is to rub dust on his body with his hands. And when he rubs it, a long strip will form. But later, he was reluctant to rub it because it would keep him warm if he left it on. Li Chongbin glanced at him and said in a low voice, "What's the use of envying others? You don't have the conditions." Jian Lei sighed and said, "That's right. We don't have those parts either. Otherwise, I have to try high and low." He looked at his brother and smiled. "But before that, I will let you feel good," Li Chongbin said angrily. "Go away. You look like this. I won't give you anything for free," Jian Lei argued. "Don't think it's dirty. I'll use my mouth in the worst case." "Shut up. Shut up. It's getting more disgusting the more you talk." The atmosphere between the two began to become a little subtle. After a moment of silence, Li Chongbin said in a deep voice, "Jian Lei, do you think that Zhang Yi is actually using us as cannon fodder when he gives us food? He had no intention of keeping us alive." Jian Lei's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" Li Chongbin told Jian Lei what the neighbor said during the day. Jian Lei also fell into silence. What can we do about those useless things? It's not like I didn't think about killing him and then robbing their house and food. But we couldn't defeat him. And we were almost killed by him. In today's world, whoever has the toughest fist is the father. If he can give us a bite of food, we must be obedient. Li Chongbin remained silent. At this moment, their cell phones rang. Li Chongbin took out his cell phone from his pocket, and after taking a look at the message, his eyes suddenly became serious. This seriousness was mixed with a hint of unexplainable tension and excitement. The next day, Zhang Yi left the community on a motorcycle as usual. Since he was attacked once yesterday, he made a big circle this time and went out in a different direction. He didn't call Uncle Yu today because he was going to the military camp to dig out the buried weapons and equipment, then find some trees by the way and cut them down for later use. Last night, Li Jian, Chen Lingyu and others contacted him again. It was nothing more than asking Zhang Yi how he was thinking. Zhang Yi just dealt with him perfunctorily, and then said that he still had to think about it again. But he could clearly feel that some people were starting to become impatient. Zhang Yi didn't care about their attitude. He only wanted to see when these people would take action. After all, it will take a period of consultation before the people in the 29 buildings can unite the front. This was enough time for him to be fully prepared. After spending 2.5 hours, Zhang Yi arrived at the place where he came yesterday according to his memory. Underfoot is a vast expanse of white snow, with nothing surrounding it except for reference objects not far away. Zhang Yi took out the excavator from the different space and started digging like last time. After gaining experience, Zhang Yi became more proficient in operating the excavator. After another busy day, he dug out the house below. Zhang Yi didn't know if this was a weapons arsenal. But once he dug into the house, even breaking through the wall to make a hole would be more convenient than digging out snow. So he jumped down and searched carefully, only to find that this place was not a weapons depot, but a military dormitory. Although I found the wrong place, at least I saw the building, which meant that the weapons depot was not too far away. However, Zhang Yi noticed something strange when he entered the dormitory. Logically speaking, if it snows heavily, almost all land transportation will be unusable. Then these soldiers stay here and cannot leave once the snow falls heavily. So you can definitely find many corpses in the military camp. But when he entered the dormitory, he found that the quilts inside were neatly folded and the sheets were smooth. And he didn't even notice a single soldier who froze to death. It's so strange. Why is there no one there? Zhang Yi couldn't figure out where all the soldiers here had gone. He went to several dormitories nearby to check, and found the same scene inside. Could it be that they all left here? Zhang Yi had an idea in his mind, and he felt that this was the most likely possibility. After the snow disaster comes, those high-level officials must have obtained accurate information as soon as possible, knowing that the end of the world is inevitable. So they need to go to the shelter, and these soldiers are transferred by them to protect their safety and carry supplies. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi's head cleared up, combined with the empty warehouses he saw in the warehouse area before. The truth is that a small number of official high-level people probably completed the transfer on the night of the snowstorm. It's just that ordinary people didn't get the slightest news about all this. They are hiding somewhere at this time, waiting for the disaster to pass before they come out and continue to rule the world. Zhang Yi felt a sense of vigilance in his heart, because he knows that the disaster will not be able to survive for a while. And after a long time of baptism, everyone's heart will change. At that time, some armed forces may appear and become a huge threat. But that time won't come too soon, because now they still have a minimum of order. Chapter 107 Great Harvest. Zhang Yi doesn't have much time to think here. The days are long and the nights are short. If he doesn't find the weapons depot quickly, it will be dark when he goes back. But after digging into the dormitory, at least I have a reference. Zhang Yi climbed out of the dormitory onto the snow, and then began to compare with the surrounding reference objects again. In my mind, I recall the direction Uncle you mentioned yesterday. The excavator continued to work, and this time, it didn't take long for Zhang Yi to find the location of the weapons depot. The weapons depot is very tightly sealed. It is blocked by heavy snow and cannot be seen clearly, but it feels like a cement box. Zhang Yi found the iron door with a heavy silver lock hanging on it. Zhang Yi took out the crowbar and tried his best to open the door for a long time. The weapons arsenal in the army is really not that easy to pry open, but I don't dare to use a gun either. Zhang Yi put his hands on his hips and was thinking about it when he suddenly remembered that he was driving an excavator. He slapped his forehead, quickly got on the excavator, and used the machine to break the door lock. Then, he couldn't wait to enter the weapons arsenal, opening the steel door blocking the way. The scene inside is enough to make every man's blood boil. This was the first time Zhang Yi saw a real weapons arsenal. It was different from what he had imagined. There were no mountains of bullet boxes placed in large iron cabinets. There are many iron racks against the wall in the arsenal, with black guns placed on them, all of them rifles. There are also some gray-green boxes made of unknown metal on the iron rack, which look very heavy. Some camouflage uniforms and helmets were hung on the wall, and Zhang Yi even saw some camouflage spray paint placed under the iron frame. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and put all the rifles into his own space. Now he has so many guns in his hand that he can never use them all, unless he wants to form a Doomsday survival team one day in the future. There is no chance for them to see the light of day again. But Zhang Yi didn't care about that, and put it away first. What if it was useful in the future? He is not very interested in these firearms. What he mainly wants to find are bullets, grenades, and even RPG and other equipment. Since he was in the weapons room, Zhang Yi moved very carefully. He opened the iron boxes one by one, and sure enough, there were various types of bullets. Zhang Yi has learned about firearms in a shooting club, and he still understands the basic adaptation of bullets to gun types. In this weapons depot, there are approximately more than 2,000 rounds of pistol bullets and more than 5,000 rounds of various rifle bullets. There are more than 300 rounds of sniper rifle bullets. In addition, he also found a military sniper rifle, different from the police model he used. This military sniper rifle has a stronger ability to adapt to the environment, and is very waterproof, sandproof, and even anti-freeze. But in terms of accuracy, it is worse than police use. But for Zhang Yi, this is not a problem at all, and he can make up for it with his ability to shoot accurately. What surprised Zhang Yi even more was that he found 10 boxes of grenades, with 5 grenades in each box. That is, 50 grenades. This search has been a great harvest for Zhang Yi. If they all go out on a mission, they do need to bring equipment. Therefore, more than half of the equipment in this warehouse is missing. Since the snowstorm came suddenly, they left in a hurry and had no time to dispose of the remaining supplies. But these amounts are completely enough for Zhang Yi personally. However, there should be more than just this weapons warehouse in the military camp. According to Uncle Yu, the troops stationed in Tianhai City have the strength of a regiment, which is about 1,500 people. So there can't be only this small weapons warehouse now. Zhang Yi collected the things he had at hand, and after going out, he continued to use an excavator to clear the snow along the cement wall of the house. Sure enough, he soon discovered another weapons depot nearby. The weapons and equipment in this arsenal are a little less than the one just now, but Zhang Yi also found thousands of rounds of ammunition and 2 boxes of grenades. From the current point of view, it is completely sufficient. Zhang Yi had a satisfied smile on his face. With these weapons and equipment, basically no one can pose a threat to him in a competition of force in Tianhai City. He has never used grenades before, but he can ask Uncle Yu for advice later, or check online how to use them. As for other heavy firearms, Zhang Yi did not find them. After all, Tianhai City is stationed with an infantry army, and there are no artillery tanks. As for other weapons such as heavy machine guns, they must have been taken away when they performed their missions. If it weren't for the speed of the snowstorm, it would be difficult for Zhang Yi to keep the weapons and ammunition he picked up. Anyway, these weapons are more than enough for me. And this also pointed out a direction for me to obtain weapons through police stations and troops in various places. Every city of a certain size has a police station and garrison. Zhang Yi has transportation, so he can cross the city in the future and search for weapons and equipment in nearby satellite cities. Zhang Yi searched around the area again, and after confirming that there was nothing else of value, he drove his motorcycle and left the military camp. He didn't go far. There is wilderness around here, and a lot of trees have been planted, which just meets the standards Zhang Yi needs. He directly used an excavator to break these trees in half, and then put them into his own space. This time he was busy for a long time, and he didn't go back until evening. At this time, the neighbors in the whole building were waiting for him to come back and distribute food. But this time Zhang Yi came back empty-handed. After meeting the neighbors, Zhang Yi spread his hands and searched many places today, but found no food. Everyone, just be patient for a while. People should not be fed too much. When they are full, they will easily have messy thoughts. For example, yesterday, some people went a step further and started asking for clothes. Zhang Yi deliberately didn't get anything back today, just to let them remember that you are all raised by me. Don't slap me in the face. If you want something to eat, just be obedient. When Zhang Yi said there was no food, the neighbors started muttering. What? Why don't you have anything to eat today? No way. There are so many places outside. Why can't you look more? There is nothing to eat here. How uncomfortable it is at night. Have you been busy all day and gained nothing? Zhang Yi looked at the chattering crowd with a smile. Are you finished? Everyone looked stern and closed their mouths with displeasure. You guys seem to be drifting a bit lately. I forgot that it was you who begged me to save you in the first place. Is it possible that within a few days, you all think it's natural for me, Zhang Yi, to help you bring food? If that's the case, then let's just break up. You will take care of your own food from now on. Everyone was shocked. Li Chumbin quickly said to Brother Zhang. That's not what everyone meant. Everyone understands your hard work. It's hard to search for food with so much snow outside. You go back and have a rest first. Chapter 108, Training the Neighbors. Zhang Yi spread his hands, and that's what happened today. After speaking, he waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. However, Wan Chong, who had been among the crowd, suddenly spoke. Zhang Yi, it's certainly not easy to find someone if you go out alone. Otherwise, it's better to bring a few more people. I see that your motorcycle can accommodate 3 people without any problem. If everyone helps you find it together, it will definitely be faster. The others turned their heads and looked at Zhang Yi with strange eyes. They were also excited to be able to go out and look for supplies. Especially last time, after I saw Uncle Yu helping Xia Lime and her daughter get their clothes back. As long as they can go out, aren't they free to take whatever is outside? Zhang Yi, if you need help, we will definitely be happy to help you, a woman bravely said. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He laughed. Why? Are you also thinking about my electric motorcycle? If this is really what happened, then we might as well just break up. I won't care about you anymore. Wan Chong hurriedly wanted to explain something. But Zhang Yi stopped talking nonsense at this time. He just pulled out his pistol. Click. Skillfully pulled the safety. Everyone suddenly changed their colors and hurriedly stepped back and walked far away. Zhang Yi. Don't mess around. We are just discussing with you. Nothing else. That's right. If you don't agree, forget it. Okay? We are actually very grateful to you for helping us find food. But we only said that because we were worried that you would be tired. Don't get me wrong. Zhang Yi smiled contemptuously. In the future, please do not say such words that are not conducive to unity. Or maybe I've fed you too much lately. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he raised the gun in his hand. Bang! Wan Chong was beaten to death with a bang. No one expected that Zhang Yi would shoot immediately after a disagreement. They thought Zhang Yi would reason with them. And then, they took advantage of the large number of people and words to leave Zhang Yi speechless. And finally agreed to their request. But they forgot that they and Zhang Yi were never equal. Dialogue requires sufficient capital. There was a scream at the scene. And the neighbors were so frightened that they immediately ran away. However, the corridor was too narrow and crowded. So a large number of people tripped over. You won't understand your status until you kill a few people. Zhang Yi's eyes were cold. And he fired several more shots at random, killing 4 more people directly. Then he stopped and watched these people run away like dogs. Uncle Yu and Xia Limei were the only ones at the scene who didn't run away. Uncle Yu is on Zhang Yi's side. Xia Limei was hiding behind him as always, pretending to be an ostrich. Uncle Yu said to Zhang Yi that they were so full now that they had forgotten who they were. Zhang Yi thought to himself, if it weren't for the usefulness of keeping them as cannon fodder, I would have killed them all long ago. On the surface, he shrugged generously. It doesn't matter. I have always been a kind person. Forgive them. Now he has plenty of firepower in his hands. And he is much more unscrupulous in what he does. Xia Limei took Uncle Yu's arm and looked at Zhang Yi with some fear in her heart. Kind? You better be. Come on. Let's go back. Zhang Yi picked up the gun and walked away as if he didn't recognize his relatives. He is almost ready now. And these cannon fodder will not be used for long. Even if they don't die in the ensuing battle. Zhang Yi will clean up most of them. Or even all of them. So he didn't care much whether these people were dead or alive. And he knew that even if he killed a few people, they would still have to beg him for food later on. Sure enough, just as Zhang Yi thought, the 25-year-old people were frightened out of their courage by Zhang Yi, hurriedly fled back to their homes, and then closed the door tightly. At this moment, they recalled the fear of being dominated by Chen Jinghao. At that time, they were hiding at home every day, not knowing when death would come. These owners created a new group privately, but did not include Zhang Yi, Zhou Qir, Uncle Yu and Xia Limei. Since the arrival of the Ice Age, at least dozens of groups have formed in one building. The distrust and hypocrisy between people are vividly reflected. What should we do? Zhang Yi is pissed off now and wants to kill us. We don't have guns. How can we fight him? Someone asked nervously. After a while, the neighbors who recovered from their panic began to talk. Zhang Yi. He is not unreasonable at all. We just discussed it with him. But he shot at every turn. The scary thing is that he has killed so many people with his gun in the past few days. How many bullets does he have in his hand? Why does an ordinary person have so many bullets and even a sniper rifle? I have already said that Zhang Yi is the urban soldier king. Or a retired special forces soldier. You still don't believe it. A heavy internet enthusiast expressed his opinion. Never mind who he is. In short, we should have stopped having illusions about him. This is a very selfish man. And everything he does for us comes at a cost to us. Any good intentions to help us are all lies. He's not that kind at all. Yes, he wants us to be his cannon fodder. To charge into battle for him, and seize supplies and territory. Zhang Yi was scolded in the group. And Zhou Qir, Uncle Yu and others around Zhang Yi were also scolded over and over again. They couldn't defeat Zhang Yi, and were as humble as ants in front of Zhang Yi. But on the internet, they can regain their self-esteem, and become gods of war to criticize Zhang Yi. After scolding for a long time, the big guy let out a bad breath and felt much more comfortable. But a new problem came again. Although Zhang Yi is very selfish, he has a purpose in giving us food. But if he doesn't give us food, what will we eat in the future? After this sentence was uttered, the chat group fell into silence for a long time. The owners hiding in various rooms looked shocked. and then began to feel extreme panic in their hearts. They thought about how life was before Zhang Yi provided them with food. They ate everything edible in the house, including some leather belts and jackets, which they cut into pieces and cooked. The worst person, after being hungry, thought that dogs could survive by digesting their excrement a second time. So I started eating shit. The most unbearable thing for people is to go from gaining hope to despair again. If they have never seen the light, they will not be afraid of the dark. But with Zhang Yi providing them with food for the past few days as a precedent, they never wanted to go back to the past. Finally, someone spoke up and said that actually, if you think about it carefully, Zhang Yi is quite a good person. The few people he killed deserved their own death. Chapter 109 Pressure from the entire community. Facing the horror of death, the owners began to remember Zhang Yi again. Someone made a start. And in these chaotic years, others were easily inspired. Especially now that they are all hungry. It is easier to think of how delicious the food Zhang Yi provided them is. Think about it carefully. Are we asking too much of Zhang Yi? It was not easy for him to go out to find food alone in such a heavy snowstorm. And we have to find food for dozens of people. Yes, it's just that he didn't find it today. And everyone won't starve to death. So it's okay to endure it. Those who were beaten to death simply committed suicide themselves. Which pod won't be opened? That's right. Who do you think you are? You dared to try to get someone else's snowmobile? Bah. You deserve to die. Hey. I remembered what you said. That Luan Chong is the worst thing. He almost bit me when he walked his dog without a leash before. Yeah. Ouch. He really deserves to die. He also harmed us before he died. Let's not talk about anything else. In short, we must convince Zhang Yi to help us find food again. Yes. This is the only way we can survive at the moment. That makes sense. Their houses are made of alloy and cannot be penetrated. We have no choice but to beg him to take pity on us. Just as Zhang Yi thought. These neighbors, if you treat them a little better, they will bite your nose and face. On the contrary, if you treat them like pigs, dogs and beasts, they will come over and kneel down to lick you. Confucius said it well. Only women and villains are difficult to raise. Those who are close will not be inferior. And those who are far away will be resentful. Not long after Zhang Yi returned home, someone from the 25-year-old group of owners took notice of him and apologized to him. Zhang Yi, what happened today was our fault. And I would like to sincerely apologize to you. I also hope that for the sake of being our neighbor for many years, you won't be acquainted with us. Zhang Yi. It was all instigated by that bitch Luan Chong. None of us think that way at all. You need a clear warning? Everyone will definitely listen to you carefully from now on. And whatever you say will be whatever it is. Well, you can go out to find some food and come back tomorrow. Everyone was really hungry. When Zhang Yi saw these messages, a sneer appeared on his lips, and he was too lazy to reply. Just let them struggle and suffer. Tossing and turning. Should we finally let them use their residual energy to become the expendables? Zhang Yi touched his chin and thought. I just need to throw 2 more pieces of moldy bread over. And they should be fighting over it. At this moment, a series of ding-dongs. Ding-dong. The prompt sound came over. Zhang Yi is a little curious. Most of his group chats have blocked message notifications. Why are they still there? He took a look and realized what was happening. It turned out that Chen Lingyu, the building manager of 9, pulled him into a new group. He took a closer look and discovered the mystery of this group. There were not too many people in the group. Just 30 including him. Here, he saw many familiar names. 18 Li Jian, 26 Huang Tianfang, 21 Wang Chang, 5 Zhang Yunian. These people are all the current talkmakers in the 30-unit building. A sharp light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. And he murmured that it looked like they were going to have a showdown with me. Zhang Yi knew that this day would come sooner or later. So it was not surprising. After all, not everyone is like him, and has endless supplies. Life in other buildings is like a year. And you can't wait for a day. Seeing Zhang Yi come in, Chen Lingyu said that I had already brought Zhang Yi in. Let's talk about that matter. Zhang Yi remained silent, wanting to see how this group of people discussed. As Zhang Yi's enemy, Wang Chang, the leader of 21's Mad Wolf Gang, was the first to speak, with a hint of gunpowder in his tone. Zhang Yi, I heard that you guys are having a good time on your 25th these days. There is food to eat every day. Even if I live a comfortable life, I don't want to think about us poor neighbors. Zhang Yi sneered. Too lazy to argue with him. One mouth cannot speak more than 29. Especially online. If you brought me in just to let me listen to your farts, then I'll leave now. Huang Tianfang hurriedly said to Zhang Yi. Don't be anxious yet. If you leave now, we can't guarantee what will happen. Zhang Yi sneered. Are you threatening me? Huang Tianfang. I have killed so many dogs from your Tiana gang. How dare you bark here? Believe it or not, I will go there tomorrow and kill you all. Huang Tianfang, who was behind the phone at this time, suddenly felt a chill running down his spine and hurriedly said, Don't scare me. Now the owners of our other 29 buildings have reached a united front. If you want to attack any of our families, you are attacking the other families, no matter how powerful you are. Can you beat so many of us? Zhang Yi's eyes flickered. Sure enough, these people have united and formed a united front. The good old man Li Jian stood up. Okay. Everyone should stop saying a few words. We established this group in the hope of reaching cooperation through negotiation, not to kill each other. Wang Chang snorted coldly and said lazily. Lao Li, you are so talkative. Tell him what we have discussed. Li Jian said. Okay. Zhang Yi, let me explain the current situation to you. Li Jian was still very good at talking, and he soon made it clear to Zhang Yi about the agreement on the 29 buildings. First, they reached the same front and unanimously put pressure on Zhang Yi's 25. If at this time, any house is attacked by Zhang Yi, other unit buildings must provide assistance. Second, they asked Zhang Yi to also provide them with supplies to ensure their basic survival. In exchange, they would not attack 25. Third, in order to ensure that Zhang Yi can conscientiously fulfill his promise, Zhang Yi's snowmobile is required to be used by everyone in turns and cannot be placed in the hands of one person. Fourth, Zhang Yi needs to explain the resource points he has. After all, the city is closed due to heavy snow outside. And even if there is transportation, not everyone can find supplies. Li Jian and Zhang Yi. That's it. Have you finished listening? A contemptuous sneer appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. This group of people are really big-hearted. They want to steal his snowmobile and let him help guide him for free to ensure the living needs of the entire community. And what they paid for was the so-called sincerity, which was just not attacking Zhang Yi's 25. Are they worthy? Zhang Yi did not get angry, although these conditions are very ridiculous, even very funny in his opinion. From the other party's perspective, they do make some sense. Negotiations are inherently about grabbing each other's interests bit by bit, and the lion's opening is also to prepare for a better bargain in the future. However, Zhang Yi can still laugh at them, because the basis for their proposing these conditions is based on their serious misjudgment of 25 combat effectiveness. They believe that as long as they unite, it will not be difficult to kill all 25 people. But how do they know that Zhang Yi now has a large number of weapons and ammunition in his hands? If a fight really breaks out, the gap between the two sides will not be on the same level at all. Just because there are more people doesn't mean you can win. One drop of water from the Trisolarans can wipe out the Earth space fleet. Chapter 110. Compare consumption with me? You sure? Zhang Yi didn't speak. He was mocking these people for their stupidity. He really wanted to see how shocked and panicked the expressions on these people's faces would be when they saw his true strength. Should we kill them all now? And then clean up the 25 by the way? Zhang Yi touched his chin and muttered to himself. With sufficient firepower and a way to deal with the people hiding in the building, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to kill everyone in the entire community. Moreover, these bastard neighbors on the 25th floor will have no use value by then, so they can be cleaned up as well. No, there will still be a security hole in doing so. Even if I want to kill them, I have to kill them building by building. But if they are all desperate, they all rush over to fight for their lives with me. Thousands of people could crush me to death just by pressing their corpses against them. Although these people are as timid as mice, and the probability of doing so is low, it is not completely impossible. My life is worth more than theirs. I can't afford to be embarrassed. Still have to think of a more prudent approach. While Zhang Yi was thinking, the posters in the chat group became a little impatient when they saw that Zhang Yi had not answered for a long time. They felt that they were sure of victory, and Zhang Yi had no other option but to bow to them. After all, in their own perception, if they want to fight against thousands of people at the same time, there is no such awesome person in Yuelu community. If so, it's a myth. Wang Chang has already started urging people to be dumb. Speak quickly. You have to agree to this matter. And you have to agree to it even if you don't. Otherwise, none of us will be merciful. Chen Lingyu said to Zhang Yi. No one wants to die. They all want to live. Although I know you may not be balanced in your heart. But in life, sometimes you have to be able to bend and stretch. After all, he who knows the current affairs is a hero. Mr. Li Jian and Zheng, I think you need to think about this issue carefully. We don't want to solve it through conflict. But we also want to live. If you agree to cooperate with us, then the material problems of the entire community can be well solved. By then, we may be able to return to the state of our previous civilized society. Others were also talking about it. Some are good-looking, and some are bad-faced. But in the final analysis, there is only one meaning. You Zhang Yi must agree to our request. Otherwise, you will die. Zhang Yi glanced at the messages in the group, and when his eyes passed over the names of the posters, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Capture the thief first and capture the king. If the owners of these buildings can be killed, the remaining people will definitely be in chaos. When the time comes, let them consume it on their own. And most of them will be dead or injured even if Zhang Yi doesn't take action. So, he slowly said that I still have to think about this matter. You discussed it for a long time, but you didn't give me time to think. And I hope everyone can sit down together and have a good chat. There are so many people talking here, and it is not convenient for everyone to talk. Otherwise, in a few days, we, the people from each building, can meet and have a good chat about cooperation. How about it? As soon as these words came out, Wang Chan immediately replied with a sneer. What? You want to gather them all together and kill them? Right. Meeting in person is fine. But you have to come to our territory. I think we can make an appointment when we are 21. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, knowing that these people would not agree so easily. After all, there is no one who can survive until now who is not a human being. He was not in a hurry, and just said lightly that you can also send representatives here. But it must be negotiated before we are 25. Zhang Yi's tone was very tough, with an unquestionable flavor. Wang Chan laughed loudly. Why do you have the final say? Are we all idiots? Huang Tianfang also said to Zhang Yi. Stop being clever. We are not fools. Zhang Yi sneered. You don't even dare to send a few representatives here. So what are you talking about? Don't you like to fight? Well, stop talking. Let's fight. The tone of both sides was very tough, and no one was willing to weaken even half a step. When negotiating, momentum is very important, and you must not lose. Otherwise, it is only at the discretion of others. At this time, old peacemaker Li Jian appeared again. Don't be like this. Everyone. It's easy to discuss everything. It's easy to discuss everything. He asked Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, how do you plan to talk to us? Zhang Yi said, send a few representatives from your 29 buildings, and let's have a good chat about how to cooperate in the future. I, Zhang Yi, am not so unkind. Now, you all covet the supplies and snowmobiles in my hands. How dare I talk to you? Anyway, my conditions are here. You can come or not. I believe everyone has already asked about me. I am not afraid to tell you that I have known about this unprecedented cold wave for a long time. Therefore, our house is very strong, and we are not afraid of you breaking in. At worst, everyone just wastes it to see who can consume it more. After Zhang Yi asked this question, his eyes were fixed on the screen. This is a test to see if anyone in this community can destroy his house. Although this probability is extremely low. Seeing that the war is about to break out, Zhang Yi may face the siege of thousands of people, and he must consider everything. It turns out that math doesn't lie. That kind of low probability event did not happen. After thinking about it for a while, everyone in the group felt a little discouraged. They knew that Chen Jinghao was killed by Zhang Yi. Huang Tianfang took people there to blast. But Zhang Yi's house was intact. They are just ordinary people in society, and they cannot get a lot of explosives to blow up buildings. So once Zhang Yi chooses to be self-proclaimed, they really have nothing to do. After a while, a building owner said that you can protect yourself. But there are so many people in your unit building. Can you protect them all? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Could it be that he still thought he was a holy mother? It's probably because Qian Donkey is at his wit's end. So he can only use this thing to talk about things. At this time, of course, I have to protect myself first. Stop playing this kind of moral kidnapping with me. It's meaningless. Chen Lingyu was a little anxious. Zhang Yi, no matter how strong your house is, the food in it will eventually be eaten up. Can you guarantee that you will never come out for the rest of your life? So it makes no sense to use this ostrich method to escape reality. Zhang Yi couldn't stop the smile on his face. Then we can give it a try and see who can take longer. Comparing consumption with him? Zhang Yi once said, I never care whether other people have a lot of supplies. Anyway, they don't have as much as I do. Chapter 111 Zhou Qir's Massage Techniques. None of the other posters expected that Zhang Yi would use this method to deal with him. After all, during this period, Zhang Yi had to go out to look for supplies every day. This makes them take it for granted that Zhang Yi must go out and search for supplies to survive. But now Zhang Yi puts his hands in his pockets and directly shows off his cards. Are you going to hit me? Come on. I'll hide inside the iron bastard and see what you do. When everyone was confused, Li Jian came out to break the deadlock. I think negotiation is the best way to solve the problem. And it is better than a dead end. If there is a negotiation, I can come forward. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Mr. Li, I appreciate your attitude. When I was in the company, I always felt that you were the most sensible person. Come and talk to me. I feel more comfortable talking to you. Unlike those bastards who like to sneak up on others. Zhang Yi deliberately called Li Jian Mr. Li, to tell others that he and Li Jian had known each other well before. At the same time, they suppressed another wave of Huang Tianfang and Wang Cheng. To deal with this temporary alliance, it is necessary to create conflicts within them. Although the speakers in these 29 buildings have temporarily reached a united front, they are not in harmony with each other. If it weren't for jointly dealing with Zhang Yi, they would also be fighting with each other. Sure enough, these words had a certain effect. Wang Cheng sneered and said, Li Jian, can you represent all of us? Huang Tianfang also said sadly that he can't let you go over and talk to him alone. Qinling Yu said that if this is the case, then I will go there too. Several people were afraid that others would take the lead and reach some kind of agreement with Zhang Yi in private. So they were all confused and asked to negotiate with Zhang Yi. As soon as they started this, others couldn't help it anymore and also wanted to negotiate with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I am not afraid that you will come. But I am afraid that you will not come. Well, at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon, I will be waiting for you at 25. Don't wait until the time comes. Zhang Yi left these words and quickly quit the group chat without giving them any room to bargain. If he succeeds, he can kill all 29 posters tomorrow. Although this will arouse the collective hatred of the people under their command. But the group is leaderless. And once it falls into chaos, it is difficult to unite quickly. Zhang Yi then had time to defeat them one by one. Again, Zhang Yi's confidence comes from his powerful firepower and unbreakable fortress. With both offense and defense, he is fearless of any opponent. The foot-washing water was a little cold. Zhang Yi lowered his head and said to Zhou Qiu, Okay, help me wipe it clean. Zhou Qiu nodded and wiped Zhang Yi's feet clean with a footcloth. She went to the bathroom and poured out the foot-washing water, and then came over to give Zhang Yi a massage. Zhang Yi turned to look at this beautiful female doctor, with his eyes lowered, and suddenly stretched out his hand towards her. Don't use your phone for the next few days. Keep it for me. The war was about to begin, and he needed to be fully prepared to kill those who were unfavorable to him in one fell swoop. Unsafe factors also need to be completely eliminated. Zhou Qiu was stunned for a moment, then handed the phone to Zhang Yi. Are you going to start a fight with them? She asked softly. Zhang Yi said lightly. Maybe, but I need to prepare for war in advance. After all, the number of opponents that need to be faced this time is not comparable to before. Oh, I see. Zhou Qiu nodded and continued to massage Zhang Yi without asking any more questions. After so long, she understood Zhang Yi's temperament. When he's in a good mood, he has no problem joking and chatting. But when he gets serious, it's best not to talk to him, let alone ask questions. Looking at Zhang Yi's serious expression and occasionally sharp eyes, Zhou Qiu knew that Zhang Yi was thinking hard about strategies. She can't do anything else for Zhang Yi. She can only do her duty as a woman now. After thinking about it, Zhou Qiu came behind Zhang Yi, placed the snow-white catkins on Zhang Yi's shoulders, and started kneading them with just the right amount of force. Recently, she specially learned new massage techniques and used them on Zhang Yi's head. Zhang Yi's eyes became watering. Zhou Qiu's massage skills were unexpectedly good. The feeling of her fingers pressing on the scalp made people's nerves jump for joy. Comfortable. Zhang Yi couldn't help but said. Zhou Qiu was overjoyed and said with a red face. As long as you like it. I just learned it recently. Zhang Yi leaned on the sofa. This superb massage technique made him relax a lot. At the same time, his thoughts became clearer. Zhang Yi closed his eyes and thought secretly. He made an appointment with the building manager of the 29th building. If all those people come here tomorrow, Zhang Yi will kill them all without hesitation. The remaining people will definitely be in chaos, and Zhang Yi will have the opportunity to defeat them one by one. However, those people are not all fools. Some people may not come and maintain a wait-and-see attitude. If that's the case, killing people will only alert the enemy and cause trouble for subsequent actions. What should be done? Zhang Yi's head was immersed in the undulating waves. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind. If those people did not come according to his plan, or if less than half of them came, he would temporarily pretend to agree to the other party's request. Hide your strength and make the opponent paralyzed. Then through a series of means, it causes internal strife on the other side and weakens their combat effectiveness. Then wait for the right opportunity and kill them all. Anyway, time is on Zhang Yi's side. In terms of force, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to attack other buildings, Zhang Yi can absolutely crush them all. There must be no rush. It's easy to make mistakes if you're in a hurry. And if I make a mistake, I might be in danger. I want to be a patient hunter. Set the trap step by step, and then let the prey walk into my trap. The thoughts in Zhang Yi's mind were straightened out, and he figured out how to deal with those people. This may also have something to do with Zhou Qir's new massage. In order to prepare for tomorrow's negotiation, he needs some people to help him maintain the scene. Zhang Yi naturally thought of Uncle Yu first. He picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Uncle Yu, briefly telling him what was going to happen tomorrow. Uncle Yu immediately replied, "What do you need me to do? Just tell me, and it will be done. I listen to you." During this period, Zhang Yi continued to treat Uncle Yu with small favors, and coupled with the marksmanship he showed in several battles, he had completely conquered Uncle Yu. Now Uncle Yu is following Zhang Yi wholeheartedly and follows his orders without hesitation. Chapter 112 Arrangement of Troops. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu that you don't need to do anything special. When we negotiate tomorrow, it will be on our territory. At that time, people from the other 29 buildings may send representatives. So I need someone to maintain order in the scene. I want you to do this with people. Uncle Yu nodded. This is easy to handle. If they come, search him first, and let them throw the guy away. Zhang Yi said yes. That's what he meant. Then I will go talk to other neighbors. Uncle Yu said okay. That's it. After confirming with Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi opened a large group of owners. At this time, the owners were still pleading with Zhang Yi in various ways, begging Zhang Yi not to abandon them. I hope Zhang Yi will continue to provide them with food as he did in the past. Zhang Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense to them. He directly said in the group that people from the other 29 buildings would come to force him to go to the palace tomorrow. They forced me to make a decision whether to provide them with supplies or not. If that happens, I will have no choice but to give up on you. Anyway, you all know that it's okay for me to protect myself. Or you can listen to my instructions and stand guard tomorrow. Maybe a glimmer of hope can still be saved. Of course, I will try my best to get supplies for you. The neighbors couldn't help but become nervous when they heard what Zhang Yi said. How dare they say no? He agreed repeatedly, saying that he would obey Zhang Yi's orders. After all, nowadays, most of the combat effectiveness of the entire 25 comes from Zhang Yi. Without Zhang Yi's protection, they would be wiped out by the Trina gang and Mad Wolf gang nearby at any time. After the plan was completed, Zhang Yi patted the back of Zhou Qir's hand. Go to bed early today. Tomorrow, there is something very important. Zhou Qir bit her lip, leaned into his ear and said shyly, Do you want me to relax with you tonight? Zhang Yi smiled and said I need to conserve my energy. So simplify the process. Zhou Qir nodded, came to Zhang Yi skillfully, and lowered his head, because he had something to do. Zhang Yi woke up at around 7 o'clock the next morning. He glanced at the Rolex in his hand. It was very early, and he was no longer sleepy. As soon as Zhang Yi stood up from the bed, he began to prepare the equipment used in the negotiation. Bulletproof pants modified from body armor, police helmet, crowbar, machete. Tucked into the outer pockets of his trousers were 2 military daggers. If you are caught in a close combat situation, this thing can work wonders, and is more useful than a machete. Then, there were 2 police pistols, both loaded with bullets. In addition, prepare 6 magazines, all of which are inserted into the waist. This alone is not enough. Zhang Yi took out 2 assault rifles from the space, both of which were also loaded with bullets. When the time comes, in a room, you can take out this thing and kill a lot of people quickly. I'm afraid no one could have imagined that Zhang Yi could suddenly pull out an assault rifle out of thin air. Then, there is Zhang Yi's beloved sniper. The basic weapons and equipment are now complete. Zhang Yi looked at the dozens of boxes of grenades in the space again. If they are all here and gathered in a room, at that time, I only need to throw a grenade over, and they will be disabled even if they don't die. A cold smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. He learned how to use grenades from the internet. This short to medium range AoE-made weapon on the battlefield is very simple to use, as long as you know how to open it and the time to explode. Zhang Yi has never used it before, But he has experienced the apocalypse for such a long time, and has killed dozens of people. So his mentality has long been as firm as iron. Therefore, he can overcome his fear of such hot weapons. And at least, he doesn't have to worry about shaking hands when throwing grenades. Next, just wait for the fish to take the bait. An expectant smile flashed in Zhang Yi's cold eyes. After 12 noon, Zhang Yi walked downstairs fully armed and asked everyone in the group to gather on the 7th floor. There is a family on the 13th floor that has a one-bedroom apartment that opens up. The indoor area is relatively large, making it convenient for many people to gather inside. And at this height, you can avoid being attacked by people below by throwing stones. Even if a fight broke out below, Zhang Yi had enough time to run back to his safe house. Very safe. The neighbors naturally didn't dare to have any objections for the food in Zhang Yi's hands. So they all came here. Zhang Yi glanced at them. Didn't say anything, but picked up 2 black duffel bags from the ground. Bang! It was thrown in front of them with a loud sound. This is the food for you today. Take it and share it. Yesterday he actually collected food, but he didn't share it with these neighbors. The neighbors had not eaten for a day. When they saw the food delivered by Zhang Yi, they immediately rushed forward excitedly. They started fighting for each other like vicious dogs fighting for food. Zhang Yi didn't say anything. Just watched them wolfing down the food in silence. A fierce battle may need to be fought today. And in that case, few of these cannon fodders may survive. Don't get me wrong. Zhang Yi was not out of kindness to let them have a full meal before they died. But only when they have eaten enough can they have the strength to help Zhang Yi fight. After these people devoured their food, Zhang Yi started to assign tasks. There's nothing special going on today. It's just me negotiating with the building directors of other buildings. Everyone will communicate in a peaceful way. And there will be no bloody conflicts with a high probability. Therefore, all you need to do is stand at your posts and maintain order at the scene. As long as the negotiation is successful, everyone can get rid of the fearful days and live a normal life in the future. So today, everyone must be very alert and not let anyone ruin this negotiation. Do you understand? Zhang Yi drew a big cake. Normal life. As soon as these words were spoken, every neighbor at the scene was moved to tears. Some people covered their mouths, squatted on the ground and cried bitterly. They went from a harmonious society to the end of the world. And they endured too much pain in nearly a month. He even did many inhumane things. Sometimes, they are so confused that they don't even know whether they are alive or dead. Only in dreams can they dream that they are living in the past. Not in this miserable world. Some neighbors asked Zhang Yi in disbelief. Are you telling the truth? Us. Can we ever go back to the past? Able. Zhang Yi nodded affirmatively, without any hesitation in his eyes. As long as this negotiation ends successfully, and everyone solves the food problem, there will be no more bloody fights in the future. So gentlemen, for the sake of a bright future, please work hard again today. Chapter 113, What an Amazing Person. The neighbors had enough to eat, and Stockholm Syndrome made them grateful to Zhang Yi. At this time, Zhang Yi said that they could return to normal life and no longer have to worry about it all day long. Their morale was immediately stimulated. What else can you say? Just do it. I don't want to spend a day in my life now. As long as I can live a normal life, I am willing to risk my life. Seeing that the morale was almost mobilized, Zhang Yi slowly stood up from the chair. Okay. Next, I'll assign work to everyone. What they are about to face are ruthless people from the other 29 buildings in the entire community. Complete preparations must be made to ensure Zhang Yi's safety. Others can die, but Zhang Yi must be given enough time to return to the safe house. In the unit building, apart from Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu, there are still 28 manpower available on site. Zhang Yi asked Li Chengmin and Jiang Lei to lead the team, and led 18 people to guard the entrance on the 4th floor. The entrance on the 4th floor was set up with a trap, leaving only room for one person to enter and exit. And the surrounding area was filled with various electrical appliances and equipment. Once someone comes to attack, they can only walk in through the narrow aisle. In other words, no matter how many people they come, they can only attack one by one, which is equivalent to death. If we attack by force, we will have to use a large number of manpower to remove all the debris blocking the windows. But this takes a lot of time. Therefore, even if people from the other 29 buildings suddenly launch an attack during negotiations, Zhang Yi can use this time to kill everyone present and then leave calmly. On the other side, Uncle Yu led 10 people to maintain order on the 13th floor. Zhang Yi doesn't have many people left, and they mainly serve as a facade. After all, even if the opponent comes to 29 people, Zhang Yi can kill them all in this open space. Everything is within his plan. After Zhang Yi made the arrangements, he waited here for the other party's arrival. The appointed time is 2:30 in the afternoon. However, everyone was in a more impatient mood. So after 2 o'clock, people started to come out from other unit buildings one after another. It was like swarms of ants suddenly crawling out of each ant nest. On the white ground, there are more and more black figures. The wind and snow are still blowing. The snow today is much lighter than usual, but the wind seems to be stronger. The whining north wind passed by and was cut by the buildings, making a sharp scream. Zhang Yi was sitting in front of the window on the 7th floor and saw the scene downstairs. People. Lots of people. There was a steady stream of people surrounding me from all directions. At first glance, it seemed that there were at least 500 or 600 people. And the number was still increasing. The area in the middle of the community was full of people. And there was almost no open space. Are you playing tricks with me? A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's lips. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket and sent a message to the building manager group. Tell everyone to get away from me. Otherwise you won't have to come here today. After finishing speaking, he put away his mobile phone, then took out the sniper rifle from the space, placed it under his feet, and blocked it with a table. Then, he shouted outside, Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu walked in with a thick crowbar in his hand. Zhang Yi, what are your plans? Zhang Yi said that there were a lot of people coming, and I was afraid that those few boys could not control the scene. Come over here. Don't worry. I'm here to support you with firepower. Uncle Yu glanced out the window, his pupils tightening sharply, but he still nodded firmly. Okay, I'll do it. After Zhang Yi's news was sent out, those people did not stop. However, it stopped 5 meters away from 25. A dark crowd gathered together, everyone wearing thick clothes, hats, and scarves wrapped around their faces. The entire front of 25 was blocked and airtight, and even the light on the 4th floor became dim. When Li Chongbin, Jiangja and others saw so many people, no one could feel a chill down their backs. If so many people rush over, even if they occupy a good location, they can only delay it for a while. If they really fight, they will definitely die. There are so many people. How to stop them? Didn't they agree to come here to negotiate? They look like they are here to negotiate. This is obviously here to destroy us. The neighbors on the 4th floor felt a chill in their hearts, and didn't know how to deal with it. At this moment, a steady voice came from the stairs. Why are you panicking? If they wanted to fight, they would have rushed over long ago. Uncle Yu calmly walked down holding the crowbar. Seeing Uncle Yu, everyone felt more at ease. After all, Uncle Yu's strong fighting ability is obvious to all. Li Chongbin frowned. Uncle Yu, there are too many of these people. I'm afraid not everyone from the entire neighborhood has gathered around. Right? How do we fight? The others also looked scared and turned to Uncle Yu for help. Uncle Yu had no choice but to comfort them and say, you don't have to worry. Their goal is not you, but to force Zhang Yi to make concessions in negotiations. Besides, you are so scared. Think about it for yourselves. What is there that people should be worried about? Uncle Yu made it clear what was at stake, which immediately made everyone feel more relaxed. Yes, they have nothing on them. So what's the point of people coming over to hack them in a big way? Their target is Zhang Yi. They are not worthy. For the first time, everyone felt grateful for their insignificance. At this time, the crowd suddenly fluctuated. I saw only a few rows separated from the crowd. And then 5 people walked out surrounded by their men. These 5 people are Huang Tianfang from 26 Tiana Gang, Wang Chong from 21 Mad Wolf Gang, Li Jian from 18 Harmony Home, Chen Yuling, the building manager from 9, and Zhang Yunian, the building manager from 5. Several people came to 25's door with confident expressions on their faces, especially Wang Chong, a 22-year-old street kid with an arrogant face. Behind him was an army of thousands of people, which gave him a feeling of great pride. The Zhang Yi he was about to face made him feel like he was just an insignificant person. For today's negotiation, they have a sure chance of victory. Wang Chong chuckled and asked, have you seen those people? Just seeing the number of people here almost makes me pee with fear. Huang Tianfang's thin, sallow old face also burst into a proud smile. Zhang Yi must have gone to change his pants. He can't agree to any of the conditions we put forward. Thousands of people versus 30 people. They couldn't imagine how they would lose. In their eyes, Zhang Yi could only obey their orders. Li Jian pushed up his glasses, his expression modest, but there was also a bit of pride and confidence in his eyes. Being able to organize a team of thousands of people was something that was unthinkable in the past. At this time, they all felt like ancient generals, who could command thousands of troops. Qinling Yu crossed her arms and said with a proud look on her face, "Don't be stunned. Everyone, it's very cold outside. Let's go in and have a good talk with Zhang Yi. We'll inform him of what was finalized yesterday and let him accept it." Chapter 114 Fire in the Hole. Several people looked at each other, and then Huang Tianfang shouted coldly at the top of his voice, "Where is Zhang Yiren? We came to negotiate with him." Uncle Yu walked over carrying a crowbar. The scene before him reminded him of his military career. He felt as if he was 20 years younger, and the blood in his body was boiling. Uncle Yu looked at the building captains in front of him without fear, and said that our leader is waiting for you all above. "Why? Aren't you all 29 building leaders here together?" Li Jian pushed his eyes. The smile on his face was still so humble and polite. "We discussed it yesterday, and it was not appropriate for everyone to go there together. So we let the 5 of us serve as representatives." They also had worries in their hearts. Worried that Zhang Yi would find an opportunity to take down the bosses like them. So after a long discussion, we finally decided to select the 5 most powerful people to negotiate with Zhang Yi on their behalf. Uncle Yu received Zhang Yi's instructions, frowned slightly, and said, "Please come in. However, only 5 of you can come here today, not others. And for safety's sake, it's best to put away any weapons you have. Otherwise it won't look good on inspection." Uncle Yu's words made the faces of the people in front of him change drastically. Qinling Yu's eyebrows stood up, and she angrily asked, "Search me? What does Zhang Yi mean? Is this his attitude?" Wang Chan laughed loudly, took out the machete with a ferocious look, pointed it at Uncle Yu and scolded Zhang Yi for being such a reckless person. How long had it been since he had dared to raise conditions? "You are really not afraid of death?" Huang Tianfang smiled coldly and asked, "Is Zhang Yi blind? Can't see what's going on in front of him? There are just dozens of you, and every one of us can drown you with our spit." Uncle Yu didn't say much nonsense and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. It turned out that he had been on the phone with Zhang Yi so that Zhang Yi could understand the following situation. After hearing the arrogant tone of these people, Zhang Yi also laughed. "I know what's going on. Just wait a minute. It seems that their arrogance will not work unless they are beaten." He had to let these guys know that things would be easier to do if there were more people. Zhang Yi walked to the window and pushed open the window. The cold wind howled by. He glanced down and saw people everywhere. Zhang Yi took out a grenade from the alien space, quickly pulled the handle of the grenade according to the technique he learned from the internet, and then threw it towards the crowd in the distance. Those people in the back are watching the show. Although there were many of them, most of them came only to be pulled over by the building captains of each building to round up the number of people. Therefore, they also felt that they were here to watch the fun, when they thought that someone would be able to provide them with food, clothing and other materials for free in the future. They felt very happy. They were chatting happily and thinking about the future. Suddenly, a sound broke through the air. Everyone looked up subconsciously and saw something falling. What the hell? Some people thought it was a thrown stone and didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, it was quite far away from them. Soon enough, the grenade fell to the ground. Boom! Flames shot into the sky, and 7 or 8 people near the impact point of the grenade were blown up. Along with the snowflakes, there were bright red blood and broken limbs flying. Ah! The deafening explosion caused panic screams. A grenade killed 7 or 8 people on the spot, and 2 people at the center were shot into pieces by shrapnel. The shock wave and shrapnel affected a dozen people, causing them to bleed. In this environment, these injured people are just like a bunch of dead people. The sudden explosion shocked everyone. After all, ordinary people have no access to grenades in their lifetime. Even in the last days, they never thought that they would be attacked by grenades. The scene was chaotic. Although there are many people who come, they are all a mob, and most of them are just to make up the numbers. For a moment, people were on their backs, and everyone was screaming and running for their lives. Wang Chong and other building leaders were also frightened and turned pale. The building manager is just an ordinary person, but he is more courageous and cruel. They are also afraid of explosions. Don't panic. Don't panic. The building captains in the crowd suppressed their fear and loudly ordered everyone to stop panicking. But they are not an army. So where is the discipline? Even the brothers and confidants under their command were so frightened that they hurriedly lay on the ground holding their heads, or found a place to huddle up. At this moment, a sarcastic voice came from Uncle Yu's cell phone. How amazing people are! Wang Chong and others' eyes widened, filled with astonishment. This grenade? It was Zhang Yi who threw it. Where did he get the grenade? Why does he have grenades? Not to mention them. Even Uncle Yu and Li Chungbin and others behind were dumbfounded. It wasn't until they heard Zhang Yi's voice that they understood what had happened. For a moment, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Although Uncle Yu was shocked, he still coughed and asked Wang Chong and others, "Do you have any opinions now?" Wang Chong and the others were so frightened that they couldn't speak. "You looked at me and I looked at you. Only then did you realize how unfathomable Zhang Yi was. Even if he had a gun, he later took out a sniper rifle. They have endured sniper rifles. But now why are grenades even appearing? They are still armed with sticks and machetes. How can they fight with others?" The group of people who were still aggressive when they arrived now looked extremely ugly. Wang Chong said with a sullen face, "We are here to negotiate. There is no need for this." Zhang Yi's disdainful voice came from the phone. "Does your family need to bring more than 1,000 people to negotiate? I think they are an eyesore. So I just help you get rid of them." On the 13th floor, Zhang Yi glanced at his watch. "Oh, it's almost 2:30. You still have 5 minutes. I won't see you for 5 minutes. So there's no need to talk. Let's fight." Beat? What a fart. This is clearly a dimensionality reduction attack. Wang Chong and others had sweat breaking out on their faces. Chen Lingyu clamped her legs tightly and bit her lip in pain. In fact, she was so frightened that she peed when the grenade exploded. But as a female building leader, she must not let anyone know about this. "No. We came here to cooperate with you in good faith." "Just a moment. We'll be there soon." Li Jian was anxious. He quickly walked to Uncle Yu. "Could you please tell us which floor he is on?" Uncle Yu curled his lips and looked a little embarrassed. 13th floor. The 13th floor means that they need to climb 9 floors. Given their physical strength, they would probably have to gasp for air if they climbed up. Several people did not dare to delay. So they quickly left all their weapons behind and rushed upstairs. Chapter 115, Let's Plant Corn. From the window on the 13th floor, Zhang Yi couldn't help but take a breath of air when he saw more than 1,000 residents of the community collapsed. This was his first time using a grenade. To be honest, he didn't expect it to be so powerful at first. Maybe it's because I watched too many dramas in the past, where the heroes were able to survive all kinds of grenades without getting hurt. But in fact, the lethality of modern thermal weapons to ordinary people is unimaginable. With one grenade, Zhang Yi scared more than 1,000 people into mice, and killed nearly 20 people directly and indirectly. Originally, Zhang Yi planned to throw a few more pills. But after the first one exploded, the others ran away like animals. The effect of continuing to throw is not as good as the first one. Seeing how useless they were, Zhang Yi didn't bother to waste his grenades. After all, he only had 20 boxes of grenades, so he had to use them sparingly. He sat on a chair and waited for Wang Chong, Huang Tianfang and others to come over. After a few minutes, several panting people arrived one after another. In such cold weather, climbing 9 floors in one breath is really beyond the strength of ordinary people. Only Huang Tianfang, who works on the construction site, and Zhang Yunian, the building manager of 5, are better. Zhang Yi knew something about Zhang Yunian. He used to run a boxing gym and was an experienced boxer. But this is of no concern to Zhang Yi, because he has a gun in his hand. The gun is fast from 7 steps away, and the gun is fast and accurate within 7 steps. Everyone is here. Are you the only ones? Zhang Yi said in a calm tone. There were so few people coming, and he was a little disappointed. If there is no way to catch all the building directors in one fell swoop, then the only option is to implement the second plan. Several people took a deep breath, and their previous arrogance was almost extinguished. Who are they when facing a ruthless character who can throw a grenade and blow someone up at any time? Li Jian gave himself some relief and said, "Yes, we are. Represent." "Oh," Zhang Yi responded calmly. "Let's talk about it." Wang Chong and others took a deep breath and found a place to sit down. But no one dared to approach Zhang Yi. Everyone knows that Zhang Yi carries a gun. It was still Li Jian who spoke first. He looked at Zhang Yi seriously. His tone was deep. "Zhang Yi, you also know that the situation is difficult now. Everyone was short of food and clothing, and many people even froze to death and starved to death. I also heard that some apartment buildings have begun to eat people. If this continues, none of us will be able to survive. So I hope you can understand that everyone is not targeting you. Everyone just wants to live, so they have to talk to you in this way." Li Jian's tone was much more polite. But if Zhang Yi hadn't thrown the grenade, his statement would have been different. Zhang Yi was indifferent. "Don't play the emotional card with me. Do you think it's useful to say this now? Discuss your conditions directly. In terms of momentum, The 5 people on the opposite side were suppressed by Zhang Yi. Even if they tried to pretend to be calm, climbing 9 flights of stairs in one go would put them in a bad state. Yes, all of this is within Zhang Yi's calculations. The building captains looked at each other, and Wang Chong raised his head to Li Jian. Oldly, you better say it. They don't dare to use force now, so they can only talk to Zhang Yi. In this case, Li Jian's eloquence is obviously better. Li Jian frowned and thought for a moment before speaking slowly. What we want are some necessary daily necessities. The first is food, which we need you to help us collect from the outside world. The second is the materials used for heating, such as clothes and quilts. Li Jian paused for a moment when he said this, and the others immediately stared at him with their eyes. No way. Li Jian continued and said that if our cooperation goes smoothly in the future, we can also have someone help you go out to collect supplies. If everyone can find more living materials, everyone will be happy. After finishing speaking, Li Jian felt that what he said was pretty good, and asked Zhang Yi, Mr. Zhang, what do you think? No matter what words come out of Li Jian's mouth, they always make people's ears feel comfortable. But Zhang Yi was not stupid, and he could hear the hidden meaning in his words. Language has always been an art. It's obviously the same request, but it's completely different when expressed in different words. Zhang Yi understood it after thinking about it for a while. He sneered. I understand what you mean. In other words, you want me to help you collect food and living supplies. There is no quantity mentioned. There is no limit. The other thing is to help me collect supplies, which is to ask me to hand over the snowmobile for you to use. Does it mean this? Li Jian still wanted to explain, but Zhang Yi's expression suddenly changed. Without further ado, he pulled out his gun and bang, smacked on the table. The expressions of the 5 people also changed drastically, and they subconsciously wanted to escape. But the door has been blocked by Uncle Yu and his people. Wang Chong said fiercely. Zhang Yi, what do you mean? Let me tell you, even if you kill us, it will be useless. No one in the entire community will let you go. Li Jian also waved his hands to persuade Mr. Zhang. Don't get excited. If we have anything to say, we can talk slowly. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. What are you nervous about? I just thought this pistol was a bit in the way, so I took it out to dry. Don't be nervous. Come, sit down and let's continue. The faces of the 5 people were not very good, but they still sat down. Zhang Yi said, first of all, let me tell you, there is no way I can agree to the conditions you put forward. Several people were a little anxious and were about to speak, but Zhang Yi stopped them with his hand. Don't worry. Hear me out. Do you mean to let me control the life and death of the entire community? No kidding. No matter who comes. They can't do this. 30 buildings. Supplies for more than 1,000 people. Just looking for them every day is exhausting. The most important thing is, as far as I know, you are not so kind that you don't have enough to eat. So you still care about your neighbors. Right? Zhang Yi said angrily, and then glanced at the 5 people present. The 5 of them looked at me, and I looked at you. But they were speechless. Only Li Jian frowned more and more, as he was weighing the pros and cons. Because in the entire community, only their unit building exists in the form of a harmonious home. Everyone shares supplies, and does not plunder each other. This allows them to survive until now, with the highest survival rate. Seeing that no one put forward any opinions, Zhang Yi said, I will tell you my cooperation conditions now, and you can see if it is feasible. But if you don't accept it, and I won't change it, we'll fight. The 5 people have different expressions. To be fair, they are now very afraid of Zhang Yi's strength. If they fight alone, Zhang Yi can push any of them equally, or even several parties join forces. Zhang Yi raised a finger and said, I can provide you with supplies, mainly food, but the quantity is limited, and I only provide portions for 10 people in each building. I don't care who the food is distributed to or who is responsible for it. You decide within your own unit building. In this way, I have to bear the supplies of more than 300 people every day, which is my limit. When Zhang Yi said these words, the 5 people in front of him all lowered their heads and pondered. They did not expect Zhang Yi to agree to bear the living supplies of the entire community. But at the very least, they want to ensure that their faction can survive. There are too few supplies for 10 people. Qin Lingyu was the first to put forward an opinion. There are 76 living people in our building. There are more than 20 employees in the company under me alone. You only gave it to 10 people. How will we divide it then? Zhang Yi glanced at her coldly. So, there's nothing to talk about? His tone was filled with cold murderous intent. And then Qin Lingyu remembered that Zhang Yi had said, If the negotiation doesn't work out, then fight. Huang Tianfang was not happy anymore. He quickly raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute! Chunling you. Don't rush to represent us all. I think the quantity of this material can still be discussed further." Of course Huang Tianfang is 100% willing. More than half of their Tianhe gang members were slaughtered by Zhang Yi. And now they only have 7 direct members. Counting him, there are 8 people in total. And the supplies for 10 people are completely enough. As for the other neighbors, won't everything be over if they are all slaughtered? Wang Chong looked at Zhang Yi with some hesitation in his heart. There are still 16 people under his command. And the supplies for 10 people are obviously not enough. However, it is not absolutely impossible. At most, it only takes 6 people to optimize. The serving of 10 people is a little less. And we will have no way to explain it to other units at that time. Wang Chong said this deliberately, trying to get more benefits. Zhang Yi, with an expressionless face, has to provide food for 300 people every day. Do you think it is very little? Just a small amount of material caused cracks in their loose alliance. Some people have more people. And some people have fewer people. This is the difference in interests. Li Jian looked sad. The reason why he can be the building manager is because of the system of equal sharing of interests. Once the 80+ people in the entire building can only share 10 supplies, his leadership status will be lost instantly. As a result, the entire harmonious home will collapse. And it will even evolve into a more crazy cannibalism situation than other unit buildings. Li Jian looked to the side. Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang were obviously a little moved. He quickly said to Zhang Yi, "Let us think about it again. Please tell me other conditions first." Zhang Yi said lightly, "Okay. Next, it's time for me to provide you with supplies, and the reward you need to pay." His right hand was placed on the table, only 2 centimeters away from the gun, and he tapped the table gently. "Since we want to retain 300 fires, we must carry out sustainable development in the future. Just going out to search for supplies won't last long, and no one knows how long the snow will last. Therefore, we must become self-sufficient and start working," Zhang Yi said, magically taking out a bag of corn seeds from behind and throwing it in front of several people. "When I went out, I found a batch of grain seeds. I think we can grow crops to have a constant supply of food," Zhang Yi joked. "Just like our ancestors. Food comes from the work of your hands." Chapter 116 Big Teammates. Li Jian and the other 5 building leaders stared at each other. No one knew what Zhang Yi was up to. "Planting? Be a farmer? Isn't this a joke?" Huang Tianfang said dissatisfiedly. "Have you ever farmed? In such cold weather, all the food will freeze to death," Zhang Yi said. "Hey, you can't say that. I think back in Siberia, people were also vigorously promoting corn. If you think corn is not good, I have other seeds here, including potatoes and wheat. There is always a suitable one." Li Jian and the others were completely speechless. "Zhang Yi, don't be joking. What's the temperature outside? Besides, where are you planting in the ice and snow?" Zhang Yi said with a serious look. "So what if the weather is cold? Didn't we still survive? I don't know how long this snowstorm will last. You may also feel that the higher-ups are all in hiding and are ready to lurk for a long time. This shows that the last days will last for a long time. If you don't grow crops, you'll quickly run out of food. Isn't it going to be a dead end for everyone by then? As for where to plant, this problem is easy to solve." Zhang Yi stretched out his hand and pointed out the window. "Isn't it all land? As long as everyone digs out the snow, there will be land underneath. If you want to overcome low temperatures, you can plant them underground. Although this process is difficult, we must try. Only in this way can a complete ecological chain be maintained. Let everyone survive in the apocalypse." Among the 5 people, Huang Tianfang and Li Jian had somewhat emotional expressions. Huang Tianfang had been a farmer and was very good at farming. If he used farming to solve the food problem in the future, he would undoubtedly have an advantage over the urbanites in the community. Li Jian, on the other hand, believed that the large number of people in their unit was an important labor force. If it develops into an agricultural model, his voice in the community will also increase. Wang Chong looked at Zhang Yi with suspicion. It was impossible for him to farm the land. But as the boss of 21, he can naturally let others do the work. Li Jian suddenly asked that if planting is to be carried out, enough food must be provided. In this way, 300 portions of food would be too little. Zhang Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a smile, "But I need more than 300 people." After he spread his hands, "It was time to talk about my second condition in detail. That is, Each building needs to send people out to sort out farmland. I need to see your labor progress every day. After all, I worked so hard to find food. And I wasn't just feeding idle people. Zhang Yi looked at the crowd, tapping his fingers on the table, while others were also tapping their abacus in their hearts. Those are my 2 conditions. As long as you agree, I promise to provide you with supplies. And if it serves 300 people, the quality of the food will be guaranteed. In the future, I will even provide cigarettes, alcohol, clothing, and even medical supplies. As soon as this sentence came out, some people couldn't sit still. Wang Chong sung. He suddenly stood up and asked loudly, "Can you get cigarettes?" There was a look of anticipation in his eyes. Wang Tianfang's lips trembled with excitement. "Do you have a cigarette in your hand? Come on. Give me one to try. I haven't smoked for half a month. And I'm going crazy." Both of these people are old smokers. And letting them stop smoking for more than half a month is simply more uncomfortable than killing them. The reason why he became so irritable later on was also related to the withdrawal reaction. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, took out a pack of Lacoon from his pocket, and then threw one to each of them. The 2 of them looked at the cigarettes in their hands greedily, and quickly stuffed them into their mouths. "Fire? Is there any fire? Here. Come on. Order it quickly." At this time, Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang didn't even care what they were here for. They ran to the side and lit cigarettes with trembling hands. Then he put it in his mouth and took a deep breath. White smoke spurted out from their noses, and both of them had ecstatic expressions on their faces. They can skip meals, but they will really go crazy if they don't smoke. The smile on Zhang Yi's face became even thicker. "Now my conditions are here. Do you agree or not?" Yu clamped her legs tightly at this time, focusing on her wet crotch. She was shivering from the cold, and did not dare to show it. As for Zhang Yunian himself, a man with strong muscles and a simple brain, he was completely confused by Zhang Yi's farming conditions, and didn't know how to speak. Only Li Jianben planned to argue hard and negotiate some conditions. But he was interrupted by Wang Chong before he could speak. "As long as you can ensure that I have cigarettes to smoke in the future, I can agree to all these conditions. But we agreed that I should be given at least 2 packs a day." Huang Tianfang also said that I have the same conditions. Zhang Yi said that I can only give you 1 pack at most a day. I can't find any more. Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang quickly agreed. "That's it. We agreed to take 1 pack a day. You must bring it to us." Zhang Yi smiled, spread his hands and said, "We have reached a consensus in today's negotiations. Right? Neither Wang Chong nor Huang Tianfang are very smart people. Moreover, cigarettes are extremely addictive and can easily destroy people's will. As long as they can get cigarettes, they don't care about anything else." The 2 received the benefits from Zhang Yi and had no objections. Li Jian said that we still have to discuss this matter. Yu clamped her legs and said with difficulty, "Yes, we have to think about it in the long term." Zhang Yi waved his hand. "It's up to you. Anyway, my conditions are here, and this is my greatest sincerity and bottom line. If you still disagree, then we will just have to fight with swords and guns." Zhang Yi bites the word sword and gun a little too hard. This is to remind the few people in front of him that fighting Zhang Yi is equivalent to fighting with foreign guns and artillery with swords and spears. Wang Chong stretched out his hand towards Zhang Yi and said, "There's nothing wrong with me. Give me a cigarette first." Zhang Yi sneered. "Are you kidding me? Aren't you a united front? These conditions will not officially take effect until you give me a clear answer. So if you want to smoke, just wait until you confirm it." Wang Chong was puffing on a cigarette, his eyes a little blurry. He said impatiently to Li Jian and the others, "What are you waiting for? Don't we have everything we want? Just do as he said." Li Jian said, "But this is too much." Wang Chong stared and said, "What the hell? I said? That's it. Don't waste time. I hate you nagging people the most." Huang Tianfang blew out a smoke ring and said, "I think it's almost done." Zhang Yi gave us face, so we have to understand his difficulties. Right? Li Jian's face was as dark as water, and he scolded Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang in his heart. These 2 pig teammates actually started fighting in front of each other. Chapter 117: The Deterrence of Big Snipers. Because of their addiction to cigarettes, Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang wanted to agree to Zhang Yi's conditions immediately, just so they could get a pack of cigarettes to smoke every day. Because Yu peed her pants at this time, most of her attention was on the middle of her legs, and she couldn't spare any extra energy. Li Jian had no choice but to bite the bullet and said that the conditions were indeed a bit harsh, and we couldn't make decisions on our own. Otherwise, other unit buildings cannot agree. Zhang Yunyan kept crossing his arms. He was the kind of person whose brain was not very good. In his mind, as long as Zhang Yi can provide food, no matter how much, as the boss of 5, he will definitely not be hungry. But when everyone else spoke, he also pretended to say yes. This matter cannot be decided easily. I think we still have to discuss it again. Zhang Yi's expression suddenly changed, and his voice became colder. Let's discuss it again. Are you kidding me? If the 5 of you cannot make decisions for the entire community, why do you call yourself representatives to negotiate with me? Uncle Yu and others outside the door clenched their weapons and approached the door, with cold and serious expressions on their faces. Wang Chong and others felt a thump in their hearts. Now it is too easy for Zhang Yi to kill them. After all, they have guns in their hands, and they brought nothing. Wang Chong hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop Zhang Yi. Don't worry. Who says we can't make the decision? He glared at Li Jian and Zhang Yunyan fiercely and said, hadn't this been agreed upon? The 5 of us make the decision. Do people in other buildings dare not to listen? Let me tell you, the conditions proposed by Zhang Yi are still acceptable. Wang Chong, who is in his early 20s, does not have much social experience. He committed a taboo in negotiations, which is to expose his trump card first and be eager to express his attitude. But there's nothing I can do about it. He's the building manager of a building. But after all, he's just a street kid who loves to fight and fight. Li Jian and Chen Lingyu saw Wang Chong's performance and wanted to beat him to death. But the words have been spoken, and there is no way to take them back. Not only Wang Chong, but Huang Tianfang also stepped forward to help. After all, he had the smallest number of direct relatives under his command. The supplies for 10 people are enough for them. And they still smoke cigarettes every day. Wouldn't it be a happy life like a fairy? Lao Huang said. I think everyone needs to understand each other. Zhang Yi also has his difficulties. Everyone is pretty much fine with it. Don't push people too hard. In order to gain Zhang Yi's favor, Huang Tianfang patted his chest towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, let me express my opinion first. I agree with your proposal. Wang Chong followed and said, I am the same. Zhang Yunyan still frowned and looked like he was thinking. But it was his first time experiencing such a scene, and he didn't know what to say. In short, just pretend to be serious and that's it. Among the 5, only Li Jian and Chen Lingyu have some brains. But due to special circumstances, Chen Lingyu's IQ dropped sharply, leaving Li Jian alone and unable to survive alone. A few people were in a mess, but conflicts started to arise within themselves. Zhang Yi sat next to the window, looking at them with interest, and observing the reaction downstairs with the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and realized something was wrong. A group of people who had just been frightened by one of his grenades and fled in all directions suddenly began to gather in groups, and then quietly approached 25. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth raised slightly. These people took advantage of the negotiation to suddenly launch an attack. This situation was within Zhang Yi's expectation. After all, in the entire 25, the most powerful combat power is Zhang Yi. It can even be said that more than 99% of the combat power comes from the weapons in Zhang Yi's hands. Now that Zhang Yi was being held back by negotiations upstairs, the others took the opportunity to sneak in and attack. And then 125 in one fell swoop. This is a very classic strategy. It's a pity that Zhang Yi is not stupid either. With more than 1,000 people outside the building, would he not be alert at all? Looking at those people who were ready to make a move, Zhang Yi said to the 5 building captains in front of him, have you arranged for someone to come and attack us while we are negotiating? When Wang Chong and others heard this, their faces were full of confusion. Wang Chong smiled disapprovingly and said, what did you say? We are all here. And then someone comes over to attack us. Isn't that just a joke with our own lives? Zhang Yi smiled faintly. I think so. But in that case, you will have to check it out after you go back. There is a high probability that these people were not arranged in advance by the 5 people in front of them. After all, they knew that Zhang Yi had a gun and could easily kill them all. Then there are only 2 explanations. Or, the other building leaders chose to abandon them, use them as bait to divert Zhang Yi's attention, and then launch a surprise attack on 25. Or, their own men wanted to seize power and launched an attack regardless of their lives. Li Jian understood immediately. His face turned pale. He stood up and they started to attack. Wang Chong, Huang Tianfang, Chen Lingyu and Zhang Yunyan changed their expressions upon hearing this. These damn things. Who asked them to do this? Zhang Yi still had a cold smile on his face. He suddenly reached out and picked up the big black sniper from under his feet. Sit down. All of you. Zhang Yi shouted loudly, and then pointed the black gun in his hand at the 5 people in front of him. Uncle Yu also immediately led people to rush in and blocked all their roads. The 5 people were frightened out of their wits when they saw the big sniper. Zhang Yi. We really didn't do it. Don't shoot. Never. Wang Chang's forehead was sweating anxiously. But Chen Yu couldn't hold it anymore and collapsed directly on the ground, her pants getting even more wet. Zhang Yi ignored them, turned around, and put the sniper rifle on the windowsill. The people downstairs had already begun to gather towards the temporary main entrance of 25, and it only took a moment to launch an attack. Zhang Yi aimed at a tall figure in the crowd and pulled the trigger. Boom! The roar echoed in the community, and the 11-year-old building manager suddenly became imaginative, with red and white objects splashing on the snow. The people below who wanted to make a sneak attack were also stunned. Boom! The second shot continued, and another head was penetrated. At this time, the stunned people realized what they were doing and ran away desperately, or just crawled in the snow. Zhang Yi's cold eyes were like the god of death, and he continued to ruthlessly harvest lives, out of a sense of joking. This time he stopped hitting those who were desperately running back, and instead aimed at the guys lying on the ground. Voldemort? Do you think you are smart? Then I just want to kill you. The sound of the big gun echoed throughout the neighborhood. The man lying on the ground twitched, and his head exploded. In the negotiation room, the 5 building captains were also deeply shocked by this scene. Only when they saw Zhang Yi shoot and kill with their own eyes did they understand how terrifying this man was. Chapter 118 Zhang Yi's kindness will never end in a lifetime. Zhang Yi killed more than a dozen people in one go. By the way, have you ever played the tadpole smashing game? In spring, there are many tadpoles in the creek, watering in groups in the stream. You throw a stone in, and the tadpoles scatter in a flash, which is very interesting. When Zhang Yi kills people, it feels like smashing tadpoles. When they saw the crowd, they picked out the conspicuous ones and killed them. Others were frightened and fled for their lives in a hurry. The residents who were still alive watched the people next to them die. Their bodies are still stained with the blood and brains of others. And this deterrent force is undoubtedly huge. Let them no longer have the courage to resist in a short period of time. Zhang Yi saw that they were scared out of their wits, and then he slowly put away his sniper rifle. Then he turned around and faced the stunned 5 people again. I just said lightly, have you thought it through? Even Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang, who were usually the most vicious, felt their legs trembling at this time. That's the awe that humans have for thermal weapons. Wang Chang swallowed hard, then raised his hand and said, I agree with the 2 conditions you proposed. Huang Tianfang also said that I have no objection. Then came Zhang Yunian and Chen Lingyu. They didn't say anything. They probably didn't know how to speak. They could only raise their hands to express agreement. Seeing that the other 4 people had compromised, Li Jian raised his right hand bitterly. I agree. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth raised slightly. Well, let's start working from today. Then I will notify you tomorrow afternoon to come and collect supplies. Also, be sure to do it well. I'll keep an eye on you. Don't play tricks on me. Several people nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi waved to them. You go back. Li Jian was the first to leave the negotiation room with his head down, followed closely by Zhang Yunian. Chen Lingyu's walking posture was a bit strange. Her legs were tightly clamped, as if she was afraid of something leaking out. Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang took their time and did not leave in a hurry. Open. Zhang Yi, can you give me your pack of cigarettes? After all, we are partners now. Wang Chang pointed to the cigarette in Zhang Yi's hand, his eyes full of longing. Huang Tian was anxious, for fear of being eaten by Wang Chang. Wang Chang, don't even think about eating it all. He turned his head and showed a flattering smile to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, I haven't smoked for a long time. Can you give it to me? Zhang Yi glanced at them, picked up the half pack of cigarettes, and threw it on the ground. You can share it among yourself. The 2 people fell to the ground at the same time like vicious dogs pouncing on their food. 2 grown men, fighting on the ground without caring about their image. Just wanted to win half a favor. Wang Chang, you little brat. How dare you rob me from your uncle? Old man Huang, don't seek death. Let me go now. Get at you. In the end, the cigarette box was torn to pieces by 2 people. Each of them grabbed a few cigarettes and left the negotiation building with angry eyes. The crisis on the 25th floor has been temporarily resolved. Zhang Yi put away his sniper rifle and sat on a chair with an extremely indifferent expression. Because today's results are obviously not ideal. He originally expected to kill all the owners of the other 29 buildings in one fell swoop today. However, that is an ideal situation after all. And the current situation is not bad. On the surface, we can cooperate with them. Then let them kill each other. And finally find a suitable opportunity to strike. Johnny was not in a hurry. Because of his abundant supplies and superior living environment, he always stands at the commanding heights of time. After the 5 building captains left, the 25 people breathed a sigh of relief. And then hurried over to ask Zhang Yi about the outcome of the meeting. Zhang Yi told them that they compromised under my force. In the future, they need to provide them with food for 300 people in exchange for peace. Moreover, everyone needs to participate in the work. In the future, we will develop land and carry out agricultural planting, adhering to sustainable development routines. A group of neighbors were stunned. Food for 300 people? Can it be done? And we gave them all the food. What should we do? No one understood why Zhang Yi put forward such a condition. After all, Zhang Yi didn't discuss it with them at all when he made his decision. Zhang Yi explained unhurriedly, if this agreement is not reached, what do you want to do? Do you really want to fight thousands of people in the entire community? He sneered and said, I don't care. I am not afraid of them no matter how many there are. But can you withstand them? A group of neighbors looked at each other and were too embarrassed to speak anymore. 99% of the entire 25 force value belongs to Zhang Yi alone. Zhang Yi has powerful firepower and an almost impenetrable fortress. If people just walk away, they can still live well regardless of what they say. But what do they do? Are you going to be killed by the angry community owners and made into kebabs? Zhang Yi said calmly that you don't have to worry too much. I will try my best to find food. No matter what. I won't let you starve to death. The neighbors raised their heads. Their eyes were filled with excitement and disbelief. And tears were shining in their eyes. Zhang Yi. You? A woman choked up. You really are. I cried. Zhang Yi. You want to carry the entire pressure of 25 on one person. I would really appreciate it. Zhang Yi. We really did not misjudge you. You are a leader worthy of our respect. The neighbors were in tears and extremely moved. The pressure of searching for food is all on Zhang Yi alone. Zhang Yi sighed softly, and his tone became softer. His eyes slowly swept across the crowd, and his tone was solemn and deep. Everyone, stop crying. I know you had some opinions about me in the past, and thought I was a bad person. But no matter what you think of me, I hope from the bottom of my heart that everyone can live well. It's not just me, Zhang Yi, but every one of you. Jian Lei wiped away his tears and said loudly, Brother Zhang, don't worry. We will definitely remember your kindness. You won't be disappointed. Other neighbors also nodded and talked quietly. In fact, if you think about it carefully, although Zhang Yi killed 70 or 80 people, the people he killed all deserved to die. He never took the initiative to attack those people. Zhang Yi is just protecting himself. He is actually very good to us. Maybe we all misunderstood him in the past. What a good guy he is. Anyway, from now on, I will fully support Zhang Yi and defend all his decisions. Zhang Yi's kindness will never end in his lifetime. Chapter 119 Conspiracy. Zhang Yi moved the neighbors and asked them to go back to work wiping away tears. Only Uncle Yu stayed. He walked up to Zhang Yi and looked at Zhang Yi suspiciously for a long time, as if he had never known Zhang Yi. When you look at me like this, do you think I have a young lady on my face? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Uncle Yu looked a little embarrassed and shook his head. No. I just think you're a little strange today. And you don't look like you in the past. Zhang Yi knew what Uncle Yu was thinking. There was a smile on his lips, and his eyes slightly lowered. Don't you understand why I reached such a cooperation agreement with them? Uncle Yu nodded. Indeed. I always felt that compromise was not like your past style. That's enough food for 300 people every day. It was very laborious just to transport Zhang Yi on a snowmobile. And with so many people and so many mouths, how many supermarkets would have to be dug out of the snow to feed them? Uncle Yu is very confused. In his opinion, Zhang Yi is not a bad person. But he is definitely not a weak person who can be bullied. Nor is he a kind lady who pities others. Zhang Yi did not rush to explain, but glanced outside the door, pointed over there and said, Is there anyone outside? Upon hearing this, Uncle Yu immediately went over to observe, and made sure that no one was around before going back. No one is there. Zhang Yi nodded. Some words must be kept secret, and cannot be heard by outsiders. Otherwise, all his hard work in using his acting skills to fool his neighbors would have been in vain. Zhang Yi told Uncle Yu that cooperating with them was only a temporary solution. I originally planned to call all the building directors over today and kill them all. When the time comes, Each unit building will be leaderless, and will fall back into chaos. That way, I'll have a chance to defeat them one by one. But today, they only said 5 people. Although they are the 5 most powerful building captains, killing them will not help. After all, others have formed an alliance. Then I had to endure the murderous intention and show weakness to the enemy first, so that they would think that I did not dare to go against the people in 29 units at the same time. So I compromised with them. Uncle Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He gave Zhang Yi a thumbs up. So that's what it looks like. That's right. Let me just say, what you did before is not like your character. Zhang Yi nodded happily. Do you understand? Uncle Yu shook his head. Although I don't understand it. It seems to make sense. Zhang Yi. He took a deep breath and rolled his eyes in his heart. Well, to put it simply, let them become careless first. Then wait for them to show their flaws, and then deal with them. Moreover, I also dug 2 big holes for them. When Zhang Yi said this, a devilish smile appeared on his lips. Uncle Yu was a little addicted to it and hurriedly said, Tell me carefully. Zhang Yi glanced outside the door, pointed over there and said, Go see if anyone is there. Uncle Yu thought Zhang Yi had seen the figure and rushed over. After searching for a long time, I still didn't see anyone. He came back a little confused and said to Zhang Yi, I didn't see anyone. Zhang Yi said, Oh, I didn't see it either. Just check again. What if someone comes running over while we are talking? Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi cleared his throat. Cough. Okay. Let's continue. The first pit I dug for them was that the quantity of supplies was limited. Only 10 copies per building. In this way, the supplies in the future will definitely not be enough to eat. As the saying goes, if there is no change, there will be inequality. When I distribute food to them, everyone can see it. However, after the building leaders of each building took the food back, they did not distribute it to everyone. What do you think will happen to each unit building at this time? Uncle Yu is smarter this time. They will have civil strife. Right. It's civil strife. Zhang Yi nodded. Residents who cannot get food will first gain hope and then fall into deeper despair. That kind of pain is worse than death. Although they had no food before, everyone was starving at that time and no one had food. At least everyone was fair. Even if they died first, others would not be able to avoid the fate of freezing to death and starving to death. The smile on Zhang Yi's lips became even thicker. However, once they know that 10 people in each building can get long-term and stable food and survive, do you think their mentality will remain the same? After Uncle Yu thought about it for a while, he suddenly felt creepy. This method of playing with people's hearts is simply too cruel. Give you hope first, then take it away completely. Everyone must face death fairly. But some people use your sacrifice to gain hope of life. This feeling of being trampled on, discriminated against, and treated differently can make people completely crazy. Zhang Yi looked out the window. As the 5 building captains left, the people in other unit buildings also slowly dispersed. Soon, brutal fighting will take place inside each unit building. People who are so desperate forget the fear of death. You should also put on a backrest before you die. In this way, things will become interesting later, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Uncle Yu looked at Zhang Yi's calm and composed look, feeling both admiration and fear in his heart. He was glad that he was not on the opposite side of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you are so smart and scary, Uncle Yu said with emotion. But Zhang Yi shook his head, his eyes still as calm as the ice and snow outside the window. No. Although I have some intelligence, I don't think of myself as someone who is extremely smart and can play tricks on others with their mind. The reason why we are in this situation is simply because I am more calm than them. I am well fed and clothed, and I can sleep soundly every day without worrying about food and temperature. I have strong firepower in my hands and the confidence to fight them head on. I have a strong fortress and am not afraid of their threats. When these conditions come together, I will not be afraid or confused. On the contrary, they will be hesitant and have difficulty keeping their IQ online. Speaking of this, Zhang Yi joked with Uncle Yu humorously. Even a world-class boxing champion would lose to me in the ring after being hungry for 30 days. Isn't it? Uncle Yu was stunned for a moment. Have you been hungry for 30 days? Isn't that just a dead person? Zhang Yi confidently said that's right. Why should a dead man defeat me? When Uncle Yu first heard this, he thought it was a quibble. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was really a wise saying. Chapter 120, Strategies for Tired Troops. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu that what I used was not a conspiracy, but a conspiracy. Not all of them were idiots. There were also smart ones. For example, Guys like Li Jian and Qinlingyu have 108 twists and turns in their heads. They definitely guessed that my purpose was to weaken their power. But so what? I have demonstrated strong force and attracted enough benefits to attract the fools among them. And the proportion of idiots among the rabble is much higher than that of smart people. Li Jian and Qinlingyu did not have the right to speak. And they did not have enough strength to convince everyone. Those who only see immediate benefits and cut off their own arms are always the majority. Just like Lu Yilong, who destroyed the Great Wall and killed General Tan Daoji. Zhang Yi couldn't help feeling that even the ancient emperors would do such stupid things. Let alone the people in this community in this corner of the sky. Uncle Yu was stunned for a moment after hearing this. His cultural level was not enough to support him in understanding Zhang Yi's words. So he could only look at Zhang Yi with wise eyes. He scratched his head. You said? That makes so much sense. He could only smile to cover up his embarrassment. So he changed the subject and then asked, why do you let them farm? It's impossible to grow crops in such cold weather. Right? Zhang Yi looked outside the door. This time, Uncle Yu learned the lesson and took the initiative to confirm the surrounding situation. And then said that there was not a single human hair outside. So you can rest assured. Zhang Yi smiled and said that some things are actually very simple. So don't think too complicated. I asked them to farm. Just to intensify their conflicts and consume their physical strength. He spread his hands. After all they can give now is worthless physical strength. Uncle Yu frowned and thought for a long time before he finally said, is this a strategy to exhaust the troops? That's what it means. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Not all of their building leaders were killed today. The next time we fight, there will definitely be more people to kill. I must weaken every bit of their fighting power as much as possible. Zhang Yi said, approaching Uncle Yu with a serious look in his eyes. None of these people can be trusted. The conflict between me and them is difficult to reconcile. And sooner or later we will still fight. So you can't relax during this period. Also, anything you say to me must be kept confidential. After this exchange, Uncle Yu was deeply impressed by Zhang Yi's wisdom. He nodded slowly and forcefully. I see. Zhang Yi. Now our family's hope for survival rests on you. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Zhang Yi smiled happily and nodded. Okay. Then we will act according to the plan. Then let's see how far they can go. What Zhang Yi told Uncle Yu was only part of the truth. In fact, he had more behind him that he didn't tell him. Because Zhang Yi already knew that 25 people were secretly colluding with people from other buildings. The mole has taken action against him before. And he will definitely take action in the future. Just like that time. The Mad Wolf gang ambushed him in the snow. Zhang Yi returned to his residence and took a look at Zhou Qir's room through the surveillance camera. Today, Zhou Qir is controlled even more tightly by Zhang Yi. After all, a war is imminent. Even if Zhang Yi believes that Zhou Qir is not stupid enough to betray him, there is nothing wrong with being careful. If he loses, he will lose his life. No one is careless in the face of life and death. Zhou Qir's cell phone was confiscated by Zhang Yi. Whenever Zhang Yi went out, he would lock her in her small room and not allow her to come out. But Zhou Qir's self-regulation ability is quite good. She is a smart woman who knows what to do and what not to do. At least she won't challenge Zhang Yi's authority. So whatever Zhang Yi asks her to do, she will do it honestly. After all, she is the maid and Zhang Yi is the master. And the master's orders are absolute. At this time, Zhou Qir was doing yoga in her room. She wore a pink suspender shirt on her upper body. And her plump figure rose and fell with her graceful movements. Which even made people worry that the thin dress could not bear the weight and would fall off. The lower body is a pair of brown yoga pants, showing off her perfect leg lines. The elegant cross-body figure appears straight on the floor. From the straight calves to the voluptuous thighs. It seems that she has been exercising a lot on weekdays. Zhang Yi walked to her door, took out the key and opened the door. Zhou Qir raised her head and looked at Zhang Yi. The fine sweat on her forehead wetted her hair. A strand of hair stuck to her forehead. And there was an indescribable charm about it. You are back. Zhou Qir was very happy to see Zhang Yi and stood up with her legs bent. A sincere smile in her eyes. She knew that Zhang Yi was going to do something big today. And looking at Zhang Yi's relaxed expression, it was obvious that the conversation went smoothly. Zhou Qir walked up to Zhang Yi, put her hands around his neck, and asked with bright eyes what was the outcome of the negotiation. Her figure was too turbulent. And just by coming so close, she naturally squeezed Zhang Yi's chest. There is only one word to describe that feeling. One more look and it will explode. Get closer, and you will melt. Zhang Yi did not feel melted. but became more energetic. He hugged Joe Kier, kissed her hard, and then lay on the sofa with her in his arms. For the next few days, we'll be like this. Zhang Yi told Joe Kier the content of the negotiation. This may not mean anything. It's just that when men do something big, they want to find a woman to talk to. These days may be chaotic. So you should stay at home and don't go anywhere. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, and his tone became cold. After a while, the trouble will disappear completely. Joe Kier leaned on Zhang Yi's chest and couldn't understand what was going on. Because Zhang Yi only told a general story, but did not touch on the important parts. But she still showed a happy smile. Because Zhang Yi didn't let her go out for adventure. It meant that he still cared about her. For a woman, nothing is more important than this. Zhang Yi, you must be carrying a lot of things. But I can't do anything to help you. Sometimes, I really feel useless. Joe Kier felt a little guilty in her heart. Zhang Yi lowered his head and glanced at her, and said to himself, I bought insurance not to make it worth the fare, but to have a backup if something happened one day. I wish I never had to use you as the attending doctor for the rest of my life. Joe Kier's complexion suddenly turned rosy, and she hugged Zhang Yi's body tightly. But there are some things I can still help with. For example, help you relieve stress or something. Chapter 121 Harmony. In the following period, the focus of the conflict was no longer on Zhang Yi's side. Rather, it is between other unit buildings, and within each unit building. Zhang Yi managed to create a rift in their loose alliance through a negotiation. They also took advantage of the fact that each building only had 10 servings of food to create huge hidden dangers within them. Later, he will observe when conflicts occur, and in what form. But no matter what the outcome is, there are only advantages and no disadvantages to Zhang Yi. Sure enough, as Zhang Yi expected, after Tian Wangchang and Huang Tian sent Li Jian, Chen Lingyu and Zhang Yunian back, the conflict broke out. While the 5 people were still negotiating with Zhang Yi, someone started to lead people to try to attack 25 regardless of their life or death. If Zhang Yi hadn't been frightened by Zhang Yi's big sniper, the 5 of them would definitely not have survived in the end. So the 5 people were filled with anger. After leaving 25, these people began to liquidate the group of people who made the original decision. Throughout the afternoon, the entire community screamed and the bloody cleansing began. But the next day, life seemed to be calm again. No matter how many people die, those who survive must continue to fight for their lives. People from each building were also sent to carry out snow clearing activities in the central square. Zhang Yi knew that the building managers must have tacitly concealed the matter of supplies for 10 people. Otherwise, most residents would not go downstairs to work so honestly. The wind and snow today seemed to be lighter than usual. Thousands of people in the entire community gathered together in such a harmonious way for the first time in a long time. And the purpose was not to compete for supplies, but to work together. Everyone held tools in their hands and looked at the neighbors in the community who were also working. The smiles on their faces were a little awkward at first, but then they became warm. It's been a long time since we've been together like this. Before the snowstorm came, our community was so lively. Yes, everyone will go out for a walk at night. I remember that your family had a big golden retriever, which was very cute. Hey. Yes. Our Ajink is so well behaved that it makes people feel bad. Even if you hit it with a stick or chop it with a knife, it won't bite. Why? Haha. Let's not talk about it anymore. Later, when the snowstorm is over, I will raise another one. I'm afraid that at that time, we will only be able to raise polar bears. Let's get to work quickly. Our building manager said that the more you work, the more food you will get. Yes. Yes. You have to work. Let's also experience the life of a farmer. There will be a lot of success in the future. An old man looked up at the sky. The sky was hazy and gray-white, but he always felt that he could see the faint sun. It seems that the snow clouds are about to leave, and the bright sunshine will eventually shine thousands of miles away, dispelling all the cold. We have reached a peace agreement in our community, and we no longer have to fight and kill all day long. We can also eat well and wear warm clothes. These days are getting better and better, the uncle said with a pleased smile. The atmosphere in the entire community has become extremely harmonious, with everyone talking and laughing while working. Although the snowstorm was still going on, everyone felt motivated and felt that it was not so hard. Even because there are more people, the temperature has increased a lot. Wang Chang and other building managers brought their own men to supervise the work. The neighbors have long been accustomed to it, and don't even think there is anything wrong with them being able to enjoy the most resources without doing anything. As a manager, Li Jian is the only one who is still busy working, different from the happy appearance of others. He had a solemn expression on his face, lowered his head without saying a word, and shoveled the snow vigorously. Zhang Yi came downstairs fully armed. Seeing this scene, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. "Oh, Zhang Yi, are you going out to look for supplies?" Huang Tianzhang from the unit building next door waved to Zhang Yi from a distance and said "Hello." At the same time, he did not forget to raise 2 fingers to signal Zhang Yi not to forget the cigarettes promised to him. Zhang Yi said with a smile, "That's right. Everyone is working. I can't be idle either. Don't worry. Your cigarettes are indispensable." From the other direction, the voice of 21-year-old Wang Chang also came. "Zhang Yi, can you do it alone? If there are too many things to handle alone, I'll go with you." Zhang Yi laughed loudly and said, "Look what you said. Don't I have a snowmobile? Use it to carry a lot of things. That's it. Wait for me to come back. By the way, let everyone not slack off and work hard. I'll have to check the progress when I get back. If you don't do a good job, you will be deducted from the food," Zhang Yi said with a strong smile. Then he pretended to go to the garage behind. Soon the sound of the engine was heard, and he rode away on his snowmobile. Wang Chang's face looked gloomy as he watched Zhang Yi go. "Where is his car? I've searched all around, but there's none." Huang Tianfang murmured in a low voice that it was called a snowmobile, not a sledge. Zhang Yi left the community and looked back at the harmonious scene in the community. He felt inexplicably ironic, but he didn't have time to feel sorry for those leaks. Although they have no grudge against Zhang Yi, their large number is a threat. It would be beneficial and harmless to Zhang Yi to let their people resolve themselves. Zhang Yi did not go straight to the supermarket this time, but came to Tianhai Pearl Shopping Mall in Tianhai City. Tianhai Pearl is a famous old shopping mall in Tianhai City with a history of 70 years. In Tianhai City, a place where land is at a premium, Tianhai Pearl's products are famous for being of high quality and low prices. The main body of Tianhai Pearl is a 12-story shopping mall building. There are almost no big brand stores in it, and most of them are small shops of 20 to 30 square meters. Most of the shops sell cheap jewelry and knockoff clothing. In addition, there are also shops that sell underwear, hardware products, and trouser leg construction. Zhang Yi came here because he knew there was a veterinary store here. After arriving at Tianhai Pearl, the main body of the building was also inserted into the snow, exposing the upper half of the body. Zhang Yi found a suitable location and broke in through the window. Since most of the products here were cheap, Zhang Yi had no interest in them, so he simply ignored the other stores and headed for the veterinary store. After a while, he found the veterinary store. Zhang Yi used a crowbar to smash the glass, entered inside, and started rummaging through the medicine cabinet. Nowadays, we are no longer in ancient times. You can't buy arsenic in pharmacies. You can buy lethal pesticides from pesticide sellers, but the smell is so strong, unless you are a fool. But there is one thing that is colorless and odorless, but has a very powerful ability to cause death, and that is rat poison. Chapter 122, We all have a bright future. Mouse medicine in veterinary stores is a best-selling product, so they keep a lot of it in stock. Soon, Zhang Yi found 2 boxes with a total of more than 30 bottles of rat medicine. With this amount, it should be fine if you want to kill 300 people. Right? Even if they can't be eaten to death, they will at least suffer internal organ failure, and they will definitely die if they don't get treatment. Zhang Yi looked at the small bottle in his hand, with a smile on his lips. Didn't they ask Zhang Yi to help collect food? No problem. They are not afraid of death. Zhang Yi certainly has nothing to say. All I can say is thank them for their trust in Zhang Yi. However, there is no need to rush when it comes to administering the medicine, especially in the first few times. They must be cautious and let others eat first. But can they be so careful every time? Zhang Yi felt that they couldn't do it, especially now that there was a lack of food. The onset time of rat poison ranges from 10 to 30 minutes. So he checked it specifically. Even if they let people test the poison, not everyone has this knowledge. Find a suitable opportunity and kill you all with medicine. This is the best ending. Zhang Yi smiled and took all the rat poison into his own alien space. After getting the rat poison, Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to go back. After all, he had to act like he had gone to great lengths to find 300 portions of food. After walking out of the veterinary store, Zhang Yi looked around. Almost all of them were selling cheap clothes and underwear. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. I have no shortage of clothes, but I still need fuel. Most of these clothes are made of chemical fibers, which are very harmful to the body when burned, and the smoke is dark and thick. Hee hee. When the time comes, it will definitely be easy to deal with those fish who are hiding in the building and refuse to come out. As soon as Zhang Yi came up with this idea, he clapped his hands happily. He thinks he is a genius of destruction. Huh? It seems that every boy has been a genius of destruction since childhood. Moreover, when he thought that he could set off a huge fire openly and without anyone taking care of it, he actually started to look forward to it. Who is not a naughty kid? Hee hee. Zhang Yi did what he said and used the different space to collect all the messy clothes. It didn't take long for clothes from dozens of stores to enter his space. He doesn't want any more. As long as the fuel is enough. Why does he want so much? There were so many cheap women's underwear and underwear inside. And he would feel perverted if he kept them. Zhang Yi waited until the time was almost up before going to the Wanda Mall in the development zone again. The Yonghui supermarket below is very big. And it's easy to get 300 portions of food. Looking at it like this, it won't be a problem to maintain it for a few more months. After all, he was only responsible for the food to maintain basic survival. And he was not responsible for letting them eat until they were full. He packed the junk food in snakeskin bags. Then removed 2 pieces of iron sheets and tied them to the back of his snowmobile. In this way, a simple sledge is ready. After doing this, Zhang Yi got on his motorcycle and returned to Yuelu community. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was getting darker and there were no more people in the community. The time they can work outside is limited, and it is impossible for them to work for a whole day. Zhang Yi carefully took out his pistol, clicked the safety, and then walked over to observe. Many pits were dug in the snow, and the snow was piled into the outer areas. Zhang Yi roughly estimated that with this amount of labor, they would have to work for at least 2 or 3 hours. That's about it. With little food and clothing, working for such a long time must have consumed a lot of their physical strength. I'd love to see the despair and madness they feel when they find out after a hard day's work that the promised food hasn't arrived. Zhang Yi's tone was cold, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. He took out his cell phone from his pocket, contacted Uncle Yu in Jianglei, and Li Chengmin brought someone over. Soon, Uncle Yu and the others came out with weapons. Jianglei and the others were shocked when they saw Zhang Yi really brought back a lot of food. Zhang Yi, you? Where did you get so much food? Everyone's eyes were full of suspicion. In the past, Zhang Yi only brought back about 30 portions of food for them to eat every day. Unexpectedly, this time I got 10 times the weight. This made them feel a little unbalanced, thinking that Zhang Yi was engaging in hunger marketing for them and deliberately not letting them eat enough. Zhang Yi held his cell phone and explained nonchalantly while notifying the building leaders to send people over to collect the food. This time, I went to a farther place to find it. The city is huge, and the further you go, the more dangerous it becomes. I didn't want to go there before, but now I have to look for it under special circumstances. After all, it's freezing cold, and the farther away from home, the more dangerous it is. A neighbor nodded and said it was true. Zhang Yi went out to look for food every day, which was very risky. I also think it would be terrible if the car broke down. Li Chengmin looked at Zhang Yi, but frowned slightly, obviously not very convinced by Zhang Yi's statement. But he didn't say anything, just stood silently holding the weapon. After a while, people from other buildings came over. But among the people who came, no one was the owner of each building. They were just subordinates sent by them. Zhang Yi sneered in his heart. These guys are really cautious, worried that they will be taken over by him. Zhang Yi didn't say any nonsense. Starting from the first building, he came to collect the food one by one. He took out a dagger and opened the snakeskin bag. He had already packed food inside in large plastic bags. 1 bag is enough food for 10 people. Zhang Yi bent down and picked up a bag, then threw it on the snow 2 or 3 meters away in front of him, letting them pick it up on their own. Those people didn't say much nonsense, just picked up the things and left. Soon, the supplies were distributed. Zhang Yi asked 25 people to gather in the corridor again and distributed supplies to them. Only then did everyone's faces show happy expressions. After distributing the food, the expression on Zhang Yi's face was warmer than usual. He smiled and told everyone that from now on, everyone would not have to be so nervous all the time. Although we cannot give up the weapons in our hands, everyone has seen the dawn of dawn. We all have a bright future. Neighbors, you look at me and I look at you, and you can't express your excitement. If that was really possible, they wouldn't have any complaints even if they had to work every day. Zhang Yi smiled and clapped his hands. Everyone, go back quickly. I have to continue working tomorrow. Everyone returned to their respective residences obediently. This night, For the first time, they were able to relax a little and have a nice meal. Chapter 123 Sitting on the Sidelines. Zhang Yi doesn't need to do anything complicated for the time being. He only needs to go out every day and pretend to collect food, and then distribute it to the neighbors in the community. Then comes the joyful thing of laughing at the conflicts within other units. Disrupting the enemy is always fastest from the inside. Zhang Yi returned home and used the surveillance camera on his mobile phone to check the situation inside the house as usual. After confirming that there was nothing unusual in the house, and that Zhou Qier was in her own room, Zhang Yi opened the door and walked in. He opened the door for Zhou Qier, and then went to take a hot bath. After being outside all day, the cold weather clothing prevented him from getting frostbite. But his skin still felt the cold, causing his pores to shrink. Only when he turned on the shower head, and the hot water splashed onto his hair and all over his body, did he relax his guard. Zhang Yi stretched out his hand and washed his face vigorously. Feeling extremely happy, this state of affairs won't last long. As long as I kill all those bad guys, I will find a way to leave this place and find a comfortable area to live my life again. It has been a month since Zhang Yi was reborn, and Zhang Yi has killed most of the enemies who killed him. And the method of revenge was definitely more ruthless than what they had done to Zhang Yi in the previous life. Next, Zhang Yi cleans up the entire community and will naturally take care of them too. At that time, we will find a way to dismantle the safe house and move it to other places. The quality of the safe house is very solid. Zhang Yi's current plan is to find a large amount of explosives to blast the entire building. Other items in the safe house can be stored in different spaces. As for the outer SHL of the safe house, it is made of light and strong aviation metal. It will hardly be damaged even if it falls into the snow. After all, this thing can withstand the friction of a spaceship returning to the planet from space. Come on. It won't take long to take care of these guys. Zhang Yi had a pleasant smile on his face. In the near future, he chose to bury his hatred and pain in this place and start a new life. After taking a bath, Zhang Yi came to Zhou Qier's door wrapped in a bath towel and opened the door for her. Zhou Qier sat on the bed with a blushing face, her straight long legs tightly clasping her hands, as if she was trying her best to endure something. When Zhang Yi opened the door, she lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhang Yi, and rushed to the toilet in a panic. Zhang Yi touched his chin. What was he doing? Soon, Zhang Yi heard the clear sound of water. He suddenly realized that he had been shut up by her for a day just now. He must have been holding it back. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. She was quite particular about it. She couldn't hold it in and refused to use a mineral water bottle. Not long after, Zhou Qier walked out of the bathroom with a blushing face. After holding it in for too long, she seemed to be a little exhausted. Zhang Yi walked over, put his arm around her slender waist, and held her white wrist with the other. Isn't it so weak? Zhou Qier rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. Will you give it a try next time? Zhang Yi shrugged. I'm not that particular. If I can't hold it in any longer, I'll use a bottle. He touched his stomach and felt a little hungry. I didn't feel it when I was outside, but now that I'm back in the warm room, I feel hungry. Let's go make some food and eat it. Put more meat. I have been physically exhausted recently. Zhou Qier smiled and nodded. Okay. I'll make braised pork for you to eat today. She happily ran to the kitchen to cook for Zhang Yi, like a gentle and virtuous little wife. While Zhang Yi was enjoying the happiness of being a human being at home, the building directors of other units also received food sent by their subordinates. Looking at the plastic bag of food, the expressions of these building managers varied, but most of them were a little disappointed. The food for 10 people is just the basic amount for a day, which can be filled in a plastic bag. On the Mad Wolf Gang side, Wang Chang ignored the younger men around him and rushed forward and tore open the plastic bag. After pulling for a long time, he finally pulled out a package of gold coins from inside. Wang Chang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he held a pack of cigarettes as if he had found a treasure. Not only him, but the younger brothers around him also stared blankly, and even started to have their throats squirm. These guys are all old smokers. Because of the apocalypse, they haven't smoked for nearly a month. They are going crazy and their tempers are extremely bad. Can you not be excited when you see someone smoking now? Xiao Lu, the second in command next to him, couldn't help but said, Boss, can I have one of this pack of cigarettes? Seeing this, the other boys also had the courage to ask. Boss, give us one too. We are almost suffocated. If we don't smoke, we will want to die. Wang Chang's brows suddenly frowned, and his expression turned unkind. He usually smokes a pack of cigarettes a day, which is just enough for him. If they were divided, the people in front of them would get half the bag. But when he saw the bloodshot and crazy eyes of these young men, he was also shocked. After thinking for a while, Wang Chong said that these cigarettes were hard-earned. I worked hard and forced Zhang Yi to bring them to me. You are all my good brothers, so I can give you a good time. Work hard for me from now on. The younger brothers below couldn't listen to anything. In short, they listened to whatever Wang Chong said. As long as they can get cigarettes, let them do whatever they want. Wang Chong gritted his teeth and scattered cigarettes for them one by one. His hands were shaking when he was letting go of the smoke, and his heart was bleeding. After the members of the Mad Wolf gang received the cigarette, they immediately started to light it excitedly, and then went to puff away the smoke with tears in their eyes. Only old smokers will understand how happy they are at this moment. As happy as a long-awaited widow meeting a strong young man. But the good times are short-lived after all. And the cigarette was finished in a short time. Wang Chong had already stuffed a half-pack of cigarettes into his pocket and wanted to keep it for himself. Seeing the resentful looks in other people's eyes, he pretended not to see it. Ahem. Let's share some food next. Wang Chong opened the plastic bag and saw that the items inside were all bread, biscuits and other items of worrying quality. However, in his eyes, this thing is a good thing that has not been seen for a long time. God knows how long they have been eating barbecue. And they just want to eat something normal humans eat. Good. Wang Chong swallowed. And instead of rushing to get the bread, he waved to a younger brother. The boy walked over blankly and saw Wang Chong picking up a piece of bread and handing it to him with a smile. Sui, you have the weakest bones. You eat first. Chapter 124 Conflict. Wang Chong did not dare to eat the food directly for fear that Zhang Yi would poison it. Sui thought Wang Chong was kind-hearted, so he took it excitedly, then stuffed it into his mouth hungrily. Wang Chong and Xiaolu waited patiently for him to finish eating. After a while, they felt relieved when they saw that nothing happened to him. Come here. Everyone. Everyone has a share. The same situation occurs in other unit buildings. Zhang Yi has a reputation for being ruthless. After all, he was a ruthless man who killed most of a unit by himself. The most ferocious Mad Wolf gang and Trina gang in the community suffered heavy losses. Everyone is very wary of him. However, they had to eat the food delivered to their door. So most of the building leaders found someone to test the poison. Zhang Yi, who is well versed in human nature, had no problem with the food he provided on the first day. He thought very clearly that he would slowly disarm them and let those people kill each other first. Then he waits for the right time to solve all the problems in one fell swoop. That night, all the powerful people in the entire community barely had a full meal. But the ordinary residents are still at home, waiting hard for the building manager to distribute food to them. At this time, they foolishly thought that everyone had a share of food, and that they could live forever. Wife, from now on we don't have to worry anymore. Someone will bring us food, and we will work hard. Yeah, hubby, we can survive the snowstorm. When the time comes, I will give you 3 children. 1 like you, 1 like me, and 1 like the 2 of us. Dad, Mom, it must be you who are blessing me in heaven and allowing me to persist until now. Don't worry. Everything is getting better. There will be no more hunger and killing. I will live well. That night, the building leaders of each unit and their men devoured the food distributed to them for 10 people. The ordinary residents clutched their hungry stomachs and fell asleep with difficulty in happy dreams. The next morning, Zhang Yi slept until about 7 o'clock and woke up. The reason why I don't sleep in now is mainly because the temperature in the room is constant between 25 and 27. The warm and comfortable environment makes people less dependent on the bed. Just as he was brushing his teeth with a cup, he heard a burst of noise coming from outside. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, with a little devilish smile on his lips, and then came to the window to check with his naked upper body. Sounds came from several directions, and there were fierce quarrels in at least 5 or 6 units. Good Damon, didn't you agree yesterday? As long as we work, you will provide us with food. Where has the food gone now? Didn't I say that the current problem is this and the situation is this? And everyone has seen it. Regarding the distribution of food, we still have to hold a meeting to discuss it and try to come up with a plan that satisfies everyone. Brother Huang, we work hard according to your instructions. But you didn't give us anything to eat. Ouch. Oh, Bangzi. You still dare to come over and question me? What kind of work are you doing? It's like you're relying on a defense. And you still dare to ask for food? But you are a horse. You should work harder for me today. Only if you work well will you have food to eat. We don't have any energy if we don't eat. Humph. Then don't blame me. Life is not good for everyone now. And no one knows how to support someone else. King. Gang Leader Wang. You promised to give us food yesterday. Poof. Uh-huh. Who else wants to eat? Come forward and show me now. No. Right? That's good. Remember? Keeping you alive is the greatest charity I, Wang Chong, can give you. If anyone shows shamelessness in the future, I will chop him up directly. Zhang Yi smiled and said nothing. He knew that the cleaning had already begun. In the morning, he and Zhou Ke ate something simple. Spicy fried dough sticks and steamed dumplings. The spicy soup is made from soup dumplings. The fried dough sticks are fried semi-finished products. And the Xiaolong Bao is made by Zhou Ke himself. Although there are a lot of ready-made delicacies stored in a different space. Zhang Yi likes to eat Zhou Ke's handmade food. He felt that there was a woman at home who was naked and wearing an apron and was busy in the kitchen in the morning, which gave her a special atmosphere of life. It was already past 10 o'clock after breakfast. Zhang Yi left Zhou Ke's lunch rations and locked her in the room. Then he left the unit building and prepared to go out and pretend to collect supplies. At this time, the center of the community was still a busy scene. Uncle Yu, Jiang Lei, and Li Chengmin had Zhang Yi's special permission not to work, but to supervise the work. Residents of other unit buildings also worked hard to shovel snow under the supervision of the building captains of each building. It's just that their mental state has obviously changed compared to yesterday. The expression was numb and anxious, and tinged with intense uneasiness. Before Zhang Yi left, he whispered in Uncle Yu's ear to be more careful. There was not enough food in other units, and there would be chaos soon. Just protect ourselves, and don't get into trouble. Uncle Yu knew Zhang Yi's plan a long time ago. So he nodded and replied in a low voice. Don't worry. I have a sense of discretion. Only then did Zhang Yi feel relieved and left the community. After wandering around for a long time, he came to a library. This is a municipal library. The building is solid and the floors are high, so it was not flooded by ice and snow. Most of the books inside are still dry. Zhang Yi didn't like reading very much in the past. In the information age, time-consuming and labor-intensive things like reading have long been slowly eliminated. During that time, I was busy checking out girls with beautiful legs and black stockings on their phones. But now, the internet is close to collapse. Zhang Yi has fewer entertainment methods, and rarely uses his mobile phone. Therefore, he decided to find some books to fill his time. At the same time, I also hope that I can use the contents of the book to soothe my gradually cold soul in the apocalypse. After staying in the library for more than half a day, Zhang Yi picked up a copy of Norwegian Wood by Haruki Murakami and stuffed it into his large pocket. Thick books contain rich human civilization. Putting them in your pocket will make people feel the weight of a culture. The other books were not moved, but stayed here, waiting to be read again when I have time in the future. Because once they are all taken away, he really may not be in the mood to do it when he gets home. When we returned to the community, the sky had darkened. As usual, Zhang Yi first called Uncle Yu and others to maintain order, and then notified people in each unit to come down and collect food. This time, Zhang Yi saw blurry black shadows appearing in front of the windows of every building. They were human faces, looking longingly at Zhang Yi who was delivering food. Chapter 125 Dead Silence. Sinking. The building managers of each unit building sent people over to take the food back in an orderly manner. Zhang Yi also distributed food to the people in his unit, and returned home as usual. The next day, except for Li Jian, the building directors of other unit buildings still did not distribute any food to ordinary residents. So on that night, seeing their last hope completely destroyed, the residents of the community went completely crazy. The community has become more lively than ever. I don't know when it started, but voices calling for death were heard one after another in each unit building. The hoarse curses and desperate roars echoed in the corridor, and even the north wind could not completely cover them up. The dark night was their only cover. When these timid ordinary people even risked their lives, the powerful rulers of each unit realized how powerful they were. After all, not everyone has a perfect defensive fortress and terrifying firepower like Zhang Yi. They are still in the cold weapon age, and their numerical advantage will have a huge impact on the battle situation. Zhang Yi sat on his warm and comfortable velvet white quilt and looked out the window quietly. The lights were turned off, and there was a comfortable silence, which was in sharp contrast to the howling wind and snow outside and the shrill cries of death. He didn't know what was going on outside, but he understood that the more people died tonight, the better it would be for him. Before going to bed, Zhang Yi checked the safety of the entire room one last time, filled his pistol and assault rifle with bullets, and finally lay down comfortably. The third day. Morning. Zhang Yi walked out of the unit building, and the scene in front of him made him take a breath. The snow that was originally white was now covered with bright red everywhere. In the center of the courtyard, there were 50 or 60 corpses lying in various directions, and judging from their appearance, they looked like they were forced to jump from a high place. Some people huddled up in a ball before they died. Although they were not thrown to death, they still froze to death in the cold ice and snow after being seriously injured. Zhang Yi raised his head and scanned the surrounding unit buildings. Blackened blood was seen on many windows. You can imagine what a brutal battle we went through last night. So much so that this morning, no one came out to clear the snow, and no one even dragged away the pile of corpses. 25 residents stood at the door, all frightened and afraid to speak out. At this time, they were extremely lucky that they were following Zhang Yi. Otherwise, most of them will die now. Uncle Yu came over and asked Zhang Yi, "Do you still have to work today?" Zhang Yi glanced at Uncle Yu and then at the neighbors behind. He said calmly that if you want to have food to eat in the future, you have to work. Unless, he pointed to the body on the ground, you want to be like them. Everyone was shocked. Compared to these dead people, they are so happy. At least there is no need to fight for the scarce food. And there is no need to fight tooth and nail. Isn't it just work? As long as you can stay alive. Yes. Yes. Let's do it right away. Let's do it right away. A group of neighbors were stimulated by this tragic situation, and they all worked hard to clear the snow with tools. Uncle Yu looked at the scene around him and asked Zhang Yidao that no one seemed to come out to clear the snow from other unit buildings. Should he notify them to come out? Zhang Yi glanced at him lightly, and suddenly smiled and asked, "Do you think they have time now?" Uncle Yu looked puzzled. Right. Zhang Yi said that last night was just the beginning. This conflict occurred between the people in power in each unit building and ordinary residents. Unless they can solve the problem of food distribution, one party must perish completely. It's only been one night. How can we kill them all? After listening to Zhang Yi's words, Uncle Yu instantly felt chilled all over. Is this the story about two peaches killing 3 people? Then let's go next. Zhang Yi said lightly. What does it have to do with us? Let them kill slowly. The right time had not yet come, and he was in no hurry. After Zhang Yi came back in the afternoon, he distributed food to them as usual. However, he found that the people coming from several buildings had changed, and they were not members of the groups he was familiar with before. It appears that control of some unit buildings has changed hands amid the fight over food access. But it doesn't matter to him. No matter who is the building manager, he will cooperate according to the previous agreement. However, after Zhang Yi went back that night, he sent a message to the building manager group of each unit. If I don't see the fruits of my labor tomorrow, there's no guarantee of food, including cigarettes. So the next day, when Zhang Yi went out, he saw the lively scene of everyone working together. But today, the number of people has decreased by at least 1/3 compared to 2 days ago. In other words, due to unfair food distribution, at least 400 people died in the community in 2 days. Uncle Yu couldn't understand the scene in front of him. He asked Zhang Yidao that these people knew very well that the 10 portions of food in each building would not be their turn. But why don't they resist and fight for their chance to survive? Zhang Yi suddenly smiled playfully when he heard this. Maybe they haven't reached the limit of life and death yet. Or maybe in extreme despair, they have accepted the fate of death and even think that it is a kind of relief. No one can understand this thing about human nature. Me too. Uncle Yu shook his head in confusion. But this is not a long-term solution. Are we just going to keep watching them like this? Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head. It won't last long. Whether it is due to lack of supplies or fighting between people, they will die quickly in the apocalypse. Uncle Yu swallowed his saliva and no longer knew what to say. At this moment, a woman wearing fur walked over through the snow. Zhang Yi, I want to talk to you about cooperation again. The person who came was Chunling Yu, the building manager of number 9. Her body was covered in blood, and she had obviously experienced a very brutal killing last night. But she survived. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, with a bit of disdain in his expression. You? What can you talk to me about? Chunling Yu stared into Zhang Yi's eyes, and tried hard to apply her skills in micro-business for many years to him. If the community continues to develop like this, it will collapse sooner or later. There are many internal contradictions, and it is impossible to manage them effectively. No matter how much food you bring back, someone will definitely use force to take more in the future. In this way, conflicts will be constantly aroused, and more people will die. Zhang Yifeng looked at her lightly. Oh, then what? Nonsense. Could he not have known that this would be the result? Because the current situation was caused by him. Chapter 126 No Help. Chunling Yu continued. I will help you manage the community with scientific management methods. If this model is good, it can even be expanded to other places. Now is the end of the world, and all the systems of the world are in chaos. Even if we build a kingdom, it won't be a problem. You will be the king, and I will assist you. What do you think? Zhang Yi just smiled. After all, he also graduated from Tianhai University of Technology and has 5 years of social experience. It's not like he was deceived by a few words from a woman who was engaged in pyramid schemes. Not interested in. Zhang Yi coldly dropped these 3 words and did not intend to continue discussing this topic. But Chunling Yu anxiously wanted to continue persuading her, but she saw Zhang Yi waving his hand at her. Needless to say, I'm not familiar with this, and I don't want to hear what you say. Zhang Yi's firm eyes made Chunling Yu's face darken, and she took 2 steps back as if she had lost her strength. Presumably after last night's battle, this woman was also scared. Rather than looking for Zhang Yi to cooperate, it is better to say that he came to seek Zhang Yi's protection. But who is she? She is not pretty. She is a bit old, and has no residual value at all. Zhang Yi has no reason to protect her. Chunling Yu said sadly that if we continue like this, we might die one day. Zhang Yi glanced at her and emphasized. Remove the word men. You will die. But I, Zhang Yi, will not. Chunling Yu shook her head helplessly. Zhang Yi looked at this woman who was barely considered a strong woman and asked curiously. It's hard for a woman to survive alone in the apocalypse. What? You don't have a husband? Chunling Yu smiled bitterly and shook her head. They had already broken up. Oh, so lonely. Chunling Yu shook her head and said no. I still have a daughter. She has been studying in the country of America since she was 10 years old, attending an aristocratic school. When talking about her daughter, Chunling Yu's eyes visibly lit up. I don't need to rely on a man in my life. After the divorce, I took care of my children by myself. From the beginning, I washed dishes and worked as an apprentice in a beauty shop. Step by step, I have become the president of a quasi-listed company today. I am no worse than any other man. Zhang Yi, if you don't cooperate with me for this reason, it will definitely be your loss. Chunling Yu also tried to make a last-ditch effort. Zhang Yi touched his nose and said slowly, generally speaking, only the top leader of a group company can be called president. A small company owner like you can only be called a general manager. Chunling Yu's face suddenly showed an embarrassed look. That's not what he said. No one stipulates that the president can only be the boss of the group. Zhang Yi was speechless. It seems that Chunling Yu's education level does not exceed junior high school. The group only has shareholders to speak of. And the president is just a position. If you can't even understand this basic corporate position, why are you pretending to be an entrepreneur? That's okay. Just keep working. Zhang Yi bypassed Chunling Yu, not wanting to continue arguing with this pyramid scheme woman. But when he looked far away, he saw a scene that surprised him. 18. The harmonious home managed by Li Jian presents a scene completely different from that of other unit buildings. Li Jian was wrapped in a thick black down jacket and was taking the lead in shoveling the snow. He was short and inconspicuous from a distance. But for some reason, Zhang Yi always felt that there was a tenacity in this man. In front of gate 18, everyone was working together in an orderly manner. After everyone works for 10 minutes, they have to take a break. And then a new person comes over to take over. Zhang Yi was greatly touched. Such a scene was something he couldn't even imagine in the apocalypse. Zhang Yi couldn't help but walked over and stood not far away from Li Jian, watching them work quietly. Soon, Li Jian noticed Zhang Yi. He raised his head. The dark shadows in his eyes were very obvious, and his whole body became thinner. Zhang Yi? Why did you come here? Zhang Yi did not answer his question, but just glanced at the 18-year-old man. Although their faces were dull, there was a glint in their eyes. Unlike the people in other units, they were completely numb and were living like zombies. Zhang Yi was a little pleased, and curiously asked Li Jian, how did you do it? Li Jian asked what and how. Zhang Yi said that other unit buildings were already fighting fiercely due to food distribution issues. But looking inside your unit building, this situation does not happen. I'm curious, what method did you use to hide the news? Li Jian's face showed a proud look. Although he was not tall, he still tried to hold up his chest and said to Zhang Yi, I didn't hide any news at all. From the beginning, I informed everyone in our building of the outcome of the negotiations. This result was beyond Zhang Yi's expectation. He was surprised. If Li Jian dared to do this, Wouldn't he be afraid of internal turmoil in the unit building? So, there is obviously only food for 10 people. But it is impossible for all of you to survive. But why didn't they rebel? Li Jian seemed to have guessed that Zhang Yi would have such a problem. He said very calmly that none of us in this building want to become beasts. So if there are 10 portions of rice, we share it equally. If there is 1 portion of rice, we share it equally. Zhang Yi sneered, folded his arms, and said jokingly, but in the end, all of you may die. No one can survive. You think you are smart. But in fact you have made the stupidest choice. Li Jian fell into silence for a moment, not knowing how to answer Zhang Yi's question for a long time. Because he himself understood that what Zhang Yi said was right. Between human nature and animal nature, the latter is obviously more suitable for surviving in harsh environments. Zhang Yi shook his head, and had no intention of continuing to dwell on the issue here. The reason why he came here was purely out of curiosity. But he has no interest in caring about the life and death of these people. When Li Jian saw Zhang Yi was leaving, he quickly shouted to Zhang Yi, "Wait a minute! Can you help us?" "Sorry. This is not possible." Zhang Yi answered very simply, leaving no room for negotiation. He looked condescendingly at the short middle-aged man in front of him, and said indifferently that with your ability, you can win over a group of people who have the best hope of survival, divide the benefits, and ensure that you can live well in the apocalypse. But you look forward and backward and want everything. However, you do not have the ability to protect everyone. So doing so is tantamount to a crime. The road is yours to choose. So walk on it on your own. Chapter 127 Taking the Bait. Zhang Yi ignored Li Jian's request and turned around to leave. People like Li Jian are a typical idealist. However, realizing your ideal requires strength, not just slogans. Back to 25. I happened to pass by Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang. The two of them held cigarette butts in their hands, eager to suck the holder into it. As soon as they saw Zhang Yi, the two of them immediately came over with faces full of fawning. Brother Zhang, aren't you going out today? Or did you say that all the food was collected yesterday? Wang Chong walked over with a smile and enthusiasm on his face. Those who didn't know thought he was Zhang Yi's cousin. Go out later, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Huang Tianfang also came over and said with a smile that Zhang Yi is the person who has contributed the most to our community. Unlike these trash, he pointed at the residents who were clearing snow. They couldn't do any job well and kept opening their mouths all day long to get food. Snort. Zhang Yi smiled and said that they don't know how to work. So just teach them. Wang Chong looked at the honest residents who had been tamed by him and curled his lips in disdain. They all had arms and legs. What could they not do? A good being will make them honest. As he said that, he smiled playfully at Zhang Yi and said, Brother Zhang, Jean Wan is not used to this smoking. It is too strong. Can you give me Yushi instead next time? Huang Tianfang said. Return to Yushi? Why don't you want China? It's good to have some. Don't put any burden on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled and said that this is not a big problem. I will help you look for more later. And I will bring it to you if there is any. It shouldn't be difficult. Besides, at this time, although cigarettes are precious, there is no way to say whether they are valuable or not. It's okay if you want me to find Yushi Zhonghua. But if you have to ask me to find Yu Dujiang and the Red Third Ring Road, I still can't find them. The three people laughed, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. By the way, I'll show it to you later. If there's any good wine, I'll bring you a bottle or two. On a cold day, drink some wine to warm up. As soon as Zhang Yi said these words, Huang Tianfang and Wang Chong were extremely excited. Huang Tianfang likes drinking the most, and Wang Chong also has a good drinking capacity. It's one thing to like to drink, but the key thing is that in this weather, liquor can help them stay warm. It's a serious good thing. Brother Zhang, you are so generous. In the past, I was just a villain. If I need help from my brother in the future, just say H, lo. Wang Chong gave Zhang Yi a thumbs up, and he was really touched in his heart. Huang Tianfang glanced at him and said, Zhang Yi, you are our great benefactor. There is no way I can repay the kindness of saving my life. I, Lao Huang, can only say that from now on, I will entrust you with my 140 pounds. Zhang Yi had a warm smile on his face and reached out to pat their arms. Look at what you said. From now on we are the best partners. Everyone is trying to survive better in the apocalypse. And only cooperation can achieve a win-win situation. If you need anything, just tell me. If I can be satisfied, I will be satisfied. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yi stretched out his hand and pointed outside. Then I'll go out first. Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang quickly said. You are busy. You are busy. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. Then went to pick up the car and left Yuelu community. Wang Tianfang and Wang Chong stared at Zhang Yi's retreating figure, their eyes becoming slightly complicated. The two glanced at each other, didn't take it very seriously, and turned around to leave. On the way back, Wang Chong lowered his head and thought deeply. Why did Zhang Yi suddenly become so good? I asked for cigarettes, and even offered to bring me wine. Could it be that I misunderstood him before? He frowned and thought carefully. He had no contact with Zhang Yi in the past, let alone conflicts. After the apocalypse, it was he who coveted Zhang Yi's snowmobile. He tried to steal it and sent people to ambush it in the snow. Later, Zhang Yi launched a counterattack against their Mad Wolf gang. Wang Chong slapped his forehead. Ouch. To put it this way, it's not that they are unjust. It's that I did something wrong in the first place. This Zhang Yiren can do it. He can handle it. A cruel smile gradually appeared on his lips. I just like kind people. On the other side, Huang Tianfang was also thinking about Zhang Yi's change in attitude. Why did he suddenly show kindness to me? Logically speaking, with his strength, he shouldn't be afraid of me. If he puts it this way, he probably really wants peace and doesn't want to continue fighting. After all, he is only one person, and the people under his command are not of the same mind as him. If he continues to fight, he might die someday. So he is afraid. After thinking about it for a while, Huang Tianfang thought he understood Zhang Yi's change in attitude. He couldn't help but have a somewhat proud smile on his face. This is great news. After Zhang Yi came out, he went to the library again. The book, Norwegian Forest, is very interesting. The lingering sadness in Haruki Murakami's writing can be said to be the representative of post-war mourning culture in Sakura. Zhang Yi slowly read the entire book, closed it gently, and stuffed it back on the bookshelf. It's not that he's being pretentious, but it's rare for him to read a book on a whim, and he may not have such thoughts in the future. There is no need to move the library back and let it gather dust in a different space. Zhang Yi is the kind of person who wants to buy any book when he goes to a bookstore, but loses interest once he takes it home. He raised his wrist and turned the Rolex watch out of his sleeve. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As usual, he should collect some food and bring it back to the community. Zhang Yi murmured in a low voice. I don't know when those guys will be tricked. I have to slowly lower their guard and then find the right opportunity to strike. Zhang Yi left the library, went to the supermarket to collect a corresponding amount of supplies, and then rode a snowmobile back to the community. Among the people who came to collect supplies today, there were a few more building captains. Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang were both among the crowd, looking expectantly at the snakeskin bag at Zhang Yi's feet. The two's goals were naturally the cigarettes and liquor that Zhang Yi promised to bring them back. The reason why I came here to get it myself was to devour it all to myself. Otherwise, these rare good things can easily cause conflicts between them and their subordinates. Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang both knew it. When they got the cigarettes yesterday, their subordinates were a little overwhelmed. When he saw them coming to pick up the food in person, Zhang Yi's lips raised an undetectable smile. Okay, everyone, line up in order and come over to receive the food. When the building manager of Building 1 came over, he suddenly whispered to Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi, can you bring Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang cigarettes for them? Can you also bring them for us? Chapter 128, Closing the Net. It is not a secret that Huang Tianfang and Wang Chong smoke. After all, these two people are not the ones who know how to hide things. When others are working, they start smoking outside, as if no one is watching. After thinking about it for a while, everyone guessed that Zhang Yi provided it for them. As a result, some building managers who were addicted to cigarettes made requests one after another, hoping that Zhang Yi would also bring them cigarettes. After Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, he smiled and said that it might be a little difficult to serve so many people. The other building leaders suddenly became anxious. Zhang Yi, you can't be too kind to one. Our requirements are not high. Just 1 pack a day. Just 1 pack. This is the request of my life. Zhang Yi sighed helplessly. Okay, I'll try my best to provide it to you. Let's do this. Starting from tomorrow. If you building managers need cigarettes, I will provide them to you. Seeing this, the non-smoker couldn't help but step forward and make his request. I don't smoke. I just like to eat betel nuts. Can this requirement be met? I want to drink some wine. Any cheap bulk wine will do. Zhang Yi said helplessly. Okay. I've written down everything you said. I won't favor one over the other. Everyone has a share. Everyone smiled with satisfaction, then took their supplies and left. After they left, Li Chongmin, Jiang Lei, and others were indignant. Brother Zhang, are you too kind to them? Giving them food is already a great kindness. But now they are pushing their limits, asking for this and that. Zhang Yi said lightly that their demands were not too much and I couldn't favor one over the other. It's okay. That's it. Everyone looked at Zhang Yi like a stranger. I never imagined that Zhang Yi, who was ruthless in the past, would become so cowardly now. But Zhang Yi had to find the things by himself, so it was hard for them to say anything. Zhang Yi finished distributing supplies to everyone and returned home. He took a hot bath, then lay comfortably on the sofa in his pajamas, looking at the ceiling above his head. It's almost time. An internal strife has already caused heavy losses to other unit buildings. The number of direct deaths was more than 400. There were hundreds of people injured during the battle. It was basically impossible for these people to survive. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, there would be no threat in a short period of time. Zhang Yi specifically walked around the community in the morning. In the process, he observed the number of people who were still active in the community. Probably around 700 people. Moreover, he used cigarettes, liquor and other items as bait to successfully lure out the building managers of each unit. In other words, the time has come to close the net. Zhang Yi did not intend to delay it any longer, because no major conflicts will break out in each unit building in a short period of time. Delaying time is meaningless. And because of the food he provides, those people will also be replenished with physical strength. After a while, they will pose a greater threat to Zhang Yi. Just tomorrow, Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and a sharp killing intent flashed between his eyes. The next day, Zhang Yi went out as usual and left the community. He didn't tell anyone about his plan today, including Uncle Yu, because this action is very important. If you miss it, it will increase the difficulty and risk of the action later. So Zhang Yi can't trust anyone. After leaving the community, he went straight to the supermarket. A large amount of food was found from various shelves, most of which were bulk steamed buns and bagged bread tied with drawstrings. Today, Zhang Yi specially found better quality food than the previous days, and also gave more quantity. If I can have a heartier last meal, I can be considered kind enough to them. Zhang Yi said this. After piling up a lot of things, Zhang Yi took out the rat poison he had obtained earlier from the different space. A colorless and odorless powder. Just a little bit can be fatal. It just so happened that these foods were a little spoiled, and the color was not normal, so it couldn't be seen at all when sprinkled with medicinal powder. Zhang Yi took out the gas mask he found in the military camp from the space, put it on, and then carefully sprinkled the rat poison on the food. It took him half an hour to complete this process alone. Guys like Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang may be uneasy about food and would let people test poison. But they are such greedy people that they are definitely reluctant to share cigarettes and liquor with others. Old smokers and drunkards will lose their usual caution in the face of these things. I'll put some medicine on it. Zhang Yi took a few packs of cigarettes over, and after thinking for a while, he opened the outer plastic wrap. When he gave it to Wang Chong and others, he had unwrapped the cigarettes, of course in preparation for today, to dispel their doubts. After all, it's good to be able to get cigarettes now, and it's not surprising that there are some problems with the packaging. Then, he put the rat poison little by little and carefully stuffed it into the tobacco of the cigarette. As for liquor, the method is a little more complicated. Zhang Yi first mixed the rat poison into alcohol, and then injected it through the cork with a syringe. How should I put it? It was a bit rough, but it was almost night after he went back, and the sky was dark. It would be difficult for even those drunkards to notice such a small flaw. After 2 hours of busy work, Zhang Yi began to pack the food in bags and put it on the sledge behind the snowmobile. The snow outside is not that heavy today, but the wind is still sharp. Zhang Yi leaned against the wall of the shopping mall, finally lit a cigarette for himself, and took small sips. Because you inhale too much, you can easily freeze your lungs from the cold air. Maybe today is the end. I always feel that this process is surprisingly smooth. Zhang Yi murmured to himself. Everything the people in the other unit buildings have done so far is completely in line with Zhang Yi's expectations. But it was this kind of cooperation that gave Zhang Yi an unreal feeling. I always feel that everything is going too smoothly. But others are not fools. How could they be fooled around by me alone? Zhang Yi smiled self-deprecatingly and narrowed his eyes at the same time. This false harmony is only temporary. And those guys aren't stupid. Sooner or later they will take action against me. And the reason why they choose to remain silent is that they are waiting for some opportunity. 25 There is a mole But I haven't found out who it is. Is he alive or died a while ago? Zhang Yi asked himself these questions. But he didn't get the answers. He is not Sherlock Holmes. Nor is he Detective Conan. He does not have such powerful detective skills. However, he has something better in this apocalypse. He has a fortress and a gun. Zhang Yi threw the cigarette he had taken 2 puffs onto the ground and crushed it with his toes. No matter what plans you have, all conspiracies and tricks are meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Chapter 129, Take the Initiative and Counterattack. After preparing everything, Zhang Yi took the special food and rode his motorcycle back to Yuelu Community. After arriving at Yuelu Community, Zhang Yi first called Uncle Yu, Jian Lei, Li Chengmin and others over the phone and asked them to maintain order at the scene. Soon, they came to the center of the courtyard of the community with iron rods, shovels and kitchen knives. Zhang Yi. Here we come. Zhang Yi glanced at Uncle Yu and others and nodded. Well, wait here. I called them to come down and get their stuff. Zhang Yi picked up his cell phone and notified their people in the building manager group to come over. Uncle Yu stood next to him holding an iron rod. Like a loyal guard, Li Chengmin and Jian Lei led others to stand on both sides of Zhang Yi. Slightly behind, guarding Zhang Yi in the center, Zhang Yi glanced at them with the corner of his eye. Today Li Chengmin and Jian Lei seemed to be more focused than usual. Out of the habit of self-protection, Zhang Yi took a few steps back and placed himself behind the crowd. After a while, representatives from each unit building rushed to the scene. After seeing that group of people, a smile flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. His plan worked. Using tobacco, alcohol and other rare items, they successfully lured the building leaders of each unit out. Except for 18-year-old Li Jian, this guy seems to adhere to his principle of fairness, and is unwilling to come and get things in person. Zhang Yi doesn't care. As long as most of the building leaders come over. The tobacco, alcohol and other items they retrieved were filled with large doses of rat poison. Once inside the body, it takes 10 to 30 minutes to kill them. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Okay, everyone, come and get your things. Zhang Yi started from building 1. Threw the supplies on the ground 2 or 3 meters away, and asked the representative of the building to come and pick them up. Representatives came over one by one and took away what belonged to them. Building 21. Zhang Yi shouted, looking at Wang Chong. Wang Chong walked over with his head lowered, and Zhang Yi bent down and picked up a bag of food from the ground. Just when he was about to get up, a loud shout suddenly sounded in his ears. Wang Chong took out a pistol from his pocket, pointed it at Zhang Yi and pulled the trigger. Zhang Yi's pupils shrank sharply, and he subconsciously wanted to dodge. At this moment, Uncle Yu, who was in front of him, pushed him away violently. Boom! 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 3 gunshots rang in Zhang Yi's ears. The sudden attack made him feel that the gap between the 3 shots had become extremely long. Uncle Yu's body slowly softened, and his knees bent, and he fell to the ground. There was a harsh buzzing in Zhang Yi's ears. He raised his head, and as far as he could see, he saw a group of people with ferocious faces rushing towards him. Wang Chong was holding a pistol, and Huang Tianfang took out a kitchen knife from his arms. There were also Li Chengmin and Jian Lei less than 2 meters away in front of him. Among the more than 30 people present, at least half of them came to kill Zhang Yi, the weapons in their hands exuding a cold luster. They have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Zhang Yi hoped to paralyze them, and then find an opportunity to eradicate them all. But they were fed up with Zhang Yi and wanted to kill him. Just because Zhang Yi is the strongest being in the entire community, others may be killed at any time while he is alive. Moreover, someone had told them that Zhang Yi's house was a perfect shelter with a comfortable environment and sufficient food. No matter what the purpose is, they cannot allow such an awesome person to exist in Yuelu community. At this time, there were so many of them together. Even Jian Lei and Li Chengmin beside Zhang Yi were bribed by them. They think Zhang Yi is already destined to die, even though he has a gun in his hand. How many people can his pistol kill at such a close range? At this time, Zhang Yi saw Uncle Yu and the ferocious enemies slowly falling to the ground. His gaze gradually became terrifying. He didn't tell anyone about today's plan, including Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu didn't even know that Zhang Yi was wearing a bulletproof vest and bulletproof pants. Originally, even if those 3 shots hit Zhang Yi, nothing would happen. But Uncle Yu blocked 3 bullets for Zhang Yi without hesitation out of gratitude to Zhang Yi. This made Zhang Yi feel guilty for the first time since the end of the world. What followed was overwhelming anger. Jian Lei was closest to Zhang Yi. He roared angrily and aimed the shovel in his hand at Zhang Yi's head. Zhang Yi quickly rolled on the ground a few times and hid behind the snowmobile. He adjusted his posture and climbed up from the ground. A black submachine rifle suddenly appeared in his hand. A loaded assault rifle. The expressions on the faces of the people who were still charging towards Zhang-Yi changed from ferocious to stunned, and finally turned into fear. Chug chug chug. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, Zhang-Yi directly grabbed the trigger, pressed the handle of the gun firmly with one hand, and started shooting. Li Chungbin and Jiang Lei, who were closest to him, had more than a dozen blood holes on their bodies in the blink of an eye. Zhang-Yi couldn't care about anything at this time. When he saw someone standing, he fired the bullet at him. Behind Li Chungbin and Jiang Lei, there were about a dozen members of the patrol team. They looked stunned when Wang Chong opened fire, as if they didn't know what was happening. They also never followed Li Chungbin and Jiang Lei to attack Zhang-Yi. But when the bullets passed through their bodies, there was no difference. There were too many enemies in front of him, and Zhang-Yi had no time to identify who was going to kill him. He could only acquiesce. These people must die. It is better to kill the wrong person than let him go. This is Zhang-Yi's first rule for survival in the apocalypse. The people in front of him fell down in rows. Wang Chong, the arrogant leader of the Mad Wolf gang, was beaten into a sieve before he could get close to Zhang-Yi. Before he died, there was still an expression of disbelief in his eyes. He couldn't figure out where Zhang-Yi took out the assault rifle. If it weren't for that assault rifle, they would have won. That pistol gave him the courage to boast. But just as Zhang-Yi didn't know there was a pistol hidden in his hand, he also didn't know Zhang-Yi had body armor and an assault rifle. The difference is that although Zhang-Yi didn't know he had a gun, he was prepared to deal with it. Therefore, Wang Chong had no chance of winning from the beginning. He has a rifle. How could he have a rifle? Run! Huang Tianfang was so frightened that his legs went numb. He dropped the kitchen knife and ran away. The other floor leaders were also scared and screamed, turning around and running back. At this time, they only hated their parents for losing 2 legs. Zhang-Yi was already furious. He saw the blood staining the snow under Uncle Yu's body, and he was completely motionless. Maybe the person is dead. No matter how cruel Zhang-Yi is, he is not a cold-blooded animal. It is inevitable that my heart will be touched. Uncle Yu, thank you for taking the bullet for me. I will help you take revenge and kill them all, Zhang-Yi said in a cold voice. This is the first time since the end of the world that he has faced so many opponents. But the result of the battle was a one-sided massacre. As Zhang-Yi said before, in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are meaningless. Chapter 130 Leave no one behind. The bullets in the magazine were quickly exhausted. Zhang-Yi didn't have time to reload, so he threw the submachine gun to the ground. Then he pulled out 2 police pistols from his waist with both hands. Those people couldn't run fast in the snow. Zhang-Yi shot them one by one, and they all died with headshots. In less than 20 seconds, almost everyone on the scene was dead. There were still a few people standing in the snow with trembling legs, their hands raised, with expressions of fear and pleading. Zhang-Yi, we are not their accomplices. It is none of our business. I swear this matter has nothing to do with us. Don't kill me. Zhang-Yi remembered these building directors. When Wang Chong and others took action just now, they did not take action. So this incident most likely has nothing to do with them. Therefore, Zhang-Yi pulled the trigger in his hand. Boom! 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 A hole was opened in the heads of several building captains in an instant, and then they fell to the snow. Zhang-Yi's gun was pointed at the last person still alive. Chen Lingyu, the building manager of number 9. Chen Lingyu was so frightened that she was urinating and had tears and runny nose. Zhang-Yi, this matter really has nothing to do with me. I beg you. Believe me. I also have a 13-year-old daughter who is abroad. I want to survive and wait for her to come back. Zhang-Yi looked at her coldly, and after 2 seconds of silence, a gunshot took away her life. The white snow was now stained red with large amounts of blood. Zhang-Yi was the only one standing, surrounded by more than 40 corpses. Even in the last days, Zhang-Yi had killed so many people at once for the first time. He knew that most of these people might not have participated in his murder. For example, Chen Lingyu, for example, and other members of the patrol team. But Zhang-Yi had no choice. He would not allow anyone suspected of murdering him to live. If you let the tiger return to the mountain today, it will definitely become a potential danger in the future. The dead are the safest. You will die sooner or later. And living is so hard. Why not just let me send you to heaven? Zhang-Yi held the gun in his hand and exhaled a puff of white smoke. From this perspective, I helped you get rid of the pain. And you should thank me. If these dead neighbors knew anything, they would probably say, I am really grateful. After killing all the enemies, Zhang Yi glanced around. Such violent gunfire had already attracted all the neighbors. They lay on the windows and looked at the cruel battlefield, their eyes full of awe for Zhang Yi. Some people were relieved and grateful for everything Zhang Yi had done. Zhang Yi looked at 26 and 21, which is the territory of the Trina gang and the Mad Wolf gang. Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang couldn't run away, so they were the first to attack Zhang Yi. Originally, their men were at the door, waiting for the boss to take action, and they would come over to snatch supplies. But when Zhang Yi took out the Black M4 carbine, they were afraid. Zhang Yi's gaze made them even more frightened. Xiao Lu, the second in command of the Mad Wolf gang, was cold all over and backed away with a trembling voice. Get back! Don't lure this devil here. A group of frightened little Karami fled into the corridor in panic. Zhang Yi ignored them and walked straight to Uncle Yu. Not far away, the bodies of Li Chungbin and Jiang lay there, with blood still leaking from more than a dozen holes in their bodies. These two men were once Zhang Yi's loyal men and helped him charge into battle many times. But now I don't know why I betrayed him. However, Zhang Yi didn't care either. He would consider it normal for anyone to betray him, even Uncle Yu and Zhou Qier. But after today, Uncle Yu's status in Zhang Yi's heart will become even higher. At the very least, it would be worthy of him delivering something important. Uncle Yu, are you still alive? Zhang Yi squatted half-crouched, looking around him in case someone came over to attack him while testing Uncle Yu's pulse. No pulse. Zhang Yi was shocked. But soon, he remembered that he was wearing anti-cut gloves, so he could feel his pulse. Zhang Yi had no choice but to turn his body over. On Uncle Yu's body, 3 traces of blood-stained red were clearly visible. The bullet missed his heart, and Zhang Yi didn't know if he could be saved. But no matter what, Zhang Yi must give it a try. At least after trying it. Even if Uncle Yu dies, the guilt in his heart will be greatly reduced. He took out a tube of adrenaline from another dimension and plunged it into Uncle Yu's chest. Then, he yelled at 25 to come and help. At the door of 25, a group of neighbors stood there in fear. They were all frightened by Zhang Yi's murderous performance just now, and they still dared not approach him until now. Zhang Yi's cold gaze swept across all of them before waking these guys up. A group of people were afraid of Zhang Yi and rushed over to help. Lift the person up and take him to my home. Please be gentle. If you get bumped or fall, I will use you as paper figures and burn them to Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi said this. How dare those neighbors not be careful? He was more careful when lifting Uncle Yu than when holding his own father's head. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, held guns in both hands and followed them closely. When they arrived on the 7th floor, everyone suddenly heard a burst of crying. Brother Yu, what's wrong with you? You must not let anything happen to you. If you are both good and bad, how can we two live together? I saw Xia Limei hugging her child and running downstairs with tears in her eyes. Zhang Yi noticed that when Xia Limei cried, Uncle Yu's eyelids seemed to be a little loose. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Lao Yu, you may not be too kind. But having said that, if you weren't so kind and righteous, maybe you would have been the first person I killed. Anyone who cannot be used by him and has extraordinary skills will become a huge threat. Zhang Yi must kill him. However, now, Zhang Yi owed Uncle Yu a huge favor, and it was not easy to get angry at Xia Limei. The neighbors knew about Xia Limei's relationship with Uncle Yu, and they all gave way to her. Xia Limei came to Uncle Yu with her child in her arms, and deliberately stood close to Zhang Yi, and then burst into tears. Husband, open your eyes and look at me. I am Limei. You promised to marry me in the future. And the baby. You said you wanted to watch her grow up to 18 years old. Then the apocalypse will pass, and our family of 3 will be able to live well together. Husband, there is a 5-second long tone here. How can what you say not count? If you leave, how can we two survive in the future? You might as well take us 2 away. What do you think you are capable of? It seems you are loyal to help others block the gun. But can you stand up to us orphans and widowed mothers? Zhang Yi got goosebumps when he heard this. Xia Limei didn't mention him a word, but she mentioned him every sentence. On the surface, Xia Limei is crying for Uncle Yu. But in fact, she is telling Zhang Yi that Uncle Yu took the bullet for you. If he has any shortcomings, you have to help him take care of us. Chapter 131 Shameless Old Woman. Zhang Yi had a look of disgust on his face. This bitch is really disgusting. You even changed your name to Uncle Yu. Husband, how come I haven't heard you call me that before? Good guy. Now use Uncle Yu to help him block the gun and morally kidnap him to take care of you mother and daughter. You really deserve to die. Johnny glanced at Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu still has one breath left. Whether he can save his life depends on Joe Kier. If Uncle Yu hadn't still got some breath left, he would have given Xia Limei 2 slaps right now. So hard that she couldn't find the answer. But Uncle Yu is still alive. So Zhang Yi has to be patient first. After all, he took a bullet for him. So he couldn't just take away his mistress and dragster while he was still alive. Right? So Zhang Yi had a cold face and said nothing. Xia Limei cried for a long time. And when she saw Zhang Yi behind her without any expression, she felt a little anxious. Uncle Yu is a long-term meal ticket that she has chosen from thousands of people. But now that her meal ticket is gone, she must find another one to support herself and her daughter. She won't be too sad when Uncle Yu dies. But taking this opportunity to morally kidnap Zhang Yi, she was still happy to do it. So, Xia Limei sniffed, turned around, looked at Zhang Yi with tearful eyes and said, Zhang Yi, will my husband be okay? Husband? You are a horse. Zhang Yi's face was calm. And he had already cursed in his heart. Don't worry. I will do everything I can to save Uncle Yu. Zhou Ke is the attending doctor at a large hospital. With her here, Uncle Yu's injury can hopefully be cured. His different space stored a lot of things, including 3 large containers of medicine, as well as medical equipment that he later picked up in the warehouse area. Zhang Yi only has one sentence. He will do everything he can to save Uncle Yu. But whether it can succeed or not depends only on God's will. Xia Limei cried and said that if something happened to him, I wouldn't want to live anymore. Zhang Yi remained silent, not wanting to take up the topic. Seeing Zhang Yi, Xia Limei was indifferent, and secretly scolded Zhang Yi. You have no conscience. Yu Jiwang has taken a bullet for you. Why can't you protect our mother and daughter for his sake? She secretly hated Zhang Yi in her heart. But she didn't dare to say that. She cried, reaching out and handing over the tightly wrapped baby in her arms. Zhang Yi, if my husband dies, I don't want to live anymore. But please, for my husband's sake, help him take care of the children. Please. Zhang Yi quickly said, Sister Xia, what are you talking about? I will definitely do my best to save Uncle Yu. He waved his hand, rejecting this behavior of picking up the oil bottle. Xia Limei followed up and said, what if he couldn't be saved? Zhang Yi's eyes are solemn, and I will do my best. What if I can't save him even though I try my best? Don't worry. I will do my best. I believe you must also hope that Uncle Yu is okay. Right? Zhang Yi stared into Xia Limei's eyes and asked word by word. Xia Limei was speechless by Zhang Yi. She asked Zhang Yi so eagerly whether he would help take over the business after Uncle Yu died, as if she was looking forward to Uncle Yu's death. Of course. Me. I definitely hope my husband lives well. Xia Limei saw Zhang Yi's eloquence and did not dare to use his words. She could only continue to hold her child and cry. Zhang Yi had someone carry Uncle Yu to the door of his house. Since it was on the 24th floor, there were 2 groups of neighbors among them. Even so, they were panting. But no one dared to complain a word, because they know that if Zhang Yi is unhappy at this time, he will kill them without any hesitation. Zhang Yi asked them to put the people down, and then said that you all should go. The others were relieved and hurried down the stairs. Xia Limei held the child in her arms and cried while looking at Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi frowned. Sister Xia, please go back first. Uncle Yu is about to undergo an operation to remove the bullet, and you can't help much here. When Xia Limei heard this, she firmly said no. He needs someone to accompany him the most right now, and I can't leave his side. After finishing speaking, she squatted down and quickly held Uncle Yu's hand. The painful expression on Uncle Yu's face also eased a bit at this time. Zhang Yiding wanted to shoot her, but because Uncle Yu was right next to him, it was difficult to do so. It was important to save Uncle Yu now. Zhang Yi didn't dare to delay any longer, so he had to reach out and open the door. As soon as the door opened, for Xia Limei, it was like opening the door to fairyland. It has been a month since the ice apocalypse, and she has already survived the most painful month in the cold environment. If Uncle Yu hadn't used his body to warm her and the children every night, they would have died long ago. So at this moment, when she felt the warm air blowing out of the room and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar room layout of a civilized society, her tears fell. This time it's not acting, but showing true feelings. Zhang Yi called Joe Kier to help him carry Uncle Yu. Xia Limei, on the other hand, unconsciously carried the child into the room. When she saw the water dispenser in the corner, she swallowed immediately, then quickly picked up a cup from the table and walked over, starting to drink the hot water. Joe Kier and Zhang Yi saw this scene. Joe Kier's eyes were a little surprised, as if she didn't understand why Zhang Yi allowed her to come in. But when she saw Uncle Yu covered in blood at the door, she understood immediately. Zhang Yi also looked disgusted because what Xie Li Mei took was his cup. She had already received the water, then took 2 breaths of pleasure and drank it. Whoosh. Hey. Boiled water tastes so good. Xie Li Mei looked happy. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at the baby in her arms. Zhang Yi. Do you have milk powder at home? Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier were carrying Uncle Yu. When they heard Xie Li Mei's words, Zhang Yi's face became extremely ugly. What did you say? Xie Li Mei was startled by Zhang Yi's gaze. And then she remembered the current situation. Xie Li Mei held a water glass in her hand and said guiltily that the children also need to drink. My husband loves our children very much. Zhang Yi stared at her with cold eyes. Come and help. Otherwise, I will kick you out directly. Xie Li Mei didn't dare to say any more. So she had no choice but to follow her with her child in her arms. Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier moved Uncle Yu to an empty room. Zhang Yi's house has 3 rooms and 1 living room, including his and Zhou Qier's room. It was of little use on weekdays, so Zhang Yi used it to place a silent generator. The entire safe house is powered by 3 silent generators. Chapter 132 Counterattack. Destroy the building. Zhang Yi moved the engine aside, and then took out a large white bed directly from another space. This scene left Xie Li Mei stunned. Doing magic? She couldn't understand what was happening. And Zhang Yi didn't bother to explain anything to her. He told Zhou Qier to save Uncle Yu at all costs. Tell me the medicines and medical equipment you need, and I will try to provide them to you. Zhou Qier is also someone who has seen big scenes. Even though Uncle Yu was covered in blood, she didn't panic at all. Instead, she calmly told Zhang Yi what she needed. Zhang Yi took out the medicine and equipment from the different space and gave them to Zhou Qier. How is the situation? Is there any hope? Zhang Yi asked in a deep voice. Zhou Qier skillfully changed into clothes, mask and gloves, and her focused look suddenly became professional, even a bit sacred. After she cut off Uncle Yu's clothes with scissors, she frowned deeply. The situation is not optimistic. The position of the bullet is very dangerous. If it hurts the internal organs, it may be hopeless under the current conditions. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, then patted Zhou Qier's shoulder. Try your best. He had done everything he could do. If Uncle Yu still couldn't survive, he had no other choice. Xie Li Mei pretended to cry again. Zhang Yi thought she was annoying and scolded her to shut up. Don't affect Uncle Yu. If you affect the operation, you should be aware of the consequences. Xie Li Mei's crying stopped abruptly. She bit her lip and said with a weak look, Otherwise I'd better go outside. I can't help you here anyway. How comfortable it is outside. There are soft sofas, hot water to drink, and a big TV to watch. When she came, she caught a glimpse of something to eat in the kitchen. Xie Li Mei wished she could stay away from this bloody room and enjoy herself comfortably outside. The corner of Zhang Yi's mouth raised a cold arc. He stared at Xie Li Mei and said word for word that this operation is very important and related to your husband's life. So you stay here and help. Xie Li Mei hurriedly said. But I don't know how to treat illnesses and save people. Zhang Yi said. Help me pass something. Wipe the sweat at the head office. Right. Besides, even if you don't know anything, your presence here is the greatest encouragement to Uncle Yu. Without waiting for Xie Li Mei to refute, Zhang Yi said in an irresistible tone. Okay. This matter has been decided. You all stay at home and I'll go out. After saying that, Zhang Yi walked outside the door and locked the door from the outside. There was no way he was letting this woman mess around in his room. I don't have time to deal with you now. I'll take care of those damn guys first. And then I'll find a dark place to bury you later. Zhang Yi said coldly. He sat down on the sofa, saw Xie Li Mei's used cup on the coffee table, and threw it directly into the trash can in disgust. He went to the kitchen, took out a can of milk from the refrigerator, and drank it all in one breath. Then, Zhang Yi returned to the living room and began to take out his weapons and sort them one by one. After all the weapons were sorted, the assault rifles and sniper pistols were loaded with bullets, and the number of grenades was counted. Zhang Yi walked out of the house. In the open space in the center of the community, red plum blossoms bloomed on the ground. There were corpses all over the ground, but the snowmobile parked in the snow, and the dozens of messy bags of food nearby were extremely tempting. After Zhang Yi left with Uncle Yu, there were always some people who were not afraid of death, or people who were starving, and ran out of the unit building and dragged these supplies back. Zhang Yi walked down step by step. His steps were steady and powerful, and his rhythm was not affected by anger. It was the opponent who fired the first shot. It would be rude if he didn't fight back. Originally, he planned to use a more peaceful method to poison them. Since they chose a more intense method, Zhang Yi didn't care about accompanying them. The sky has darkened. Zhang Yi walked down the stairs, and at the same time took out his mobile phone and called everyone alive in the group of owners. Everyone gathered on the 4th floor. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yi stuffed his cell phone into his breast pocket, then came to the 4th floor holding a rifle and quietly waited for everyone to arrive. After a while, neighbors started showing up. They looked at Zhang Yi at this time, feeling uneasy in their hearts, fearing that they might accidentally anger Zhang Yi and lead to death. But they dare not come, because if Zhang Yi does not provide them with food, they will still be unable to escape the fate of death. At this time, there were less than 20 people left out of the 25. These people gathered together and looked at Zhang Yi with fear on their faces. Open, Brother Zhang. Those people who attacked you have nothing to do with us. We don't know anything. Us. We are the most loyal to you. Zhang Yi raised his hand fiercely, stopping them from continuing to talk. He slowly turned his head to look at the neighbors. The sharp light filled with murderous intent in his eyes made no one dare to look at him. After a person kills someone, something called murderous aura will appear in his body. Both the temperament and the eyes will become different. And until now, Zhang Yi has killed close to hundreds of people. This strong killing intent is enough to make everyone fearful when they see his eyes. Zhang Yi said coldly, those people betrayed their trust and secretly attacked Uncle Yu and me, causing Uncle Yu to be seriously injured. So I have to make them pay. Tonight we are going to launch a counterattack against them. Hearing Zhang Yi say that he wanted to counterattack, the big guy's face turned even more ugly. Counterattack? Is it just us? Everyone thinks Zhang Yi is crazy. Fighting in an open courtyard. He did have an advantage relying on a submachine gun. But it was too late for a dozen of them to fight in a surprise attack at night. And the risk was too high. To put it bluntly, a big stone could kill Zhang Yi if someone stepped back from upstairs. Zhang Yi said that you don't need to worry about this matter. I will deal with the people inside the building. And you are responsible for keeping vigil around them. If you find someone jumping down from the building then, just go up and give him a stabbing blow. Everyone was still confused and couldn't figure out why people jumped from upstairs. However, Zhang Yi just didn't let them attack at night. So a group of people nodded honestly, expressing their willingness to obey Zhang Yi's instructions. Zhang Yi stretched out his hand and pointed at 21 in front of him, which was the territory of the Mad Wolf gang. Now, go and surround this building for me. Chapter 133 Smoked Duck in a Hanging Stove. Following Zhang Yi's instructions, 25's neighbors took up weapons and came to 21's side. Surrounding him, they didn't know what Zhang Yi planned to do. If a fight does break out, this loose encirclement seems to have no meaning. At this time, the Mad Wolf gang upstairs also noticed something unusual. It was Zhang Yi who brought people around. A younger brother warned. Everyone suddenly felt terrified, and their hair stood on end. Zhang Yi had just killed so many people, including their gang leader Wang Cheng, which had already made these wolf cubs turn blue with fear. When they learned that Zhang Yi was coming to kill them, they were so panicked that they almost lost their minds. It's over. It's over. How can we fight against that devil? He is so terrible. A yellow-haired man covered his head and cried. At this time, Xiao Lu, the second in command of the Mad Wolf gang, rushed over, grabbed him by the collar, and slapped him twice with his bow left and right. Then he roared at everyone and said, "What are you afraid of? This building is our base. Even if Zhang Yi has a gun, he will lose a layer of skin if he rushes in." He cheered me up and fought with him. With the presence of Xiao Lu, the second in command, the members of the Mad Wolf gang were barely able to collapse. They held on to their spirits, gripped their weapons tightly, and guarded every trap. Just wait for Zhang Yi to rush in and fight with Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi did not walk in as they thought. He just asked people to watch every window of 21 to prevent anyone from jumping out of the window and escaping. Then, he came to the 4th floor entrance of 21. After a ray of white light flashed in his right eye, a large pile of damp trees that had just been cut down filled the room. Immediately afterwards, there was a pile of cheap chemical fiber clothes, almost filling the entire room. Zhang Yi then took out a barrel of gasoline from the space and threw it on the ground. After doing this, he exited the room step by step. No one was at the main entrance, including Zhang Yi's neighbors, so no one saw what he did. Zhang Yi took out his pistol. Bang! He fired a shot and broke the oil drum. R. The gasoline flowed out gurglingly, extending to the door, like a natural lead. Zhang Yi walked over and lit the gasoline fuse with a lighter. Call. The flame suddenly burst into flames and lit up the entire room. Zhang Yi quickly retreated, and in just 1 second, the fire started burning violently. The chemical fiber clothes caught fire, and the raging flames engulfed the entire room. Then, there is the moist wood, which burns quickly after the water on the surface evaporates. However, due to incomplete combustion, black billowing smoke comes out. The smoke mixed with the burning chemical fiber clothes rushed straight into the sky. In such a cold weather, every window in the entire building was closed tightly. So the thick smoke has no other place to go but to go straight up and get through any cracks it sees. Like a black dragon, it quickly swallowed up layer after layer. The Mad Wolf gang upstairs were still waiting for Zhang Yi to attack. But unexpectedly, instead of waiting, people were greeted by extremely pungent black smoke. Cough, cough, cough. They are actually setting fires. These people are so despicable and shameless. Zhang Yi, a villain, is so cowardly even though he has a gun in his hand. Open the window quickly. Open the window to disperse the smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Water? Is there water? Wet your clothes and cover your nose. Where is the water? Only ice. Pee. Pee. Ah. My eyes. My eyes are so hot that I can't see anything. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Ahem. Thick smoke quickly filled the building. Wait until those people realize the problem and want to open the windows for ventilation. However, in this environment, all the windows were blocked by ice and snow and could not be opened. Now the unit building has become a big oven, and they are all ducks in the oven. However, rather than roast duck, smoked duck may be more suitable. Zhang Yi stood outside the building holding a rifle. The yellow firelight shone on his face. Extremely warm. He recalled that when he was in college, a bonfire party was organized in the college. Everyone sang and danced around the campfire. That time was really nostalgic. It's just that the bonfire tonight is bigger and more unscrupulous than that day. It was only then that the neighbors realized what Zhang Yi was doing. In their ears, they could hear the screams and coughs coming from the building, which made their hair stand on end. At this time, the building became a death cage, with no possibility of escape. The only exit was also blocked by Zhang Yi. Apart from waiting to die, they have no choice but to come out and die. Soon, some people couldn't stand it anymore and rushed down the stairs in the thick smoke, trying to escape outside. But with his eyes fascinated, he staggered and fell into the flames. As a piercing scream came, he fell into the fire soon. Wow! Someone upstairs smashed the window and jumped out. At a height of 7 or 8 floors. I believe few people would dare to jump down if they were not facing the threat of death. But after landing, before he had time to rejoice, he was hacked to death on the spot by the woman waiting with a knife next to him. The two neighbors next to him smiled and said, "Li Yun, you are becoming more and more capable now. In the past, you didn't even dare to kill a chicken." Li Yun was praised and smiled happily. She wiped the blood on her face nonchalantly and said that everyone is working hard, so I can't hold back. As she was talking, she found another person falling down next to her. The man was vomiting blood. His eyes were filled with gray, and he looked like he was going to die. But his limbs were still twitching. Ah, here's another one. Let me do it. Li Yun walked over briskly, then raised a bone-chopping kitchen knife with both hands. Poof! With one sound, he chopped off the man's head. Other neighbors do the same job. Those upstairs have no idea what awaits below. They just think that the only way to survive is to break the window and jump out. The neighbors worked very hard, because today they experienced the long-lost warmth. Looking at the blazing flames, everyone had warm smiles on their faces. This flame is so beautiful. Yes, it would be nice if we could do this kind of ritual more often in the future. While everyone was busy, Zhang Yi was right at the door, enjoying the warmth. In the community, other unit buildings also saw the movement here. The flame soaring into the sky, the thick smoke billowing, and the desperate screams that came from time to time filled their hearts with fear. What to do? Will Zhang Yi use the same method to deal with us? Everyone in the unit building had this idea. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to go out and fight Zhang Yi. But what to fight for? Are they going to compete with Zhang Yi's assault rifle with their flesh and blood? The scene of Wang Chang and more than 40 people being beaten into a sieve is still vivid in my mind. They don't dare. It doesn't matter. Zhang Yi will definitely not attack everyone. Definitely not. Every injustice has its owner. And every debt has its owner. And I had no involvement in this matter. They have this illusion in their minds. Instead of going to die, they should pray for others to have mercy on them. Chapter 134 Burning. The fire on 21 burned ragingly for more than half an hour. The fire began to slowly decrease. But the thick smoke did not stop at all. According to normal circumstances, it is impossible for there to be any living people in the building at this time. They had no means of ventilation, and no good way to prevent poisonous gases from entering their bodies. So the only result waiting for them is to die in pain. Even if someone is lucky enough to survive, if they stay in the building, death will only be a matter of time, because the thick smoke will not dissipate in a short period of time. Johnny turned around and walked in the direction of 26. Come on. Let's go to the next one. 25's neighbors are already furious. For the first time, they experienced such a joyful way of killing, and the feeling of taking control of other people's lives in their hands excited them, who had been suppressed for a long time. So a group of people followed Johnny toward the territory of the 26 Tiana gang, yelling. 26 people were watching the scene at the window, seeing Johnny and others walking towards them. The group of people were so frightened that they lost their souls. Someone shouted to Johnny from inside the house. Huang Tianfang is dead. This matter has nothing to do with us. Every wrongdoer has his own debtor. So you can't kill a good person by mistake? Johnny burst out laughing when he heard these words. Killing a good guy by mistake? Do you think you are a good person? Johnny squinted his eyes revealing a strong sense of irony. Who among the people in your building who can survive to this day has not had 5 lives on his hands? Besides, even if you are good people, what does it have to do with whether I kill you or not? Johnny didn't care how many people were involved in the attack against him, as long as anyone is suspected. Even if it is only 1/10,000th, he will kill him mercilessly. In the apocalypse, no trace of kindness can be retained. Otherwise, you will bring disaster to yourself in the future. Let's continue. Johnny followed the same method and asked people to seal off 26, and then started setting fire from downstairs. Screams and curses came from the unit building. Several people shouted like crazy and rushed downstairs. The moment they appeared, they were shot in the head by Johnny. A moment later, billowing smoke enveloped the entire 26. Johnny was not in a hurry, just killing them one by one to prevent any fish from slipping through the net and escaping. Soon, 26 people were almost taken care of by him. He did not stop and continued walking towards several other buildings, which were the units of the building captain, who had previously confirmed that the organization was involved in the attack on him. 5 buildings, with flames reaching into the sky and thick smoke billowing, light up the whole neighborhood. It even raises the surrounding air temperature, causing the surrounding ice and snow to begin to melt and the horizon to drop. Residents in other unit buildings suddenly felt terrified, and many people were frightened to the point of peeing. Johnny calculated the time. Judging from this speed, he should not be able to kill them all in one night. I am also tired and need to go back to rest and see the results of Uncle Yu's treatment. In order to prevent these guys from causing trouble and causing trouble to him, he decided to appease them first. So he took out a loudspeaker from another dimension and shouted in the community. Don't worry, everyone. Johnny, will never hurt innocent people. This time, I only targeted the units where the people who attacked me were located. And for those units who are friendly to me, I will not harm you. Don't be afraid, everyone. After hearing these words, the owners of other unit buildings, who were still nervous, seemed to have grasped the last straw in despair. Although they themselves knew that Johnny's words might just be deceiving them. But people often like to lie to themselves and think in the best direction in everything. Johnny doesn't plan to kill us? Great. This is great. That's right. We weren't the ones who attacked Johnny. What does it have to do with us? Johnny shouldn't have taken revenge on us in the first place. He must be tired after killing so many people. I don't believe he could really kill the whole neighborhood. Unless a person is in a desperate situation, he will not throw an egg against a stone and risk his life for a slim chance. Johnny gave them this hope, and they could act like ostriches with peace of mind, bury their heads in the sand, and pretend that there was no danger around them. After Johnny finished his speech, he told the surrounding neighbors that today's activities would end here. Go back and rest. The neighbors were a little unsatisfied and said that we should stay here to warm up by the fire. How warm the flame is. After returning to the unit building, I would still have to suffer from the cold. So it would be better to stay by the fire. Johnny said lightly, it's up to you. After saying that, he turned around and returned to 25. The other neighbors were reluctant to leave and gathered around the fire, their eyes burning with heat. However, the flame is slowly getting smaller, because the fuel provided by Johnny will be exhausted. The fire is gone. What should I do? one person said anxiously. A person next to him looked around. His eyes suddenly lit up. And he thought of a good idea. He whispered a few words to the two people nearby. And then the three of them walked over in a tacit understanding, carried a body over, and threw it into the fire. Crackling. There was a crisp popping sound, like the sound of grease exploding under high temperature. Rub. The flames came out again. Lao Gao. The guys cheered happily. This is a good idea. Haha. How could I forget that animal fat is also a good fuel? There were many corpses around, enough to keep them roasting for a while. If you're hungry, you can stop by for a piece. What a barbecue feast! On his way back, Zhang Yi passed by the bodies of Li Chengmin and Jiang Lei. His steps paused slightly, and he suddenly felt curious. These two people were very useful before, obedient and motivated. When they followed Zhang Yi, at least Zhang Yi kept them fed. But why did they suddenly rebel? Zhang Yi was not surprised at all, just a little curious. So, he rummaged through the two people's bodies to find their mobile phones, and then used their faces to unlock them by the light of the fire. Zhang Yi turned on his phone and looked through their chat history, his eyes gradually becoming playful. So this is all. Zhang Yi smiled and threw their mobile phones into the snow. After returning home, Zhang Yi opened the door of the temporary ward. At this time, Zhou Qi was standing against the wall with her legs crossed. Even though she was wearing a blue surgical gown, her slender legs could not be concealed. Zhang Yi glanced at the hospital bed. Uncle Yu had an oxygen mask on his face, and the heart rate monitor next to him showed a stable wavy line. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Uncle Yu's life was saved. In this way, he doesn't count as killing his partner, so he doesn't need to feel too guilty. Chapter 135 The Second Mutant. Zhang Yi said to Zhou Qi. Qi, thank you for your hard work. Zhou Qi smiled and shook his head. I am very happy to be able to help you. While the two were chatting, Xia Limei suddenly came over with the child in her arms. She had a pitiful look on her face and said to Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi, we have been hungry all day. Can you give me and the baby something to eat? Zhang Yi looked at this woman condescendingly, his eyes full of teasing. If he hadn't taken care of Uncle Yu, he would have thrown this troublesome woman into the snowdrift. But now she has successfully aroused Zhang Yi's disgust. So to Zhang Yi, she is already equivalent to a dead person. Now Zhang Yi has other people to clean up, so she should be spared her life for the time being. Zhang Yi didn't say much nonsense. With a wave of his right hand, a box of bucket noodles appeared in front of Xia Limei. Take these things and eat them. After all, you are all Uncle Yu's family, and I won't let you go without food. Seeing this scene, Xia Limei was stunned. You? What kind of trick are you doing? Zhang Yi was too lazy to answer her, but he didn't care about letting Xia Limei know his abilities. After all, how could a dead man reveal his secrets? Zhang Yi hugged Zhou Qi and planned to take her back to her room to have a rest. After all, she was very tired after several hours of surgery. At this time, Xia Limei followed up and asked, Is there anything else to eat besides barrel noodles? I just saw eggs in the kitchen and chicken bones in the trash can. Xia Limei looked weak, but her eyes were staring straight at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was annoyed and dropped a sentence. There are only barrel noodles. Do you like to eat them? Xia Limei noticed that Zhang Yi was angry, so she took 2 steps back and whispered, Oh, if you don't want to eat, you won't eat? I'm just asking. Instant noodles are actually quite good. Zhang Yi helped Zhou Qi back to her room. Zhou Qi asked with a smile. Now it's better. There is another trouble at home. Zhang Yi said calmly that it wouldn't be troublesome. Seeing Zhou Qi's tired legs becoming weak, Zhang Yi put her on the bed, and then reached out to help her take off her shoes. Zhou Qi's face was slightly red, and her black-covered toes were slightly curled up, which was particularly cute. I have been standing all day, so my feet may smell. You? Don't. Taste? That's not right. Zhang Yi's smile was a little evil, but seeing Zhou Qi's tired look, I'll let her go for now. How is Uncle Yu's health? How long does it take to recover? Or is it just a comeback and won't last too long? Zhang Yi asked. Zhou Qi's eyes showed a strange look. She said he was seriously injured and lost a lot of blood, and we had no blood packs to use. In fact, I thought it would be difficult to revive him at first. Zhang Yi frowned. He had not considered the issue of blood packs before. After all, they are not professional medical staff and cannot cover everything. How did you save him later? Zhang Yi asked. Zhou Qi looked strange. His heart rate was close to 0. But suddenly, something seemed to have changed in his body. The activity of the body increases rapidly, and even the amount of bleeding from the wound is greatly reduced. She spread her hands to show that she didn't understand either. I have no way to explain this matter. After Johnny heard this sentence, he was shocked. He was very familiar with this kind of extraordinary thing, because it happened to him once. It is very possible that Uncle Yu has awakened some kind of supernatural power. In fact, Johnny had considered this issue after his rebirth. Gamma rays affected a person's genetic sequence, causing him to become an alien. So besides him, will there be others who also have superpowers? However, in the past month, more than 1,000 people in the entire community have not seen the appearance of a second stranger. It can be seen that the conditions for the birth of aliens are extremely harsh. After all, the probability of gene mutation itself is 1 in a billion, and the direction of mutation is uncertain, which may not be a good mutation. Unexpectedly, Uncle Yu turned out to be the second stranger besides him. Is it possible to awaken when near death? This may be one of the prerequisites for awakening. In this case, the conditions would be too harsh, because in the near-death state, if it were not for the ability to repair injuries, he would still die even after awakening. If Uncle Yu hadn't met me, he would have died. Johnny figured this out and felt a lot more relaxed. Calculated according to this ratio, the probability of him encountering a strange person in the future is extremely low. However, I don't know what kind of power Uncle Yu has awakened. After Johnny thought for a while, he told Kier that from now on, you must inject Uncle Yu with a certain dose of muscle relaxant or tranquilizer every day. It cannot affect his body, but it must control his actions. Kier was a little surprised, but after thinking for a moment, he guessed something. Did Uncle Yu develop some special ability like you? Johnny nodded. I think so, but we have no experience in this kind of thing, and we don't know what he will become like in the future. You know the Hulk, right? He is a mutation caused by the influence of gamma rays. Johnny spread his hands and said with a wry smile that if Uncle Yu turned into the Hulk and lost control of his emotions, he would probably tear down the entire family. Johnny deliberately said it to be exaggerated, but in fact, according to the conservation of energy, Uncle Yu in his current state will not be too powerful even if he transforms. However, for safety reasons, Johnny still had to observe him for a while to make sure that his mutation was not harmful before he could rest assured. Kier nodded. This is simple. Just leave it to me. Johnny kissed her and said gently that you are tired today. Go to bed early. Kier glanced outside. What should Uncle Yu do? Let Xiaolime take care of it. Can she do it? Johnny smiled lightly. Although she was a very annoying woman, she was not such an idiot. He knew that if anything happened to Uncle Yu, I would drive her away immediately. So she will take care of you more carefully than you do. Kier nodded for the same reason. Johnny asked Kier to take a break early, and he walked out of the door and saw Xiaolime taking the boiled instant noodles, and her eyes were looking around, not knowing what she wanted to steal. Johnny walked up to her and said thank you. Sister, you can live with Uncle Yu. I can also take care of him at night. Xiaolime nodded, looking obedient. Johnny stretched out her hand to make a gesture of invitation, and she walked into the room obediently. Then Johnny was outside and locked the door. Chapter 136 Thorn Ching. After Johnny finished handling matters at home, he walked out of the house with a gun. There is one thing, and it's time to settle it. At this time, the entire building was empty, with few people present. The neighbors all went out to have a barbecue, and there were only 2 houses in the unit building with people inside. Johnny came to the door of another house. That was the room where Lin Caning, Fan Yuqing and others lived before. Johnny took out his pistol, pointed it at the door lock and banged. Boom! He fired 2 shots and then kicked the door open. He walked through the door with a blast shield in his left hand and a gun in his right. The light in the room was very dark, so Johnny turned on the miner's lamp above his head. In an instant, the whole room became like daylight, and every corner was clearly visible. At this moment, there was a scream from the side, and a disheveled woman rushed over holding a kitchen knife. Johnny calmly held the explosion-proof shield in front of him. The chop was weak and weak. Not only did Johnny not feel much strength, but the woman herself was knocked to the ground by the shock. Johnny turned around and looked at her, with a contemptuous and teasing smile on his lips. Long time no see. Fan Yuqing? The miner's lamp shone on her face, making it difficult for her to open her eyes. At this time, Fan Yuqing was neither human nor ghost, with blood and oil stains all over her body. The entire room was filled with an unpleasant stench, and the floor was covered in bones. In the corner of the room, there was a half-eaten corpse. From the remaining clothes on his body, Zhang Yi judged that they belonged to Lin Caning. No wonder you are alive today. You are truly a plastic sister. Zhang Yi laughed mockingly. Fan Yuqing blocked the incoming light with her hands. After knowing that the person coming was Zhang Yi, she let out a roar of despair and grief. Ah! Zhang Yi. Why didn't you die? Why? That group of trash. There are so many of them. They can't even kill you. They are such trash. Zhang Yi's mouth was full of sarcasm. Stupid woman. Do you think you can kill me by secretly contacting Wang Chong and those people and inciting Jiang Lei and Li Chunbin to rebel? You are so pitifully stupid. With a brain like yours, you deserve to be treated like a toy and end up living like so many people. She was the one who tipped off Wang Chong and asked Wang Chong to ambush Zhang Yi in the snow. She was also the one who instigated Li Chunbin and Jiang Lei to attack Zhang Yi together with Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang. This woman doesn't know anything else. But her tea art has reached a state of perfection. And green tea always understands men's thoughts best, and knows how to seduce them. Zhang Yi. I hate you. It's all because of you that I'm here today. Fan Yuqing knew there was no hope of revenge. So she vented her inner emotions hysterically towards Zhang Yi. You have obviously been chasing me for 2.5 years. But why did you suddenly stop chasing me? This is shameless betrayal. You can't even withstand such a little test. Why do you say you love me? Originally. As long as you persisted just a little longer, I would have agreed to marry you. But why did you abandon me for that bitch? I hate you so much that I want to kill you, and that bitch with my own hands. Fan Yuqing became more and more excited as she talked. And finally rushed forward to beat Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi sneered. There was no need to use a gun. He just raised the explosion-proof shield in his hand, and knocked her to the ground. You bitch is just hypocritical. Zhang Yi doesn't have anything to say nonsense to such a brainless green tea bitch. In short, in the eyes of this kind of woman, everything a man does is wrong. He put away the pistol, then took out a crowbar, stepped forward and hit Fan Yuqing's wrist and calf hard. She was now so hungry that her bones would break at the slightest touch. The crisp cracking sound was accompanied by her sharp scream. Not to mention, it had a hint of harmony, which was pleasant to the ears. Fan Yuqing's whole body convulsed with pain, and her mouth became less hard. She cried and begged Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, please spare me. I don't want to die. Please, let me go. Zhang Yi didn't say a word. He just grabbed her hair and pulled her to the window amidst her wailing. Zhang Yi used a crowbar to smash out the security window on the balcony. Fan Yuqing knew what Zhang Yi wanted to do. He wanted to throw her down from the height of 8 floors. If you don't fall to death by then, your bones and tendons will be broken, and you will freeze to death in the snow. Fan Yuqing burst into tears and runny nose. Zhang Yi, let me go. Let me go. I can do whatever you want me to do. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Zhang Yi felt particularly happy in his heart when he listened to her miserable voice. He couldn't help but recall the time in his previous life. She was as pitiful as a delicate white lotus. With tears in her eyes, she begged him to open the door. Then, what awaited him was an inhumane gluttonous feast. You deserve it. Zhang Yi smiled. He put away the crowbar, took out a sharp dagger, and stabbed it in Fan Yuqing's horrified eyes. A sound cut her clothes. Stab! Stab! After a while, Fan Yuqing turned into a snow-white sheep. It was this sheep that was obviously malnourished and was only skin and bones. Her lips turned purple from the cold. But she thought Zhang Yi wanted to sleep with her. So she tremblingly said that you can sleep with me, as long as you let me live. Zhang Yi just stared at her naked body for a few seconds before sighing in disappointment. I'm as thin as a bamboo pole, and my fat is so shriveled. What's the point? Zhang Yi is not so hungry that he is not selective about food. He tore Fan Yuqing's clothes to pieces just to completely humiliate her. He was extremely disgusted with Fan Yuqing. But after all, he once coveted her body and chased her for 2.5 years. But now that I see it, I find it off-putting. Zhang Yi picked up her thin ankles with one hand and lifted her upside down while she screamed. This shriveled woman was like a deflated doll, with only one place bulging high, like a steamed bun with black mold. Zhang Yi's face was full of disgust, and at the same time, he had a bad taste in his heart. He looked at the dagger in his hand, which was made in Switzerland, and felt a little reluctant to part with it. So Zhang Yi looked around and picked up a broken bone from the ground, with sharp bone stubble on one end. Maybe this broken bone belongs to Zhou Peng. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth raised slightly. Ah! A shrill scream came from Fan Yuqing's mouth. She struggled painfully in Zhang Yi's hands, like a hen that had been stripped alive by boiling water. Zhang Yi felt much more relaxed, and then threw her out through the window. Needless to say, it feels so sour and refreshing to fall naked on the snow at this temperature. Johnny looked down along the windowsill, and there was only a human-shaped pit left in the snow. He sighed, am I too kind? It was really cheap to just let her die like this. If there was nothing else. He planned to find a place and slowly chop her up bit by bit. But now his workload is a bit heavy, and there are too many people to kill. So he is too lazy to waste time on this woman. Johnny turned around and left the room, saying as he walked, I am such a kind and good person. Chapter 137, A $1 billion Super Shelter. After a night passed, Johnny asked Joe Kier to check Uncle Yu's health early the next morning. The results of the examination surprised Joe Kier. She told Johnny that she was recovering very well, and her recovery speed was more than 10 times that of ordinary people. Johnny was even more convinced that Uncle Yu had indeed awakened his superpower. I see. Take good care of him, and be sure to cure him. He patted Joe Kier's buttocks and gave her a deep look. Joe Kier nodded knowingly, then took out a shot of medicine from the medicine box and slowly injected it into Uncle Yu's arm. Seeing that they had finished their work, Xiaolime came over with a smile and made a request. Johnny, I forgot to bring my charger. Can you get it for me? By the way, there are also our baby's diapers. This woman had a smile on her face and a calm demeanor. Judging from her appearance, she seemed to be planning to stay here for a long time. She felt that Johnny owed Uncle Yu his life, so it was natural for him to support Uncle Yu. And since she is Uncle Yu's woman, she must stay. Johnny glanced at Uncle Yu on the hospital bed. Although Uncle Yu is still in a coma, Johnny remembers that people can hear things when they are in a coma. So he smiled and said to Xiaolime, I still have some urgent things to deal with outside, and I will help you solve them after I'm done. The smile on Xiaolime's face became even stronger. Well, then don't forget it. After Johnny provided them with food and water, he locked the two of them into the hut again. He had a vague plan in his mind to get rid of this annoying woman. Johnny was fully equipped, and then called all the neighbors downstairs to continue cleaning up other unit buildings. The neighbors looked a little surprised when they heard this. Johnny, didn't you say yesterday that you would only clean the unit buildings where the main criminals who attacked you are located? Johnny smiled and said, Well, after my investigation yesterday, I found that people from several buildings also participated in the attack on me. Don't worry. Johnny, will not attack innocent people. Only those evil ones. After the operation is over, the entire community will be ruled by people from our unit. When the time comes, I will allocate these buildings and let you manage them. He spread his hands and described a bright future for his neighbors. Only by cleaning up the pests can we usher in a truly peaceful and happy life in the future. Are you right? After hearing what Johnny said, many neighbors had happy expressions on their faces. They also live on tenterhooks at 25. If I could work as a building manager in another unit, wouldn't my future life be wonderful? Some people doubted Johnny's statement, but out of respect for Johnny, no one dared to raise any doubts. Among the crowd, there was Su Hao, a second-generation rich man. After listening to Johnny's words, he had a strange look in his eyes. It was fear and trembling. So much so that his body was trembling slightly. The neighbor next to him noticed what he was doing and asked Su Hao, What's wrong with you? Su Hao swallowed his saliva and hurriedly lowered his head. Nothing happened to me. It's just a little cold. Others said, Well, you have to keep warm. If you catch a cold today, you will most likely die. Johnny led a group of people under him and began to clean one building after another. His target is naturally the few unit buildings where stubborn forces exist. Early in the morning, when many people were still huddled under their quilts and not awake, Zhang Yi's constant temperature barbecue began. By the time many people were awakened by the thick smoke, they had lost the chance to escape. While Zhang Yi was setting fire, he used a loudspeaker to shout to the entire community that Zhang Yi was not someone who killed innocent people indiscriminately. After my investigation last night, I found that there were people in these buildings who participated in the attack on me. As long as you hand over those people, I will forget about it. If you are stubborn and refuse to make friends, I can only treat you as an accomplice and eliminate them all. When Johnny shouted, the unit buildings that were not burned by the fire became quiet. Johnny is still very reasonable. Those people deserve their own death. As long as the fire doesn't burn my head, Johnny will definitely not continue after killing this batch. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with me. Why did Johnny kill me? That's right. Don't worry about this. If you go out, you'll get shot. So it's better to stay at home. I believe Johnny is not an unreasonable person. Everyone upholds this mentality and watches the fire from the other side. Besides, although Zhang Yi set the fire, the neighbors also benefited. Look, the temperature in this community has suddenly become much higher, and everyone is not so cold anymore. The flames were blazing, and the owner upstairs couldn't bear it anymore. He pushed a few people out and said to Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, it's them who want to harm you. Let's hand him over. Please let us go." Zhang Yi glanced at it, then calmly raised the gun in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. All those people were beaten to death by him. Zhang Yi said lightly, "That's nonsense. I think you are just thieves and shout to catch thieves. You just say yes? Is there any evidence?" In one morning, Zhang Yi cleaned 7 more unit buildings. In the entire community, all the people in the 12-unit buildings have been killed by Zhang Yi. There are less than 500 living people in the remaining 18-unit buildings. And these unit buildings he left behind were all the weakest units and had not attacked him during yesterday's attack. Zhang Yi rubbed his eyebrows. He felt that the killing could stop here because the remaining people could no longer pose a threat to him. If he continued to kill, he was really worried that he would have mental problems. That's it for today's cleaning. The unit building in front will be discussed later. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he turned around and left, ready to go back and take a good rest. Among the crowd who were still immersed in the barbecue and funeral carnival, a figure suddenly broke away from the group and followed in the direction of Zhang Yi. The footsteps behind him were clearly audible, and Zhang Yi looked over coldly. What to do? Su Hao quickly raised his hands. Brother Zhang, don't get me wrong. I have very important information to tell you. Zhang Yi sneered, his face full of disdain. Very important information? The entire community has been settled by him. What else can be called important? Su Hao looked around, lowered his voice, and said to Zhang Yi, Brother Zhang, have you ever heard of the Doomsday shelter that Wang Siming, the son of the richest man in Jiangnan, spent $1 billion to build? Chapter 138 Fishing or Surrender. Su Hao's words instantly brought Zhang Yi's memory back to more than 10 years ago. In the 1930s, science fiction movies suddenly became popular all over the world, and apocalyptic movies were especially popular. It is said that the beginning also originated from the Earth in Exile series of films in China. In those years, apocalyptic movies were extremely popular. Every year, many apocalyptic-themed movies swept the box office rankings of that year. The impact of the movie is that some people started to build shelters, including some of the world's top wealthy people. At the time, people undoubtedly viewed this behavior as a joke. Not many people really think the end of the world is coming. In Zhang Yi's memory, there was an interesting story in China that stayed on the internet hot search list for several months, and even became a classic ghost theme on a certain AC website and was ridiculed. That is the story of Wang Siming, the son of the richest man in Jiangnan, who spent $1 billion to build a shelter that was said to be indestructible from the outside world. By the way, that shelter was built by War Dragon Security Company. Zhang Yi later went to Zhonglong Security Company, which was also related to this matter. But later, there was no further news about the shelter. The most indispensable thing in the world is gossip. People only regarded this matter as a small willfulness of a rich second generation. Zhang Yi quickly recalled the events of that year in his mind. He looked at Su Hao in front of him, and his eyes became serious. Do you know where that shelter is? If there really was such a super shelter costing $1 billion, it would undoubtedly be one of the safest places in the world. Compared with the safe house that Zhang Yi spent 8 million Chinese dollars to build, its indoor space and internal facilities are many times more secure. That is a real doomsday fortress, capable of protecting against H-bombs. Zhang Yi was also very curious in his heart whether such a place really existed. Su Hao looked around cautiously, and then said to Zhang Yi that there are many people here, so let's go back and talk more carefully. Zhang Yi nodded and asked Su Hao to walk in front of him. Su Hao had no objection. In order to show his sincerity, he obediently led the way. The two people returned to the 25th floor, and then came to the room on the 8th floor. Zhang Yi closed the door with his backhand, leaned against the wall, crossed his arms, and said to Su Hao that there is no one here now. Please tell me carefully. Su Hao didn't hide it either. He understood Zhang Yi's character, and didn't dare to be verbose. So he directly said that Wang Siming's shelter was actually number 101. Yonk Manor. Yonk Manor 101? As Zhang Yi read the name, he immediately remembered where that place was. One of the 4 most expensive villa areas in Tianhai City. The land prices there are derogatory to say that every inch of land is precious. It is said that the cheapest villa there costs upwards of 100 million. So the people who can live there are not ordinary wealthy people. Yonk Manor 101 is the villa of Wang Siming, the son of the richest man in Jiangnan at that time. It is also a super mansion rumored to be worth 250 million. After Lao Wang passed away, Wang Siming inherited the family's assets worth hundreds of billions. Although he indulged in pleasure and was not good at management, he once fell off the rich list. But this man is known as the #1 son of the Chinese nation because he has enjoyed unimaginable glory and wealth in his nearly 40 years of life. There are rumors that more than 80% of China's first-line actresses have slept with him. Some people even say that he has dated tens of thousands of girlfriends. Zhang Yi crossed his arms and looked at Su Hao in front of him with a playful expression. Why are you telling me this news? Showing courtesy for nothing is either cheating or stealing. If that shelter is indeed as rumored, it will cost as much as $1 billion. That was definitely not something Zhang Yi could break in with just a few guns. Therefore, he will not have the thought of fighting something he shouldn't, lest he risk his own life. Who knows? Su Hao said. I tell you this news just because I hope to follow you. As long as you let me be your follower, I will help you take down this shelter. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the man in front of him. A super shelter costing $1 billion is undoubtedly attractive to Zhang Yi. His work in Yuelu community will be finished soon, and the people who should be killed will be killed. In the outside world, I believe there are still some people who know that he has a large amount of supplies. At this time, it is the wisest thing to do away with everything and hide your identity and reputation. If he could find a more perfect shelter, he would be happy to go there. But, can he trust the person in front of him? Hee. Zhang Yi sneered. He wouldn't believe it without any thinking. Do you think I'm an idiot? Would you tell me if there is such a good place? Su Hao quickly explained that although I know where that place is, Wang Siming is now the owner there. There is no way I can take it back with my own strength. That's why I come to you for help. As long as you are willing to let me follow you and allow me to have enough food and clothing, I will do my best to help you. Zhang Yi scoffed. There was no wave on his face, and he said calmly that since it was a top-level shelter, how could it be so easy to attack? And if you think about it carefully, there is no friendship between us. You suddenly gave me such a big gift. Do you think I would believe that it was pie in the sky? When Su Hao saw Zhang Yi being so cautious, he told Zhang Yi the location of the shelter. But the other party remained indifferent. He gritted his teeth and told another important piece of information. Not only did I know the location of that shelter, but I had also been there before. I basically understand the layout there. In fact, Wang Siming and I still have contact before. He found out about you through some channels. So, he actually offered to let me lure you over, and then took the opportunity to steal the supplies and snowmobile in your hands. A murderous intent flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Su Hao was so frightened that he hurriedly waved his hands and explained. But I rejected him at that time. Even if I have the courage, I wouldn't dare to take your idea. Zhang Yi sneered. His eyes were cold, staring at Su Hao faintly, and said word by word, maybe you are also fishing with me now. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi put his pistol on Su Hao's forehead. I'll shoot you right now, Zhang Yi said coldly. Su Hao was so frightened that his calves trembled, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Everything I said is true. You believe me. You believe me. Boom. Chapter 139. The Prince's hundreds of thousands of girlfriends. After the gunshot, Su Hao's pupils contracted and his body suddenly went limp. Zhang Yi's shot didn't hit his head, but just hit his ear. This shot scared Su Hao's courage out of his wits. He sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Brother Zhang, don't kill me. Everything I said is true. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, slowly squatted down, stared into Su Hao's eyes and asked, give me a satisfactory explanation. Let me believe that you are not setting up a trap with Wang Siming to harm me. Then you still have a chance to survive. Su Hao took a few deep breaths and tried to calm down his emotions. He said because compared to going against you, you have a chance to live by following you. Right? I have already seen your methods. I am not that stupid to dare to be your enemy. In contrast, Wang Siming, who has been living in a shelter, is easier to deal with. What's more, Su Hao gritted his teeth and said, compared to you, I hope that bitch Wang Siming dies more. A glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Oh, aren't you friends? Friend? Hee. Su Hao's smile was filled with resentment and sadness. He and I are not friends at all. In his eyes, I might not be much different from a dog. Su Hao explained the relationship between the two to Zhang Yi. Our Su family is considered a wealthy and powerful family in Tianhai City. My dad's listed company has a market value of several billions. Logically speaking, I am one of the most famous young men in Tianhai City. Right? But after Wang Ximing returned from abroad, the entire rich second-generation circle in Tianhai City completely changed. Their Wang family is far superior to our family in terms of financial resources and background. In front of others, I am a wealthy young man. But in his eyes, I am nothing at all. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and said with interest, I remember Wang Ximing said something. When I make friends, I don't care whether they have money or not. Anyway, they don't have money like me. Su Hao nodded. Yes, that's the truth. Zhang Yi didn't understand. Do you hate him just because he is richer than you? No. You don't understand our circle at all. Su Hao shook his head, and then explained to Zhang Yi. The Su family is in the building materials business, and the Wang family is our biggest financial backer. In other words, our whole family has to look at the Wang family's face to eat. So as soon as Wang Ximing came back, I had to work hard to please him and please him. Su Hao's eyes were filled with humiliation and his fists were clenched. A wealthy young man who has been pampered and pampered for more than 20 years has to spend all day being humble and trying to please others. He will definitely feel humiliated in his heart. Even if he fell in love with my woman, I didn't dare to complain at all. I had to send her to his bed in person. Su Hao's face turned rosy with excitement. That is my woman. My woman. If he says anything, I will send it over to him to play with. Not just once, but several times. Several times. Do you know that because of this incident, I have become the laughing stock of others in the entire second-generation circle in Jiangnan? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and felt a little bit about this. A well-known rich second generation in Jiangnan gave up his girlfriend many times in order to please an even bigger rich second generation. How does this behavior differ from that of a pimp? No wonder Su Hao was so excited. Speaking of women, Zhang Yi also asked curiously. I have long heard that Wang Ximing's biggest hobby is beautiful women. Some people even say that he has dated tens of thousands of girlfriends. Is this true? When Zhang Yi heard this rumor, he didn't quite believe it. After all, even if a person lives to be 100 years old, it will only last 36,500 days. There are so many girlfriends. It's impossible to finish them all in one day. Su Hao smiled. Brother Zhang, don't blame me for speaking badly. You ordinary people can't even imagine how much money the real wealthy people enjoy. You think the life of the rich written in those online articles is exaggerated and false enough. Right? But compared with reality, it is still far behind. Zhang Yi's eyes became more serious. And people always have a gossip complex. Oh, how to say? Su Hao smiled and said that there were more than tens of thousands of women around Wang Ximing. That was hundreds of thousands. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, then laughed and scolded. Where is your horse? There must be a limit to bragging. Don't think that I don't understand anything because I'm not a rich second generation like you. Hundreds of thousands? Why didn't you say more than 1 billion? Zhang Yi felt that Su Hao was playing tricks on him. Sima Yan, the famous promiscuous emperor in history, only had a harem of tens of thousands. Because there are too many people. We can't get lucky every day. They could only use a sheep cart to pull him and spend the night wherever they stopped. Wang Ximing is only about 40 years old now. If he had hundreds of thousands of women, wouldn't he have to play poker with hundreds of people every day on average? In that case, it would be a miracle that he was still alive. Brother Zhang, everything I said is true. I have also said that you cannot imagine the world of rich people. Su Hao smiled helplessly. Zhang Yi asked curiously. Right? Then tell me carefully. How did these hundreds of thousands of people get here? Su Hao explained seriously that this is not simple. Wang Ximing has people around him who are looking for women all over the country for him. These women's status ranges from high to low. Female stars in the film and television industry. Female anchors on the internet. And even the Tianhai City socialite Shengjing Baizawan girl. He is not a taboo person. As long as he is a beautiful girl, he will catch them all. As far as I know, he has dozens of mobile phones, each of which is numbered and represents dozens of provinces. And there are dozens of WeChat groups in each mobile phone. He would create a group in every place across the country. And in the group would be local beauties. Not only domestic, but also foreign. Zhang Yi's expression was slightly stunned. Can you still play like this? What a great experience. How can he keep busy with so many girls? Zhang Yi doesn't understand very well. Could it be that he also has the art of multiple shadows and clones? Or have you ever practiced unlimited hanging? Su Hao smiled and said that it was actually very simple. These girls, as long as he goes to a certain place to play on a certain day, they will notify people nearby. And hundreds of people can be summoned to accompany him at once. even if he can't go there on weekdays. As long as he wants to have fun. Airborne landings across the country are just a matter of news. By the way, have you ever seen those videos of girls riding on their bodies online? Congratulations to EDG for winning the championship. Congratulations to Messi for winning the championship. Where do these videos come from? For example, if Wang Simon gives an order in the group, they will immediately perform various performances for you. Not to mention riding on the body. There are even larger scales. Usually red envelopes are thrown into the group. And the amount is tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. The girls who grabbed the biggest red envelopes posted videos. Zhang Yi was also filled with emotion when he heard this. I never thought that rich people could still play like this. I understand. To put it bluntly, he has so many girls as backup. It's hard to say whether you should use it or not. But it's like keeping a pet. It's there when you need it. Right? Su Hao nodded for this reason. After all, people can't spend all their money in 10 lifetimes. So they have to find a way to spend it. He also said humorously that this can be regarded as a kind of redistribution of social wealth. Isn't it? Zhang Yi took a deep breath and shook his head slightly. I finally understand why there are so many leftover women in big cities. Chapter 143 Conditions. Su Hao's words can be regarded as allowing Zhang Yi to slightly touch the edge of the life of the top rich second generation. But that doesn't matter now. After finishing the gossip, Zhang Yi stared at Su Hao and asked lightly, Tell me what you think. If I agree to cooperate with you, how will you help me? Su Hao felt that something was going on, and he immediately became energetic. I still have contact with Wang Simon. After I told you about your situation, he was also very interested in the supplies and snowmobiles in your hands. So, we can put on a play. Pretend that I have tricked you. And then ask Wang Simon to open the door. When the time comes, with your ability. Brother, won't it take a matter of minutes to kill him? Zhang Yi thought for a moment, stared at him and asked, if Wang Simon's shelter is really worth $1 billion, does he still need to covet the materials in my hand? Zhang Yi has also seen science fiction movies. Usually, the supplies stored in such a large shelter can be used for at least 10 years. It's not like there was a shortage of supplies just after a month. Su Hao scratched his head with a playful expression. But this shelter has been built for 10 years. At that time, Wang Simon did that thing purely on a whim. After his interest was over, he didn't take the shelter too seriously, and just lived in it as an ordinary villa. The supplies he had stocked inside had long since been thrown away as rubbish by him, as they were no longer in the way, and then converted into a sex room or a sports venue. Zhang Yi listened silently, basically constructing a blueprint for the super shelter in his mind. What about weapons and equipment? Such a powerful shelter must have anti-intrusion facilities inside. Right? This is what Zhang Yi cares about most. If he wants to attack other unit buildings, they will set up traps to stop him. Not to mention a super shelter. Su Hao suddenly shut up at this time. He said to Zhang Yi that unless you agree to cooperate with me, let me hang out with you and guarantee my food and clothing in the future. Otherwise, I cannot tell you this news. Su Hao is not stupid. If he tells Zhang Yi all the news, he will have no value. Can't tell me? Zhang Yi sneered and shook the pistol with his right hand. Then what's the use of keeping you? Su Hao swallowed his saliva and quickly said, even if you beat me to death, I won't say anything, because this is my only hope to survive. I know that you will kill us all before long. Right? Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with a strange color. He did have this plan. Most of the bastard neighbors in this unit building have had their share of the pie. Of course he wouldn't keep them. As soon as the troubles in other units were resolved, he would immediately send this group of people on their way, including Su Hao. You seem to be a little clever. How did you know? Zhang Yi asked with a smile. But that smile was a little cold in Su Hao's eyes. Su Hao gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, because you are not a good person. The reason why we still have neighbors like us is just to help you deal with the troubles in other unit buildings. Now most of the people in other units who are dangerous to you are dead. You wouldn't be so kind and continue to feed us. Zhang Yi slowly put down the gun in his hand. Su Hao was right. This guy was indeed a little clever. Su Hao said. So, instead of waiting to die, I might as well try my best. I'll trade the information I have with you for a chance to live. Zhang Yi squinted his eyes and looked at Su Hao in front of him. He was weighing the pros and cons in his mind. According to Su Hao, the super shelter worth $1 billion is stronger than his safe house. And it also has a variety of living facilities, like the farm pool gym. Even, love the room. If Zhang Yi can take down this place, The quality of life in the future will definitely be greatly improved. However, the risks behind this matter must be considered. First, Zhang Yi does not trust Su Hao. No matter how fantastic his words were, Zhang Yi couldn't believe someone who didn't have a good relationship with him. And judging from Zhang Yi's impression of Su Hao himself is unreliable. If trust between the two is established, this is the most important thing. It must be ensured that Su Hao will not deceive him. Second, even if what Su Hao said is true, it is still unclear how risky the action will be. Zhang Yi had his own safe house, and it was thanks to it that he was able to kill dozens of neighbors who wanted to attack by force. As for Wang Siming's shelter, the security level is at least hundreds of levels higher than his safe house. It was a shelter that could withstand H-bombs, and it was impossible to break through with Zhang Yi's existing weapons. Zhang Yi remained silent, while Su Hao waited nervously not far from him. This waiting process is undoubtedly a huge torture for Su Hao, because he knew that once Zhang Yi rejected him, he would be killed immediately. But he had no other way to go. Unless he can hug Zhang Yi's lap, he will die sooner or later. After a long time, Zhang Yi made a decision in his heart. He looked at Su Hao and said coldly, "I can promise to let you follow me, but there are a few prerequisites you must comply with." Su Hao's tight body suddenly relaxed, and he was ecstatic inside. He won the bet. Su Hao kept nodding. "Okay, you say it," Zhang Yi said. "First, you must clearly explain to me the situation in that shelter, especially the safety devices inside and the firepower situation." Su Hao quickly said that of course. After the shelter was built, Wang Siming invited many people to visit it in order to show off. "I'm among them." Zhang Yi nodded. "Second, I need you to help me kill someone. This matter is easier to handle. Now is the end of the world. What does it matter if you kill a few people? But Su Hao is a little surprised that you can't kill who you want to kill. Still need me?" Zhang Yi smiled faintly. "He is a person who is not convenient for me to attack. Anyway, just wait for my news." Su Hao didn't hesitate at all. Just killing one person was equivalent to submitting a petition. This deal was really a good deal. "Well, there is one last condition." The smile on Zhang Yi's face became a little weird, and Su Hao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "What?" "Zhang Yi Dao. Come upstairs. I'm going to get something for you." Su Hao didn't know what Zhang Yi was talking about, but he followed him to the stairs on the 24th floor. "I'm going to get something. Just stay here and don't move around." After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he entered the house alone and left Su Hao there. Chapter 141 Poison. After Su Hao waited outside for a few minutes, the sound of the door opening came. He hurriedly looked outside and saw Zhang Yi walking over carrying a silver suitcase. Su Hao's eyes fell on the suitcase, and he felt that it looked very mysterious, and he didn't know what was hidden inside. Zhang Yi walked up to Su Hao and said to him calmly, "Do you know what I did before?" Su Hao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. In the past, he was a rich second generation, and Zhang Yi was just an ordinary young man who could be seen everywhere in the community. Why does he care who Zhang Yi is? Zhang Yi continued, "In the earliest days, I was a boxer. In 2041, he won the championship in kickboxing for the first time in Southeast Asia. In 2042, he defeated Sakura's heavy gunner Thunder Dragon and swept the karate masters of Sakura country for 3 consecutive years. Later, he joined the French mercenaries and participated in battles in the Middle East all year round. He was nicknamed Half a Fox because I was tired of the fighting in the world. I returned to China. His current occupation is an ordinary killer and warehouse manager." Su Hao's scalp went numb after hearing this. He didn't expect that the man in front of him had so many hidden identities besides being handsome. Su Hao said in his heart, No wonder his marksmanship is so powerful, and he never shows mercy when killing people. Let me just say, this person is either a retired urban soldier or a professional killer." Sure enough, it is so. This is a real boss. If you can hang out with him in the apocalypse, you will definitely survive. Zhang Yi said as he opened the silver suitcase in his hand. "When I was a mercenary, I often caught prisoners who were difficult to deal with. Therefore, we all have special methods to deal with those who are tough-talking or have bad intentions." As he spoke, he stared at Su Hao with his eyes. Su Hao's body tensed up, and he was extremely scared. I saw Zhang Yi open the suitcase and take out a needle, and there was already a tube of blue liquid inside. The deep blue color reminded Su Hao of poison. This scene can be seen more than once in the movie. The fear at his heart made Su Hao retreat repeatedly. Brother Zhang, what are you going to do?" A smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips, and he walked towards him holding the syringe. This is a chronic poison we commonly use. The attack will only occur a week after the injection. If there is no antidote, you will definitely die. If you want me to believe you, then let me give you a shot. Don't worry. As long as we take down Wang Siming's shelter, I will give you the antidote. Su Hao's eyes widened. Why? It's really poison. No. Don't come over. Zhang Yi is too lazy to talk nonsense with him. So it's not up to you. The matter has come to this. Whether you want to fight or not, you have to fight. After saying that, he held Su Hao down and pushed him directly against the wall. Then he pulled off his pants and slowly, but firmly inserted the needle into his butt. Su Hao shed tears of humiliation. Zhang Yi finished quickly, put away the syringe, smiled and said to him, "From now on, you are mine." Su Hao trembled and pulled up his pants. Suddenly, his head was spinning and he fell to the ground. Vomit. Vomit. Su Hao lay on the ground and retched. He was extremely uncomfortable at this time. Dizzy, retching, chest tight, and even having trouble breathing. This made him even more convinced that he was poisoned. Zhang Yi said calmly that there was no need to panic. The poison was chronic. I also want us to not be suspicious of each other. In this way, if you trick me to death, you won't survive. And after I get that shelter, there is no need to kill you. Instead, it will give you plenty of food and a comfortable living environment. Su Hao retched for a while. Although he felt unhappy, he also knew that he had gained Zhang Yi's trust. I see. I will contact Wang Siming immediately after I return. And we will go there as soon as possible. Zhang Yi nodded. You go back first. And I will give you separate instructions on what happens next. Su Hao panted heavily and walked down the stairs with difficulty. Zhang Yi watched him go downstairs, feeling slightly relieved, because he agreed to cooperate with Su Hao to spy on the $1 billion shelter. It was also a big challenge for him. In fact, Zhang Yi's so-called chronic poison does not exist at all. He was using a drug called methylene blue injection, which is used to treat methemoglobinemia. However, if this drug is injected too fast, it can cause symptoms similar to poisoning, such as dizziness, retching, chest tightness, and so on. Only by doing this could he ensure that Su Hao was not deceiving him and prevent him from betraying him temporarily in the future. Let's clean up the problems here in the community first, and then go there to have a look. Zhang Yi also had his own arrangements in mind. He returned home and used the surveillance camera to check the scene in the ward. Uncle Yu actually woke up, and Xie Li Mei was holding the child and whispering something to him beside him. Although Zhang Yi couldn't hear it, he knew it was definitely not a good word. Zhang Yi raised his lips and walked over to open the door. When she heard the door opening, Xie Li Mei immediately shut her mouth and pretended to comfort the child. Zhang Yi didn't look at her and walked up to Uncle Yu with a smile. Uncle Yu, wake up! It really scared me to death. Fortunately, you are okay. Uncle Yu's expression was still a little weak. He squeezed out a smile and said to Zhang Yi, Fortunately, you have a doctor here. Otherwise I would really be dead. I heard that you got rid of all Huang Tianfeng's people? It's really yours. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Who do they think they are? Not worth mentioning to me. As he spoke, he opened his coat, revealing the body armor underneath. I had a body armor on me, and they hid a broken gun, thinking it was some kind of secret weapon. But it's of no use to me. Uncle Yu's eyes widened and his mouth opened, feeling extremely embarrassed. He risked his life to help Zhang Yi block the bullet, but unexpectedly his efforts were in vain. Zhang Yi smiled and said, It's my fault that I didn't tell you in advance. Who would have thought that they would suddenly break out and hurt someone? Fortunately you are okay. Otherwise I would be so sorry. Uncle Yu is quite embarrassed. No, I can't help much either. Please help me. Zhang Yi waved his hand and said there was no need to say such polite words to me. I am very touched that you can have this kind of intention. In a few words, Zhang Yi made Uncle Yu understand that Zhang Yi didn't owe him much. He just accepted his affection. This kind of thing needs to be figured out clearly to avoid trouble in the future. Chapter 142, Surgery. Zhang Yi comforted Uncle Yu. At this time, Uncle Yu means something even more different to Zhang Yi. His body is mutated and his abilities are unknown. However, according to Zhou Qir's description and current observations, it should be to enhance physical fitness. This is so crucial for Zhang Yi. What he needs is someone reliable. Well, it may not sound nice to say, but it's actually just labor plus human shield. You take good care of your injuries. You don't have to worry about other things now. Zhang Yi consoled him. Uncle Yu said in a weak voice. No, I feel like I don't have any strength in my body now, and I can't lift my arms. If this continues, I don't know how long I will have to trouble you. Johnny knew that it was the effect of muscle relaxants. It's okay. Just take care of yourself. I'll take care of everything else. Uncle Yu glanced at Johnny gratefully and nodded. Xiao Mei, who was next to her, heard this and quickly said, Johnny, you are so kind to my husband. We, a family of 3, don't know how to thank you. Our whole family will be counting on you from now on. Uncle Yu blushed and said weakly, Mei, you can't bother others all the time. I can take care of you after I recover from my injuries. Xiao Mei put her hand on his shoulder and said aggrievedly that it would only last 100 days. But you were shot? When will it be better? Even if he is healed, his body and bones are not as good as before. What can you do? Johnny is so capable. What else can you say if he wants to take care of us? Isn't this a waste of people's efforts? Uncle Yu's face turned red. He was not good at speaking, and he didn't know how to refute what Xiao Mei said. Johnny smiled slightly and said to Sister Xie, I will be responsible for the lives of your family of 3 from now on. Xiao Mei's eyes shone brightly, and she said excitedly, Johnny, this is what you promised yourself. Don't regret it. Johnny smiled and nodded. Of course. Johnny, will never go back on my word. Uncle Yu is very embarrassed about Johnny. Johnny stopped Uncle Yu from continuing. Take good care of yourself. After Johnny finished speaking, he stood up to leave. Before he could reach the door, he silently recited 32 in his heart. Before counting 1, Xiao Mei's voice rang. Johnny, don't leave in a hurry. Sister, I have something to tell you. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth raised slightly. Xiao Mei stayed in this room for a whole day. Although he provided food and hot water, people always push beyond their limits, and she would inevitably have more demands. Moreover, when she came over, she and her children's daily necessities were not brought over. She must go back and get something. Johnny turned his head and asked Sister Xie with a smile. What can you do? Xiao Mei said to Johnny, we have been here for a day. This phone can't be charged even if it's out of battery. And it's time to change the child's diapers. Otherwise, would you like to help eldest sister collect the money? Johnny smiled helplessly. Thank you. Sister, I have been busy all day, and I am really tired. You know, I am fighting and killing every day. Not only am I tired physically, but I also need a rest mentally. Besides, I'm not familiar with Uncle Yu's house or yours, and I don't know where the things are. Otherwise, you'd better get it yourself. Xiao Mei hesitated for a moment after hearing this. She turned her head and glanced at Uncle Yu on the bed. Feeling a little reassured, she stared at Zhang Yida as if she was joking. When her sister comes back later, you must not let her in. Zhang Yidao, look what you said. Am I that kind of person? Uncle Yu is still here. If I don't open the door for you, what will happen to me? Xiao Mei smiled slyly and suddenly put the baby in her hand into Zhang Yi's arms. That's it. Help me take care of the child first. I'll be back as soon as I go. Xiao Mei felt that neither Zhang Yi nor Zhou Qi could take care of the child. So as long as the child was kept, Zhang Yi had to let her in. Zhang Yi could see this little thought clearly. He sneered in his heart. What? You think I can't throw this child away? Right? On the surface, he is still smiling and having no problem. But Sister Xie, you have to come back as soon as possible. I'm afraid I can't take care of this child well. Xiao Mei smiled proudly. Don't worry. I don't want to stay outside for too long. Such a great place. I can't bear to leave. She took a look at this comfortable house, with a look of satisfaction in her eyes, as if she was looking at her new home. Zhang Yi opened the door for Xiao Mei, and she went out. Zhang Yi closed the door and looked down at the swaddled baby. This is a white and tender little baby, with skin like it is made of water. After Zhang Yi saw her, his heart was touched. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the child's little face. It's cool, like a piece of tender jelly. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. After all, he still couldn't do anything to a child. Go back and find a woman to adopt you. Zhang Yi took out his cell phone, sent a message to Su Hao, then hugged the child and returned to the ward to chat with Uncle Yu. After Xiao Mei left Zhang Yi's house, she suddenly felt a biting cold. She shivered from the cold, quickly put on her hat, and put her hands in her pockets. So cold. So cold. She looked back at the heavy door of Zhang Yi's house, with a hint of jealousy and covetousness in her eyes. It turns out that this room is so warm. In comparison, the outside is like an icy HL. My baby, and I want to live here forever, and will never leave. Only here can my baby grow up healthily. Xia Limei thought of what her child would look like when she grew up, and a knowing smile appeared on her lips. But the cold outside brought her back to reality. She quickly crossed her arms and ran downstairs. Just when she arrived at the door of Uncle Yu's house and took out her keys to open the door and go in, a figure appeared behind her. Su Hao held up a bloody kitchen knife in his right hand and slashed towards her neck. Blood gushes out like spring water. Xia Limei fell to the ground with a dazed look on her face. In addition to the fear of death, her wide-open eyes also contained reluctance and worry for her child. Su Hao stepped forward, worried that Xia Limei was not completely dead. So he quickly added a few more cuts. It wasn't until he was sure that Xia Limei had no signs of life that he nodded with satisfaction and hurriedly left the scene. Zhang Yi's home. He sat in front of Uncle Yu's hospital bed with the child in his arms, and said with a smile, "I have thought about it, and I will let Sister Xia live here with the child from now on. Wait until you have healed your injuries, and your children are older before moving back." Chapter 143 Make a Break. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, Uncle Yu was so excited that he didn't know what to say. This is too much trouble for you. Your supplies are also limited. With 3 more people, the coal used for heating alone will more than double. I'll move out when I'm healed. I have arms and legs. I can't let you keep them. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Let's not talk about it for now. You can rest in peace. We'll talk about what happens next." At this moment, the baby in Zhang Yi's arms suddenly burst into tears. Zhang Yi has no experience in raising children. He held the baby in the wrong position, so the baby woke up quickly and cried loudly. Zhang Yi quickly coaxed her, but no matter what he said, the baby just kept crying. It's a big headache for Zhang Yi. Even when he faced dozens of people trying to kill others, he never had such a headache. Uncle Yu was helpless because Xia Limei was usually the one taking care of the children at home. In desperation, Zhang Yi had no choice but to go over and ask Zhou Qir for help. "You think of a way to keep this child quiet for a while." Zhang Yi looked helpless. But who knew that Zhou Qir would be at a loss when seeing a crying baby? I don't know how to take care of children either. Zhang Yi had an idea. Why not give him a sedative? I really can't help but take some sleeping pills. Zhou Qir's expression was a little speechless. It's not good for babies to take sleeping pills, which is very harmful to their health. Isn't it? Where is her mother? Zhang Yi's tone was a little cold, and he went back to get his things. Zhou Qir had no choice but to take the child from Zhang Yi first. But both of them were novices in this field, and she couldn't coax them well. Suddenly, Zhang Yi thought of something and asked, could it be that she needed to change her diaper? Zhou Qir also suddenly realized. She opened the swaddle and saw that the child's diaper was almost full. Zhang Yi coughed, then silently stepped back 2 meters, and at the same time took out a bag of diapers from another space and placed it on the ground. Give it to you. Zhou Qir was speechless, but looking at the crying baby in her arms, she had no choice but to try to change her. It took a long time for Zhou Qir to help her change her diaper, and sure enough, her crying gradually subsided. Zhang Yi took Zhou Qir to Uncle Yu's ward, chatted with him, and asked Zhou Qir to check Uncle Yu's health. Zhang Yi asked Uncle Yu, have you felt any changes in your body? It's just something different from usual. Uncle Yu shook his head weakly. I have no strength now. I just feel itchy at the wound site. Zhou Qir said that it means your wound is recovering, which is normal. Zhang Yi at least got some information. Uncle Yu's superpower is not particularly resistant to drugs and will be affected. Several people chatted for a while, and more than half an hour passed, but no trace of Xia Limei came back. Uncle Yu couldn't help but feel worried. Why hasn't she come back yet? Zhang Yi heard this. His pupil shrank sharply, and he said in a deep voice, he must be in danger. He quickly stood up and said worriedly that it was very chaotic outside now, and people were killing each other like crazy between the buildings. Yesterday Jiang Lei and Li Chumin attacked me. It's hard to guarantee that there are no traitors among the remaining people. No. Sister Xie is in danger. Zhang Yi looked nervous. Uncle Yu was also worried and said to Zhang Yi, go and take a look. Don't let anything happen to her. Zhang Yi nodded. Sure. Take good care of Uncle Yu and the child. I'll go out and take a look. After saying that, he quickly turned around and left the ward. Then, Zhang Yi returned to his room and started to arm himself. Body armor, bulletproof pants, armed with pistol and dagger. An M4 was hung on his shoulder, and the bulletproof helmet on his head clicked off the transparent mask. Ready. Zhang Yi took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the owners in the group. Please gather in room 1301 on the 13th floor. Next, I will distribute supplies and decide on the division of unit buildings in Uelu community in the future. You can choose from each unit building at will. First come first served. After saying this, Zhang Yi sent a special message to Su Hao to stay at home. Then he put away his cell phone and walked out of the house. Zhang Yi's footsteps were very slow, but far away, he heard a rumbling sound coming from the corridor. Those were very rapid footsteps. The neighbors were very excited when they found out that Zhang Yi wanted to divide the food and divide the territory. They rushed towards the 13th floor, fearing that they would be late and that the good territory would be taken up by others. Zhang Yi held an assault rifle and walked down the stairs step by step. Taking his time, he walked up the 11th floor stairs for 5 minutes. Arriving on the 13th floor, Zhang Yi heard chirping sounds coming from room 1301. The neighbors were more excited than the other, and they were all thinking about the beautiful and peaceful days in the future. Now that we have conquered the other buildings, we will have the final say in the community from now on. Zhang Yi is quite interesting, letting us take care of a building alone. It's pretty cool to think about it. Letting people from other units work as servants for us. The most important issue is the source of materials. Zhang Yi has to continue to provide us with food or share the use of snowmobiles with us. I think he will accept this suggestion. After all, the community is now stable, and he doesn't want to break the status quo. We can support Zhang Yi as the boss of the community, and then he provides food and protects our safety. That's fair. As far as the client is concerned, we can also provide labor and help him defend his community when foreign enemies invade. They didn't know Zhang Yi was outside the room. A group of people are already thinking about a better life in the future. They believe that all those who threaten them are dead, and there will only be harmonious and beautiful days in the future. Zhang Yi heard it clearly from outside, but a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He opened his right hand and took out 2 grenades from another space. At the same time, he took out the explosion-proof shield and blocked it in front of himself. After making these preparations, Zhang Yi pulled off the ring on the grenade and rolled the grenade in from the door. Zhang Yi quickly raised the explosion-proof shield and retreated back. In the room, a neighbor noticed 2 melon-like things rolling under his feet. Hey, what is this? He looked down curiously. When he saw the thing clearly, a burst of fire instantly engulfed him. Boom! More than a dozen people in the room were instantly blown away, and the entire house was shaken significantly. Chapter 144. No one can be left behind. Zhang Yi leaned in the corner of the aisle, blocking himself in front of him with an explosion-proof shield. The explosion was louder than expected, causing his eardrums to hurt. But the power of the explosion did not reach here. But some dust fell on the wall. Zhang Yi took a long breath. He held the blast shield vigorously, and carried the loaded assault rifle in one hand, and walked step by step to the door of 1301. After seeing the scene inside clearly, Zhang Yi's body relaxed. The effect of these 2 grenades is very good. There were more than a dozen people lying scattered in the room, and the furniture in the room was also knocked down, hitting some people, and only half of them could be seen. In the corner of the room, a man's face was covered with blood. He struggled for a long time without standing up. He just stared at Zhang Yi with extremely hateful eyes. We've helped you so much. 4. Why do you want to kill us? He opened his mouth, and blood flowed out. But he was still roaring angrily. He felt betrayed. People like him had obviously helped Zhang Yi for so long. How could Zhang Yi take the trouble and kill the donkey? Can you help me? I do not think so. As Zhang Yi spoke, he raised his gun, pointed it at his head, and shot him to end his life. It's ridiculous that the neighbors still think that they helped Zhang Yi. If it weren't for Zhang Yi's protection, they would have died long ago. Allowing them to live until now is Zhang Yi's greatest gift to them. Zhang Yi raised his gun, pointed it at every person or corpse on the ground, and shot them all in the head. Sure enough, some of the people who were pretending to be dead couldn't stand it anymore, and they yelled and got up to fight Zhang Yi. But what greeted him was still a cold and merciless bullet. Boom! 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 Bullets were fired from the barrel of the carbine one after another. The sound was slow but powerful. Every bullet will accurately take away a life. Zhang Yi never wastes bullets, which are extremely precious in the end of the world. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yi added a bullet for everyone. During this period, some people cursed, some cried and begged, and some screamed in despair. But Zhang Yi was fair and treated everyone equally, and would not shoot an extra bullet. 1234. 1516. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, and counted again carefully. The quantity seems wrong. He had carefully counted them before. Excluding his and Uncle Yu's family, there were still 18 living people in the unit. If Su Hao is removed, there are obviously still 17 talents left. But now, after counting, there are only 16 people. Sure enough, there are still smart people out there. He sensed that I was going to kill him, so he didn't come over. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, then touched his chin and thought for a while. Like, that's who it is. Zhang Yi recalled that person, who seemed to be a salesman from an agency. Really? Why bother struggling? As if you can survive? Zhang Yi sighed, then picked up the gun in his hand. He started searching from floor to floor. Zhang Yi knew where that person lived, so the scope of the search was greatly reduced. An hour later, Zhang Yi found him in a kitchen cabinet. Do you think you are smart? Zhang Yi asked slightly sarcastically. Under his desperate eyes, Zhang Yi gave him a mind-expanding experience. So far, out of the 25, there are only 5 people left alive. And the murderers who broke into Zhang Yi's room and devoured him had all been killed by him. Although Su Hao was an outsider, his death in the previous life was worse than Zhang Yi's, who allowed this rich second generation to spend money to buy supplies in the group in such a high-profile manner. According to the root of the previous life, their home was the first to be attacked. Zhang Yi's journey of revenge is finally over. There were no obstacles in his heart, and he felt that the whole world was much clearer and more transparent. Even breathing became extremely smooth. Feel comfortable. Zhang Yi exhaled a long and beautiful breath. And from now on, there will be no one who can threaten him in Yuelu community. In the days to come, he would enjoy a good life with peace of mind. Of course, the prerequisite is that he and Su Hao work together to take down Wang Siming's Doomsday shelter that is said to be resistant to H-bombs. Then stay away from this place, and completely let everyone lose his whereabouts. Zhang Yi put the assault rifle behind his back and returned home. Before he came to Uncle Yu's ward, he had already put on a sad expression. Uncle Yu, I have some bad news for you. Thank you, eldest sister. Why? Zhang Yi clenched his fists and sighed deeply. Uncle Yu already understood what happened and asked Xia Limei in disbelief. What's wrong? Zhang Yi said that those neighbors were actually dissatisfied with us for a long time. They secretly colluded with people from other units to kill you and me. Then they took away our supplies and my house. Although I killed Jiang Lei and Li Chongbin, there are still traitors among the remaining people. They were worried that I would retaliate later, so they took action in advance and killed Sister Xia. Why? Zhang Yi looked sad and speechless. Uncle Yu closed his eyes in pain, and then slammed the bed hard. Boom! A loud noise. The corners of the bed made of steel were so smashed that it collapsed. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed. It seemed that he was right. Uncle Yu's superpower was power-based. That's nice. Just enough to complement him. And if there is any strenuous work in the future, there will be no need to worry about no one being able to do it. Uncle Yu, don't worry. I didn't let those students have an easy time. I killed them all, which was regarded as revenge for Sister Xia. Uncle Yu slowly opened his eyes moist. He is a person who attaches great importance to emotions, although he was only with Xia Limei because of her body. As the old saying goes, if he falls in love over time, he will inevitably be sad. Those people really deserve to die. I have long known that their character is unreliable. I just didn't expect that you and I have worked so hard for this building. But instead of receiving their gratitude, we will be resented by them. These people really deserve to die. Uncle Yu said bitterly. He did not have any doubts about Zhang Yi's words. First, in this month, he witnessed all kinds of ungrateful behaviors of his neighbors, and also saw Li Chongbin and Jiang Lei sneak attack on Zhang Yi. Therefore, Zhang Yi said that the neighbors had long colluded with outsiders and wanted to kill them, which is true. Second, and most importantly, Zhang Yi stayed with him in the ward for a long time after Xia Limei left, so the possibility of Zhang Yi being the one responsible was ruled out. Zhang Yi came over and said to Uncle Yu sincerely, Uncle Yu, I am also responsible for this matter. I didn't expect them to be so crazy. Don't worry. I will definitely help you find a wife with childlike face, big breasts and good skills in the future. Uncle Yu was silent for a moment. He slowly said, I like mature and plump ones. Chapter 145 Entrusting Orphans. Uncle Yu figured it out. People who have experienced the apocalypse have relatively clear minds. After all, they are used to separation between life and death. What's more, he and Xia Limei were a halfway couple, with little emotional foundation. It's not like he was so miserable over her death. Zhang Yi saw a happy smile on his face when he saw Uncle Yu's reaction. This is easy to handle. I will definitely choose the one that satisfies you the most. While the two were talking, Joe Kier came over holding a crying baby. She looked helpless and helpless. Jean-Yi. Uncle Yu. She cried again. What should I do? Jean-Yi and Uncle Yu looked at each other. Confused. Taking care of children? None of them. An old bachelor or an old driver has this experience. Perhaps. You must be hungry. Jean-Yi looked at Joe Kier, and his eyes slowly fell on the baby's feeding structure. It's round, plump and filling. If you have children in the future, you won't be hungry. Joe Kier's face suddenly turned red, and she said excitedly, What are you thinking about? I haven't given birth to a baby yet. So how can I have any milk for her to drink? Jean-Yi said that it is indeed difficult for us to take care of this child. You need to find an experienced person to take care of you. He glanced at Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, should we give this child away? When Xiaolime was still there, Uncle Yu could take care of the child for Xiaolime's sake. But Xiaolime is gone. Uncle Yu will help her take care of the child? Isn't that just pure resentment? Uncle Yu doesn't have cerebral palsy, so he wouldn't do such stupid things. Just looking at the swaddled baby, he couldn't bear it. His expression was a little tangled. But would this child survive if he was sent out? Jean-Yi nodded and said with certainty, Don't worry. After this battle in the community, it will be difficult for large-scale conflicts to occur again in the future. I found a reliable family to send her there, and then provide her with some daily necessities for the baby. No problem for sure. Jean-Yi's words made Uncle Yu feel a lot more comfortable. He nodded. Hey. That was all he could do. Seeing Uncle Yu nodding in agreement, Jean-Yi walked over and took the child from Joe Kier's arms. She seemed to understand the fate she was going to face next. And she cried louder, I'll find a good home for you right now. Jean-Yi looked at her pink little face and said in a cold voice, Sorry. Although you are innocent, I really can't bring you a burden. There are too many innocent people dying tragically in the world. If you want to blame them, you can only blame the world. Jean-Yi knew that after sending this child away, the probability that she would survive was no more than 1%. Not only does he know it, but Uncle Yu also understands it. But in life, sometimes you have to learn to be confused. As long as people can pretend to be confused, they will face less trouble. Escape is shameful, but useful. Just like Jean-Yi. He couldn't do anything to the child, but he didn't want to take care of her, so he could only throw her to others. As for whether this child can survive, it depends on God's opinion. Jean-Yi found a backpack from the room and stuffed 2 packs of diapers, 2 bags of milk powder, and a 10-pound bag of rice into it. Then he left the house with a backpack on his back, a crying child in one hand, and a gun in the other. 25 It's extremely quiet now. All the neighbors are dead, and the world seems to have become peaceful. Jean-Yi walked downstairs step by step, and then headed towards the 18th floor step by step. The entire community was extremely silent. He killed most of the people in one battle, especially all the martial arts factions. The remaining residents are not very harmful, at least to Jean-Yi. Some people looked at Jean-Yi quietly through the windows, their eyes filled with fear. Jean-Yi. Is he coming to kill us? People were terrified. Jean-Yi's goal is to be impartial, and it is the 18th floor that takes a harmonious home as its survival slogan. This scared the 18 residents to death. There were more than 60 people alive in their building, and those who died were all frozen to death or died of complications. As an idealist, Li Jian has been commendable in maintaining his ideals until now. This is also the reason why Jean-Yi did not attack 18. Jean-Yi came to the door of 18, raised the gun in his hand, and fired 2 shots into the air. Li Jian, come out! After a while, Li Jian's short and thin body appeared in front of Jean-Yi. The dark circles under his eyes were very heavy, and his face was sallow, as if he might die suddenly at any moment. This shows how much torture this day and night had on him. They were all afraid that Jean-Yi would come and burn them to death in the building like other buildings. Jean-Yi. Here I come. Li Jian mustered up the courage to stand opposite Jean-Yi. Jean-Yi glanced at him. This middle-aged man's body didn't even tremble. No wonder. After experiencing so many things, Li Jian may have become numb to death. Aren't you afraid of me? Jean-Yi asked with a smile. Li Jian swallowed. Afraid? But I'm afraid it's useless. And I don't think you came here to kill us today. He pointed at the swaddling clothes in Jean-Yi's arms. The baby's cry could still be heard from the tightly wrapped swaddling clothes. You came alone, with a child in your arms. With your personality, you would not use this gesture to kill someone. Jean-Yi nodded. Yes, I have already told you that you are a smart man. I'm here to give you a child. You have the most people alive in this building. Are there any mothers who are still breastfeeding? An excited look flashed in Li Jian's eyes, because he saw the opportunity to live in Zhang Yi's words. Yes. 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 Do you want to find a wet nurse for your child? Li Jian nodded and quickly answered in the affirmative. Zhang Yi nodded. Oh, that's just right. This child will be raised by you from now on. As a condition, I cannot kill you, Zhang Yi said, and handed over the child in his hand. Li Jian hurriedly held the child in his hands. He looked down at the baby, and his gratitude to her was beyond words, because she saved the lives of the entire building. Zhang Yi also threw the backpack on his back to the ground. Inside are diapers and milk powder for her, as well as a bag of rice. Of course, I know you may not give her this milk powder. It's up to you to take care of her how you want. I don't care. Just let her live. I don't blame you if you really can't feed it. But don't kill it on purpose. The baby's meat is fat and tender. So watch the mouths of you people in the building. After all, he is the child I sent here. So he always has to give me this face. Right? Li Jian saw the heavy backpack on the ground and listened to Zhang Yi's naked threats, and nodded quickly. Don't worry. We will take good care of this child. Nothing will happen to her. Chapter 146 Hope. Li Jian turned around and shouted several times a woman's name, Lu Mei. Lu Mei! Come down quickly. Soon. A woman with long hair ran over. Li Jian solemnly handed the child to her. From now on, this child will be handed over to you to raise. You should raise her as your deceased daughter, and don't let her make any mistakes. She is our life. Do you understand? A woman named Lu Mei had just lost her daughter a while ago. Looking at the baby girl in front of her, she excitedly held her in her arms, and refused to let go. A casual smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. It seems that I can rest assured. Right? Li Jian nodded repeatedly. You can rest assured. Zhang Yi said nothing more. If he could do this, he was worthy of the baby girl. Zhang Yi didn't have the energy to care whether she lived or died. He glanced at the scrawny Li Jian, then looked up at the 18th floor in front of him. Suddenly, he asked how many people are still alive in your building. Li Jian cautiously replied that there were still 66 people. 66? Zhang Yi suddenly smiled happily. This number is really auspicious. It looks like I will have good luck recently. Li Jian had no choice but to smile apologetically. Zhang Yi asked again. How are you going to survive? I won't provide you with any food. Li Jian opened his mouth and hesitated for a long time before saying that there would be a way. We have all lived until now, and have encountered many difficult things. As long as people are alive, there will be hope. There is no perfect way for everyone. I have always believed. Zhang Yi chuckled, walked to Li Jian's side, and said seductively that the food problem was easy to solve. Did you see those buildings that I burned down? The rations inside are enough for you to eat for a long time. Li Jian's expression changed. He shook his head firmly. No, we will not go to that point. Once we make a false start, the end that awaits us is destruction. Rather than that, it is better to retain human dignity and die. That way at least our hearts will be clear and magnanimous. Zhang Yi looked at Li Jian in surprise. He admitted that he was a little shocked by the man in front of him. We have reached such a difficult moment. Can anyone still maintain their original intention? There should be some. It's just that Zhang Yi didn't expect that such a person would appear next to him. If you have not experienced such a tragic disaster, it is difficult to truly see a person clearly. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and said to Li Jian, to be honest, I actually admire you. Li Jian smiled hard. Thank you. But I admire you even more, because you have the ability to keep yourself and the people around you alive. You can still live well even when the end comes. In this regard, I am far behind you. Having said this, Li Jian plucked up the courage and tried again. Zhang Yi, I have a request. Stop it. Zhang Yi stretched out his hand to stop him from continuing. I know what you are going to say, but you don't have to say it anymore. I won't help you. I don't have that spare time. Li Jian asked puzzledly why. You could provide 300 portions of food before, but now the number of living people in the entire community is about the same. With your ability, you can manage the entire community well and lead everyone to survive. Zhang Yi sneered. All living beings suffer, and I am not a Buddha, so I cannot save so many people. Even if I save them, they may not be grateful to me. I know very well the principle of promoting rice and grudges. Living in troubled times, it is extremely difficult to take care of yourself. I don't have such lofty ambitions and great ambitions. I just want to live well by myself. The last hope was shattered, and Li Jian's face turned a little gloomy, although he was very good in what he said, and there was no way out. Judging from the current situation, It was indeed difficult for them to last long. Zhang Yi looked at him, and suddenly said that as a human being, you have to rely on yourself for everything. As for you, I was more or less moved. Let me believe that there is still some glory in humanity in the last days. So don't say I won't give you a chance. Zhang Yi pretended to put his hand into his large pocket. And then after a while of fiddling, he actually took out a bag of corn seeds. He threw the corn seeds on the ground and continued digging into his pockets. Soon, wheat, rice, soybeans and potatoes. The seeds and rhizomes of more than a dozen kinds of crops appeared in front of Li Jian. This is the opportunity wine give you. You can try growing food to feed yourself. Of course, you can also eat them. It's up to you to do whatever you want. I can only help you so far. Zhang Yi didn't know how to farm, so he gave Li Jian a lot of seeds and roots. To him, it was like throwing 2 fry into a fish pond and waiting for a harvest of fish a few years later. What is waiting is a miracle. If Li Jian and the others can really survive, it means that God will really favor these people who keep their true intentions. If they die, so be it. After doing this, Zhang Yi turned around gracefully, waved his hand, and left 18 without hesitation. Li Jian was stunned on the spot, looking at the grain seeds and roots on the ground. He was a little at a loss. Can these things be grown at -60 or 70 degrees? At this moment, a gray-haired old man suddenly ran out of the corridor. He hurriedly picked up the seeds and roots from the ground and stuffed them into his arms regardless of the cold. Hurry up and collect these seeds. Once they are planted, we won't have to worry about food. Li Jian's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the old man. This retired professor, who specialized in crops at the College of Agriculture, is 75 years old this year. It was only at 18 that he, with his old arms and legs, was able to survive until now. Mr. Gu, can you grow this food? Can you grow it in such a cold weather? Mr. Gu trembled and said that if there is a chance, there must be a chance. We always have to give it a try. No matter how slim the hope is. If we succeed, we will survive. Li Jian suddenly understood, and quickly accompanied him, stuffing these precious seeds and roots into his clothes to keep them warm. After doing this, Zhang Yi returned home. At this time, he felt extremely relaxed. It's finally over. The grievances and resentments in the community. As long as he completes the next thing, he can hold the beautiful Zhou Ke in his arms and give birth to 8 out of 10 children. Zhou Ke had just finished changing Uncle Yu's medicine and walked out of the room while unhooking the mask. Seeing Zhang Yi lying lazily on the sofa, she asked if the work was finished. Zhang Yi nodded. A little hungry. Go cook. Okay. What do you want to eat for lunch today? Zhou Ke walked to the kitchen and prepared to cook while changing into an apron. Zhang Yi walked into the kitchen with a smile, reached out and hugged her from behind. Why did you? Ah! What are you doing? Uncle Yu is still next door. It's okay. The sound insulation effect at home is very good. He can't hear it. I still have to cook. Can't you wait? You are busy with yours, and I am busy with mine. No delay. Chapter 147 Su Hao's Face. That night, Zhang Yi worked till very late. The problems in the community were finally solved, and he felt extremely relaxed. He hadn't let go before, but this time, he wasn't polite at all. Zhou Ke also released all the desires that she had accumulated for a long time on this night. However, there are also differences between them. Zhang Yi's energy and physical strength were relatively strong, and he was still energetic when he woke up the next morning. But Zhou Ke was so exhausted that it was difficult to even get out of bed to cook. Zhang Yi was in a good mood and took out some food from another space to eat. Next, let's see how the contact with Su Hao goes. When the news about him comes, Zhang Yi feels that there is indeed a chance to take action, so he will go with him to take a look. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry, but Su Hao was very anxious. After being given an injection by Zhang Yi yesterday, he didn't sleep well all night and felt that he was going to die soon. He sent a message to Zhang Yi in the morning. Brother Zhang, I have already communicated with you over there. When shall we go there? Zhang Yi smiled slightly and quickly typed a reply. Come to my house and have a chat. Soon, Su Hao arrived in front of Zhang Yi's house. Zhang Yi opened the door and let him enter the room. After Su Hao entered the room, his expression was as shocked and surprised as Zhou Ke, Xia Limei and others. It looked like a beggar had entered a paradise full of gold, silver and jewels, with a silly smile on his lips, as if he was demented. It's so warm here. Is this heaven? Su Hao said foolishly. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at him. This is my home. When Su Hao came back to his senses, he suddenly felt unbearably hot all over. After all, He was wrapped in 6 or 7 layers of clothes. And the temperature in Zhang Yi's house was 26, making him feel like a furnace deep inside. He quickly took off several layers of down jackets and cotton-padded clothes on his body, and then came to Zhang Yi in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Brother Zhang, I have made an agreement with Wang Siming. I will pretend to cooperate with him and then take you there. As soon as he opens the door, we will find an opportunity to kill him. Su Hao looked impatient. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, pointed at the sofa opposite and said, "Sit down. Don't be in a hurry. Let's talk slowly." Su Hao glanced at Zhang Yi's sofa. This sofa was high-end and as white as clouds. However, there seemed to be some strange stains on the sofa, as if they were stained by some kind of liquid. Su Hao didn't dare to sit on the sofa. He hadn't taken a shower for a month for fear of getting dirty by Zhang Yi. So he sat on the carpet. Even so, he felt extremely satisfied. 1 month. A full month. He finally felt what temperature was. Zhang Yi was sitting. So he was looking down at Su Hao. This once arrogant rich second generation is now as humble as a lost doggo. How can you say he is like him? He is obviously a lost dog. Su Hao looked up at Zhang Yi flatteringly. Brother Zhang, let me tell you how I talk with him. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and stretched out his hand towards Su Hao. No need to bother. I can just look at it myself. Su Hao's face froze. What? Look by yourself? Give me your phone. Let me see your chat history. Zhang Yi's smile was very bright. But in Su Hao's eyes, it was particularly terrifying. There are some things in the chat records between him and Wang Siming that Zhang Yi cannot see. Just like when he belittled Wang Siming in front of Zhang Yi. He couldn't let Wang Siming know that it was true. Quick! Give me your phone. You're not hiding anything from me. Are you? Zhang Yi's narrowed eyes revealed a slit, and murderous intent passed through him. No. There isn't. But? Cold sweat broke out on Su Hao's forehead. His eyes wandered, and he subconsciously covered his pocket with his right hand. Zhang Yi didn't bother to talk nonsense to him. So he took out a black pistol from his pocket and pointed it at his head. It's hard for me to talk to you nicely. Right? Su Hao quickly begged Brother Zhang for mercy. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I told Wang Siming some bad things about you. But that's just to confuse him. That's not what I really want to say. Zhang Yi became a little impatient and shouted coldly. Give it to me quickly. Su Hao didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. He took out his phone tremblingly, unlocked it, and handed it to Zhang Yi. Out of battery. Su Hao whispered, trying to make the last resistance. Zhang Yi took it over and saw that the battery slot was bottomed out. After all, ordinary residents only have power for about an hour a day. And he and Wang Siming must have been chatting for a long time. So it's not surprising that the battery is so low. Zhang Yi took out a power bank from under the coffee table and recharged it for him. Su Hao's face was pale and his body almost shrunk to the floor, a bit like a deflated balloon. Zhang Yi opened the chat history between him and Wang Siming and browsed all the way to the front. Oh, you two were in contact half a month ago. Zhang Yi smiled. Su Hao didn't dare to say a word. Zhang Yi quickly looked down. The corner of his mouth slowly turned into a contemptuous sneer. No wonder Su Hao didn't dare to let him see the chat history. The chat records of this half-month are very rich in content. At first, Su Hao planned to ask Wang Siming to help get rid of Zhang Yi, and then seize Zhang Yi's safe house and supplies. At that time, his evaluation of Zhang Yi was that damn bitch was so arrogant just because he had a gun in his hand. Why does he live in such a nice house? Hee. Zhang Yi sneered. But Su Hao was frightened. Further back, it was probably the time when Zhang Yi subdued everyone in the building and beat up the Trina gang and the Mad Wolf gang. Su Hao's evaluation of Zhang Yi became that this kid was ruthless enough to kill dozens of people in one go. Not easy to deal with. After Zhang Yi killed almost all the building captains in one night and destroyed 12 buildings with fire attacks. Su Hao's evaluation became that Zhang Yi was a powerful character and indeed very capable. Brother Ming, I can't handle him. But there will be no problem if we work together. In the chat records, he used a lot of insulting words towards Zhang Yi. Especially the early conversations were full of contempt. And just as Zhang Yi thought, Su Hao planned to lure him there at the beginning and let Wang Siming use the trap to kill him. Zhang Yi looked at Su Hao with a sneer, shook his phone. How could he explain? Su Hao swallowed hard and hurriedly explained, Brother Zhang, please listen to my explanation. I said that just to confuse him and make him think that I was on the same side as him. Only in this way can we deceive him. He raised his right hand and swore to the lamp that if I, Su Hao, had any bad intentions towards brother Zhang, I would die badly. Zhang Yi sneered disdainfully, and said that there is no point in taking this oath now. You'd better be realistic. Chapter 148 Fake Surrender Plan. After reading Su Hao's chat history, Zhang Yi actually didn't feel much in his heart, because he had already guessed most of those contents. He would not think that he really has such great charisma that a speculative villain like Su Hao would follow him wholeheartedly. Su Hao speculates between him and Wang Ximing, and it is normal behavior to choose the one who is most beneficial to him. Su Hao anxiously knelt in front of Zhang Yi to explain his behavior. Brother Zhang, you have given me an injection. Can I still harm you? If something happened to you, I wouldn't survive. Yes, I have said some bad things about you before, but at least I haven't done anything to harm you. Now I am completely on your side. Zhang Yi did not speak, but touched his chin and began to think. Through the chat records between Su Hao and Wang Ximing, he also obtained other important information. First, the weapons information Su Hao leaked to Wang Ximing only included his possession of a pistol. Su Hao did not tell Wang Ximing about the strength Zhang Yi showed later. Probably from that time on, Su Hao had already had the idea of betraying Wang Ximing and turning to Zhang Yi. Therefore, Wang Ximing did not know that Zhang Yi had a large amount of military equipment such as powerful assault rifles, sniper rifles and grenades. Second, Wang Ximing focused on the large amount of supplies and snowmobiles in Zhang Yi's hands. In Su Hao's statement to Wang Ximing, he described Zhang Yi's safe house as a warehouse with a mountain of supplies that could last for a year or two. It can be seen from the conversation that Wang Ximing is very moved. It can be seen that Wang Ximing's shelter does not have many supplies. After all, the shelter was built 10 years ago, even though there was a large amount of food stored in it. Wang Ximing probably cleared it out after losing interest. After some brainstorming, Zhang Yi came up with some basic ideas. He threw his phone on the table and said calmly, "Tell me more about the specific situation of that shelter, especially things like weapons and defenses." Not a word is missing. Su Hao breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw this. Zhang Yi's attitude just now almost scared him to the point of collapse. He didn't dare to hide anything and told everything he knew about the shelter. After the shelter was built, Wang Ximing invited a large number of people from his circle to visit it. He is a particularly high-profile person, and he wants people all over the world to worship him. Therefore, he treated that shelter as a beloved high-end toy and introduced it to everyone in great detail. I remember that the internal structure was divided into 5 floors and 2 floors above ground. It looked similar to an ordinary villa. On the 3 underground floors, there are stadiums, waterbed rooms, entertainment rooms and other places specially used for having fun with girls, as well as warehouses and control rooms. That's probably it. Zhang Yi said lightly, and talked about the defense facilities in detail. Su Hao recalled for a while, and slowly said that the shelter was built to withstand H attacks. It was said that materials from spacecraft were used. Unless the H-bomb is locked and fired directly, there is almost no way to break through it head-on. However, I guess that if it is a large-scale force with large-scale armed forces, it is still possible to break the SHL through a long and difficult battle. As for defensive equipment, as you know, domestic control over firearms and ammunition is extremely strict. Although Wang Ximing has the ability to get it, with his identity and status, there is no need to risk it for a toy. So there are no heavy weapons in the shelter. I remember that he had collected 2 golden sand eagles before, which were considered to have the strongest firepower. But there were tear gas and sleep gas spray devices inside the house. There is also a high-temperature flamethrower installed at the entrance of the passage. Su Hao mentioned this and carefully looked at Zhang Yi, who was the most dangerous one. When Wang Ximing demonstrated it to us before, he threw in a chicken. It will be cooked in just a second. It is said that the moment it is started, the passage will turn into a giant oven, and the temperature can reach 1,800 degrees Celsius in an instant. Let alone humans. Even steel can melt. When Su Hao spoke, Zhang Yi listened very carefully and didn't miss a word. After listening to it, he started drawing in his mind and made a rough sketch of the shape of the shelter. While Zhang Yi was thinking, Su Hao didn't dare to say a word, so he knelt on the ground and waited for Zhang Yi to speak. Zhang Yi thought for a while, then took out a pen and paper from under the coffee table and started writing and drawing. First of all, the first thing he must consider is his own life safety. No matter how good and tempting Wang Ximing's shelter is, if the risk exceeds 3%, Zhang Yi will temporarily give up the plan. After all, now he lives in a safe house. There will be no risks in the short term, and his quality of life is decent. But if the risk is less than 3%, Zhang Yi has the idea to give it a try. Because he had a large amount of supplies and snowmobiles in his hands. He must have attracted the attention of people around the community. People in the community must have spread the news. So if you continue to stay here, trouble will come sooner or later. And who can say no to a world-class shelter worth $1 billion? Wang Siming's target was my snowmobile and the supplies in my hand. If he can't get it, it won't help if he kills me. After all, I have no grudge against him. Zhang Yi tapped on the notebook and began to mutter to himself. So when the time comes, I put the snowmobile away. The worst that could happen is that I get caught. But he won't kill me. Because to him, my life or death is not important. After finishing talking to himself, Zhang Yi looked at Su Hao in front of him. Su Hao couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Yi laughed. The biggest threat to the shelter actually came from the trap in the entranceway. Sleeping gas and tear gas are easy to deal with. I have a police gas mask. As for high-temperature flames, he would not use them since he wanted to keep me for interrogation. Zhang Yi repeated it several times in his mind and felt that there were no loopholes in his way of thinking. He nodded and said to Su Hao, "So your plan is to pretend that you are cooperating with Wang Siming and deceive me. When the time comes, Wang Siming will not kill me, but will attack me with sleeping gas and tear gas. Catch me again. When he opens the door, the two of us will work together to kill him. Is this what you mean?" Su Hao nodded quickly. "Yes, that's what I mean. After we get there, you pretend to be caught. Then I took the opportunity to give him a knife and kill him." Su Hao's eyes flashed with joy. Zhang Yi suddenly thought that Su Hao didn't know that he had such a thing as a gas mask. Therefore, Su Hao's hypothesis was to use Zhang Yi as bait. Then enter the shelter and kill Wang Siming himself. This move is often used by Lianshan heroes in Water Margin and is called false surrender. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth raised slightly. Su Hao didn't know that Zhang Yi had a gas mask. It's important to be on guard against others. So it's better not to let him know about this. Chapter 149 Superpower Experiment. Su Hao looked at Zhang Yi and said with genuine eyes, "Brother Zhang, my life is in your hands now. Are you still afraid that I will betray you? If anything happens to you, I will die too." Zhang Yi feels that this plan is indeed feasible. Su Hao understood that Zhang Yi would use him as a shield. And Su Hao thought he was poisoned. So it was impossible to trick Zhang Yi. Once he successfully entered the shelter, Wang Siming's two golden sand eagles could not defeat Zhang Yi. The success rate is extremely high, at least over 95%. Zhang Yi made an evaluation in his heart. However, there will be a little uneasiness after all. His conduct as a human being is nothing short of meticulous. He is very good at defense. But offense is not his strong suit. It was the first time I took the initiative to attack a super shelter. It would be a lie to say that I didn't feel nervous. Fire. Gas. It would be great if there was a way to completely solve this problem. Zhang Yi sighed in his heart. The initiative is not in his own hands. So he can't feel at ease. Suddenly, a light flashed in Zhang Yi's mind. No. Wait a minute. Flame. Gas. Why do you feel like I've forgotten something? Zhang Yi wanted to seize that glimmer of inspiration. He instinctively sensed that it was important, and that he had something else he could use. I got it! After Zhang Yi thought hard for a while, he finally realized what it was. His supernatural space. For a long time, Zhang Yi only regarded the supernatural space as an ability to store objects, and never considered applying it to the combat level. However, objects can be collected in different spaces, and time inside them is close to absolute stillness. If this function can be utilized, can it become a very powerful combat capability? Zhang Yi is a little excited. If he can really tap into the potential of his abilities, the rewards will undoubtedly be unimaginable. Zhang Yi immediately stood up impatiently. Su Hao, who was kneeling on the ground, was still eagerly waiting for Zhang Yi's reply. Zhang Yi waved his hand towards him and said, "Go back and wait for my news, and I will give you an answer in the next few days." Su Hao was frightened. "But brother Zhang, even if I can wait, the poison in my body can't wait." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at him. "What are you afraid of? I said it would take 7 days for the poison to develop. That is, 7 days. I will definitely give you a reply in 3 days at most. Or 1 or 2 days at short time. Just wait with peace of mind." Su Hao's hair was numb. Who knows how uncomfortable he felt after getting that injection. He still felt like his body was getting weaker now. Su Hao wanted to say something else, but Zhang Yi's sharp eyes made him flinch. I'll go back and wait for your reply. You must contact me." Su Haola left Zhang Yi with such a bitter look. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, hurried back to the room while his inspiration was still there, and continued to think about how to develop his abilities. In fact, Zhang Yi has always only used it to store objects in different spaces. Zhang Yi didn't have a thorough understanding of its capabilities. He only had some general knowledge, which was enough for use. For example, a different space can store independently existing objects, and once there is a strong force from the outside, it is difficult to collect it. For example, a house in a building, or carve out a patch of snow from the earth. These practices are very difficult. As for how it affects living organisms, Zhang Yi only conducted experiments on one fish. He doesn't know how it works on people. When I have time in the future, I must spend energy to develop my abilities. Maybe besides different spaces and precision shooting, there are other areas waiting for me to develop. However, now I have to consider how to use my ability to block Wang Siming's attack from that shelter. Zhang Yi touched his chin, with a serious look on his face. Gas. High temperature jet flame. When they erupt from the trap, they come towards me actively, so there will be no resistance when collecting them. Theoretically, it is completely possible. Zhang Yi's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his thinking slowly opened the door to a new field. The interior of my alien space is in a state of absolute stillness, or close to absolute stillness. Then, while keeping the kinetic energy constant, as long as I change the direction, the vector will change. I can even return the object that hit me the way it came. Zhang Yi paced back and forth in the room excitedly, his eyes shining with excitement. After thinking for a while, he left the room and came to an empty house downstairs. Then he started to make a fire and test it. After the flames burned, Zhang Yi stretched out his right hand toward the flames, spread his fingers, and used his own abilities to collect them in different spaces. Not surprisingly, the process went very smoothly, because Zhang Yi used the rules that originally existed in different spaces. It's just that in the past, he was used to fighting with thermal weapons and didn't pay attention to the development of superpowers. After collecting the flame, Zhang Yi immediately opened an exit from the direction of the flame in the different space. But it was facing the position where the flame was originally collected in the external space. Call. Flame rub. It spurted out. From the outside, it looks like Zhang Yi cast some kind of magic and bounced back the collected flames. Isn't this just a full counterattack? Zhang Yi's eyes widened and he laughed in surprise. Ha. I understand. Different spaces can still be used in this way. This is the magical skill of defense. At this time, Zhang Yi was like a child who discovered a new toy. A man is a boy until he dies, who has never had a dream in his heart of becoming a citizen of the motherland. In excitement, Zhang Yi clenched his fists, his eyes becoming extremely bright under the firelight. Next, I need to master this skill proficiently. Then any long-range attack. No, even a close-range attack will be ineffective against me. However, Zhang Yi pinched his chin. What would be the effect if he used this ability on people? Zhang Yi's alien space only released a living creature once, and that was a pomfret in a fish tank. But when I took it out the next day, it died. Zhang Yi didn't think much about it at first. He just felt it was a pity that he couldn't build a shelter inside. But now considering the combat aspect, then you have to use living people to conduct experiments. Zhang Yi crossed his arms, and his eyes gradually became indifferent. Isn't this simple? That night, Zhang Yi went to a unit building and asked them to hand someone over. He took the man to an empty room and handed him a knife rolled out of A4 paper. A fire was lit in the middle of the house, and Zhang Yi's tall figure was full of oppression under the light of the fire, and the poor guy was holding the fake knife, his body trembling with fear. Zhang Yi looked at him, smiled and waved. Come and attack me. As long as you can beat me, I will reward you with a piece of bread. Chapter 150 The Power of Space Ability. The man was still a little scared when he heard what Zhang Yi said. But now, he couldn't run away, and could only follow Zhang Yi's orders. So he waved the fake knife in his hand, and slashed at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's expression was extremely focused. When he rushed over, a white light flashed in his right eye. After a month of use, he has developed an instinct for opening and closing different spaces. In an instant, an invisible and insubstantial door to another space appeared in the space in front of him. The man rushed over with a fake knife and struck Zhang Yi on the shoulder with his right hand. But the next moment, something horrifying happened to him. His arm disappeared out of thin air in front of Zhang Yi, as if he had submerged into a world that he could not see with his naked eyes. In panic, he tried his best to stop his progress. Zhang Yi grabbed his arm at the right time and pulled him hard into his own alien space. That person completely slipped into a different space. Zhang Yi's perspective instantly switched to a different space, and he carefully observed the person he took in. The man was already in a still state, motionless. Even if Zhang Yi tested his breathing and heartbeat, there was no response at all. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, wondering whether this person died after entering the space, or whether the body's time stopped, and he would come back to life after leaving the space. So he quickly released that person from the space. As soon as he came out, the man's face turned pale. His body seemed to have collapsed, and he fell to the ground gasping for air. Oh! It seems to have an impact on living organisms. If it takes too long, you will really die. Zhang Yi nodded, and got another piece of key information. What did you feel just now? Zhang Yi asked. The man's face was like gold paper, and he said weakly, I feel as if I have entered a white world. There are a lot of supplies piled up there. I felt like I had been there for a century, which was probably too scary. Maybe I'm hallucinating. Zhang Yi's pupils shrank. It turns out that although the body of a person who enters a different space is in a still state, his consciousness still exists. In other words, time in different dimensions is not absolutely static. It is probably because the flow rate of time is countless times slower than that of the outside world. In other words, if a person enters it, his body cannot move, but his consciousness is like countless time passing in a static world. That feeling must be extremely painful, and even make you want to die. So, if an organism stays in a different space for too long, will it die of mental breakdown? I see. Interesting. Zhang Yi learned a little more about different spaces. He waved to that person. Stand up. The man stood up tremblingly. Zhang Yi opened the different space, and tried to put him into the different space. But this time, it felt extremely strenuous, as if moving a tall building. No effect on large organisms? Or? Zhang Yi frowned. He suddenly approached the man, and pulled out a dagger from his leg. Before the man could react, a flash of snow-white knife light flashed, and 2 of his fingers were cut off. Ah! The man fell to the ground in pain, clutching his wound and screaming. Zhang Yi's expression did not change, and he began to try to pick up the broken finger. This time it was successful without any hindrance. A living person can't, but a broken finger can. What's the point of this? Zhang Yi returned the finger to him, becoming more curious about his own alien space. But now, he has collected a lot of useful information. Looking at the man lying on the ground, groaning in pain, Zhang Yi thought for a moment, took out a plate of roast chicken from another space, and slowly placed it in front of him. Eat it. This is your compensation. Then he was given a roll of gauze to bandage himself. The man was about to faint from the pain, but the steaming roast chicken in front of him still made his eyes become hot. He was so hungry that he gnawed all the leather sofas at home, and what was placed in front of him was roast chicken. He didn't even care about the pain in his fingers, and ate the roasted chicken while crying. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry. He sat next to the fire, and used a table leg to stir the flames. After he finished eating the roast chicken, Zhang Yi said, let's continue. This time, you hit me with something. Instead of resenting Zhang Yi, that man was filled with gratitude. He nodded quickly, simply wrapped the wound with gauze, and continued to cooperate with Zhang Yi in the experiment. A few hours later, Zhang Yi got the experimental data he wanted and had a greater understanding of the abilities of different spaces. First, there should be restrictions on collecting supplies. But what we know so far is that objects with strong external forces cannot be collected, and it is ineffective against living people. Second, when used, it can open a door that connects the present world and another space. The active attack method has not been thought of for the time being, but the attack in the physical form can be diverted, and then the counterattack can be carried out by adjusting the vector direction. Knowing these 2 points is equivalent to opening up a huge treasure for Zhang Yi. Next, I knew how to deal with Wang Siming's shelter. The last trace of concern in Zhang Yi's heart was completely eliminated. He looked at the man in front of him, who was helping him with the experiment, and sincerely said, thank you for your help. Before the man could answer, Zhang Yi's dagger passed over his throat like a gust of wind. Poof! Blood splattered, and he fell to the ground. Before he died, the fear flashed in his eyes, but relief followed. Even when he died, there was a smile on his lips. I can finally escape this cruel world. At least, he had a delicious roast chicken meal when he died. In the next 2 days, Zhang Yi would select someone to come over and do experiments with him every day. It also practices his proficiency in new skills. It is important to ensure that you can use your skills to the extent that you can use your arms and fingers. Only in this way can you ensure your own safety in the next action, and for everyone who practices with him. He will make them eat a full meal, and then kill them. Because his ability is his biggest trump card. It must not be leaked to the outside world. In this way, 3 days passed quickly. Johnny had fully mastered the use of skills. So he called Su Hao, and told him that we could go. Su Hao has gone through a lot of vicissitudes in the past few days. He was obviously not poisoned. But his face was blue. His lips were purple. And his eyes were dark circles. This was a symptom of poisoning in his body caused by his strong self-suggestion. Brother Zhang? Me. I felt like I was going to die. Zhang Yi smiled secretly in his heart. He has provided food to Su Hao these past few days. Logically speaking, Su Hao's life is easier than before. After pretending to think for a while, he went back to retrieve a tube of physiological saline, and then said to Su Hao, I can give you an injection of antidote first, which can temporarily relieve your symptoms. As if seeing hope, Su Hao lifted up his sleeves and exposed his arms. Give me a shot. Give me a shot. Zhang Yi picked up the needle and slowly injected Su Hao with normal saline, and then said calmly that this can relieve your symptoms, but if it lasts for up to 5 days, you will still die from the poison. So you better hope this operation succeeds. Otherwise, neither of us will get anything good to eat. After Su Hao took an injection of saline, he suddenly felt a strange energy in his body, and he became energetic. Brother Zhang, don't worry. Su Hao, will not make fun of my own life. This time, I will follow you wholeheartedly.